The Lost Leaf online game trilogy, The Unrivaled World. A tragic accident has brought a once revered figure crashing down from grace. Will he languish in despair for the remainder of his days? Or will he muster the resolve to rise anew? A feared presence that once dominated the online gaming realm has vanished, only to give way to even more terrifying legends in the newly launched game, Tianzong. On a moonlit night, the warm spring breeze, fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers, swept through the forest, causing the branches to sway gently. Suddenly, two figures darted swiftly past, vanishing into the depths of the woods. Rustle. The soft grass beneath my feet crunched as I gazed up at the twinkling stars, my heart heavy with unexpressed frustration. Once again, we had been defeated. Beside me was a beautiful elven archer, her figure illuminated by the ethereal moonlight, casting a radiant glow upon her exquisite features. Leaning against an ancient pine tree, her delicate face bore signs of fatigue and resentment, her chest rising and falling as she gripped a shimmering, slender sword tightly. After an intense battle, her armor lay in tatters, revealing a glimpse of near-perfect curves, while her arm and leg guards showed faint cracks. Her smooth, fair legs were exposed to the mountain breeze, and her white cloak, stained with blood, was almost shredded to ribbons. "I'm not running anymore, Lu Chun," she said, her cheeks flushed as she looked at me. "Why not?" I asked in surprise. She waved her hand dismissively. "It's merely 2 days ahead of schedule. Let's unleash a raging inferno upon them, and then, well, delete our accounts." "All right, I'll follow your lead, boss." Nodding, I slowly raised my bloodstained hand. Whoosh! A fiery arrow soared into the sky, exploding into a myriad of fire rain that cascaded down, instantly transforming the entire forest into a sea of flames. The cries of anguish echoed as thousands of players pursuing us were charred to a crisp, collapsing into the inferno. I let out a long breath. "It's done." "Yes," the girl nodded. "Let's embark on our new journey." I raised my hand, and beams of light composed of data swirled from my palm. In the next moment, my body began to fade away. The beautiful archer sitting opposite me smiled and nodded, opening her delicate fingers as data danced around us, and together we disappeared into the virtual wilderness. I sighed deeply, removing my gaming helmet. At last it was over. 2 years of spirit-trenching battles, traversing the land, filled with glory, pain, friends, and foes. Yet I had ultimately departed from this virtual world. Not far away, another helmet lay on the table, glowing softly, emblazoned with bold characters, Tianzong. Indeed, the world's most powerful gaming conglomerate, Yueheng Corporation, was set to launch a new game, Tianzong, following the success of its predecessor, Linghong. This new game, touted as the game of the era, boasted unparalleled design and an overwhelming user base. Within a month of its helmet's release, over 800 million units had been sold, capturing more than 95% of the market. Tianzong would officially open at midnight in 2 days, without any beta or public testing. Upon hearing this news, many teams prepared to abandon Linghong to pursue new ventures in the upcoming game, and we were no exception. The helmets for Tianzong were categorized into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and VIP, each with varying prices. Mine was the VIP model, adorned with a line of blue text on the side, reading CGL Hall of Fame Lu Chun. Indeed, my name is Lu Chun. Legends of my exploits echo throughout this realm. I chuckled at my own absurdity, opening my computer. An avatar on MSN was flashing, marked with the name Boss, my beautiful guild leader. Upon opening the message, I read, "Shall we meet tomorrow morning? Suggest a location. 9 a.m. in front of the sports center on Sanxiang Road." She quickly replied, "All right, I've sold our equipment, and combined with your salary, we have over 200,000. They'll prepare a new card for you to collect tomorrow." Okay. Collecting my thoughts, I lay on my bed, pondering the myriad events of the past 2 years, the roller coaster of life, both exhilarating and disheartening. I had followed my boss for over a year, but had yet to meet her in person. She mentioned that her in-game appearance was altered in reality. She was a dinosaur, not the beauty I had imagined. Yet, I was not particularly concerned by this revelation. The next morning, I awoke early, dressed in casual attire, and strolled towards the sports center, which was merely a 10-minute walk from my residence. Despite my excitement, a sense of apprehension lingered. I dialed my boss number. "Boss, what do you look like? How will I recognize you?" Her melodious laughter rang through the phone. "Silly boy, just look for the one shining brightest in front of the sports center. That will be me." All right. I hung up and arrived at the bus stop outside the sports center, scanning the area. There were 7 or 8 people at the stop, and not far away stood a brand new black sports car, sleek and glamorous, though I could not identify the brand. It certainly seemed expensive. As time passed, my anticipation turned to impatience, and I reached for my phone to call again. It was then that everyone noticed a striking detail. The owner of the luxury car was an absolutely stunning woman, possessing enchanting features and an aura of elegance. With a gentle smile and flowing hair, her beauty was captivating, rendering the young men at the stop speechless. No one expected such a gorgeous woman to emerge from such an exquisite vehicle. This was my first encounter with He, a woman of extraordinary beauty and poise, who illuminated the chaos of my life like a brilliant flash of lightning. In that moment, my mind went blank, and the world around me faded away, leaving only her unparalleled beauty, akin to a divine light descending from the heavens, compelling me to approach her. Unbothered by the gazes of others, she took out her phone and dialed a number, her lips curling into a slight frown. Beep, beep, beep. My phone rang, and I heard my boss voice. Luchun, why haven't you arrived yet? In disbelief, I stood frozen. The boss I had followed for nearly 2 years was right before me. This enchanting beauty? She had clearly deceived me. She was undeniably a supermodel, breathtakingly beautiful beyond imagination. Boss, I've been here for a while. Feeling awkward, I held my phone, standing directly in front of her. The beauty turned to me, her smile enchanting, as she opened the car door and said, "Is that you? Hurry and get in, I'm taking you somewhere today." In full view of everyone, I slipped into the car of this stunning woman, feeling the envy and jealousy of countless eyes piercing my back like daggers. "Boss, I didn't expect you to be. What about me?" she replied, turning with a playful smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. I swallowed hard, unable to continue my sentence. The low neckline of her uniform revealed a breathtaking expanse of flawless skin, the deep valley captivating in its allure, sending my thoughts spiraling. Beside her collar, a polished ID badge was clipped, indicating she had come during her work hours. The badge displayed the name of her company, GGS, and beneath it, her name, E. To my astonishment, her title was listed as Vice President for the Asia region. "Boss, your name is He?" I asked, incredulous. "Yes, it's a nice name, isn't it?" She chuckled, starting the car. "Luchun, what are your plans for the future? Or rather, do you have any dreams?" "Dreams?" After a moment of contemplation, I chuckled. "My dream is to retreat into the mountains starting tomorrow, to live a life of bliss, tending to horses, chopping wood, and wandering the world. From tomorrow, I shall nurture crops and vegetables, and build a grand house facing the sea, where spring blossoms." "Go!" He let out a laugh. "You aimless fellow, allow me to be your guiding light. Come, I shall take you to a place." "What place?" I sat in the passenger seat, feeling a bit apprehensive. He smiled mysteriously, her delicate brows slightly raised. "A place where dreams come true. Our ancient Sword Soul Dream Guild is establishing a high-level studio, and the core members will be joining. You're the first person I thought of." "A studio?" I felt somewhat lost. I had been alone for so long, and now I was to join a gaming studio? "Boss, I prefer to go alone." After a long silence, I finally said, "Actually, whether or not I'm part of the ancient Sword Soul Dream makes no difference." He shot me a sidelong glance, her commanding presence palpable, and retorted, "Less chatter if I say you're coming." "You're coming?" I fell silent, knowing well from our 2 years together that her determination was well known. When he made a decision, we had no choice but to comply. I ceased speaking while he focused intently on driving, occasionally stealing glances at me with a smile gracing her lips. He handed me a card. It was a portion of my earnings from the past 6 months. The car sped out of the city, and the road grew increasingly desolate. Little did I know, on this tranquil morning, my life was about to change irrevocably. Until this moment, I had never imagined my life would veer onto such a different path. Creak! A sharp screech of brakes echoed on the road. Blood spilled forth as a woman lay on the pavement. Surrounded by a pool of crimson, an accident had occurred. He frowned, suddenly decelerating. "Please save my wife. She's been hit." "Please." A middle-aged man, around 50, rushed forward, weeping. "I beg you, take her to the hospital." "Oh." Without hesitation, he halted the car, saying, "Luchun, first we must save her." "Understood." As I prepared to exit the vehicle, a glance revealed a black car speeding down the side road, crashing through the guardrail and barreling toward us. This was not good. I sensed the stench of conspiracy. In a flash, the car collided with ours. Reacting instinctively, I shielded He with my body, her beautiful face displaying shock. "No." Bang! With a resounding crash, He's sleek sports car was sent skidding off the road, while my mind went blank. The immense force knocked He unconscious in the driver's seat, a thin line of blood appearing on her fair forehead. I shook my head violently amidst the smoke. Two burly men rushed toward us, cursing, "Let's see if that woman is dead." It was indeed a premeditated murder. I quickly checked myself. My limbs were unharmed, but my back ached painfully. I helped He out of the car. She had already lost consciousness. "Damn it, there's another kid. Hurry up." The two men approached, wielding iron rods without hesitation. Thud! An iron rod struck my shoulder heavily, sending a jolt of agony through me. I couldn't afford to think too much. We were practically in a no man's land, seldom traversed by vehicles, caught in a carefully orchestrated plot against us. I kicked one of the thugs in the stomach, causing him to double over in pain. I quickly shielded He in my arms and raced toward the road, praying for someone to pass by. A dull pain returned to my shoulder, blood seeping through my white shirt, while He lay unconscious, her eyes tightly shut, long lashes framing her serene face. I must protect her this time. She cannot suffer any more harm, even if it costs me my life. I repeated to myself in my mind. I stumbled onto the road, and fate smiled upon me as a private car sped toward us. I rushed to the center of the road, the two thugs brandishing their iron rods in pursuit. "Open the car door," I shouted, but the middle-aged driver seemed reluctant to engage, hesitant to open the door. "Damn it, open the door." I slammed my fist against the car door, shattering the glass, forcing him to comply. I hastily shoved He inside the car, shouting, "Quick, take her to the hospital." The middle-aged man nodded, fear evident in his eyes, as the two thugs closed in. I could not escape. I turned to shield the car as it sped away. "Damn it, this kid dares to interfere, kill him." The scar-faced thug lunged at me with a wicked grin. I had little strength to resist. My previous injuries weighed heavily upon me, and I slowly knelt to the ground. Bang! A heavy blow struck the back of my head, a fiery sensation coursing through me, and the world spun as I collapsed onto the pavement. In a void of darkness, I saw nothing. Am I dead? I asked myself repeatedly, yet received no answer. Kneeling in the darkness, a wave of sorrow washed over me, my mother's final words echoing in my ears. "Lu Chun, take care of yourself." "Mother, I'm sorry I failed." "Mota, im so skadet." I cried silently, unable to voice my anguish, shrouded in an overwhelming fear and despair. Suddenly, I heard voices nearby. "Who is this kid? What do we do? What do we do?" "Bury him, damn it. It's his fault for meddling. He brought this upon himself." Before long, I felt my body sinking deeper, and my consciousness faded entirely. In the dead of night, amidst the tranquil wilderness, a fresh mound of earth appeared in the field. Suddenly, a soft sound resonated as an arm broke through the soil. Looking down on my dirt-covered arm, I could scarcely believe that I'd been buried alive for so long and yet remained unscathed. How could this be? In shock, I turned to see the soil in the shallow grave shifting. I had been buried to a depth of approximately 20 centimeters. The soil was loose, suggesting that there might be enough air to breathe, offering an explanation for my survival. Ugh, I groaned, a searing pain shooting through my head. The blow that nearly claimed my life was indeed severe, yet surviving was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. I scanned the starry sky. It was nightfall. My phone was lost, and the clothes on my shoulder were stained crimson with blood. The slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain through me. Amidst my relief, worry for He consumed me. Was she safe at the hospital? Why did those men want to kill her? There were so many mysteries yet to unravel. I couldn't dwell on it any longer. I needed to get home, my stomach growling, unaware of how long it had been since I last ate. I staggered onto the road, puzzled as to why. When He was in danger, I instinctively used my body to shield her from harm. What was it all for? Shaking my head, I had no answers. Public transport was scarce in the suburbs, and after waiting for over half an hour, a bus finally arrived. The driver looked at me with a bewildered expression. "Dude, did you fall into a sewer?" I nodded with a wry smile. Something like that, just my luck. The bumpy ride ensued. My phone was gone, but thankfully the card He had given me remained. With that, I was assured some stability in the coming days. Tomorrow night marked the opening of Skyward, and with my skills in the game, even if I couldn't command the winds, I could at least earn a living. Rubbing the back of my head, I still felt a slight ache, and a lingering question troubled my mind. After enduring such a heavy blow from a blunt instrument, my skull should have surely cracked. Buried in the earth for an unknown duration, how did I manage to emerge alive? Turning to glance at the area where I had been interred, I noted it was an undeveloped region, resembling a forsaken graveyard with low mounds of earth dotting the landscape. After pondering for a while, I suddenly scoffed at myself. Well, it's enough that I've returned alive. Why dwell on it? Upon arriving at my dwelling, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. I resided in a one-bedroom apartment with a monthly rent of 2,200 renminbi. Just last month, I was on the brink of defaulting on my rent, but thanks to the generous assistance of a friend, I managed to pull through. Of course, the price for his financial help was that I relinquished a low-tier artifact grade, two-handed sword for him to indulge himself. However, that game would soon cease operations, and in truth, those items held little real value. As I ascended the dimly lit staircase, I instinctively reached for my keys, only to be startled as a figure darted out from my door. "Hey, why did you return only now? What have you been up to these past few days? You didn't even answer your phone." From a voice alone, I recognized him. Du San, my closest companion, and our bond was one of mutual benefit. What was good for me was equally good for him. We had been classmates since elementary school, maintaining a solid friendship throughout university. We shared nearly everything, save for romantic interest that was solely due to the fact that I had no girlfriend, while Du San's partners seemed to change more rapidly than most change their attire. In the faint light, Du San looked at me in astonishment, exclaiming, "Lu Chun, why do you look so disheveled? I heard you got your account deleted by Zhu Yingluan. Well, it's no surprise Zhu Yingluan is currently at the pinnacle of his power, dominating the scene in China. Your ancient sword spirit dream simply cannot compete." I offered a faint smile and patted Du San on the shoulder, saying, "It's all right, stay optimistic. Zhu Yingluan may be thriving now, but all peaks must eventually decline. Losing an account is merely a trivial matter. We should be more positive, my young friend." "Optimistic, my foot." Du San replied, exasperated. "Am I here to console you, or are you here to console me?" 13. What brings you here? I asked, narrowing my eyes. "Tomorrow night marks the launch of Tianzong. Shouldn't you be preparing your inventory instead of visiting me?" Du San bit into a cucumber, his expression turning to one of shock. "Have you lost your mind? The official launch of Tianzong is at midnight tonight, not tomorrow." "What? Tonight? What date is it today?" I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. "The 10th, isn't it?" "The 10th. I froze, realization dawning upon me. My meeting with he was on the 8th, and if today was the 10th, had I truly been unconscious in the dirt for a day and a night? How could that be? "Hey, are you okay, brother?" Du San asked, patting my shoulder. "You seem lost. Is there something wrong with today being the 10th? I took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "No worries, so it means Tianzong opens today. Why are you still here instead of preparing?" "Seriously, you ungrateful," Du San exclaimed, his words splattering. "I couldn't reach you for days and came to check if you were still alive. Now that you're back, they'll head home to make it before midnight. We'll meet in the game. Tell me, what ID do you plan to use? Still Lu Chun? I'm not sure, probably not. What about you?" "I have no idea. Either too many people are snatching up names. I wanted to use something like Xiaoska or Handsome Knight, but it seems those options are slim." "Well, you should head back. We can connect again once the novice village is released." "All right, I'll take my leave. I brought you a few pounds of dried beef. I had hoped we could share a drink, but you returned too late. Next time then." I leaned forward to look, and indeed, there was a bag of beef on the table and a bottle of ergot too. A warmth swelled in my heart after all these years. At least I had a brother. 13 departed, casting a long shadow beneath the streetlight. In the realm of gaming, he was hardly a master. In fact, he could be classified among the novices. While others crafted tales of glory in the world, he would only leave behind a silhouette. Chapter 3. The Necromancer Swordsman. After consuming half a kilogram of beef and several cups of wine, I found my body still uncomfortably cold, which struck me as quite peculiar. I glanced at the clock. It was already 10:30 p.m., and in just an hour and a half, the much-anticipated game, Tianzong, would be launched. At this moment, undoubtedly millions of gaming enthusiasts were poised before their devices, eagerly awaiting the game to commence. Those brave souls, dreaming of forging an indelible legend within the world of Tianzong, were already primed to immerse themselves in this new virtual realm. I powered on my computer, and the MSN icon flickered incessantly. Messages from he poured in. A staggering total of 47 unread messages. "Lu Chun, are you there? I'm at the hospital. Where are you? Lu Chun, I've been trying to call you, but I can't get through. Lu Chun, I went to the crash site but couldn't find you. Where on earth are you? Please, don't frighten me like this. Lu Chun, what has happened to you? Where are you? Please Don and Oppos. T.I. Woo-woo, Lu Chun." As I surveyed the barrage of messages, a wave of unease washed over me. My fingers hovered uncertainly over the keyboard, unsure of which key to strike. After a lengthy deliberation, I made a difficult decision. It was better not to reach out to He. I could hardly contribute anything of worth to the Gujian Hunman Guild. Rather than burden her further, I would prefer she forget me entirely. Consequently, I logged off MSN and connected to the official Tianzong website. The number of online users had surged to over 700 million, an unprecedented figure just before the game and Oppo's launch. The anticipation surrounding this game was unparalleled. Additionally, the homepage of the Lingtong official site displayed a bold headline. The once great genius Lu Qin suffers a devastating defeat and ultimately withdraws from the game. Following this, over 30,000 comments from netizens echoed sentiments of lament. I took a sip of fiery liquor, allowing a wry smile to escape my lips. In facing this wretched existence, a positive outlook seemed the wisest choice. Hey, Tianzong, the hero has arrived. After waiting a while, it was now past 11 p.m. I donned my gaming helmet. A green light flickered as my iris was scanned, confirming my identity. Upon entering the game login screen, the entrance visuals had been updated. Blood-red hues spread across a land ravaged by war. Forests laid desolate, the human capital reduced to ruins, plagues rampant, and corpses piled high. Various races, humans, elves, shadow demons, barbarians, mingled amidst a nauseating stench of decay, with cadavers stretching into the distance, where a towering tree stood stark against the barren horizon. The world tree, the origin of all life and guardian of the laws of nature. Yet, in this moment, the world tree began to wither, as gods fell one after another, and the entire continent of Tianzong was shrouded in crimson, a terrifying race slaughtering all living beings. The scene shifted rapidly, and I found myself in a vast canyon, utterly stunned by the spectacle before me. An immense army of diverse races filled the gorge, swords glistening like a forest, banners billowing in the wind. The armored barbarian king brandished his battle axe, unleashing a thunderous roar, while powerful barbarian warriors swung their axes at the enemy. Yet, those fearsome foes retaliated with lightning speed, piercing the bodies of the barbarian fighters with glimmering spikes, leaving behind a gruesome spectacle and ceaseless cries of agony. Under a lion-headed banner, the beautiful human queen drew her sword and commanded, "Attack." Countless human soldiers surged forward, wielding their great swords, while hidden mages chanted obscure incantations, unleashing fiery flames upon the enemy. The battle intensified, the cacophony of slaughter resonating through the canyon, thick with the scent of blood. The human queen transformed into a magnificent butterfly, flitting through the throngs, her sword dancing as she severed the heads of skeletal undead, sending them soaring into the air. Suddenly, a dense fog descended, coalescing into a figure, a flash of cold light, and the human queen collapsed, her beautiful head caught by a specter of mist. The misty undead lifted her head aloft, roaring with fury, seemingly commanding all races to submit to him. Blood stained the earth as warriors succumbed to the embrace of death. Finally, the last human soldier, sword in hand, stood atop a mound of corpses, cleaving through the terrifying creatures. Amidst the cascade of blood from the fallen, he raised his sword, unleashing a defiant roar at the leader of the undead. In an instant, he lunged at his foe, and the misty specter charged forward as well. Two legendary weapons clashed with a resounding echo, dominating the battlefield. The sound of swords clashing reverberated in my ears, and everything faded into a blur, gradually coalescing into two characters that illuminated the horizon. Tianzong. I took a deep breath, overwhelmed by the stunning visuals. Tianzong truly deserved its reputation as a classic, surpassing Lingtong. Even the promotional video ignited a fervor within me. My spirit soared as I arrived at the Divine Guidance Temple, where a small fairy danced gracefully. The melodious voice of the system chiming in my ears. Ding. System notification, esteemed user. You are confirmed as a member of the CGL Hall of Fame in the China region. Would you like to continue using your ID, Lu Qin? As options appeared before me, I pondered briefly before selecting no, subsequently entering a new ID. Zheji Qinsha? What a poetic choice. Not only does it exude a sense of coolness, but it may also entice some lovely ladies in the future. This ID embodies both the melancholy of Baguio and the boldness of Body, truly a unique creation. In the previous game, I had been recognized as one of the top 27 figures in the China region, receiving this incredibly rare gaming helmet as a special honor. 2 years prior, I had entered the gaming world, dominating for a year, becoming a hot commodity in the industry. However, fate turned against me when a car accident caused my neural reflexes to malfunction, resulting in a 3-second delay. This meant that every action I attempted would only be executed 3 seconds after being commanded by my brain. What a horrifying delay. The once promising star of the China region had fallen, a genius had become a mere shadow of his former self. And I was now the greatest joke in the CGL Hall of Fame, abandoned by many, plunging into the depths of despair. At that time, only one woman extended a hand to me, my boss, a strong and charismatic beauty. Regrettably, I disappointed her. Our guild faced defeat after defeat, ultimately crumbling from a once thriving community of over 3,000 members down to a mere 5. Our adversary was formidable, Zhu Yuan, the gaming deity known as the God of War, the foremost player in the China region. I smiled faintly. In my previous game, I had indeed faltered. Yet entering the CGL Hall of Fame was a mark of success. However, my subsequent failures marked me as a defeated individual, and thus, he provided me with a new definition of success and failure. Now, adopting the idea Zhiji Qinsha serves as a poignant reminder to myself, akin to the metaphor of hanging oneself in pursuit of knowledge. Following this, I began the selection of my race and class, an aspect I eagerly anticipated. I opted for a dashing human knight, boasting high defense and explosive power, a fitting choice to compensate for my innate 3-second delay. Tianzong is a fully immersive virtual game, offering players 10 distinct classes: warrior, magic knight, mage, archer, ranger, strategist, beast tamer, priest, bard, and assassin, each with unique traits. Naturally, I favored melee classes. A true man should ride forth, sword in hand, conquering the battlefield. A series of character models materialized before my eyes: armored warriors, mounted magic knights, staff-wielding mages, archers with longbows, alongside strategists, priests, and others. The system simultaneously conducted a physical assessment of the player. A slight pain pricked at my forehead, akin to a mosquito bite, as a blood sample was taken for analysis. Ding. System notification. Based on the assessment, your heart rate is 30 below that of a normal human. System notification. According to the assessment, your body temperature is below the normal level by 70. System notification. According to the assessment, your blood activity concentration is below the normal level by 40. System notification. According to the assessment, your brainwave response exceeds the normal human level by 120. System notification. According to the assessment, your vital signs are below the normal human level by 50. After a series of alarming chimes, I was left in a state of shock. What is this? Could it be that my premium game headset is a counterfeit? Just then, another system chime echoed. Ding. System notification. Due to your physical attributes meeting the requirements, you are eligible to acquire the hidden profession of undead swordsman. Would you like to accept? Stunned in place for a full 2 minutes, I suddenly burst into laughter, gazing at the sky. Ha ha ha, what a delightful surprise. I managed to obtain a hidden profession, the undead swordsman, a warrior class with a unique race, and anyone who declines such an offer must be a fool. Without hesitation, I chose to accept. With a resounding ding, my game character materialized. An undead swordsman clad in black armor and draped in a blood-red cloak appeared on the screen, exuding an air of chilling severity. I felt quite pleased and couldn't help but smile. Not bad. Time to enter the game. At 11:57 p.m., with less than 3 minutes until the official launch of Heavenly Ascend, my heart raced wildly, my blood surged with excitement, and memories flashed through my mind. What I have lost, I shall reclaim with my own hands. Time ticked away as I awaited my entry into the game within the temple of the guiding deity. At this moment, countless players around the world were likely filled with ambition, right? Finally, as the clock struck midnight, the game opened. Ding. System notification. Sands of Oblivion. Would you like to enter the game immediately? Yes. A flash of light engulfed me, and I found myself within the world of Heavenly Ascend. Ding. As the first player to enter the game, I received a random system reward, the super artifact, the Overlord's Sword. Of course, this was merely a dream. Before me lay a void of mist, and in the distance, a low sigh echoed. Awaken, forsaken one. Amidst the rustling of shifting earth, I desperately clawed my way upward, finally bursting forth from the ground with a splash. The stench of decay wafted towards me, and the sight of the figure before me startled me profoundly. Clad in a black robe, this being could hardly be considered human, as its face was in a state of decay, with flesh nearly entirely eroded away, leaving only 2 dismal eyes that rolled about. Its skeletal hand, clutching a staff, was nothing but a collection of bones. An undead mage. Chapter 4. The Great-Eared Rabbit. This was my immediate reaction. I should charge forward and confront it. Perhaps I could obtain a staff from it, which appeared rather impressive. Without further ado, I decided to act. I fumbled about, ready to unleash a flurry of punches upon the malevolent necromancer. However, to my shock, I discovered that my arms were nothing but stark white bones. Cursing under my breath, I halted abruptly and glanced at my lower half. A wave of goosebumps sweeping over me. I was confronted with a pair of skeletal legs, shrouded only by tattered rags. In disbelief, I reached down to inspect my ragged trousers, and my mind buzzed with horror. My little companion had also rotted away, revealing a pair of gleaming white pelvic bones before my eyes. "Ah, little pest, you have finally awakened." The necromancer glared at me, grinning wickedly. "In that case, take up your sword and embark on your journey. Fight valiantly for the dominion of the night spirits." Ding. System notification. The village chief of the corpse realm has bestowed upon you a set of novice equipment, including a rusted iron sword and a tattered tunic riddled with holes. With a ding, the equipment was deposited into my inventory. Upon summoning my personal interface, I discovered a dilapidated sword and a piece of tattered cloth within my pack. The sword was the quintessential novice sword, boasting an attack power of 0.1, while the ragged tunic provided a meager 1 point of defense. Equipping both items, I opened my attribute interface, only to lament my predicament. I had anticipated that the necromancer's class would be formidable, yet it turned out to be utterly lackluster. ID, Shattered Spear class, Necromancer Swordsman, Apprentice, Level, 0 health, 100 attack, 1, 2 defense, 0 magic defense, 0 reputation, 0 luck, 0 how splendid. My initial attack power was a mere 1, and my initial defense was a magnificent 0 points. Thankfully, the ragged tunic granted me an extra point of defense. Otherwise, even a mere encounter with a chicken could have resulted in my glorious demise. The server had just opened moments ago, and players were flooding in, seizing the opportunity to level up. After a brief moment of contemplation, I realized that aimlessly charging out to grind levels would be imprudent. The corpse realm, where I found myself, was indeed a novice village, but my status as a villainous character set me apart from the common players. The night spirits, as their name implies, are souls that roam in darkness, including skeleton warriors like myself, along with malevolent spirits, monsters, and corpse sorcerers. In essence, these entities relentlessly harass humans, barbarians, and shadow demons, driving them to despair. As a magnificent little skeleton, I strode confidently around the grand cemetery of the corpse realm, ultimately discovering a half-decayed barbarian beneath a withered dwarf pine. He, too, belonged to the night spirits, yet he wore a woeful expression, scratching his head and pulling at his hair, nearly tearing his scalp asunder. Corpse Realm Guard. 5 bold letters floated above his forehead. I approached him and spoke in a deep voice. "My friend, how may I assist you?" The barbarian looked up at me and replied, "Little skeleton, the human scouts have discovered us. The corpse realm is no longer our sanctuary. We must dispatch a legion of forsaken dead to assault the human village. However, before that, you must venture outside the village. A horde of bothersome great-eared rabbits is harassing our comrades." Ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest, Eliminate the Great-Eared Rabbits. Quest level, F, inferior. Quest objective, slay 20 great-eared rabbits and collect 5 strands of their coarse leg hair to deliver to the Corpse Realm Guard for a reward. Forsaken Dead? I pondered this revelation. So, it seems that I, as a necromancer swordsman, do not belong to either of the 2 major factions. I am neither part of the Silver Moon Alliance nor the Night Spirits faction. Perhaps I occupy a neutral position? That might be advantageous. Less trouble and more opportunities to level up. Alright, time to venture forth. Tasks in this realm are as scarce as hair on a bald man's head, and in this novice village, it appeared that this was the only quest available. With my rusted sword in hand, I exited the grand cemetery, stepping into an expansive forested area. Sure enough, several shadowy great-eared rabbits were scurrying outside the village. Their levels ranged between 1 and 3, and given my level 0 status, facing them would be rather challenging. In the distance, some harmless moles frolicked across the green fields. These innocuous little creatures were only level 1, making them ideal targets for novice players. Logically, with my 3-second delay, I should opt for the moles. Yet, I raised an eyebrow. No way, it's the great-eared rabbits for me. I can handle you. Dragging my rusted sword, I stealthily approached one of the great-eared rabbits. Upon closer inspection, I noted that these creatures were remarkably agile, with a formidable attack speed of about 1. For seconds, I could likely withstand the attack of a level 1 great-eared rabbit, but a level 3 would surely spell trouble for me. Nevertheless, the one before me was merely a level 1 creature, perfect for sharpening my sword. Well, considering this broken sword. As per my usual inclination, I dashed towards the great-eared rabbit, raising my long sword to deliver a powerful strike when I was still approximately 10 yards away. Anticipation. Indeed, a skill essential for any gaming expert. Aware that my actions were delayed by 3 seconds after my brain issued commands, I maintained a keen sense of foresight. allowing me to secure a spot among the top players even in my less than optimal state. To my astonishment, the rusted sword swung through the air with a great miss. How could I have missed? My aim was not poor. I was still a full 7 meters away from the great-eared rabbit when I struck. Yet, my reckless action had drawn the rabbit's attention, and it emitted a series of frantic squeals before lunging at me, delivering a powerful kick that struck my face like a pile of dung. 12. Damage numbers flew forth. Indeed, with my 100 health points, I could still fight. I swiftly retreated one step and countered with a strike. Flash. 9. My 12 points of attack dealt a modest amount of damage, but the great-eared rabbit only had 30 health points. 3 strikes should suffice. Swish, swish, swish. My sword sliced through the air, delivering 3 rapid strikes to the great-eared rabbit, while I deftly maneuvered backwards. Evading its attacks, my skillful positioning left the rabbit with little chance to retaliate. Squealing in despair, the great-eared rabbit's leg was severed, and as it fell, it uttered its final words, "Cursed night spirits. Oh, my leg. My once mighty limb that could sprint 100 meters in 3 seconds." The creature dropped no loot or items, yet I laughed heartily. Heavens! Did you witness that? I have returned. Around me, several grazing great-eared rabbits gazed at me as if I were a fool. Lost in my ecstatic reverie, the string of attacks had rekindled my former prowess. Why? Simply because my 3-second delay had significantly shortened. Through testing, I found that it now lasted a maximum of only 1 second. This was a threshold I could undoubtedly manage. With merely a 1-second delay, while I may not become a top-tier expert, I held absolute confidence in my potential to join the ranks of elite players. Alas, my jubilant laughter attracted the attention of 3 great-eared rabbits, one of which was level 3. A single bite caused me to lose 41 health points. 27, 41, 14, 39. In the blink of an eye, I was swiftly eliminated, making my grand entrance into the world of Tianzong as a novice. A sharp pain coursed through my body as I resurrected in the graveyard, only to realize that I was bare. My flimsy clothing, with a mere defense of 1, had been lost. It felt as though a piece of my very being had been torn away. Hastily, I dashed out of the novice village. Relieved that my items had not been wiped, I quickly retrieved and donned my attire. I then wandered along the edge of the forest, seeking out solitary large-eared rabbits to slay. Due to my low level, I had yet to learn any skills and could only resort to basic melee attacks. Fortunately, my years of gaming experience had equipped me with a strategy to maneuver against monsters, although my movements could not evade their strikes. They enabled me to minimize the damage I took. With a rustle, I retreated a few steps and swung my shabby sword twice, and yet another large-eared rabbit fell gracefully. A crisp sound echoed, revealing a coarse leg hair, precisely the quest item I needed. I swiftly stowed it away and continued my hunt, secretly hoping for a high-level weapon to drop, as this wretched sword proved quite taxing even against level 1 monsters, let alone the level 3 rabbits, which I dared not confront, hindering my leveling efficiency. After some time, I completed the task of defeating 20 large-eared rabbits, though I still needed 1 more coarse leg hair. As night descended, dew soaked through my fabric attire, rendering me uncomfortably damp. I wandered through the forest, unknowingly venturing deeper into the thicket. With a swift strike, I dispatched the 24th large-eared rabbit, finally reaching level 1 and gaining 5 attribute points, all of which I allocated to strength. Consequently, my attack power surged to an impressive 47, allowing me to take on the level 3 large-eared rabbits with confidence. In a state of exhilaration, I approached a level 3 large-eared rabbit and launched a silent ambush from behind. With a resounding thud, my shabby sword struck the rabbit's neck twice, targeting its weak spot for a 50 damage bonus. The numbers flashed, 31, 37. Indeed, my newfound strength made my strikes particularly fierce. The level 3 rabbit boasted 120 health points, and I had swiftly depleted half of its health, but as I slipped back a few paces, my sword cut through the air once more. 40. Excellent. I had accurately struck the rabbit's weak point. The rabbit lunged, dealing a blow that reduced my health by 41 points. However, it had exhausted its opportunity for a second strike. Before it could retaliate, my sword had already penetrated its neck, delivering the killing blow. A satisfying clatter sounded as yet another coarse leg hair dropped, a perfect completion of my task. Moreover, I had looted a basic health potion, a premium item that restored 80 health points instantly. With excitement, I picked up the leg hair and turned to return to the novice village, only to be suddenly struck by a chill from behind. A fleeting glance sent my heart racing, a mix of exhilaration and trepidation coursing through me. Beneath the dense foliage, a colossal large-eared rabbit, cloaked in verdant fur, was fixated upon me. Clearly, this was no ordinary rabbit. Large-eared rabbit leader, F-rank low-class boss. LV5. I trembled at the realization that I had encountered a boss-level creature. In Tianzong, bosses are ranked from F to SSS, with each rank further categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The large-eared rabbit leader before me belonged to the lowest classification, F rank. Yet, with my inadequate sword and tattered clothing, a rational mind would advise retreat. After all, boss-level monsters are far beyond the capabilities of a novice. Chapter 5. The radiant chest armor. Is the F-rank low-tier boss merely a joke? A slight smile crept upon my lips as I noted my level at 2, while the creature stood at level 5. The disparity was within a mere 5 levels, which implied that the chances of missing an attack were rather slim. With a sense of determination welling within, I prepared to engage. The soft grass crunched beneath my feet as I made a subtle movement, and the large-eared rabbit boss launched its attack with the swiftness of lightning. My own speed was no less impressive. I leaned slightly, tracing a perfect arc with my foot, and my worn sword deftly slashed across the rabbit boss's belly. A damage notification appeared, 21. Goodness, its defense was remarkably high. In that fleeting moment, I calculated that this rabbit's total health hovered around 2,500 points, meaning I would need to strike it 100 times to vanquish it. The rabbit boss let out a piercing cry and retaliated by sweeping its tail back at me. That short tail, akin to a steel whip, struck me squarely on the back. A painful 61 points. The intensity of the pain was alarming. Was its attack power truly that formidable? With my total health resting at a mere 110 points, another hit would surely spell my doom. I felt a wave of regret wash over me. The rules of this realm differed drastically from those of the games I had previously played, and I was paying the price. If I couldn't defeat it, then I had no choice but to retreat and save myself. Otherwise, I would regress to level 0, rendering my efforts against the large-eared rabbit utterly futile. My gaze swept the terrain, quickly determining my course. I chose a path to the right where large-eared rabbits were sparse. One boss was already testing my limits. Attracting more foes would seal my fate. I dashed away, continuously altering my footwork to navigate through the trees, bushes, and grass that obstructed my escape. The rabbit leapt about, while I maneuvered through the underbrush, minimizing the distance between us. In this manner, I managed to equalize the speed differential between myself and the large-eared rabbit boss. As I sprinted, my eyes darted around, and suddenly, a glimmer caught my attention. Not far ahead lay a thicket of thorny bushes, snake blood thornwood. This species was documented among the resources released in this realm, known for its toxicity. Once poisoned, a player would suffer a significant health reduction each second. Gatherers could harvest snake blood thornwood as medicinal herbs to concoct poisons for assassin players, an essential tool for murder. However, the current player levels were too low for anyone to dare collect such wood. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Upon seeing the snake blood thornwood, I felt as if I had discovered a lifeline. With a swift leap, I plunged into the thicket. The bushes, about a meter high, posed no challenge to me as I landed accurately within the inner confines, careful not to disturb any of the surrounding plants. The poisonous trees enveloped me. Chirrup! The large-eared rabbit boss appeared to be on the verge of rage, leaping into the air. Unfortunately for it, its size was insufficient. It was only about the size of a basin. In midair, I swung my worn sword with all my might, striking down on the rabbit's forehead with the force of a mountain. Down you go. I exerted all my strength, knocking the rabbit boss into the midst of the thornwood. Just as I had anticipated, it became ensnared, bleeding profusely and letting out wails of agony, and it was also poisoned, causing its health to plummet rapidly. Leveraging my advantage with my arm and sword, I relentlessly jabbed at the rabbit boss's rear, but it was powerless to escape. Its small frame rendered it helpless among the thorny bushes, and it flailed in desperation, only to be pierced by the toxic needles. In less than 2 minutes, the rabbit's health hit rock bottom. This was the first boss I had slain, and my blood surged with exhilaration. Inside, I shouted, "Please drop a weapon for me. I beg you, dear rabbit." With a final, sorrowful cry, the large-eared rabbit boss fell, and 2 items cascaded to the ground. Experience surged through me. Allowing me to level up twice, I allocated all 5 of my free points into strength, raising my attack power to a formidable 712. The joy of leveling up paled in comparison to the thrill of discovering dropped equipment. My eyes widened as I clearly saw the large-eared rabbit had yielded a chest armor glowing with a faint green light, alongside a gem-like stone that had fallen to the ground. Cautiously, I extended my sword to lift the armor, and with a satisfying thud, it landed in my grasp. The attributes of the equipment instantly came into view. Large-eared rabbit glimmering armor, blackstone artifact, defense, 9 stamina, 2 required level, 2. I was overjoyed. It was indeed a black stone artifact, an equipped item. In this realm, equipment levels range from white gear to black stone artifacts, bronze gear, refined iron gear, dark iron gear, silver gear, gold gear, dark gold gear, purple gold gear, spirit equipment, celestial equipment, and divine artifacts. Although this black stone artifact was at the bottom of the hierarchy, it was akin to divine armor for early gameplay. I swiftly donned the black stone armor, and my character's attributes transformed. ID, Shattered Spear class, Undead Swordsman, Apprentice, level, for health, 140 attack, 712 defense, 10. My defense had risen to 10 points. With such attributes, I faced no pressure in battling level 3 large-eared rabbits, and my health had also increased by 20 points due to the additional stamina, bringing it to 140. A wave of happiness washed over me. With my enhanced defense, I felt invincible at this stage. Wait, there was still that gem-like stone dropped by the large-eared rabbit boss. I crouched down, reaching for the stone, and indeed, it was the legendary magic stone, Great Magic Stone, quality, 77. In this realm, monsters did not drop gold coins, but rather these magical stones. Creatures infused with magic had a chance to yield magic stones, which could be sold to any merchant for coin. The magic stones were classified into 5 categories: minor magic stones, great magic stones, illusion magic stones, purple crystal stones, and divine crystal stones. The higher the quality, the greater the value. The great magic stone I had obtained boasted a quality of 77, which meant it should fetch a handsome price. Leaping out of the snake blood thornwood, clad in my new black stone armor, I felt a surge of confidence, my appearance now obscuring my gaunt frame. If only I could acquire a pair of leg guards and boots to cover my lower body, and perhaps a helmet to shield my face, I would be ready to face the world. Not far from my position, a level 3 large-eared rabbit lunged at me. I did not flinch. Bring it on. 2. A hefty damage number appeared above my head, and I nearly laughed out loud. 10 points of defense proved formidable indeed. The level-matched large-eared rabbit could barely breach my defenses. With 2 swift sword strikes, I dispatched the foolish rabbit, and I hurried back to the novice village, seeking out the guard at the mound of corpses to submit my quest item: 5 large-eared rabbit leg hairs. Well done, young skeleton. You have truly impressed me. The undead barbarian clapped me on the shoulder, cackling with glee. Here, this is your reward. All for the resurrection of the night spirits upon this earth, and for gold and glory. I widened my eyes, taken aback by the NPC's bravado. It was utterly charming. However, the undead barbarian seemed to regard me as one of the night spirits. Ding. System notification. You have completed the quest, Slay the Large-Eared Rabbit, earning 150 experience points, 10 copper coins, and 1 reputation point. I swallowed hard. Was this reward truly substantial? Well, I accepted it. After all, I had gained 150 experience points. A few more large-eared rabbits, and I would reach level 5. The guard of the corpse land continued. It appears that you have slain the leader of the big-eared rabbits. Excellent. Thus, the threat they posed is now negligible. However, I have an even more pressing task for you. Should you be willing to accept it? I eagerly nodded. Please. Go ahead. The guard, wielding a battle axe, declared, on the outskirts of the town lies the vast Morning Light Forest. Our skeletal brethren have relayed word of an emergence of colossal green mantises within. They possess sharp double blades. You must venture into the Morning Light Forest, slay 100 green mantises, and return with 10 green mantis blades for me. In return, I shall bestow upon you a substantial reward. Ding. A system notification chimed. You have accepted the quest, Green Mantis. Quest level, F, medium. Quest details. Proceed to the Morning Light Forest, eliminate 100 green mantises, and collect 10 green mantis blades to deliver to the guard of corpse land. Ah, quite a commendable F-level medium quest. It should yield a considerable amount of experience. Not in haste to depart, I ventured deeper into the great cemetery, where a hunched skeletal merchant awaited. Approaching him, I presented the large magic stone dropped by the big-eared rabbit boss, saying, "My friend, tell me, what is this worth?" The skeleton gazed at me with a complex expression, lamenting, "Do I appear to you as a man?" A chill ran down my spine. After all, it was merely a skeleton. I stammered, "Ahem, fair maiden. Could you please appraise this for me?" At last, the skeletal beauty took the large magic stone, examined it, and announced, "It is worth 1,540 copper coins." I was taken aback. Astonishingly, the quest only rewarded 10 copper coins, and yet this single large magic stone held a value of 1,540 copper coins. What splendid fortune! In the next moment, 1540 copper coins were added to my inventory, equating to 15 silver coins and 40 copper coins. I was now comfortably well off. I perused the wares of the skeletal beauty, Potions were available, albeit at exorbitant prices. A basic red potion, restoring 80 health points, was priced at 50 copper coins, a blatant act of highway robbery. Nevertheless, after some consideration, I purchased 20 bottles. Having potions would afford me the possibility of challenging higher-level monsters, enabling me to acquire more magic stones to sell. One must think long-term. Having stocked up on potions, I was ready to embark on further adventures. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Great Cemetery, I deftly dispatched a few big-eared rabbits, successfully leveling up to level 5. I allocated an additional 5 points to strength, bringing my total attack power to 1017. It seemed that the strength growth of the undead swordsman class was quite commendable. 5 points of strength translated to 35 attack points. I had read on the forum that among various classes, the warrior boasts the highest strength growth, with 5 points equating to 25 attack points, while the magic knight only reached 24, and the ranger 34. In a certain sense, the undead swordsman could be considered a superior attacking class. Flipping through the rankings, I noted that in my region, there were 3 novice villages, 2 of which belonged to the light faction. The highest level among the 3 villages had already reached level 7, far surpassing my own level. Indeed, in any game, there are always level-up enthusiasts. I needed to exert myself further. Under the moonlight, a diminutive skeleton, sword in hand, glided gracefully through the wilderness. Softly humming, the little monk descends the mountain to beg for alms. The old monk has instructed, do not pick the wildflowers below. If it's there, it's worth picking. Chapter 6. Wild Dragon in the Glimmering Dawn Forest, a contested territory. The decay of the world tree has wrought havoc upon the continent's denizens. Amidst the ruins, humans, barbarians, elves, and shadow demons have endeavored to reconstruct their citadels in a bid to counter the night spirits. These nascent villages are situated around the great graveyard, interwoven with the lands of the night spirits. The Glimmering Dawn Forest, a high-level training ground outside the novice village, is not only frequented by the night spirits, but also serves as a crucible for many seasoned players. Official records indicate that this forest is rife with monsters ranging from level 5 to level 12. For players below level 5, venturing into the Glimmering Dawn Forest is ill-advised. Even those who have reached level 5 should ideally form a party, for solitary adventurers are likely to face dire consequences. Before reaching level 10, players possess no skills. Relying solely on physical attacks, even magic users, priests, strategists, and bards clad in cloth armor must engage in melee combat. Thus, melee classes are highly sought after within the novice village, while mages and priests find themselves relegated to the sidelines. However, upon reaching level 10 and entering the level 2 main city to learn skills, priests become the most coveted class, particularly the alluring female priests, who are in high demand. I found myself unable to form a party, lacking suitable companions. I neither belonged to the authentic night spirits nor to the human alliance. This predicament likely befell me alone, and those in the light faction were hardly inclined to team up with an unattractive little skeleton. As I tread upon the delicate leaves, dawn broke over the Glimmering Dawn Forest. Sunlight streamed through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows across the ground, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. I opened the large map, which indicated the distribution of green mantises, and advanced cautiously, aware that I was nearing their territory. With heightened vigilance, I plunged into the thicket, grasping my battered sword. Not long after, a sense of impending danger washed over me. Suddenly, a green blade sliced through the air. An attack was imminent. With a sharp sound, I felt my defenses shatter. Despite donning a superb outfit with a defense rating of 9, I could not withstand the blow, receiving a staggering damage of 41. What formidable power! I looked up to see a fearsome green mantis clinging to a low branch, its green exoskeleton appearing remarkably resilient, and its forelegs transformed into lethal blades. This was the creature that had just assaulted me. Green Mantis LV7, normal monster A level 7 creature. No wonder its attack stung so fiercely. In an instant, I discerned that while the green mantis boasted considerable attack power, its mobility and attack speed were rather sluggish, with a 4-second interval between strikes. Thus, I felt confident in my ability to duel this level 7 green mantis. With a swift movement, I circled to its right, raising my sword. With a crack, I delivered a blow that inflicted 31 damage, fairly respectable, considering the mantis's defense was not overwhelmingly high. At level 7, with under 300 health points, it would not take long to dispatch it. The green mantis let out a shriek, slowly turning to retaliate with its dual blades. I swiftly retreated, my movements fluid as I maneuvered behind the mantis. With a series of rapid strikes, I relished the rhythm of combat, savoring the exhilarating sensation of leveling up, a feeling I had not experienced in quite some time. The prolonged wait had made this moment feel like a breath of fresh air. With deft maneuvers, I evaded the mantis's attacks, continuously closing in and retreating, rendering its strikes futile while I relentlessly slashed with my battered sword. Despite the mantis's level advantage, it was doomed. In the depths of the forest, a solitary figure battled a mantis, exemplifying peak leveling efficiency and strategy. I slaughtered the creature with ease. With a final cry, the green mantis succumbed after enduring over 10 attacks, collapsing to the ground. A small mana stone fell from its body. Upon inspection, it was the most basic type of mana stone, of quality 14, valued at approximately 140 copper coins. While this amount was modest, it was incredibly precious in the early stages, as accumulating enough funds to learn skills before reaching level 10 was imperative. The thought of being unable to learn dazzling skills would be infuriating. I stowed the mana stone and noticed my experience points had surged significantly. Indeed, defeating higher-level monsters yielded abundant experience. Continuing deeper into the forest, I sought out solitary green mantises to slay. After nearly 2 hours, I had vanquished 87 green mantises and ascended to level 7, boosting my strength by 20 points, raising my attack power to 2237. Slaying level 7 mantises was now a breeze. However, as I ventured further into the forest, I encountered increasingly higher-level monsters. When I faced my first level 10 mantis, I barely escaped with my life and had to retreat to hunt level 8 creatures, prioritizing caution. The penalties for death in this realm are severe. Once players reach level 10, dying results in a loss of 1 level and the necessity of resurrecting at their corpse. Alternatively, resurrection in the city incurs a loss of 3 levels. The Glimmering Dawn Forest lay at least a 20-minute journey from the novice village, and I had no desire to squander time recovering my corpse. Looking at the time, it was already past 4 in the morning, yet the server remained crowded. A testament to the multitude of players flocking to the novice village. I resolved to reach level 10 tonight, aiming to log off after acquiring my class skills. I silently encouraged myself as I navigated the depths of the Glimmering Dawn Forest, eliminating green mantises and awaiting the opportunity to complete my quest. As I engaged in battle, distant voices suddenly reached my ears. Players were approaching. Swiftly, I collected a small mana stone from the ground and leaped to conceal myself among the lush foliage, revealing only my hollow eye sockets. Amidst the rustling sounds, 4 figures emerged from the underbrush, 3 young men and a woman, all around 25 years of age. The woman was a level 7 bard, accompanied by an 8-level magic knight, a 7-level warrior, and a 6-level strategist, a standard leveling party. However, without skills, the strategist and bard would not contribute much to their efforts. Are you sure the Green Mantis King is at this coordinate in the Glimmering Dawn Forest? The warrior complained. We've been slaying these level 6 mantises for half an hour with negligible experience. The magic knight, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, yes, the coordinates are correct. A friend of mine, a rogue, was just killed by the boss here half an hour ago. He couldn't dare to resurrect and had to return to the city, losing 3 levels and over 2 hours of progress. The warrior nodded. I hope you're right. If we came all this way for nothing, you're treating us to supper tomorrow. No problem. The group traversed the forest swiftly, and within half a minute, the magic knight suddenly raised his hand and exclaimed, be careful, it's right here. Through the dense leaves, I too spotted a colossal green mantis ahead, brandishing its dual blades, its green exoskeleton shimmering with an ominous gleam. In that instant, regret washed over me as I slapped my thigh. Had I advanced just a few steps further, I might have encountered this boss. But upon reflection, I realized that even if I had met the boss, my fate would likely have been sealed, as I could not even discern its level. The level 7 warrior could not contain his exuberant laughter. Brothers, it seems we are destined for fortune today. A level 12 elite boss, the king of green mantises, is the most formidable boss in the entire novice village. If we defeat it, we are bound to acquire powerful weapons or equipment. The magic knight, maintaining a composed demeanor, interjected, boss, let us remain grounded. This is a level 12 boss, and the highest level among us is merely 8. Furthermore, none of us have yet learned any skills. Our chances of victory do not exceed 20%. The warrior scoffed. Even if we may falter, we must face it head on. It is against my principles to let such a formidable boss go unchallenged. He declared, let us prepare for battle. After a brief division of roles, the magic knight initiated the assault, with the others coordinating their attacks. Charge! The magic knight bellowed, charging forward with a rusted spear in hand. The spearhead glimmered as it thrust into the jaw of the king of green mantises. 27. I watched in cold sweat. The creature's defense was astonishingly high. The level 8 Magic Knight's full strike seemed to only tickle the boss. This was dire. We were utterly outmatched. The Magic Knight, taken aback, retreated hastily, only to be unexpectedly struck by the King of Green Mantises, which delivered a devastating blow to his forehead. 201. That was close. He nearly succumbed. Even though his class was designed for endurance, had it been anyone else, they would surely have perished. Currently, the highest level in the novice village was level 9, and this level 8 Magic Knight was already a top-tier player, yet before the boss, he resembled a complete novice. The Magic Knight executed a phantom strike and fled. The Mantis moved slowly, giving him a chance to escape. However, before the four could distance themselves significantly, a large group of players suddenly emerged from the forest. Each one exuded an aggressive aura, their levels ranging between 4 and 7, and they appeared exceptionally elite. Moreover, every ID bore the words Raging Dragon, and the leader, known as Dragon Travels the World, was a level 9 Magic Knight, the highest-ranked player in the nearby novice village. Dragon Travels the World surged ahead, proclaiming loudly, "The Raging Dragon Guild is clearing the area. Unaffiliated individuals, retreat at once, or face the consequences." Chapter 7. Upholding Justice in This World. The law of survival dictates that the strong prey upon the weak, a reality that is mirrored within the game itself. It is not uncommon for powerful guilds to suppress smaller teams. The Crazy Dragon Guild has undoubtedly emerged as the most formidable organization among the 3 novice villages. Boasting a membership of over 20, each member possessing commendable levels. Longxing Tianxia, brandishing a rusted iron spear, surveyed the 4 players who had previously been engaged in a boss battle, and with a sweeping gesture, commanded, "Clear the area." Clear the area is a term that exudes dominance, signifying that this space is now claimed by them, and the remaining players must perish. "Damn it!" exclaimed an 8th-level Magic Knight, unable to contain his anger as he raised his spear. "What gives Crazy Dragon the right to clear the leveling ground?" Another 7th-level warrior, equally incensed, brandished his sword and declared, "If I must die, so be it." With that, he charged forward, his movements rhythmic and deliberate, suddenly executing an arc as his sword aimed for Longxing Tianxia's neck. "Hey!" Longxing Tianxia bellowed, swiftly positioning his spear, which pierced the warrior's body with lethal precision. My pupils dilated. The judgment displayed by Longxing Tianxia was formidable, and his strike was merciless, clearly indicative of a seasoned gamer. The previous quartet was about to meet their doom. With a shake of his spear, Longxing Tianxia dispatched the leader of the 4-man team, coldly declaring, "Eliminate the other 3. Remember this lesson. The innocent are often punished for their riches. You are unworthy to even discover this boss." A horde of Crazy Dragon players surged forth, swiftly obliterating the Magic Knight and strategist, leaving only a terrified bard girl, her face pale, as she stumbled into the depths of the forest. This girl, approximately 20 years old, bore an expression of sheer panic, and without hesitation, she plunged into the thicket, inadvertently locking eyes with me. "Ah!" The girl gasped in horror, perhaps startled by my ghastly appearance. After all, a skeletal figure wielding an iron sword emerging from the jungle is indeed a frightful sight. Before she could react, a sharp, green glowing dagger pierced her chest. A level 8 assassin. As I watched the girl slowly collapse, I remained remarkably calm, and in that instant, her assailant revealed his true form. Suddenly, the assassin's eyes widened in shock as he noticed me. With swift precision, I struck twice, expending nearly all my strength. The assassin had no time to react before he was instantly vanquished. One strike to the neck, another to the abdomen, both critical hits. I collected several potions dropped by the girl and the assassin, continuing to kneel steadily in the forest, quietly observing the chaos unfolding outside. With one fewer member, Longxing Tianxia remained oblivious, his focus solely on the King of Green Mantis, his face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brothers, charge! Attack in waves! Even against a level 12 boss, we can wear him down with our numbers. Fear not losing levels. For each level lost while slaying the boss, I will compensate with 500 renminbi." The players of Crazy Dragon Guild immediately glimmered with greed, brandishing their novice weapons as they rushed forward. The drop rates within the game are notoriously low, and the probability of obtaining weapons is even lower. The entire Crazy Dragon Guild comprised players wielding nothing but white weapons, devoid of any attribute-enhanced gear, a telling sign of their lack of resources. Rustle, rustle. The disordered footsteps trampled over the forest underbrush as a mob charged toward the King of Green Mantis, who sensed the impending danger and abruptly turned, its blades raised high, emitting a piercing shriek, as if to assert its regal might. "Onward, fear not." Longxing Tianxia laughed heartily. "Coordinate your attacks and positioning. Melee fighters, strike and retreat. Your attack interval is approximately 1.5 seconds, so ensure that you spend at least 1 second out of the boss's reach, thereby wasting its attacks. What a professional! Longxing Tianxia continued to rally the troops. Brothers, our crazy dragon guild must make a name for ourselves. Even if we cannot become the top guild in China, we must dominate the Su, Zhe, and Hu regions. Today, slaying the king of Green Mantis is our first step towards supremacy. The crowd was invigorated, their blood boiling as they shouted fervently. Crack! The boss executed a scissor attack, and a crazy dragon member fell instantly, a dazzling kill with damage numbers soaring to 421, sufficient to obliterate any player at this stage. Nevertheless, the swarm of crazy dragon members unleashed a barrage of iron swords, spears, fans, bamboo flutes, broadswords, and iron whips, rapidly depleting the health of the king of Green Mantis. After a mere 2 seconds, another crazy dragon member was slain by the boss. Longxing Tianxia, standing nearby, monitored the battle with a fluctuating expression, alternating between vigilance and anxiety, fearing that other players might intervene. The Crazy Dragon Guild's operation was on the verge of failing. In the forest, a smile crept onto my face. Despite Longxing Tianxia's experience, he had misjudged the situation. His greatest adversary was not the threat of other players, but rather his own guild members who were incapable of handling the king of Green Mantis. Longxing Tianxia only perceived the surface. Losing 1 player in exchange for 7 of the boss's health seemed favorable, but he overlooked that the boss's regeneration rate was swift. With each member lost, the damage inflicted on the Green Mantis diminished, rendering the equation of 1 player equating to 7 increasingly inaccurate. This was a simple mathematical calculation, yet the involved parties remained oblivious. Longxing Tianxia, overly eager for the boss's lucrative loot, had forgotten the most fundamental aspect. As I had anticipated, as the battle raged on, Longxing Tianxia's expression grew increasingly grim, his eyes widening as he shouted, "Faster! Hurry!" He took a deep breath and commanded, "When the boss's health is nearly depleted, cease all attacks and allow me to deliver the finishing blow." I suddenly understood why Longxing Tianxia had achieved such high levels. It was likely tied to this very factor. The player who deals the final blow to the boss would receive 50 of the experience, and Longxing Tianxia could easily organize his guild to train against high-level monsters, ensuring his spot atop the leaderboard. Crack! The king of Green Mantis unleashed a whirlwind of blades, swiftly dispatching over 20 players. As its health dwindled to around 10, only 4 members of Crazy Dragon remained, 3 warriors and Longxing Tianxia. Damn it! Longxing Tianxia spat, gripping his spear as he approached the boss, his face set in determination. "You beast, descend into hell." With a thrust, he breached the boss's defenses. While his attack power was not particularly high, his precision was impeccable, striking through the gaps in the Green Mantis's shell and hitting soft flesh, resulting in a significant health reduction. With 2 swift strikes, 3 more Crazy Dragon members fell, leaving just 2 survivors. Longxing Tianxia felt a surge of relief at his own survival as he fixated on the boss's remaining health, launching relentless attacks with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to consume the boss whole. However, just then, the situation took a sudden turn. Crack! As the glimmer of cold light flashed by, the last remaining warrior of the Crazy Dragon Guild stared wide-eyed. Initially positioned to evade the boss's attacks, he was abruptly dispatched by a sudden strike from behind, targeting his vulnerable neck. Longxing Tianxia was taken aback, realizing that the assailant was a small skeleton wielding an iron sword and clad in a glimmering armor. "Who are you?" Longxing Tianxia demanded, his voice laced with anger. "Leifeng, what the hell are you doing?" I replied with a grin, though my smile bore a somewhat sinister edge. A disservice to my once handsome visage. With a swift motion, the king of Green Mantises slashed downwards, prompting Longxing Tianxia, witnessing the scene, to smirk as he suddenly leaped back. The boss's deliberate strike aimed precisely at me. Using others to do your dirty work? I couldn't help but chuckle, deftly evading the blow with a slight shift of my feet, simultaneously delivering a strike to Longxing Tianxia's chest with my iron sword. 72. As a level 7 warrior, my attack was unexpectedly formidable, catching Longxing Tianxia off guard, particularly in terms of my quick reflexes and strategic prowess. "Damn it, die!" Longxing Tianxia shouted, launching another attack. I hastily dodged, but a slight delay of nearly a second hindered my speed, and I was hit. 24. Longxing Tianxia, stunned, quickly retreated from the boss's range, licking his lips with a grin. "That armor looks nice. I want it." I chuckled in response. "Do you think you can claim it?" We maneuvered around the boss, employing positioning and intercepting tactics in an attempt to trap each other within the boss's deadly grasp. Longxing Tianxia's reaction speed and skills were commendable, and given my 1 second delay, defeating him proved challenging. Suddenly, I stumbled, losing my balance. An opportunity. Without hesitation, Longxing Tianxia lunged forward, his spear striking like a dragon surging from the sea. My smile deepened. Was it truly worth celebrating over such a minor flaw? A master like Wuxin Zhu Ying would never fall for such a trick. Clang. My iron sword met his spear, and using the force, I executed a swift kick to Longxing Tianxia's shoulder. He trembled and was sent flying into the embrace of the king of green mantises. You bastard! Longxing Tianxia exclaimed in horror. I'll be back. Don't you dare run. Crack. The king of green mantises swiftly claimed Longxing Tianxia's life, causing his novice spear to drop, though I had no interest in it. With a calculated strike, my iron sword targeted the vulnerable flesh beneath the boss's jaw at an awkward angle, delivering a fierce blow. Uft. 101. Indeed, the damage was considerable. Not greedy for further glory, I retreated several steps, seeking refuge among the branches, and my iron sword struck again like a venomous serpent. 121. Another critical hit. In just 2 minutes of relentless assault, the king of green mantises was on the brink of death. Thanks to my Blackstone armor's defense, the boss could not eliminate me, and I was fortunate to have an abundance of health potions, allowing me to endure. With a pained hiss, the king of green mantises finally collapsed. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have slain the king of green mantises. You have gained 7,000 experience points and 40 reputation points. In a flash, I leveled up twice, reaching level 9, claiming the top spot in the experience leaderboard of this novice village, while Longxing Tianxia fell back to level 8 due to his demise, losing his leading position. Gazing at the ground, I spotted a gleaming large magic stone of 98 quality. What a windfall. Additionally, a green glimmering slender sword lay quietly in the grass. One of the 2 spoils left behind by the king of green mantises, causing my heart to race with excitement. Chapter 8. The power of the undead. Like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey or a ravenous dog seizing its meal, I lunged into the underbrush. Grasping the long sword with fervor, tears streaming down my face. My precious, I have finally found you. Holding the sword in my hand, its hilt entwined with verdant vines. The blade gleamed menacingly with an eerie green light, a refreshing aura coursing through my palm. Upon inspecting its attributes, I was indeed delighted to discover its worth. Jungle Green Blade, Blackstone Artifact, Attack, 1018 Strength, for required level, 8. Such an impressive attack power of 18 points, far surpassing the novice sword by 10-fold. This green blade was extraordinarily powerful, under the current circumstances of the novice village. Wielding this sword would allow me to roam with confidence. Just then, a ringing echoed through the sky. Ding. System announcement. Player Dragon travels the world friends. I am the president of the Mad Dragon Guild. A night spirit creature, a fearsome skeletal warrior, has appeared in the Dawnlight Forest. It is said to be a newly spawned boss in the novice village, located in the southern part of the Dawnlight Forest. Those with strength may form a party to defeat it. I paused, slightly taken aback. Dragon travels the world must be quite wealthy, as a system announcement costs 5,000 renminbi from 1's account. How could he afford such an expense? Moreover, he was cunning enough to label me as a boss, clearly aiming to use me as a pawn in his schemes. As a player of the dark faction, my name was marked red in their eyes. Perhaps it was wise not to provoke further. I had already formed animosity with the Mad Dragon Guild. There was no need to escalate our conflict, which would be quite unwise. Glancing at my experience bar, I was at 57 of level 9. First, I aim to reach level 10 and officially class up. Learning a few combat skills before dealing with Dragon travels the world's bounty. Let him stir trouble in the novice village. I had no interest in joining his chaos. With the green blade in hand, my power surged, and I set forth from the Dawnlight Forest, eager to accumulate experience and return to the land of the corpse to complete my quest, which would surely elevate me to level 10. Suddenly, a level 10 green mantis charged at me. Without hesitation, I swung the green blade, and with a crisp sound, damage numbers floated above the mantis's head. 124. Astonishing. The 3864 attack power did not disappoint. With the level 10 creature having approximately 500 health points, I could dispatch it in about 4 strikes. The sensation of wielding such power was exhilarating. I fought my way out of the Dawnlight Forest, heading straight for the novice village. Just then, another system notification chimed. Ding. System announcement. Player Wind Color Fantasy has reached level 10, becoming the first player in Novice Village number 7 to qualify for class change, earning rewards. Level 1. 50 reputation points, and 1 gold coin. I was momentarily stunned. What a formidable player to reach level 10 before me. Indeed, the world was bustling with talent. A true era of the strong. Entering the novice village, I found the guard at the land of the corpse to submit my quest, successfully reaching level 10. Alas, the system did not announce it to the world, which was perhaps for the best. My identity was not yet suited for public attention. Otherwise, a horde of light-seeking youths might storm the land of the corpse, attempting to capture me for a grim fate. Perhaps even a crucifixion or worse. Such thoughts were too horrifying to entertain. Approaching the merchant, I presented the large magic stone, leaving the skeletal beauty gaping in astonishment. Little skeleton, you are remarkable to have gathered such a magically rich ore. Come, I offer 1980 copper coins for it. Nodding, I sold the 4 small magic stones I had also acquired, resulting in a total of 24 silver coins in my inventory, sufficient for skill learning. Once more, I visited the necromancer, the village chief, before departing. Little skeleton, your growth is truly commendable. The chief chuckled, tapping my forehead with his staff. Go forth. A broader world awaits you. Your next destination will be Frosty Ridge, 10 miles beyond the city of Frosty Ice. There, you shall find the undead swordsman Sullen. With my personal letter of introduction, Sullen will accept you as his apprentice. With a soft thud, the letter of introduction fell into my inventory, indeed, proof of my class advancement. Henceforth, I would proudly and bravely embark on the path of the undead swordsman, driven by the pursuit of gold and glory. Filled with enthusiasm, I embarked on my journey to Frosty Ice, the place where my dreams would come to fruition. Frosty Ice, one of the 9 level 2 main cities in the Chinese region, stood just before the grand 3 major cities, whose names remained undisclosed. On the large map, the 3 major cities were still blank spaces. Essentially, players from the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions were predominantly assigned to Frosty Ice, reflecting a regional distribution model. Opening the map, the coordinates for Frosty Ice materialized, approximately a half-hour's journey from the land of the corpse, surrounded by numerous novice villages, at least 10 or more. The elite players from these villages would surely converge in Frosty Ice, creating a bustling scene of competition. With a slight smile, I grasped the green blade and set forth. Frosty Ice would be the stage for my resurgence. Following the desolate path, I encountered no dangers, merely spotting a group of human sentinels, whom I carefully avoided. These soldiers were intolerant of any sand in their eyes, let alone a formidable skeleton warrior such as myself. Ding! A system message prompted me with a notification, player broken spear in the sand, greetings. As a member of the Forsaken race, you may freely enter the safe zones of the Light and Night Spirit factions without being attacked. However, in combat zones, your status will remain that of a demon. Oh, so I could indeed enter the main city. Yet, upon reflection, it would be futile. NPCs in the main city would not entrust quests to an undead swordsman. I would fare better lingering in Frosty Ridge, where I could still acquire quests and learn formidable skills. Thinking of skills made my heart swell with emotion. Having fought through the night without any skills, I had finally glimpsed the light of hope. I dashed forth, leaving the Frosty Ice area, speeding into the vast forest. Soon, a heavy aura of the undead enveloped me, and the chilling winds howled as my destination, Frosty Ridge, came into view, a dark faction outpost. Home to a not-so-powerful squad of night spirit sentinels. Gurgle, gurgle. The blood pools flanking Frosty Ridge bubbled ominously, filled with severed limbs and remains. This must be the dining hall for the night spirits. The thought made me nearly retch. I would never consume a corpse. Upon entering Frosty Ridge, I was greeted by NPCs trading goods. The undead blacksmith, his bones starkly white, hammered hot iron with a resounding clang, while the potion seller skeleton grinned menacingly, his gaze invoking a sense of vulnerability. Cautiously, I ventured deeper into the encampment, and at long last, I found my intended mentor. A skeletal warrior clad in armor appeared, wielding a blood-red sword, coldly surveying the surroundings. Above him floated a title, Undead Swordsman Sullen LV. Indeed, I had found my instructor. Approaching him, I presented the letter from the village chief. Sullen scrutinized the parchment, then coldly declared, "You, young one, are about to become my apprentice. As a powerful and brave undead swordsman, you must remember, all our slaying is merely for the sake of survival. For survival, we may forsake everything, but we must never abandon the dignity of the undead." I nodded, acknowledging my teacher. Surin chuckled heartily, stepping forward to place a hand upon my luminous head, intoning gravely, "Awaken, slumbering souls. Let your spectral power illuminate the earth and upend all laws." Suddenly, a cacophony engulfed my mind, followed by a chime resonating in my ears. Ding! A system notification emerged. "You have successfully comprehended the innate power of the undead." I swiftly accessed my skill bar, and indeed, a passive skill attribute materialized, Undead Power, Level 1 awakens the dormant strength of the deceased, increasing damage dealt to all life entities by an additional 5. The skill's effect escalates with level progression. In that instant, joy surged within me. This skill, seemingly modest, was in fact remarkably formidable. At level 1, it augmented damage by 5. Should I ascend to level 100 and elevate the skill to level 10, would it not then bestow at least an additional 50 in damage? If not more? Ecstasy enveloped me. At that moment, the undead swordsman Surin regarded me with fervent eyes, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "Young one, your potential is rather impressive. Now, I bestow upon you the privilege of becoming an undead swordsman." With a resounding ding, my class change was complete. I had finally become a bona fide undead swordsman. Subsequently, Surin fell silent, evidently awaiting my payment to learn skills. I approached, opening the dialogue box with Surin, where an option to learn skills appeared. Upon selection, 3 skills available for my current level materialized. Basic swordsmanship, increases accuracy and damage with sword-type weapons, a fundamental skill of this profession. Death grasp, scavenge corpses for potential additional items. Execution blade, inflicts 110 damage upon the target, with a 35 reduction in accuracy. Splendid. At last, I had acquired an active offensive skill. The execution blade appeared quite formidable, a level 1 skill that could amplify damage by 10, albeit at the cost of reduced accuracy. Nevertheless, this mattered little, for with swift and precise execution, I could compensate for that diminished accuracy through skillful play. Chapter 9. The Black Gauntlet. The cost of learning each skill is 5 silver coins, and I possess 24 silver coins, allowing me to acquire all of them at once. Consequently, my skill bar has expanded to include 2 active skills, the attack-oriented execution blade and the rather useful death grip. With a flourish, I brandished the green blade, murmuring the incantation for execution blade, and immediately, a vibrant green aura enveloped the sword's edge as I brought it down with force. With a satisfying thud, a small trench was carved into the ground. Not bad for a skill effect. After departing from my mentor, Surin, I meandered around the ice ridge, my excitement preventing me from studying further skills. Eventually, I found myself at the outskirts of the ice ridge, where I stumbled upon a small 5-man sentinel squad camped outside. Among them, a skeletal warrior clad in white armor stood as the captain, gazing longingly towards the distant ice fortress, a sigh escaping his lips, heavy with unfulfilled longing. "Oh, a quest." With confidence, I approached him and inquired, "My lord, how may I assist you?" "Oh, a little skeleton," the sentinel captain replied, regarding me. "As you can see, this grand cemetery is our homeland, but recently, a detestable group of wraiths has dared to invade our territory. I suspect we are facing a skeletal lord. We must retaliate. Little skeleton, venture forth to the cemetery's periphery, slay 50 lowly skeletons, and bring me 10 skeletal fingers. A generous reward awaits you." Ding. System prompt. You have received the quest, Skeletal Fingers. Quest level, F grade upper. Quest details. Travel to the Grand Cemetery, defeat 50 inferior skeleton soldiers, and collect 10 skeletal fingers to deliver to Captain FAC. How dare they invade my territory? This is tantamount to courting death. With fervor, I unsheathed my longsword, subconsciously claiming the ice ridge as my domain. The area was a desolate graveyard, shrouded in deathly stillness with an abundance of gravestones. Many graves had been excavated, their occupants long since summoned as nightlings, members of the Dark Clan. However, even among the nightlings, factions exist, and I was uncertain of my allegiance. Nevertheless, the foes before me were indisputably categorized as enemies. Beneath the starlit sky, skeletal creatures with bone-white frames wandered the graveyard, emitting low, mournful howls, a phenomenon known as the wail of the dead. A skeletal warrior, level 12. A worthy opponent to test my blade. I darted forward, my longsword encased in a green glow, crashing down upon the skeletal warrior's shoulder blade with execution blade. 147. The skeleton trembled violently, staggering backward under the strike's force. The power of execution blade proved impressive. I swiftly pursued, raising my blade once more, delivering a flurry of 4 strikes upon the skeleton before it could retaliate. This is the rhythm of combat, an essential lesson in a realistic game. Once I had grasped the tempo of my opponent's attacks, the battle became wholly one-sided. The technique is simple. When I initiate a successful attack, the skeleton loses its balance. In that moment, I must not allow it time to recover. I drive my force into the direction it falls, ensuring that it remains off balance and thus securing my victory. With a precise thrust, I plunged my sword into the skeleton's eye socket, delivering a fatal blow. 228. A formidable damage output. The level 12 skeleton collapsed, granting me 75 experience points, along with a lingering wisp of purple flame that softly flickered in the air. What is this? Intrigued, I cupped the flame in my palm, only to be greeted by a chime in my ear. Ding. System prompt. Do you wish to absorb this wraith flame? It likely isn't detrimental. I promptly confirmed my choice. Whoosh. The purple flames surged into my chest, instantly invigorating me as if I had been reborn. Oddly, there was no experience gain or any other visible effect. Was it merely a fleeting pleasure? I shook my head, chuckling to myself. Well, a little enjoyment never hurts. Continuing my explorations in the graveyard, I recognized that these skeletal warriors were among the lowest tier of knightling beings. Though the wraith flame appeared weak, I resolved to absorb each one I defeated. Letting them go to waste would be a travesty. Crack. Another skeleton fell, dropping a small magic stone, likely worth about 1 silver coin. As I picked up the stone, I sighed. An hour's worth of effort yields but a single magic stone? The drop rate is utterly shameless. Yet, my experience had increased significantly. I was now at 95 of level 10, and I had collected 9 of the 10 skeletal fingers required for the quest. I was close to completing it. Checking the time, it was 8:30 a.m. I had unknowingly played for over 7 hours. My progress was commendable. I had successfully left the novice village, acquired 2 pieces of blackstone equipment, and had become a competent player at this stage. Opening the leaderboard, I noticed that a multitude of players had flooded into Ice Fortress. Yet I found myself outside the top 10. Indeed, the Chinese region proves to be a hotbed of talent. Upon checking my rank, I discovered I was positioned 12th in Ice Fortress, unable to break into the leaderboard. The top player, a warrior named Wind Color Fantasy, was at level 13. A staggering leveling speed that suggested he must be exploiting some sort of bug. The second-ranked player was known as Ghost Valley, a formidable level 11 undead knight, seemingly of the same ilk as myself. Not breaking into the top 10 in Ice Fortress implied that my overall ranking in the Chinese region was outside the top 100, a rather disheartening realization. Yet, I resolved to remain unfazed. Levels are but fleeting clouds, and there is no need to obsess over being number 1. A true master is one who can effortlessly dispatch top-ranked players with a mere flick of their wrist, rather than someone who merely boasts the highest level. With a swift arc of my green blade, another level 12 skeleton fell, dropping a broken skeletal finger along with another magic stone. At that moment, a golden light cascaded upon me, signaling my ascendance to level 11. Having absorbed the wraith flame, I promptly returned to the ice ridge, seeking out Captain FAC to deliver the 10 skeletal fingers. FAC held the fingers, laughing heartily. Well done, little skeleton. Those filthy pests have finally learned of our might. You have upheld the honor of our Knightling clan. Here, take your reward. Ding. System prompt. You have completed the quest, Skeletal Fingers, earning 1,200 experience points, 5 reputation points. And the quest item, Black Gauntlet. A thrill surged within me. An equipment reward. Clatter. A black gauntlet materialized in my inventory, surprisingly possessing attributes. Black Gauntlet, Blackstone Armor, Defense, 8 Strength, 2 required level, 10 with great delight. I equipped it, instantly boosting my defense to 18 points. I was now akin to a formidable warrior. Smiling broadly, I observed that the gauntlet covered my forearm up to my shoulder, making me appear more like a normal individual. In time, as I leveled up, I would don leg armor and boots, perhaps even a cloak, effectively concealing my identity as a member of the undead clan. After all, wooing a female among the undead is a daunting task. If I were to flaunt exquisite gear, yet be thwarted by a skeletal visage, it would be a grievous loss. Lost in thought, I glanced down at my attire, inwardly lamenting the situation, wishing I could expedite my growth. In reflection, I pondered the reasons for my lagging level compared to others. Firstly, I squandered an excessive amount of time engaging in battles in the novice village, and I also wasted considerable time teasing the great-eared rabbit boss. Although the experience from the boss was substantial, it was not overwhelmingly significant. Secondly, having just recovered from a serious illness, I am still adjusting to my newfound agility as the 3-second delay has just dissipated, and my leveling continuity remains somewhat lacking. Thirdly, I find my thoughts persistently drifting to that individual, whom I cannot help but remember. What level are you now? My esteemed leader, he. Chapter 10. Seeking a roommate with a sigh of relief, I removed my helmet, having endured 8 consecutive hours online. My body was beginning to feel the strain. Perhaps a consequence of being buried in the virtual world for far too long. Outside, a gentle summer rain fell, rare and tender, stirring a sense of wistfulness within me. I found myself pondering how a mere rain could evoke such emotions. My resolve seemed to be waning. Descending the stairs, I entered a small noodle shop and called out, "Madam, I would like a bowl of beef knife-cut noodles, dry style, the kind that costs 5 yuan. Be sure to add a generous portion of beef." The proprietress shot me a glance and swayed her slender waist towards the kitchen to prepare my order. Before long, a steaming bowl of beef noodles was served. Indeed, ever since the real estate market in SC collapsed 3 years ago, food prices had significantly dropped, allowing players like us to indulge in meat daily. However, as I lowered my head to eat, I realized the beef amounted to mere slices as thin as printing paper. Damn it! After finishing my noodles and soup, I ascended the stairs, my belly full, and succumbed to sleep almost as soon as my head met the pillow. In my dreams, I lay atop a mountain of gold coins, cradling a massive illusory stone, with a glimmering purple crystal beneath me. In my left hand, I wielded the legendary flame sword, while my right held the renowned gale blade, clad in top-tier ghost blade armor. I crossed my legs and bellowed below, "Please, be a bit more professional." "My apologies, esteemed sir," came a sweet, melodic voice at my feet. It was a slender elven maiden, clad in sheer fabric, kneeling beside me as she massaged my feet. Her supple form was intoxicating, and I thought to myself, what a delightful existence this was. In the distance, the commander of the night spirits, a creature adorned with barbed spikes, knelt tremblingly, exclaiming, "Hero, spare my life. I'm merely trying to make a living. I have an 80-year-old mother and a daughter-in-law in need of care." I commanded, "Chop him up." Countless divine beings descended, instantly tearing the night spirit commander into 98 pieces, skewering them into 81 pieces of roasted meat, which we feasted upon amidst cheers of long live. At that moment, a soft voice interrupted, "Would you like a grape?" "My king." I turned to see a purple grape nestle between the lips of a beautiful woman, her breath fragrant and sweet. I savored the moment, gazing up at the enchanting face that captivated my very soul. "Ah," I gasped, sitting up abruptly. How could it be you? Luching, wake up." I jolted awake to find my good friend, Du San, drenched in sweat before me. 13. "Why are you here again?" I inquired. "Not welcome?" Du San grinned, gesturing to his luggage, which sported a helmet. "I just got a break, and being home alone is dull, so I thought I'd come stay with you. We can play Tianzong together and level up." "How wonderful." I surveyed the room and remarked, "This is a one-bedroom apartment with no air conditioning. Where will you sleep?" "I'll take the living room," he replied. "That means you'll have to cover the entire rent." "Come on, that's outrageous," Du San exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Enough chit-chat. What level are you? Do you need me to help you?" "I'm halfway to level 10, and I'll be out of the newbie village this afternoon." With a mysterious smile, I replied, "Wrong. I'm already at level 11. "What?" Du San exclaimed, bewildered. "How is that possible?" With a 3-second delay, "You should barely be at level 8. Taking a deep breath, I revealed, 13, "I have something to tell you." "What is it?" "My neural reflex delay has been reduced to about 0.7 seconds. I just tested it this morning." Du San stood frozen in shock, then erupted into laughter akin to a volcanic eruption, filled with excitement. He hugged me tightly, exclaiming, "My brother has returned. Ha ha, my brother Luching is coming back." I laughed heartily. "Calm down, don't get too excited." "How can I not be excited?" Du San chuckled. "My brother is back, and the performance of a once-in-a-lifetime genius is about to unfold. The dancer skirting death shall return." Enough of that. Zhuing Wan isnt in the Jiangsu Shanghai region. So he won't appear in Icebound City. Besides, I still have a 0.7-second delay, which makes it difficult to match him for now. We should lay low for a while. Since I'm not using my previous ID, Zhuing Wan won't be able to find me. When the time is right, I'll reclaim everything he owes me, with interest. Count on my unwavering support. Du San clapped my shoulder, laughing heartily. "Luching, your delay has shrunk to under a second. To celebrate, how about we go for drinks at noon?" "No, let us focus on leveling up this afternoon. Those with higher levels in the early game hold a significant advantage. We'll celebrate later once we've established enough leverage. You're staying here. So if you want a drink, I'm always game." "All right, let us buy some supplies at noon. We'll battle it out for a week without stepping outside." "Okay, by the way, I'll push for level 10 this afternoon. You can train on your own. Once I'm out of the newbie village, I'll find you in Icebound City." "What is your ID?" "Zhiji Sha." "And yours?" "Outstanding expert." "Damn it, Luching, don't look at me with that gaze." 13 was indeed a complete novice, daring to adopt such a name. Had I known, I would have chosen a more elegant ID like graceful young man. Later, around 2 in the afternoon, we visited the supermarket, purchasing numerous instant noodles and frozen dumplings. After indulging in a hearty meal at a nearby Hunan restaurant, we returned home, logging on to our respective accounts. I remained in my room, while 13 settled on the sofa in the living room. Despite his affluent background, he insisted on sharing this cramped space with me. At 3:30, I logged in. The screen faded to black, revealing my home, a grave. Indeed, Players must find a safe haven before logging out, otherwise, their safety cannot be guaranteed. Generally, players purchase simple tints from NPCs for 10 copper coins, which last a long time, but the Night Spirit clan had no tints. They all slept in graves. My grave was near the frosty ridge, with a tombstone tilted to the side. I crawled out of the grave, intrigued by the inscription on the stone, Tomb of Viscount Root. No wonder I slept so comfortably. It was a noble's grave. However, the inscription was utterly repulsive. Thus, I drew my green blade and erased the inscription, replacing it with, "One bedroom available for rent, negotiable." Chuckling heartily, I left that cozy little abode, sword in hand, heading towards Frosty Ridge, where the same skeletal captain, Fack, awaited me. I had sensed he had more tasks to assign. Chapter 11. Guguzi young little bone. You have finally returned. Captain Fack of the Sentinel Squad waved his pale, bony arm and exclaimed, "Ever since you slew numerous skeleton minions yesterday, the hidden lord of the undead has finally emerged. Now, he has gathered a legion of skeletons in the graveyard to provoke us. To uphold the dignity of the Ice Ridge, go forth and slay 200 blue-bone skeletons, and bring me 20 of their fingers. A generous reward awaits you." I swiftly confirmed the task, feeling fortunate that I was the only player in this Ice Ridge. Otherwise, such a splendid quest would not have been mine to claim. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest, Blue-Bone Skeleton. Quest level, F grade superior. Quest details. Head to the large graveyard adjacent to the Ice Ridge, slay 200 blue-bone skeletons, and collect 20 of their fingers. However, take heed. A formidable Death Lord has appeared in the graveyard, and you are no match for him. Flee swiftly if encountered. With renewed determination, I thought, 200 blue-bone skeletons will surely take some time to defeat. By then, Du Shursan should have emerged from the novice village, and I could pay a visit to see how my novice brother is faring. Upon reaching the undead mentor, Sullen, I inquired about new skills to learn, only to be met with disappointment. There was nothing available. Sullen gazed at me, bursting into laughter. "Little skeleton, perhaps you feel hunger? Fear not, for there are plenty of rotting corpses in the graveyard to satiate your appetite. If you crave something fresh, a human settlement lies 2 miles beyond the Ice Ridge." Ha ha ha. Hunger? I suddenly recalled the pit of corpses outside the Ice Ridge, surely a dining hall for the undead. Ugh, my stomach twisted at the thought. I vowed never to consume a corpse. Checking my character status, I indeed had a hunger value, currently at 71 points. I could hold out for a while longer, but once it dipped below 20 points, my attributes would significantly decline, and eating would become imperative. No matter, I wouldn't starve to death. I would focus on leveling up first. Upon exiting the Ice Ridge, I headed straight to the large graveyard, where the monsters had respawned. Instead of the level 12 damaged skeletons, I encountered a new foe, the Blue-Bone Skeleton, LV-15. Not bad at all. A level 15 monster was beyond my level 11 capabilities. However, armed with my luminous breastplate, black gauntlets, and green blade, I felt ready for battle. I scouted the area. The southern side of the graveyard had fewer monsters, making it ideal for solo training. Silently, I approached a blue-bone skeleton and launched my attack. Blade of Execution, I uttered, and the skill was unleashed. A cyan green aura enveloped my sword, descending forcefully upon the skeleton's shoulder. 157. Excellent. My attack power remained sharp, following up with 2 additional regular strikes. Though less potent than my skill, still yielded decent damage. Roar. The blue-bone skeleton let out a low growl. Being a higher-level monster, it retaliated fiercely. Puff. Its blue-bone sword pierced my chest. Alas, I had ribs. My heart was safe. 94. A significant damage number flashed, and I realized my situation was precarious. With a total health of only 230 points at level 11, 3 hits from the skeleton could spell my doom. Fortunately, these skeletons were powerful in attack, but lacked in speed, aligning perfectly with my tactical advantage of striking swiftly. With deft footwork, I executed a series of elegant Z-shaped movements around the blue-bone skeleton. Though it roared in frustration, its turning speed was slow. By the time it pivoted, I had already repositioned myself, successfully dodging over 75 of its attacks. In the end, the blue-bone skeleton managed to strike me only twice, while I dispatched it with 7 swift sword strikes. A howl echoed as the first blue-bone skeleton fell. My experience bar surged, and to my delight, it dropped a quality 98 minor magic stone and a blue skeleton finger. A splendid haul indeed. I collected my spoils and continued my search for the next blue-bone skeleton. Leveling up effortlessly, I checked the leaderboard of Ice City and was astonished to find my rank had dropped to 127th among players at level 11. It seemed many had been grinding while I slept, their leveling efficiency truly astounding. The former top-ranked player, Wind Color Fantasy, had also fallen to 5th place. Now at level 14, likely offline for rest, while the coveted top spot was claimed by the previous 2nd-place player, Giguzi, a relentless leveling fiend, at level 16. I couldn't help but chuckle. Calmness was key. Levels were but fleeting, and I too was advancing swiftly against the blue-boned skeletons. Completing this quest might elevate me to level 14 or even 15. In the early game, levels mattered, but so did equipment. A high-level player without gear was merely a hollow shell. Furthermore, while perusing the Ice City leaderboard, I spotted a familiar ID, Lyrii. Indeed, it was Suyong, the 4th elder of the ancient Sword Dream Guild, now ranked 1st. A year prior, he had established the ancient Sword Dream Guild, attracting heroes from afar. Suyong and I had received invitations simultaneously, joined by 2 other female players, forming the quartet known as the Sun, Moon, and Stardust Elders. Suyong's ID represented the sun, while mine, Fallen Dust, symbolized the final remnants. Time has passed. The ancient Sword Dream Guild had risen and fallen over a year, ultimately decimated by the Martial God Guild, leaving only 5 members, the leader he and our quartet. Reflecting on this brought a wave of nostalgia. I hadn't anticipated Suyong's presence in Ice City, and at 21st place, he was likely still serving the ancient Sword Dream. A surge of ambition filled me as I recalled he and Appos' exquisite visage, and I couldn't and Appos' help but smile. Boss, my latency is now only 0.7. Just wait and see. I will surely carve out a name for myself in the ancient Sword Dream. Resolved. I decided to make a mark in Ice City and then return home, reviving the ancient Sword Dream alongside he to forge a new chapter in its history. Roar. Another blue-boned skeleton fell beneath my blade, and after absorbing its ethereal fire, a sudden realization struck me. I had yet to utilize the skill Death Grasp. Indeed, this skill allows me to search the corpses of the deceased. Perhaps it would yield unexpected rewards. I focused, fingers spread wide. A green aura blossoming in my palm as I enveloped the blue-boned skeleton's remains. Ding! I found something. A piece of tattered cotton quality. Inferior usage. None cursed. Completely useless. I tossed the rag aside and continued my pursuit for the next target. From this point onward, I performed a death grasp after each kill. However, while the blue-boned skeletons offered ample experience, their loot was scant. Over 95 yielded nothing but tattered rags, and the remaining 5 provided nothing at all. After slaying nearly 100 blue-boned skeletons over the course of an hour, my level rose to 13, at 47. A remarkable pace of advancement. Crack. Another blue-boned skeleton met its end, and after absorbing its ethereal fire, I proceeded to use Death Grasp once more. Ding! A sudden revelation struck me. Something remarkable had emerged. A demon stone, of quality 41. To my astonishment, it was merely a stone. A broad smile spread across my face, for a stone equates to gold, and gold is the very essence of life. This is undoubtedly a prized find. Once the game reaches a certain threshold, mining stones for profit will become a lifeline for many studios. The selling price of the demon stone hovers around 120 silver coins, and at this stage, silver coins are evidently in high demand. Rumors circulate on the forum that numerous novices, upon leaving the beginner village for the Grand City, find themselves with only a couple of silver coins. In the end, they venture out to mine stones without even having learned a single professional skill. The drop rate for these stones is low. I defeated over 100 skeletons before acquiring 2. However, with Death's Grasp allowing me to search for stones, I possess an inherent advantage in this pursuit of wealth. After my moment of joy, I pressed on. Not far ahead, a blue-boned skeleton staggered about. I approached cautiously, poised to strike, when a sudden chill enveloped me. Something was amiss. A sharp pain seared through the back of my head as I felt a significant drop in my health. 207 points vanished in an instant, nearly leading to my demise. Reacting swiftly, I rolled away and dashed forward, glancing back in terror. A towering figure, at least 2 meters tall, loomed where I had just stood, a skeletal lord. Its level indiscernible, but clearly far beyond my own. Its attack power was evidently formidable. Even with 2 black stone weapons, I was nearly obliterated. Someone else in my position would have surely perished. Hissing, the skeletal lord bellowed with fury, clearly displeased by my intrusion into its territory. No wonder the quest prompt warned to flee upon encountering a skeletal lord. It appears this creature is beyond my current capabilities. Likely a high-level boss of at least level 20. Such a powerful foe would wreak havoc in a novice village, an absolute massacre. I resumed my task, diligently slaying blue-boned skeletons. As leveling up and acquiring demon stones became my utmost priority, an hour swiftly passed, and my experience surged to 58 at level 14. It appeared that turning in a quest would elevate me to level 15. Indeed, my progression was remarkably swift. I counted the fingers of the skeletons I had collected, 19 in total, with only one remaining. Looking up, I spotted an oblivious blue-boned skeleton wandering nearby. A mischievous grin crossed my face as I charged forward. Yet, in that fleeting moment, I found myself suspended in midair, instinctively rolling into the nearby underbrush. In the thicket, another undead figure emerged, a specter clad in earthy yellow armor, wielding a pale blue spear. Its skeletal visage radiated menace, and above it floated a line of text, Ghost Valley LV-18 Undead Knight. Chapter 12. The Ironback bear the top player of Iceberg City? A chill ran through me, igniting a murderous intent. The newcomer bore ill intentions. Giguzi calmly surveyed the surroundings and suddenly bellowed towards my concealed position. Come out, kid. Indeed. The benevolent do not come bearing ill will. This Giguzi was clearly targeting me. There was no reason to retreat. Accompanied by the rustling sounds of foliage, I emerged from the thicket, coldly fixing my gaze on Giguzi, a sinister smile creeping onto my face. What is the meaning of this, my friend? Friend? Who's your friend? Giguzi retorted arrogantly, his cold eyes sizing me up. TSK, daring to level up here at level 14? You've got some nerve. I shrugged with a smile. Just average. Third in Iceberg City, is it? Giguzi sneered. That's what you said, but I won't settle for merely being third. How audacious. Giguzi raised his spear and shouted angrily. Only one necromancer can remain in this icy stronghold. Let us settle this once and for all. The loser must leave. I shook my head. Time is precious. I have no time to waste on a duel. What did you say? Giguzi blustered. Is this how a strong person acts? You seem nothing more than a novice, lacking even the courage to fight. I arched an eyebrow, coldly responding, is that so? Then come at me. I'll finish you within a minute. Huh. Don't be afraid of the wind blowing your tongue. Giguzi laughed heartily, charging at me with his spear, its blade glowing red. This was the fire stab, a basic skill of the Demon Knight. Rustle. Leaves flew as I abruptly shifted my stance, my body swirling like a pendulum. Giguzi's fire stab missed spectacularly, leaving him in stunned disbelief at the flashy miss. What? Giguzi's mouth fell agape dodge? How is that possible? I said nothing. As my green blade descended with a mighty force, execution blade. With a resounding thud, Giguzi staggered back, his health plummeting dramatically. 184. Thankfully, as a knight renowned for his vitality, he survived. Otherwise, this blow would have nearly claimed his life. I was determined to test him. Clearly, Giguzi was persistent, charging at me once more. This time opting for a sweeping attack with his spear, difficult to evade. I had a 0.7-second delay, while his normal attack required no skill cooldown, leaving me with no choice but to take the hit. Yet, I was not one to be struck without retaliating. As he lunged, I bravely collided with his spear, committing fully. 95. 179. Our attacks exchanged, and it was evident Giguzi was at a disadvantage. His defense was far inferior to mine. His chest armor appeared to be white equipment, providing a mere 7 points of defense. Giguzi gasped in shock, staring at his dwindling health. Less than 10 points left, disbelievingly fixed on me. How? How is this possible? I smiled faintly, a hint of malice in my eyes. You may linger in this icy stronghold. There's enough space for two to level up. But do not provoke me, or I assure you, I shall strike you down again. The green blade whirled, effortlessly gliding across Giguzi's neck. His eyes widened as he slowly collapsed, releasing his soul. 2 small potions dropped from his corpse, which I collected casually. Looking down at Giguzi's lifeless body, I felt a profound calm. One must always pay for their words and actions. Giguzi's earlier arrogance served as his lesson. Continuing my leveling, after slaying 4 more bone skeletons, I finally acquired the 20th finger bone, ready to complete my quest. Elated, I prepared to leave when Giguzi's corpse rose once more, his soul returning to revive him. Albeit at level 17. Glaring at me coldly, Giguzi declared, next time, I will defeat you. I nodded with a smile. You're welcome to challenge me anytime. By the way, I reside in the left B1 of Graveyard 1, just outside Iceberg Stronghold. Feel free to visit. Giguzi stared in astonishment. I live in B2. Oh, neighbors then. I couldn't help but chuckle. Let us spar more often. Indeed. Giguzi nodded, and I noticed that despite his aloof demeanor, he was not unreasonable. He possessed talent. After all, from the game's launch to now, his patience and courage could easily rank among the top 3 in Iceberg City. Every game has its leveling enthusiasts, and after years in virtual gaming, I had grown accustomed to such characters. Returning to Iceberg Stronghold, I sought out Captain Fack, handing over the 20 bone skeleton fingers. He immediately patted my shoulder, laughing heartily. "Ah, little skeleton, your courage and strength have once again been validated. Here's your reward." Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, Bone Skeleton, earning 2,200 experience points, 21 reputation points, and the quest reward, Bone Fan. My eyes lit up, an equipment drop. Hastily, I opened my inventory, and sure enough, a fan emanating a green glow lay quietly in the corner. I retrieved it. Its attributes immediately apparent. Bone Fan, Blackstone Artifact, Attack, 1524 Stamina, 1 Strategy, 1 Required Level, 15. Gripping the fan, I found it somewhat absurd. Fan-type weapons were meant for strategists, yet this fan's attack power exceeded even that of my green blade. What a waste. However, this fan not only granted an additional point of stamina, but also increased strategy by 1 point, making it quite formidable. I had already read in the official materials of Tianzong that when players form a party, the leader can activate strategy skills, such as Inspire, boosting all party members' attack by 5, requiring the leader's strategy value to exceed 20 points. Strategy skills, also known as general skills, become pivotal in combat as players reach higher levels. Every powerful team must have a captain with strong general skills. In Tianzong, strategists are natural users of strategy skills, as they gain 1 point of strategy for each level. This is unmatched by other professions. A level 20 strategist possesses 20 points of strategy, capable of activating Inspire and Iron Wall, increasing teammates and oppos, defense by 5, without any equipment. Clearly, the value of this bone fan could only be realized in the hands of a strategist. I casually tossed the bone fan into my inventory, planning to visit Iceberg City later to sell it for some gold to purchase potions. Then, I looked up at Captain Fack, who seemed to have more to say, his expression turning grave. He placed a hand on my shoulder, speaking solemnly, "Little skeleton, I must inform you of some dire news. Just half a day ago, our finest scout, Shaq, perished on the ice path. I have yet to see his body, but reports indicate he was slain by an ironback bear. I hope you can venture to the ice path, slay that vile beast, and bring back its head." Ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest, Ironback Bear. Quest level, F rank upper. Quest content. Proceed to the ice path, slay the Ironback Bear, and return its head to Captain Fack. Another headhunting quest, I readily agreed. I opened the large map, searching for the ice path, which lay between Iceberg Stronghold and Iceberg City. This route was fraught with danger, as it was a focal point for the light and dark factions, promising future conflicts. After repairing my gear, I spent a silver coin. The cost of mending 3 pieces of black stone equipment was indeed exorbitant. I sold all the stones and organized my belongings before departing from the frosty post along a narrow path. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, a foul stench wafted through the air. To my dismay, not far ahead lay a headless skeleton soldier. As I approached, I discovered it to be a half-decayed undead soldier. Scout Shaq, undoubtedly the unfortunate soul from my quest. His ribcage was shattered, and his skull had been crushed, releasing an overpowering odor. It appeared that the Ironback Bear had resorted to such grotesque fare, either starved or possessing an extraordinarily peculiar taste. Rising to my feet, I surveyed my surroundings and instinctively absorbed the soul ember from Scout Shaq. This faint ember would at least enrich my necromantic flames. There, my gaze sharpened, and I drew my sword, rushing into the thicket by the roadside. Indeed, a massive black bear lay beneath the nearby tree. Though not a boss, it was a formidable thornback iron bear, level 20. My heart lurched, and I cursed the frosty post's captain. Damn. I checked my level, 15. Facing a level 20 beast felt rather daunting, especially since my equipment was still under level 10. The early advantage I once had was long gone. However, I had no choice but to press on, praying that this bear would show mercy in its demise. With a swift motion, I darted behind the iron bear, delivering a fierce slash. To my astonishment, sparks flew as my green blade failed to penetrate the bear's tough hide. A mere 21 damage. The pitiful number seemed to mock me, and the iron bear swiftly turned, opening its massive maw and lunging towards me with a roar. Regret washed over me. How foolish to attack its back, where the defense was as solid as iron. I hastily retreated, yet still received a crushing blow, losing 107 health points. Seizing the moment, I unleashed my green blade, striking at the bear's eye like a viper. Blood sprayed forth, significantly bypassing its defenses, 189 damage. Ah! The thrill of striking a weak point was exhilarating. With a deft maneuver, I slid to the right and dealt a vicious blow to the iron bear's snout, causing another splatter of blood, 157 damage. The iron bear had just over 1,000 health points. The tide of battle was turning in my favor. I gulped down a health potion and swiftly evaded. This iron bear possessed immense power, yet its movements were not particularly swift. I could rely on skill to prevail. Chapter 13. Azura. As twilight descended, a layer of white frost enveloped the icy path, transforming the ground into a pristine expanse reminiscent of freshly fallen snow under the moonlight. A sudden crack echoed through the air as the sound of steel-piercing flesh reverberated, signaling the fierce battle raging within the forest. With a thud, I uncorked a vial of blood and drank deeply, fixating on the dwindling health of both myself and the ironback bear. A sinister smile crept upon my lips. Though it bore an unmistakable fierceness, it was a genuine reflection of my fervor. After a relentless barrage of attacks, the demise of the ironback bear was all but assured. With my current speed and maneuvering skills, vanquishing this beast was a mere formality. With a swift thrust, the green blade punctured the bear's skull, and a staggering damage number of 284 erupted into the air. The ironback bear let out a mournful wail, collapsing in a pool of its own blood. From its fallen form, a large magic stone burst forth, accompanied by a pair of verdant leg guards that filled me with exhilaration. My luck was undeniably extraordinary today. I lunged forward to claim the magic stone, a remarkable gem valued at 57 points, redeemable for 11 silver coins. The green leg guards, crafted from leather, were also retrieved. Bearskin leg guards, blackstone equipment, defense, 7 agility, 2 required level, 15 The defensive capabilities of leather armor indeed pale in comparison to that of plate armor. However, those 2 points of agility should translate to an increase of 0, 1 in attack speed and 0, 2 in evasion. Since I currently lacked leg armor, I donned them without hesitation. After all, a defense of 7 was better than none. With a flash of brilliance, the bearskin leg guards adorned my thighs, and I mused that my splendid leg bones need not be displayed any longer. Suddenly, I felt an unsettling sensation. Something appeared to writhe beneath my leg and rib bones. What on earth could it be? A great white maggot? In a flurry, I removed my breastplate for a closer inspection, only to discover that it was not a maggot after all. Instead, tendrils of blood-red flesh were forming between my ribs. What was happening? Confused, I swiftly severed the head of the ironback bear with my sword, deciding to return to the icebound outpost to complete my quest. Ah, little skeleton, you are indeed valiant. The brilliant star of the night spirits. The captain of the sentinels praised me, rewarding me with a bounty of experience that propelled me to level 16. I found myself positioned within the top 100 of the leaderboard in Frosty City, narrowly claiming the 97th spot. The rankings at the onset of the game shifted rapidly. The previous day's leader, Wind Color Fantasy, had already slipped from the top 100. I wondered if they would awaken to tears of regret. Gleeful at my level 16 achievement, I approached my mentor, the undead swordsman Sullen, and inquired, Master Sullen, why do we not eliminate the undead lord in the graveyard? He poses our greatest threat. Patience, little skeleton, Sullen replied earnestly. You are not yet strong enough. Should the undead lord slay you and absorb your soul's essence, we would lose a brave skeleton swordsman here in Icebound Outpost. Cursing under my breath, I pressed on. Master, what purpose does the essence of the undead serve? I have already absorbed a great many. Oh, that. Sullen placed his hands on his hips and chuckled. The undead are a core component of the night spirits. The higher the level of the undead, the more advanced they are. They are a race that thrives on conflict. Once you have absorbed enough soul essence, you can ascend to a higher tier as an undead warrior. Higher tier? Indeed. Sullen nodded. You are merely a lowly skeleton warrior at present. When your body begins to regenerate new flesh, it signifies your progression toward becoming a bone spirit. A bone spirit is a higher form of night spirit? No, merely one of the lower tier races. Above the bone spirit are the bone spirit lords and the bone spirit commanders, all of whom specialize in physical combat. When an undead reaches a level of exceptional power, their flesh will fully regenerate, rendering them indistinguishable from humans. This state is known as Azura. My mouth fell agape, filled with longing. Indistinguishable from a normal person? That means I could freely enter Frosty City and mingle with the ladies. The undead swordsman Sullen cast me a scornful glance. You foolish boy, once you evolve into an Azura, you need not worry about companionship. The might of an Azura surpasses your imagination. I tell you, a powerful Azura could rival nations, a king among beings. Furthermore, beyond the Azura, one can evolve into an Azura king or even an Azura god. Those are realms that you and I may never hope to reach. My aspirations soared higher, a king among beings? Could it be that I could openly select 3,000 beauties to keep in my household? Clearly, Sullen had little patience for my frivolity and remarked, You rascal, focus on your training. Do not allow other night spirits to absorb your soul essence. Perhaps one day you will have the opportunity to step into the realm of Azura. As for me, my hopes are dashed. After an extensive discourse without acquiring a quest, I resigned myself to the idea of slaying monsters for experience. The pace of progress would not be slow. Given the scarcity of quests in the early game, I was fortunate to have remained an Icebound outpost and received a continuous flow of tasks. Many players in Frosty City, even those who had reached level 15, remained unaware of what quests entailed. Having sold the various magic stones from my inventory, my hours of toil had yielded 27 silver coins, placing me among the ranks of the modestly affluent. Gazing at my ensemble of equipment, bracers, armor, leg guards, and weapon, all fashioned from black stone, I recognized that I resided in an era dominated by such gear. With my current equipment, I could confidently navigate the streets of Frosty City. Numerous players engaged in offline trades for gear on the forums, with even a pair of bracers boasting 2 strength fetching a price of 100 coins. This underscored the acute demand for attribute-enhancing equipment in the early stages of the game, especially since the shops in Frosty City only offered basic white gear, far inferior to blackstone equipment. Thus, it was evident that the value of my current collection of gear was conservatively estimated at over 400 coins. Just a single green blade could potentially sell for 400 coins, given the scarcity of attribute weapons in these early days. Contemplating my next move, I decided to venture into Frosty City. As a player allocated to its domain, it was only logical that I explore its offerings. Navigating through the icy path, I traversed the forest alone, skillfully avoiding monsters above level 20. After 20 minutes, I arrived at the forest's edge, just outside Frosty City. My name still marked in crimson, a stark reminder of my notoriety. Should any player catch sight of me, they would undoubtedly perceive me as a notorious figure. In the distance, the majestic Frosty City loomed, an imposing fortress seemingly encased in perpetual winter. The walls were cloaked in snow, and the regal palace appeared as if frozen in time, giving the impression that the entire city floated upon a frozen expanse, truly the origin of its name. Cautiously, I approached the city, and as I neared the gates, I sprinted forward, bolting into the city at a speed of 4 seconds per 100 meters. The moment my feet touched the cobblestones, my name transformed into a healthy green, filling me with a profound sense of joy. I no longer needed to hide in the shadows. Upon entering the city, I noted the plaza was relatively devoid of players, as everyone was preoccupied with leveling up and acquiring gear. This was merely the second day of the game's launch, and few had time to linger. I stood in the center of the plaza like a wooden post, retrieving the Chingu fan from my inventory, and shouted, "For sale, level 15 Blackstone fan, attack 24. Stamina 1, Strategy 1, perfect for home travel or silencing foes, essential for strategists and priests alike. Elegantly designed, ideal for female players. Those with wives, come and buy one. Those without, help procure one for another's wife. Hurry and take a look." A resounding roar attracted the attention of passers-by, and soon I found myself encircled by a throng of over 10 individuals, all chattering excitedly. Wow, someone has just wielded a level 15 weapon. Incredible. It boasts an attack power of 24, so formidable. My weapon only has an attack of 13. Good heavens, this weapon is astonishing. I never imagined someone would acquire a strategy-enhanced weapon so swiftly. What an odd appearance the vendor has. It was no surprise. It seemed as if his bones protruded from his flesh. Surveying the bustling crowd, I called out, "Is anyone interested? If the price is right, I shall make a deal immediately. I am in dire need of funds. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return." Instantly, a level 15 necromancer raised his hand and offered 2 silver coins. "Will you sell it?" I replied incredulously, "That is hardly sufficient." The crowd erupted in laughter. At that moment, a level 16 young strategist stepped forward with sincerity, stating, "I possess only 11 silver coins, gathered by 3 of us together. I acknowledge that this amount falls short, but I am willing to offer this in addition to the coins. If we can make a deal, splendid. If not, let us at least become friends." He produced a pair of jet black boots, his gaze lingering on my ornate, bony feet, the implication clear. I examined the boots. They were decent, made of black iron, albeit of a lower level. Hedgehog boots, blackstone equipment, defense, 12, stamina, 3, required level, 10. My eyes brightened. The primary advantage of these boots was the addition of 3 stamina, translating to a boost of 30 health points. As a warrior with 5 points in strength, my most pressing need was indeed vitality. After a moment's contemplation, I realized that the blue bone fan held no value for me. The offer of a level 10 armored boot alongside 11 silver coins was reasonable. Thus, I nodded and cheerfully remarked, "Very well, my friend, you are indeed a straightforward person." He beamed with joy, For in the early stages, a strategist possesses limited attack power. Acquiring a weapon with 24 attack power would finally enable him to contribute rather than merely leech experience from teammates. With the transaction complete, I pocketed 11 silver coins and received a pair of black stone boots, allowing me to fully cover my body. Donning the hedgehog boots, my defense soared to 37 points. And my health reached 310 points. My survivability had dramatically improved. Elated, I exited the icebound city, but just as I was about to leave the gates, a chilling voice rang out behind me. You think you can just walk away, kid? Chapter 14. The proud dragon beneath the bronze-hued city walls. 5 figures stood upon the floating ice bridge. Their names were familiar, each adorned with the prefix of proud dragon. The foremost among them was known as Dragon Walks the World, the very first adversary I encountered in the realm of Tianzong. I had not anticipated crossing paths with him here after our last clash in the Morning Light Forest. With a face twisted in malice, Dragon Walks the World glared at the green blade in my hand and sneered. The green blade of the black stone, ranked 7th on the weapons list of Floating Ice City. If I am not mistaken, this sword was dropped by the king of green mantises, was it not? I did not deny it, raising my brows defiantly. Indeed, and what of it? What of it? Dragon Walks the World hissed through clenched teeth, seething with rage. Hand over the green blade, and perhaps I might spare your life. Otherwise, do not expect to remain in Floating Ice City. You must understand, given your actions, I would not be overstepping to reduce you to ashes. You would do well to heed my warning, or I assure you, your demise will be most undignified. I couldn't help but chuckle at his audacity. Are you jesting? Whether I stay in Floating Ice City is hardly your prerogative. Suddenly, Dragon Walks the World erupted into laughter, his handsome visage contorting with fury. Oh, is that so? Today, you shall witness who holds the reins. With a furious shout, he commanded, brothers, eliminate this filthy night spirit. Instantly, the members of Proud Dragon brandished their weapons, and one bard raised a bamboo flute, accompanied by intermittent melodies. A green halo descended upon Dragon Walks the World's brow, courtesy of the bard's basic skill, weapon forging. This enhancement skill bolstered the target's hit rate by 25. At the city gates, a throng of players from Floating Ice City halted, drawn by the commotion, many pointing at me and whispering amongst themselves, look, that's a night spirit, and his name is marked in red. Wait, aren't he night spirits from the opposing faction? What is he doing here in Floating Ice City? Let us slay him. He might drop the 7th-ranked weapon of Floating Ice City. The odds were decidedly against me. If this dragged on, I might not escape unscathed. Dragon Walks the World gestured towards the eastern dawn, and I shouted, look, a butterfly. Everyone turned to gaze in that direction. Seizing the moment, I sprinted out of the city without a backward glance. The warrior's swift movement allowed Dragon Walks the World to pursue, but as a low-level magic knight, without a mount, he could not catch up to me. Frustrated, the 20-something scion shouted, brothers, this kid is too cunning. Let us head into the ice forest together and claim the black stone weapons that rightfully belong to us. Thus, more than 20 individuals surged after me. The Proud Dragon Guild was renowned in the forums of the Floating Ice City region, boasting aspirations of becoming the city's strongest guild. Their rapid assembly of over 20 members demonstrated their considerable numbers, with over 1,000 registered members making their presence felt on the forums. Soon, we reached the forest's edge, and I vanished in an instant, the rustling of grass betraying my absence. Dragon Walks the World and his entourage arrived at the forest and Oppo's boundary. His face darkened as he bellowed, broken spears and sunken sands. I care not who you are, but you have touched the Proud Dragon's reverse scale. Today, even if you are the king of heaven, I shall drag you out and flay you alive. Calmly, I stood beneath a lush birch, laughing. The reverse scale of the Proud Dragon? You lot dare to call yourselves dragons? If you truly were proud dragons, I would peel that pathetic reverse scale from you piece by piece. Enough. Dragon Walks the World roared. Brothers, he southeast. Go in and slay him. Let all of Floating Ice City know that the proud dragons are not to be trifled with. Yes, boss. A throng of men charged toward me. My gaze swept over them, instantly assessing their positions. They were arranged in a formation that could not be confronted head-on. Each member had learned skills, and every class and Oppo's abilities were formidable, making direct confrontation a liability. Rustle. The birch leaves quivered, and I had already vanished from sight. As I sped through the forest, an instinctive alertness surged within me. An ambush was imminent. Suddenly, a chilling light shot forth from the void. Unmistakably the work of an assassin player. I did not retreat. In a split second, I sidestepped slightly to the right while swinging my sword. The green blade shimmered, clashing with the dagger in a resounding ring. Such speed. The assailant gasped, momentarily taken aback. He was a level 17 assassin named Proud Dragon's Proudbone. appearing to be around 20 years old, with a youthful face. His assassination technique was commendable, though not at the level of a top-tier assassin. My gaze hardened. With a name like that, he was undoubtedly a member of Dragon Walks the World's crew, and he could not be spared. Suddenly closing in, I feigned a strike with the green blade, prompting Proudbone to grit his teeth and shout, "You're seeking death." His form flickered, executing an elegant Z-pattern to evade my feigned attack. I was equally astonished. Dragon Walks the World's ambition to dominate Floating Ice City seemed to have some merit. As Proudbone and Oppo's skill level was indeed impressive. A rush of cold air cut through the space. As Proudbone's dagger sparkled with a layer of emerald light, his level 10 assassin skill, Cold Edge. Cold Edge increased critical hit rates by 20, dealing 125 damage on normal attacks. In a moment of unpreparedness, I was struck. A dagger pierced my chest. Thankfully, Proudbone's weapon was a white-grade item with only 35 attack power, or this blow could have been fatal. Die! Proudbone's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he slashed at my neck with his dagger, a true testament to the ruthlessness of an assassin. In that instant, I too felt the urge to kill. Such a person could not be allowed to live. With a swift kick from an unexpected angle, my boot connected with Proudbone's arm, using the momentum to flip and spin in midair. The green blade, enveloped in a verdant glow, descended sharply upon him. With a crisp sound, Proudbone stood frozen, unable to comprehend how the tide of battle had shifted so swiftly. What was meant to be a sure strike was instead countered in a flash. As I watched Proudbone slowly kneel, his body lifeless, I let out a cold snort and continued deeper into the forest. In my heart, I pondered, facing off against over 20 foes would surely lead to my demise. Even a 0.7-second delay could cost me my life. From afar, the sounds of curses reached my ears. Dragon Walks the World had arrived with a gaggle of followers. His skills were no less than Proudbone's, and now that he had learned new abilities, he would be a formidable opponent. Gradually, we ventured deeper into the ice forest, and finally, only 5 of the original pursuers remained, the rest either unable to keep pace or ensnared by monsters along the way. Suddenly, I turned abruptly, sword at the ready, and a comical scene unfolded. A slender little skeleton stood brandishing a sword, exuding an aura as if a deity had descended upon the earth. Dragon Walks the World and his 4 companions lunged forward, momentarily stunned upon seeing that I had not fled. He had witnessed my capabilities and did not believe that his 5 men could easily subdue me. For a moment, Dragon Walks the World found himself in a dilemma, rooted to the spot. "Boss, let us go? Let us take him down." He is practically wearing a full set of Blackstone gear. A short, burly warrior suggested. Dragon Ascending furrowed his brow. Indeed, the allure of his obsidian armor was undeniable. However, it implied an extraordinarily high defense, rendering him exceedingly difficult to defeat. Observing him, I found myself unable to make a move and burst into laughter. Pointing at Dragon Ascending as I proclaimed, Floating Ice City is one of the 9 level 2 main cities in the Chinese region. Most players from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai are affiliated with Floating Ice City. You should possess a modicum of self-awareness. With the meager resources of the Mad Dragon, aspiring to dominate Floating Ice City is nothing short of a pipe dream. Just as I was about to act, a disheveled archer from the Mad Dragon Guild stumbled towards us, exclaiming, "Boss, it's bad." "Steady now, what happened?" Dragon Ascending replied with evident impatience. The archer leaned in and whispered a few words. "Damn it." Dragon Ascending seethed with fury, shouting, "Wind Color Fantasy has gone too far. How dare they bully the Mad Dragon? Follow me to Snowflake Forest." "Wait, don't go." I reached out to detain him, but Dragon Ascending, along with a few subordinates, vanished in a flash, seemingly drawn by the troubles instigated by someone named Wind Color Fantasy, which appeared to be a far greater predicament than mine. What in the world is happening? A bit speechless, I turned and entered the dense forest, exchanging a piece of equipment and some silver coins with the Greenbone fan. Mission accomplished. It was time to return to Icebound Post to check for new quests. No sooner had I taken 3 steps than an intense heat surged towards me. It was a spear imbued with fiery energy. Disaster. I had been ambushed. Flame Thrust, a universal skill for level 10 Demon Knights, enhancing fire damage by 15. When the skill reaches level 2, the fire damage can escalate to around 25, making it a trump card for early game PvP. Caught off guard. A sharp pain shot through my shoulder, akin to a venomous snake's bite. 128. The damage was astonishing, particularly for my health pool, which was already limited in the early game. An attack exceeding 100 points was considered formidable. I slid my feet, swiftly evading the range of my assailant's attack. Gripping the green blade tightly, I fixed my gaze on my opponent, a skeletal player of the undead faction, wielding a spear. It was none other than Giguzi, a level 17 player, undoubtedly among the top 10 in Floating Ice City. Chapter 15. The resurgence against Giguzi. A sinister laugh escaped Giguzi's lips as he lunged forward, his spear glinting ominously, clearly intent on avenging the previous encounter. The long spear transformed into a streak of cold light, akin to a dragon surging from the sea, its power undeniable despite being a mere ordinary strike. Giguzi's prowess was evidently formidable. In a swift motion, I consumed a healing potion and stepped back with my left foot, bracing myself against the unavoidable blow with my shoulder to minimize the damage. Simultaneously, I deftly maneuvered my wrist, catching the tip of Giguzi and Apos' spear with the hilt of my sword, thrusting the blade forward as I bellowed, "Open!" with a resounding clang. Sparks erupted as Giguzi's spear was completely deflected, his face etched with astonishment. The green blade, resembling a frosty gleam, cascaded down towards his chest. A sickening sound followed as black blood splattered, and a significant damage number of 228 appeared above his forehead. I refused to grant him a moment's respite. Unleashing a barrage of attacks like a tempest, my sword pierced directly into his chest, and with a sudden shift in my stance, I delivered a powerful kick to the shaft of Giguzi's spear, shattering his weapon and causing his defenses to collapse. An opportunity presented itself. With a swift motion, my sword flicked and slashed across Giguzi's neck, the second strike enhanced by a skill that enveloped my blade in a radiant glow, slicing clean through his throat. Cursed! Giguzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he helplessly watched his own demise unfold. I delivered the final blow with a low voice, asserting, "You sought your own demise. Should you wish to seek vengeance, I am ever ready to oblige." With a thud, Giguzi fell to the ground, lifeless, his class being that of a death knight, akin to my warrior lineage. Though his health pool was substantial, his attack power was insufficient to eliminate me in a single blow. Consequently, I seized the advantage and claimed victory through my superior skill. Observing Giguzi's lifeless form sprawled upon the grass, I could not help but smile, seating myself upon his back to recover my health. In that moment, Giguzi's spirit was released. A chime echoed as the system notified me. Player Giguzi requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? I was momentarily taken aback, but clicked confirm. Giguzi instantly appeared on my friend list, my very first acquaintance in this realm. A few moments later, Giguzi messaged me. "I have a question for you. You may ask." I replied, "Your PK technique resembles that of someone I know. Are you the martial god Zhuing Wan?" Giguzi inquired again. I was stunned. Zhuing Wan. Was my combat style truly reminiscent of the illustrious Zhuing Wan? After a moment's contemplation, I responded, "No." A few seconds later, Giguzi replied, "Then that simplifies matters. Since you are not Zhuing Wan, you are not invincible. I shall undoubtedly defeat you." I could not help but be speechless, shutting off the communicator and rising to gaze at the starry night sky, chuckling softly. Is Zhuing Wan truly that formidable? If my latency were to vanish, even reducing to around 0.3 seconds, what would Zhuing Wan be worth? After a moment of reflection, I sighed, reminiscing about my past glory as a master-level gaming titan, having triumphed over Zhuing Wan on multiple occasions. In the vast world, only one individual could match that feat, and he now lay in a half-destroyed state. His latency at 0.7 seconds, an insurmountable disadvantage should he encounter Zhuing Wan again. At that moment, another chime rang out. Player exceptional expert requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? I couldn't and Apos' help but chuckle. Du Shursan had finally emerged from the novice village. Clicking confirm, Du Shursan immediately activated the dialogue mode, exclaiming with laughter, "Lu Chun, I've arrived." Haha. With just over 3,000 players in the entire Ice Flow City, my ranking must be quite high, right? Is that so? I've been out of the novice village for nearly a day and a night. I replied languidly, dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. Hey, Du Shursan laughed heartily. Undeterred, adding, I accepted a bounty at the city gate to slay a boss-level monster in the ice forest. If you have time, come lend a hand. I can't seem to gather a party. All right, mark the task location, and I'll head over. Wait, Du Shursan hesitated, taking a few moments before continuing. I'm only level 10, and the monsters along the way nearly wiped me out. Could you come pick me up instead? Fine. I shook my head in resignation, striding purposefully towards Ice Flow City. Not long after, I spotted Shursan. He was a level 10 warrior, clad in basic gear, ogling passing female players with an idiotic grin, practically drooling as he wished to leap forth and shout, "Sister, I'm hungry. Please feed me." Shursan, I called out from a distance, prompting him to dash to the edge of the forest, his eyes wide with envy at my equipment. Wow, you're incredible. A blackstone sword with attributes, a blackstone chestplate, blackstone boots, and bracers. Amazing. With a shift in demeanor, he adopted a comical expression, drooling as he asked, Brother Chun, do you have any spare weapons or armor? Just toss them my way. None at the moment. We'll see when I acquire some. All right. In the game, Du Shursen fully embraced his role as a subordinate. Well aware of his standing, he was the type to light up a cigarette when the boss lit a cigar, and when the boss wore a grim expression, he would brandish a brick and shout at the opposing side, You better watch it, or I'll take you down. Together, we ventured into the forest. Fortunate that the monsters we encountered were not too high in level. I dispatched creatures below level 20 with ease, allowing Shursan to gain experience alongside me. The task monster was a level 17 wolf-headed creature, clearly a death wish for Shursan to face alone. I, however, dispatched it in a mere 10 seconds. As Shursan skinned the wolf's head, he lavished me with praise. Lu Chun, you're so formidable, so handsome, so sharp. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of a river. Let us discuss your plans for leveling up, I interjected. Oh, I'm heading to the wild boar forest to grind. The wild boars there are around level 11 and do not attack first, making for quick leveling. Then I shall continue on my own. By the way, have you learned your class skill, the warrior's heavy slash at level 10? Huh. Skills. What skills? Du Shursan looked utterly bewildered. Good grief. I nearly choked, tossing him 10 silver coins. Go to the profession guild in town and learn your skills before leveling up. Also, buy some potions. I'll be off to train. Understood. With the silver coins in hand, Shursan scampered away, radiating excitement. I shook my head, chuckling softly. Such a lack of future. Returning once more to the ice ridge, I prowled the graveyard's outskirts, vanquishing skeletons to absorb their soul energy and fortify my own undead form. Undead monsters boasted a 15 higher attribute than biological creatures, with exceptional attack power and speed. However, the experience and drop rates were equally elevated by 15, making it a high-risk, high-reward zone. Through a night of relentless battle, I amassed a total of 11 small magic stones, yielding a significant sum of silver coins. At around 4 in the morning, Du Shursan messaged me, stating he was too exhausted to continue and was heading to sleep. I stand in the Night Spirit camp at Icebound Ridge, gazing at my level, LV18. After a night of relentless effort, I have finally ascended to level 18, securing a place in the top 100 of the Frozen City leaderboard, positioned at a modest 99th. The competition among leveling enthusiasts is exceedingly fierce. In truth, I did not exert myself to the utmost. Rather, I devoted a considerable amount of time to studying maps and resources. This time, I sought to remain inconspicuous. If I wished, reaching the top 10 would be a trivial endeavor, for the player currently ranked first, Fengsa Huanxiang, is merely at level 20, not too far ahead of me. However, my equipment is quite exceptional, particularly my weapon imbued with Blackstone artifacts. I am confident that in one-on-one combat within Frozen City, no more than 3 individuals could possibly defeat me. After a moment of contemplation filled with ambition, it is time to log off and rest. Removing my helmet, I notice that it is already 4:30, with the sky beginning to lighten. I head to the restroom to wash my face, and, upon gazing into the mirror, I observe a hint of fatigue in my reflection. Perhaps a shower before sleep would be wise. With this thought, I remove my shirt, only to be jolted by the sight of alarming purple-red splotches on my arms and back. What on earth is this? In an instant, I am struck dumb, feeling as if I have plunged into an icy abyss, enveloped by despair and dread. These are death spots. Only corpses exhibit such symptoms. My mind spirals into chaos, and I feel as though I am on the brink of suffocation. There is no doubt. These are indeed death spots. Sitting in a daze in the corner, I cradle my head in my hands. What has happened to me? How can this be? I am undeniably alive. Yet why do I bear these death spots? This signifies that my body is slowly decaying. This is utterly impossible. Could it merely be a dream? With a sharp slap to my face. The pain is excruciating and palpable. This is all too real. I dare not close my eyes, for doing so would fill my mind with visions of death spots. Yet, when I open my eyes, I still behold those terrifying blemishes. A chill courses through me, and I feel on the verge of collapse. Chapter 16. He's visit Lu Chun. Lu Chun, what is the matter with you? After a long while, Du Shursan knocked on the door. Upon seeing me sitting alone in the corner, he couldn't help but ask, what on earth happened? I did not conceal my feelings from him. Raising my arm, I spoke with a heart as cold as ashes. Shursan, I fear I have died. What? Shursan's eyes widened in shock as he grasped my arm. His voice trembling, Lu Chun, don't scare me. Brother, what is going on? How could this be? You must be ill. Shursan was on the verge of tears as he gazed at my slowly deteriorating body. Gritting his teeth, with eyes bloodshot, he exclaimed, damn it, How could this happen? Despair enveloped me as I stared at the ceiling, recounting the events of being buried alive just days prior. After listening, Du Shursan turned silently and returned with a syringe in hand. He fixed his gaze upon me, declaring, "Brother, I will not let you die." With that, he drew a sample of my blood and continued solemnly, "I forgot to mention, my father is an expert at the Provincial Biological Research Institute. I will take your blood to Nanjing for a thorough analysis. Rest assured, everything will be fine. I will return tonight." I nodded, feeling despondent as I replied, "Thank you, but I remember you once said your father was a banker while pursuing Tan Shui. Why do you even remember that? Just wait for me to come back." Du Shursan stepped out but turned back to remind me, "Lu Chun, you must not die. If you do, I will be incredibly lonely." Du Shursan left. Before dawn, he, known for his laziness, actually took a taxi to Nanjing for my sake. The sky was a dreary gray as I ascended to the rooftop of the small building, gazing upward as countless memories flickered by like scenes from a play. Sitting on the cement floor, I lay back, allowing my chaotic heart to settle. After a long while, I realized that my acquisition of the necromancer class in the game was not merely coincidental. My body was indeed in peril. To put it bluntly, I had truly died the moment I was buried. All of this was due to a woman I held no regrets, clutching a blue-covered book titled Motivational Studies. This was a birthday gift from who claimed it could effectively inspire everyone, especially on days when we failed against a boss and needed to uplift the team's morale. A faint smile crept upon my lips as I recalled the verdant grasses and singing birds of Chifeng Ridge, where he gathered herbs while I stood behind. Entranced by her figure, he was a remarkably independent woman. Once she set her sights on a goal, she pursued it unwaveringly, a trait that was truly admirable. Moreover, she possessed an extraordinary charm, blessed not only with stunning beauty but also with overwhelming intelligence and determination. How else could a petite woman like her become the vice president of the Asian region at GGS? I slowly closed my eyes, a smile gracing my face. If I were to pass away, I wished for a peaceful departure. Pat, 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 it began to rain, the delicate droplets caressing my face softly. Surprisingly, I drifted into slumber until a wave of intense pain surged through my body. I gasped and sat up abruptly, witnessing a peculiar scene before me. The rain had ceased, and sunlight bathed my body, causing the dreadful necrotic spots to evaporate as if the moisture had been drawn away. In their place emerged an excruciating sensation, as if I were placed in a furnace, a torment few could endure. I clenched my fists, watching the necrotic spots dissipate in the sunlight. A phrase aptly described my current sentiment: to feel pain yet joy. In less than 10 minutes, the necrotic spots vanished completely. My skin became flawless, as if reborn, and the pain receded, akin to a bizarre illness being cured by sunlight. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. It was Du Shursan returning. I rose and descended the stairs, coincidentally meeting him. He held a sheet of paper densely filled with small print, a smile illuminating his face. "Lu Chen, the results are in." "What is it?" I snatched the paper, only to find it was entirely in English, indecipherable to me. Shursan took a deep breath and said, "Methamphetamine. Your blood contains a rare form of meth, which can also be classified as a virus. Look, the formula has been deciphered. This type of meth has never been seen before, yet its effects are astonishing. It can continuously revive dead cells." "What?" I was astounded. Du Shursan nodded, explaining, "This is the reason for the necrotic spots on your body. The potency of this meth is overwhelming, its growth rate far surpassing that of cell death. However, my father and his colleagues have swiftly analyzed some characteristics of this meth, and I have discovered a way to suppress its growth." "What method?" I inquired gravely. "X-rays," Du Shursan asserted confidently. "These rays are harmful to the human body, but they can help restore you to a normal state." I nodded, suddenly enlightened. It made sense why sunlight had the power to heal me. It contained X and Y rays. Du Shursan stepped forward, patting my shoulder and chuckling. "Brother, don't worry too much. Your body is fine, and the gaming helmet from Tianzong emits a small amount of X-ray radiation. As long as you are in the game, your condition will not deteriorate, and this meth will even strengthen your body to some extent." "Strengthen?" I was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Could it be that I might gain superhuman abilities? Soaring through the skies? Not quite. Du Shursan laughed heartily. Such good fortune does not exist. The strengthening I mentioned only pertains to the enhancement of muscle and bone density. Originally, you could take down an average person. Now, you might manage to defeat 1.5. A mere monk from Shaolin could easily handle you. Damn, I was left speechless, yet the clouds of worry in my heart began to dissipate. According to Shursan's explanation, this meth would not claim my life. And that was a relief. By the way, Shursan took a sip of water and continued, The experts discussed the source of the meth. By examining the location of the incident and the era of the meth, it is highly likely that it originated from the toxic fluids of a corpse. Coincidentally, the place where you encountered this incident is near an ancient burial site. A burial site? I was taken aback. What burial site? The tombs of the aristocratic families from the late Han Dynasty and Wu Kingdom, which were later leveled. It is said that after Guan Yu was killed, his head was sent away, while his body was buried there. Could it be? This is getting more bizarre by the minute. Du Shursen chuckled. All things in heaven and earth are interconnected. One must believe in the mystique of fate and the supernatural. Be careful. One day you might wake up only to find yourself possessed by the spirit of the martial god Guan Yu, wielding a butcher's knife to confront gangsters. That would be quite amusing, haha. Watching Du Shursen laugh heartily, I was left speechless. How could he still find the humor in this situation? Just then, accompanied by the sound of a horn, a black sports car came to a stop at the base of the building. Both Du Shursen and I caught sight of it. Click. The car door swung open, and a stunning beauty emerged. Instantly, both Du Shursen and I were taken aback. I was astonished to discover that the beauty was none other than He, while Shursen was captivated by her allure. He exclaimed, drooling slightly, "Wow! I saw this super beauty this morning. Look at her driving a Lamborghini, and she's so gorgeous. I swear, I will marry no one else in my life." Get lost. With a swift motion, I pushed him back onto the sofa and solemnly asked, "Do you know who she is?" "Who?" "He. The leader of the ancient sword soul dream, my superior. I never expected she would find her way here." Du Shursen laughed heartily once more. "You have quite the eye, my friend. He is stunningly beautiful and wealthy. I've had dozens of girlfriends, but none can compare to her. You are truly fortunate." "Are you still joking?" I glared at him. "She must not know I am here." "Why not?" Du Shursen asked, perplexed. I gestured to my own chest. "You see, my current form is neither human nor ghost. If she learns the truth, it will burden her with guilt for a lifetime." "Well," Du Shursen pondered, "what should we do?" "I will hide." "What should I say then?" I gritted my teeth and declared, "Just tell her I have passed away." "Understood." Not long after, there was a knock at the door, and a fresh, sweet voice called out, "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Du Shursen hurried to open the door, and upon seeing him, he was momentarily taken aback. Who are you?" "Isn't this Lu Chen's residence?" "Lu Chen?" Du Shursen furrowed his brow. "I am a friend of Lu Chen. What brings you here?" He appeared somewhat flustered, her delicate brows knitting together. And suddenly she commanded, "Step aside." As the vice president of GGS Asia, her authoritative presence was undeniable, and Du Shursen, stunned, complied without hesitation. He entered the room while I concealed myself in the storage room, peering through the crack in the door. Du Shursen followed her, saying, "Stop searching. Lu Chen is gone." He's exquisite shoulders trembled slightly as she turned to face Du Shursen, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. "Gone? What does that mean?" Du Shursen clenched his teeth and replied, 3 days ago, I received word that Lu Chen met with friends from the game and, unfortunately, an accident occurred. He perished in an abandoned grave in the southern suburbs, and his body has already been cremated. Who are you, and what do you seek from him?" How could this be?" He's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her composure shattering as she stumbled against the table behind her, bursting into tears. Crystal clear tears cascaded down her fair cheeks as she slowly sank to the ground, her delicate legs gathering dust. Suddenly, a copy of Motivational Studies fell from the table, landing perfectly in He's lap. Through her tear-filled eyes, she gazed at the book she once gifted me, unable to contain her sobs. Du Shursen stood there, frozen, awkwardly beside her, unsure whether to offer support or to remain still. He's eyes were red, her radiant face marred by sorrow and grievance. She cried relentlessly, clutching the book as if it had become the most cherished possession of her life. I felt a pang in my heart, desperately tilting my face upward. Tears would not fall, for I wished to keep the sorrow at bay. Chapter 17. Deeply wounded, he knelt on the ground, clutching a copy of Inspirational Studies, weeping inconsolably. Her tears soaked her pristine white shirt, while her coffee-colored uniform skirt accentuated her graceful figure, the hem tracing an alluring curve that left Shursen utterly mesmerized. Lost in thought, after a prolonged silence, Shursen finally coughed and remarked, "Miss, Lu Chen is no longer here. Do you see? I. He lifted her gaze to Shursen, her eyes red and glistening with tears. "Leave me alone." Shursen, feeling helpless, spread his hands. "But your presence here is affecting my life. Please, show some restraint." Fuming, he retorted, "You get away." Shursen was taken aback, realizing he could not contend with her imposing aura. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, he slowly rose, tightly embracing her book. casting a lingering glance at the room before she gently turned and exited. Shursan felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he knocked on the door. Lu Chun, come out. She has left. My countenance was grim, and Shursan, sensing my thoughts, patted my shoulder. Don't be disheartened. It's merely a fleeting sorrow. Once you have fully recovered, seek her out and surprise her. Wouldn't that be splendid? I nodded. It was astonishing to hear such words from Shursan, who typically offered no comfort to others. Yet, indeed, he was breathtakingly beautiful. Shursan marveled. She is extraordinarily captivating. I couldn't help but smile and ask, what makes her so beautiful? Shursan pondered for a moment. Her beauty is astonishingly phenomenal. Quite impressive. You've adopted idioms now. Enough with the banter. Let's head downstairs for some pickled fish. I'm treating since I've been hungry all day. As Shursan approached the window and peered outside, he suddenly recoiled in surprise. She hasn't left yet. I moved to the edge of the bed and, glancing out, confirmed that he sat in her car, leaning against the steering wheel, her shoulders trembling slightly. This sight tugged at my heartstrings, an indescribable ache surging within me. I yearned to rush down and assure her that I was alive, merely incapacitated for a moment. Resisting the impulse, Shursan went downstairs alone to buy some food. As night deepened, well past 10 o'clock, I remained offline, hidden behind the curtains, keeping her company during this poignant interlude, for it might be my last glimpse of her. At 11 o'clock, a woman in a black uniform approached, comforting He briefly before driving away in a Lamborghini. I recognized her as Murong Mingwe, one of the 4 elders from Ancient Sword, sole dream of sun, moon, and stardust. So this is what Mingwe looks like. I muttered to myself. Shursan's eyes sparkled as he wiped away drool. She is truly magnificent. I shot him a glare. Stop your fanciful thoughts. Neither he nor Murong Mingwe are women you can pursue. Why not? Shursan asked, puzzled. I don't know. I replied firmly. Forget it for now, let us eat. After a flurry of activity, we devoured several dishes. Once satiated, Shursan inquired, what shall we do now? Log in and level up to 30 to heal. Remember, I'm quite injured, I replied with a meaningful smile. Shursan nodded. Yes, we must level up quickly. One day, we shall establish a super guild and sweep the world. Haha. Let us log in. I must reach level 30. You should aim for level 15 first. In the game Heavenly Destiny, reaching level 30 marked a significant threshold, as players could officially advance to a higher profession, commonly referred to as the second transition. Only those at level 30 could possess and capture pets, prompting a rush of players eager to claim their first transition rewards and acquire powerful allies for greater advantages. Indeed, I must reach level 30 soon. After the second transition, I will surely gain more formidable skills. I mused before logging in. With a flash, the dim light flickered, and I found myself in a graveyard, surrounded by darkness, with only the light from a gravestone illuminating the area. This was an ideal hiding spot. Players in Frost City had to set up tents when logging off, making outdoor leveling grounds often cluttered with human tents, yet my dwelling would arouse no suspicion. Pushing aside the corroded earth, I emerged from the ground, having absorbed a substantial amount of undead fire essence, now transformed into a bone spirit warrior. My body bore sparse flesh, no longer merely bones, but this only rendered me more terrifying, startling even myself when I shifted perspectives, momentarily believing I had encountered a ghost. Brushing off the dirt from my knees, I was about to depart when a fierce gust of wind struck me from the side, another fiery thrust. Without hesitation, I raised my sword to parry the blow, the sound of steel ringing as I countered, thrusting my blade into the opponent's chest. A green aura surged from my sword, and I bellowed, "Are you still unconvinced?" With a sharp slice, the green blade pierced through the adversary's chest, blood splattering as a significant damage number flashed. 424. A critical hit. Unfortunately for Giguzi, he had lost his chance. Despite some potential, my critical strike meant his challenge would end prematurely. With a pained cry, Giguzi slowly collapsed, dropping from level 20 back to 19. Had he truly come to me for instruction after all his hard-earned levels? I stood by, sword in hand, awaiting his revival. Moments later, Giguzi's soul resurrected his body, rising with a flourish and pointing his spear at me. Who are you really? Why do your techniques resemble those of Candle Shadow Chaos? I smirked, is that so? As I've said, I am not Candle Shadow Chaos. If you wish to challenge me again, you'd better equip yourself better, or I might feel compelled to unleash my full strength. Giguzi glared at me, the fire of defiance igniting in his eyes. Who are you? With your fluidity and combat rhythm, I cannot possibly not recognize such a skilled player. If you are not the martial god Candle Shadow Chaos, could you be dust? Shadows in the wind, or perhaps falling dust? That is incorrect. Giguzi swiftly shook his head. Falling dust was already incapacitated a year ago. It cannot be him. Alas, what a pity. I chuckled lightly. Giguzi was perceptive. True gaming experts are not necessarily those who possess extraordinary martial skills in reality. They are simply individuals who have mastered the rhythm of combat within the game, their operations flowing seamlessly. In summary, there is no secret, only familiarity. I strode toward the ice summit, glancing back at Giguzi. Brother, may I ask, having fallen to my sword 3 times, do you yield? Giguzi glared at me coldly, an unyielding flame burning in his eyes. Of course, I do not yield. I nodded. Very well. Perhaps we should consider a different perspective. We might be friends. I do not recommend you continue to risk your life in these duels. Instead, why not become allies? We could establish a guild soon and conquer Frost City together. Wouldn't that be far better? The air around Giguzi trembled as he inquired. Do you wish to join me? Why not? A scoff escaped him. A true master never relies on others. You are no master. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Giguzi finally declared, at present, I have no such intention. Let us speak of this later. However, my challenge to you remains unresolved. Await my efforts in cultivation. Very well. I turned away, weighing my thoughts. Although Giguzi claimed his current abilities were mediocre, his tenacity and innate talent were evident. True masters often emerge from such individuals. If I could genuinely reclaim Giguzi, he would undeniably be a pivotal figure in the guild I aim to establish. What, I pondered, is the purpose of founding a guild? Suddenly, the image of Gujian Hunmeng flashed before my mind, bringing forth the ethereal visage of He, alongside vivid memories of yesteryears. Beneath the verdant trees, a pair of young souls. One a warrior, the other an archer. He gazed at me and asked, Lu Chun, what are your pursuits? I replied, wealth and beauty. She struck me playfully, visibly displeased. I continued, career and love. A smile of approval illuminated her face. Now that is more fitting. The icebound ridge retained its usual chilling aura, with bronze pillars intricately carved with demonic motifs, each crowned with gruesome, severed heads, some human, some orc, and others from the shadow demons, a race marked by their alluring essence. Comprised exclusively of females. This explains the prevalence of female players portraying shadow demons in the game. With my sword drawn, I ventured into the icebound ridge, arriving at the sentinel captain, Falk. After our exchange, this burly skeletal warrior raised his arm and laughed heartily. Little skeleton, your growth truly astonishes me. It seems you have become quite formidable. Very well, I shall assign you a most arduous task. Chapter 18. Thorn Skeleton. I nodded slightly. Let us proceed. Falk said, recently, a necromancer lord has appeared in the icebound graveyard. He was once a noble knight of humanity, and now he has invaded our territory. Little skeleton, I hope you can vanquish him. Of course, this necromancer lord is quite formidable. The strongest necromancer swordsman in our camp, Surin, will accompany you. First, you must collect 40 thorn skeleton fingers to present to Surin. Only then will he join you in slaying the necromancer lord, Qingyu. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest, Necromancer Lord. Qingyu. Quest level, medium E-class. Quest objective. Journey to the depths of the icebound graveyard. Defeat 200 thorn skeletons. And gather 40 thorn skeleton fingers for the necromancer swordsman Surin. He will accompany you to defeat the powerful necromancer lord, Qingyu. Upon completion, you shall receive substantial rewards. I was exhilarated. A medium E-class quest. This was quite a high-level task, possibly one of the highest available at this stage. It seemed fortune was smiling upon me. Entering the icebound camp, I traded for a few potions with the NPC and had my equipment repaired to pristine condition. Once prepared, I set forth. Following a forest path, I could see Giguzi in the distance, efficiently dispatching monsters with remarkable skill, wielding a spear and swiftly defeating a skeleton or two before scavenging for loot, using necromantic retrieval. Not wishing to disturb him, I ventured deeper into the graveyard. After nearly 10 minutes of walking, the ground ahead grew increasingly dim and foul, revealing a cluster of graves. Shadows flitted through the woods, and my gaze fell upon a skeleton soldier I had never encountered before. Its skeletal frame had mutated, with sharp spines protruding from its bones, glimmering with a sinister green hue that sent chills through me. What unique traits could a level 21 skeleton possess? Without further thought, I charged, gripping my green blade. I rushed in, swinging my sword and delivering a heavy blow that struck the thorn skeleton's shoulder. With a crack, my blade embedded itself in its body. 170. My attack power remained razor-sharp, cleaving a significant portion of the monster's health. However, I felt a sharp pain as well. My own health had diminished by 8 points. Ding. Combat notification. Your skill, Blade of Judgment, inflicted 170 points of damage on the thorn skeleton soldier. Its thorny skeletal effect caused damage reflection, inflicting 8 points of damage to you. Damn, damage reflection? Fortunately, it was only a 5 return. I could bear that. If it were to rise to 20, I might as well log off and call it a night. The higher level monster proved to be quite resilient. It took me nearly half a minute to defeat a single level 21 thorn skeleton. This pace was somewhat unsatisfactory for leveling up. Nonetheless, the experience gained from these level 21 monsters was considerable. Each thorn skeleton provided a noticeable increase to my experience bar, and if I continued at this rate, completing the quest would likely elevate me to level 20, bringing me one step closer to level 30. After slaying 3 thorn skeletons in succession, I finally looted my first thorn skeleton finger, a mere piece of bone, but it was a quest item nonetheless. Roaming through the woods, I searched for solitary skeletons. Their attack power was formidable. Even with my 37 defense points, I found it quite challenging to withstand their assaults. Typically, I needed to consume a potion after every 3 skeletons, a rapid drain on my resources. Thankfully, I had amassed enough silver coins, and the drop rate from the thorn skeletons was promising. Crack. With the demise of one skeleton, a large magic stone erupted forth, and my eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a greater magic stone. Indeed, it was a greater magic stone. I had not anticipated that such a high-level ordinary monster would drop one. Previously, I had sold a greater magic stone for an astonishing 15 silver coins. That one had a quality of 77, while this one was 51. By proportion, I could sell it for at least 10 silver coins. What a windfall. I tucked the greater magic stone into my inventory and continued hunting. After about 10 minutes, luck struck again, and I obtained another greater magic stone. This one with a quality of 67, even more valuable. However, in the subsequent 2 hours, I did not find another greater magic stone, though I did acquire 4 lesser magic stones. Lesser magic stones, however, were not worth much, but I collected them all. Every little bit counts. In the early stages of the game, resources were scarce, and since real currency exchange was not yet available, silver coins could only be obtained through offline transactions. At this point, most players were still novices. How many could match my near 1 gold coin fortune? As night fell, I continued slaying monsters while browsing the leaderboard. Icebound City was one of the 9 secondary main cities in the Chinese region, filled with elite players from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. If I wanted to establish a foothold in Icebound City, I needed to familiarize myself with the prominent figures on the leaderboard. Flipping through the pages, the top 10 rankings of Icebound City caught my eye. 1. Fengsa Huanshang, level 25, profession, Radiant Ranger 2. Dabama Fazhen, level 23, profession, Mage 3. Dabama Chishan, level 23, profession, Magic Knight 4. Dabama Jinshin, level 23, profession, Archer 5. Dabama Zhanshin, level 23, profession, Warrior 6. Lai Ri, level 22, profession, Warrior 7. Guguzi, level 22, profession, Undead Knight 8. Longxing Tianxia, level 21, profession, Magic Knight 9. Qingxing Shuixiang, level 21, profession, Archer 10. Yuntian, level 21, profession, Mage. I was taken aback. The currents in Icebound City were tumultuous. 4 of the top 10 were members of the Dabama clan. What was the significance of this clan? It appeared they were poised to dominate Icebound City. Of course, true experts often remain concealed. Guguzi, a leveling fanatic, seemed to compress his sleep to merely 3 hours a day, brimming with energy. Despite being defeated by me multiple times, he still maintained his place on the leaderboard, deserving of the title leveling maniac. The one who captured my utmost attention was undoubtedly Fengsa Huanshan. His profession was not just any ranger, but a Radiant Ranger, and his level was impressively high, a true pinnacle expert. Information circulating on the official forum indicated that Fengsa Huanshan held the top level in Icebound City and ranked within the top 3 among the 9 secondary main cities in the Chinese region. This individual was certainly worth monitoring. He could very well become the greatest obstacle to my ambitions in Icebound City. On the leaderboard, the 4 elders of the ancient Sword Soul Dream Guild had Xu Yang, ranked first among them, sitting at number 6 on the leaderboard. It seemed he was pushing himself to level up with great fervor. My impressions of Xu Yang and Murong Mingwei were not particularly favorable. Half a year ago, during He Yi's birthday, the 3 of them conspired to send her birthday wishes, each taking a turn. As fate would have it, I received a day, but they failed to send theirs. I could only imagine the peculiar look He gave me the next day. The quest required me to kill a relatively modest number of monsters, yet the quest items were surprisingly elusive. After slaying for 7 or 8 hours, morning dawned, and I still needed 3 more skeleton fingers to complete the quest. The thorn skeletons around the graveyard had been nearly eradicated, And in the midst of a pile of bones stood a formidable necromancer lord, sword raised high. The very necromancer lord, Qingyu, that I was tasked to eliminate. I hesitated to engage, having leveled up to 20. I re-entered the top 100 of Icebound City's rankings, taking half an hour to loot 2 skeleton fingers. Leaving me just one short before I could summon reinforcements and seek my mentor, the necromancer swordsman Surin, to join me in taking down the boss. Checking the time. It was already 10:30 a.m., and I felt no hint of fatigue. Thus, I resolved to continue my hunt. In a bustling commercial district of Shanghai, atop a uniquely designed high-rise office building, within a conference room, approximately 7 or 8 elite individuals were engaged in business discussions. At the end of the table sat a young woman clad in a coffee-colored uniform, her name tag reading He. Eve, it's your turn. Please share your thoughts. A middle-aged man urged, casting a glance at the striking woman. However, he remained entranced by the sky outside the window, her beautiful eyes reflecting a profound sadness. Eve, what is your perspective on this month's decline in performance? The man pressed again. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the board members, He's long eyelashes slowly descended, and a single tear slid down her porcelain cheek. With her lips slightly parted, she closed her eyes, tears flowing freely as she uttered, "But Luchan." Luchan he. A soft thud echoed as a skeletal creature, riddled with thorns, crumpled to the ground, revealing a foul, decaying finger, precisely the item I required for my quest. I picked up the bone fragment and tossed it into my satchel, inspecting it. 40 in total. Glancing at my level, I noted I had reached level 20 with 45 experience, having been online for a continuous 12 hours. Truly impressive leveling efficiency. Phew. Just one last boss to defeat. I cast a distant glance at the undead lord, Qingyu. It was time to return for reinforcements to vanquish this foe. Yet, at that moment, a wave of dizziness washed over me, nearly causing me to stumble. Simultaneously, a ringing sound pierced the air. Ding. System prompt. Your hunger level has dropped to 20. Please consume food immediately, or the consequences will be dire. A small red light blinked on the interface, reminiscent of Ultraman running low on energy. It dawned on me that I had neglected a crucial element: food. Vendors in Iceberg City sold bread, meat slices, and other sustenance to replenish strength. Regrettably, the Icebound camp did not offer such provisions. The Nightlings had a rather primitive method of nourishment, consuming corpses. Indeed, the undead possessed an innate skill to feast upon the deceased. This gruesome act not only replenished stamina and elevated hunger levels, but also facilitated rapid restoration of health, an inherent advantage of the Nightlings. My attributes had plummeted by 50, with attack power, defense, and health all drastically diminished. Not far off lay a blood pool, with rotting human corpses floating within, swollen like overcooked buns. Ugh, I nearly retched. Frowning, I thought to myself, damn it, I would never resort to utilizing the skill of consuming corpses. Chapter 19. The heart of a young girl dragging my weary body. I emerged from the grand cemetery. Not far off lay a quaint human settlement, where low-level NPCs were busily engaged in cultivation. If I were to slay any one of them, it would suffice to sustain me for a full 24 hours without succumbing to hunger. Yet I refused. Clenching my teeth, I pressed onward. The sound of crunching soon reached my ears, and upon glancing over, I beheld a knight spirit player clad in black armor, feasting upon the remains of a human. It was none other than Gue Guzi. How does it taste? I inquired, moving closer. Gue Guzi wiped the blood from his mouth and grinned menacingly. Not bad at all. Fresh and tender, having been dead for less than 24 hours. Care to join me? Get lost. I won't eat that. I grimaced and walked away, while Gue Guzi chuckled in amusement. Humph, you will never become a top-tier expert, for there resides within you a trace of mercy. Ha! Fury ignited within me, and I turned sharply to face Gue Guzi, my voice low and menacing. What I possess is not some pathetic mercy, but a fundamental limit. My limit. Suit yourself. But don't starve to death, or else I'll have no worthy opponent left. Gue Guzi laughed, resuming his gruesome meal. Staggering, I struggled toward the frosty ridge, but the relentless decline of my hunger gauge accelerated alarmingly. In less than 10 minutes, I was down to a mere 5 hunger points, and I lacked even the strength to walk. With a stumble, I fell into the grass, and the heavens unleashed a torrential rain, accompanied by furious lightning that cleaved through the darkness. The rolling clouds seemed to declare a divine edict against the wicked night spirits. Breathless and humiliated, I stared at the ground before me, and in a sudden burst of determination, I bit down hard on the tender grass beneath me. The taste was unbearable. A bitter essence flooded my mouth. Ding. System notification. You have consumed earth root grass, quality 1, restoring 0. 1 points of hunger. What the hell? Only 0. 1? Are you jesting with me? I felt tears welling up. My mind went blank, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Just then, a voice emerged, akin to moonlight breaking through the endless night. Big brother, what is wrong with you? I slowly lifted my gaze to see a young girl in a flowing purple dress watching me from under a tree. She was exquisitely beautiful, with a round face and large sapphire-like eyes, holding a basket filled with mushrooms. Oh, it was a little girl gathering mushrooms. I managed to respond, but words failed me. My hunger was dire. It wouldn't matter if I died from it. Losing a level was trivial. I could regain it in a few hours. You. The little girl looked at me and suddenly broke into an angelic smile. Are you too hungry, big brother? I nodded eagerly. In an instant, she lifted her skirt, revealing her rain-soaked, plump thighs. Just as my eyes widened, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a loaf of bread, presenting it to me with a cheerful smile. Here, this is oatmeal bread made by my mother. It's delicious, please eat. I felt a wave of shame for my earlier thoughts and quickly accepted the bread. Oatmeal bread, quality 100 level 1 cooking, restores 75 points of current hunger. What a delightful treasure. I hastily stuffed the oatmeal bread into my mouth. Though slightly damp, it carried a hint of the girl's youthful fragrance. It was rumored that a certain type of tea, once gathered, was placed against a young girl's bosom to dry, well known in Anhui, though I had forgotten its name. This oatmeal bread, too, possessed a similar charm, with an exquisitely pleasant flavor. Instantly, I regained a substantial amount of strength. The bread's quality was modest, but so was my level, thus the restoration was significant. I sprang to my feet, rejuvenated, and smiled at the little girl. What is your name, little sister? I'm Shinran. She replied with a sweet voice. It was unnecessary to ask. I had already seen her name floating above her head. Shinran, LV-15. She was a harmless and innocent girl, or else she would not have offered her help to a night spirit like me, who was universally reviled. Continuing the conversation, I asked Shinran, why are you here? This place is often frequented by night spirits. What if something happens? Shinran blinked innocently. My mother can't see anymore. The wizards in the town said that new mushrooms gathered on rainy days can heal her eyes, so Oh, I see. Will you come here every day? A smile crept across my face as I edged away from Shinran, wary of frightening her with my appearance. Shinran, can I find you here every day? Will you bring me a loaf of bread? Shinran nodded eagerly. Okay, big brother. Do you like my mother's bread? Hee. Shinran will remember. I was somewhat speechless. This naive girl didn't even want anything in return? Thinking of this, I reached into my pouch and produced a silver coin, flicking it towards her basket. Take this back to buy flour. I can't eat for free. Okay, well then, big brother, I must go home now. My mother will be worried. All right. Shinran skipped away, her basket in tow, resembling a beautiful butterfly as she swiftly disappeared from my sight. Sigh, what a rare and innocent girl. Having restored my strength, I marched confidently into Frosty Ridge, heading towards the camp of the undead swordsman Surin. I clicked to learn skills, and 2 level 20 skills immediately appeared before me. Summon undead. Call forth a deceased creature not stronger than oneself to become a servant. Burrow. Sink into the ground, reducing movement speed by 90, making it easy to be detected. Each skill required a fee of 20 silver coins to learn. Fortunately, I was now a wealthy individual with 92 silver coins, and I swiftly acquired both active skills. Summon Undead was undeniably powerful, allowing me to call forth a combat companion, useful either as an attacker or a shield. As for Burrow, it seemed to be an escape skill, though it could also be used for ambushes if one didn't mind the slow pace. I activated Burrow, and my body transformed into several blood-red vines, swiftly descending into the earth. I could observe the surface, but my speed was painfully slow. At this rate, I would have gray hair by the time I reached Frosty City. However, hiding underground allowed me to see the world above, which was quite formidable. Images of graceful legs swirled in my mind as I lay hidden at the entrance of Frosty City, watching the passing elven maidens, shadowy enchantresses, and human girls in short skirts, their skirts swaying in the breeze, a sight of ultimate enjoyment. Before long, I subconsciously categorized this Burrow skill as one of my trump cards. At that moment, my mentor, the undead swordsman Surin, cast a disdainful gaze upon me from above. You insolent brat. What are you doing? How dare you employ such a rudimentary burrowing technique here? I quickly canceled the burrow mode, and my form transformed back into a series of blood-red vines as I surged to the surface, solidifying into my character. I then produced 40 spiny skeletal fingers and said, Master, these were taken from those adversaries. The undead Lord Qingyu resides within the cemetery. Suruin seized the skeletal finger and snorted disdainfully. That reckless fool, Qingyu, dares to trespass into my domain. I shall demonstrate the prowess of a master of the knight's spirit swordsmanship. Come, little skeleton, follow me. I will impart a lesson on the true essence of the laws of power. Filled with admiration, I exclaimed, Master, this way. As we journeyed deeper into the graveyard, the newly spawned skeletons fell before Suruin in an instant, wielding a massive two-handed sword. A mere flick of his wrist was sufficient to cleave a level 22 iron bone skeleton in twain. Truly formidable. Before long, we reached the periphery of the grand cemetery, where the undead Lord Qingyu stood at the center, sternly gripping his longsword. My master, the undead greatsword master Suruin, approached the cemetery's edge, hands placed defiantly on his hips, and bellowed, Qingyu, you aristocratic scoundrel, come forth and meet your demise. To the night spirits, the blood pool of the grand cemetery resembled a lavish banquet of indulgence. Standing at the edge of this indulgent feast, I raised a hand, summoning forth a spirit with a radiant glow. In an instant, a frail little skeleton crawled out of the blood pool, trembling as it took its place behind me, exuding an air of unwavering loyalty. Imp, novice, level, 5 attack, 1550 defense, 20 health, 150 trait. Disappears when the master logs off. The little skeleton nodded eagerly at me. Yet I could clearly discern the word incompetent inscribed upon its forehead. Defense 20, attack 50, health merely 150. How could one survive with such meager attributes? With a resigned shake of my head, I noticed that Qingyu, having detected the intruders, charged forth with his heavy sword, roaring, pitiful wretches, descend into the abyss. With a primal scream, Suruin leaped forward, brandishing his sword. The clash of steel resounded as the two formidable boss-level NPCs collided. Evidently, Suruin, the great swordsman, held the upper hand, sending Qingyu reeling with a single blow. Qingyu, enraged, skidded across the ground for several meters, preparing to charge again, oblivious to the azure light descending from behind him. Thud! A powerful strike from my blade landed, causing Qingyu to shudder, his health plummeting significantly. This was a boss after all. I could not afford to miss the priceless experience and looting opportunity. Seeking death, Qingyu retorted, spinning around for a counterattack. The chilling winds of his sword slicing through the air. The blade tore through my defenses, blood spattering as damage numbers soared above my head. 321. Good heavens. That was nearly a fatal blow. At that moment, my imp skeleton bravely charged in, only to have its life extinguished in an instant. Reduced to a pile of shattered bones by the boss's strike. Hastily, I consumed a healing potion, and Suruin re-engaged in the fray with Qingyu, the two bosses exchanging blows. Ultimately, Suruin gained the advantage, leaving Qingyu gravely wounded, while I had restored my health and was ready to join the battle once more. Chapter 20. Su-in who are in the blade shimmered with a hint of crimson, infused with the power of the undead. Regrettably, it was effective only against living targets, rendering it futile against a necromancer like Qingyu. With a swift slice, I dealt nearly 200 points of damage to the boss. This time, I was prudent. I deftly dodged as my mentor, Su-luin, took position to absorb the boss's aggro. Once the boss's focus shifted, I seized the moment, delivering another strike that marked Qingyu's visage with my blade. With a deafening roar, Qingyu fell. I rushed forward, my speed surpassing Su-luin's. And in the blink of an eye, I gathered the spoils of victory. 3 large magic stones, with qualities of 97, 98, and 94, gleamed enticingly, promising a handsome profit. Furthermore, the fallen necromancer yielded 2 pieces of equipment, a blood-red longsword and a deep blue cloak. The cloak filled me with unbridled joy, for it would obscure my face, allowing me to conceal my true skeletal nature from prying eyes. Trembling with excitement, I examined the attributes of the equipment. First, the crimson longsword appeared before me, and my heart raced with exhilaration. Su-in who are in, bronze item, attack, 2540 strength, 8 required level, 25 a bronze item. I was elated. With a staggering attack power and an additional 8 points in strength, this weapon was undoubtedly a formidable tool for my current endeavors. My previous green blade only boasted 18 attack points. By comparison, it was merely a toy. The thought of others learning of this weapon in my possession was enough to send ripples of dread through the realm. Overjoyed, I stowed Su-in who are in my inventory. Although I had just reached level 22 after defeating the boss, I was only 3 levels shy of wielding this magnificent sword. In 2 days, I would surely claim it, enhancing my prowess immensely. In my delight, I turned to inspect the attributes of the blood-red cloak, and once again, I was left speechless. Q-ing hu dup-ing, bronze item, defense, 22 stamina, 7 bonus, increases the user's evasion chance by 0. 5 required level, 25 another bronze item. My fortune was truly remarkable. With a formidable defense of 22 points and an increase of 7 in stamina, the cloak also boasted a minor but tangible evasion bonus. I was utterly ecstatic with these two exceptional pieces of equipment. Suppressing my elation, I stored both items in my inventory and conversed with Su Luan to complete the quest. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, Necromancer Lord. Qingyu, earning 4,000 experience points and 100 reputation points. A golden light enveloped me as I leveled up again, reaching level 23, just 2 levels away from equipping my bronze items. Moreover, I had made my debut on the level leaderboard in Icebound City. 1. Fengsei Huanxiang, level 26, class, Radiant Ranger 2. Du Ba Fa Shun, level 24, class, Mage 3. Du Ba Qi Shun, level 24, class, Magic Knight 4. Du Ba Jin Shun, level 24, class, Archer 5. Du Ba Zhan Shun, level 24, class, Warrior 6. Lai Ri, level 23, class, Warrior 7. Gui Gu Zi, level 23, class, Undead Knight 8. Zheji Qinsha, level 23, class, Undead Swordsman 9. Longxing Tianxia, level 21, class, Magic Knight 10. Qing Shuixiang, level 21, class, Archer. How exhilarating. The leaderboard felt like a bus, accessible at my whim. Haha. The undead swordmaster Su Luan clapped me on the shoulder, offering a look of admiration. You are formidable, far superior to that other rookie necromancer. I nodded in agreement, imagining the dismay of Gui Gu Zi at this moment. Su Luan brandished his sword and returned to the Icebound camp, and I followed, hoping to find additional quests. As merely hunting monsters was a slower path to leveling up compared to engaging in quests. Upon returning to the Icebound camp, I sold the stones and my funds surged. At last, I possessed a fortune of 1 gold and 41 silver coins. A profound sense of achievement washed over me. I spent 5 silver coins to unlock my personal storage at the Undead NPC warehouse manager and safely stored Su-in, who are in, and Qing, who DUPing to avoid losing them to an unfortunate mishap. I repaired my equipment, purchased potions, and prepared to embark on my quest to reach level 25. Bursting with enthusiasm, I stepped outside, only to see a figure stumble out from the blood pool, clutching a spear. It was Gui Gu Zi, looking worse for wear. With less than a third of his health remaining, Gui Gu Zi had been attacked? I was taken aback and rushed forward, demanding, what happened? Gnashing his teeth, Gui Gu Zi rose, gulping down a health potion. A group from Icebound City is coming, claiming they will cleanse the Night Spirit players in Icebound Camp. They are on their way. Suddenly, from the jungle, a figure emerged, spear in hand, with a name above his head, Longxing Tianxia. The members of the Mad Dragon were brazen. How dare they threaten to cleanse Icebound Camp? Though Gui Gu Zi was not my ally, Mad Dragon was undoubtedly my foe, and I could not turn a blind eye to this. You, Longxing Tianxia shouted as he saw me approaching, then turned to flee, with 2 warriors emerging behind him, brandishing their basic iron swords. Their blades shimmered ominously, indicative of the warrior's level 10 skill, Heavy Strike. My expression darkened as I sprang into action, swiftly maneuvering across the ground, leaving a perfect Z-shaped path. The warrior's heavy strikes missed entirely, and they exchanged bewildered glances. With a swift slice, my green blade severed one warrior's neck, followed by a devastating strike from my skill, crushing the second warrior's skull. 274. 311. With a cry, the warrior on my left collapsed, while the other, barely clinging to life, attempted to retreat. I lunged forward, delivering a final blow that felled him as well. Behind me, Gui Gu Zi warned, Zheji Qinsha, watch out for the assassin. Their assassins are exceptionally strong. A chill ran down my spine. They were coming. Suddenly, a sharp flash cut through the air, an assassin's level 10 skill, Cold Edge. In an instant, my body swayed to the right, narrowly evading the attack. The energy of Cold Edge missed me entirely, leaving me incredulous. The Mad Dragon's ace assassin, Mad Dragon Ao Gu, quickly retreated, displaying remarkable experience. In early game scenarios, a failed ambush meant certain doom for an assassin without stealth or evasive skills. Retreat was the only option. Just as I prepared to pursue Mad Dragon, a sudden heat surged through my shoulder. I had been struck by an arrow. At the forest's edge, 2 archers appeared, levels 17 and 18, though they wielded basic bows. Their attack power was formidable, especially since their agility was maximized, allowing for rapid-fire shots. In a flash, 4 arrows were already in flight. 45, 41, 27, 31. The numerical damage surged abruptly. Despite my formidable defenses, I could not withstand such relentless onslaughts. After all, my vitality was limited, and I would soon be extinguished. Perhaps within half a minute, I swiftly pivoted, propelling myself toward the icy sentry camp like an arrow released from a bow. Only by seeking assistance from the NPCs could I hope to survive. Heaven knows how many of the frenzied dragons had been unleashed. Taking on 3 adversaries alone had already reached the pinnacle of my capabilities. That rascal has fled. Pursue him. Longxing Tianzong brandished his spear, rallying the morale of our ranks. Instantly, 2 archers, armed with longbows, began their pursuit, their agility allowing them to close in on me rapidly. Meanwhile, Guzi, wielding his spear, dashed ahead of me while glancing back anxiously, exclaiming, "What shall we do? Shall we let this pack of rascals obliterate our camp?" With a disdainful snort, I consumed a health potion, restoring a significant portion of my vitality. In a sudden turn, I shot forward like lightning towards the foremost archer, raising my green blade and executing a standard attack paired with a swift double strike from the execution blade. The sound of the keen blade tearing through leather armor was remarkably satisfying. The archer, caught off guard, stood frozen, and 2 damage numbers swiftly appeared above his head before he collapsed. Without uttering a word, I charged towards another archer, skidding to a halt before deftly maneuvering around him in a smooth arc, delivering 2 consecutive attacks to his chest. 210, 224. Another instant kill. Splendid. Guzi, astounded, could not suppress a hearty laugh. However, before his words could fully escape, a dagger pierced through the chaos, signaling the assassin's ambush. Swoosh. 247. The damage from the cold edge skill was staggering, and Guzi lost a significant amount of health. Yet, without hesitation, he thrust his spear, launching a fiery jab. 274. His attack power was commendable, particularly against leather-clad foes. 1 strike had already eliminated the ambushing assassin, but Guzi and Apos' health was perilously low, prompting him to hasten toward the sentry NPC. I followed closely behind. Longxing Tianzong, accompanied by 7 archers, 5 mages, 3 priests, 1 bard, 1 strategist, and 2 rangers, advanced menacingly, an entire faction of the frenzied dragon clan. Such a formidable lineup could indeed dominate, and it was clear that Guzi and I could not contend with them. Charge! Longxing Tianzong gestured broadly, and immediately a throng of underlings surged forward. Quickly, to the sandy depths. Guzi leaped towards the sentry post outside the camp. If my memory served me right, there were at least 7 level 20 dark-type NPCs there, perhaps capable of offering us some much-needed protection. Chapter 21. The Fantasy of Wind in the Depths of Night. Shadows darted swiftly, and within half a minute, the flickering glow of a campfire came into view. Beside the humble encampment, the imposing Captain Fact burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Little skeletons, you've arrived?" In the next moment, however, his expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it, how did humans find this place? Soldiers, arm yourselves and slay them." Instantly, the entire Sentinel Ridge erupted into chaos as 7 level 20 NPC soldiers brandished their weapons and charged toward the crowd behind me and Guzi. The Guanglong clan, including Longxing Tianxia, consisted of 20 fearless members who advanced without hesitation. In truth, they had no reason to fear. The attributes of level 20 NPCs bore little distinction from those of level 20 monsters, making them quite easy to vanquish. Kill. First eliminate the NPCs. Then deal with those 2 demon scoundrels. Longxing Tianxia bellowed, brandishing his spear as he charged ahead. Flames danced along the spear's tip, culminating in a fiery thrust that pierced an NPC soldier's chest, assisted by the arrows fired simultaneously by 3 archers, resulting in instant death. The archers' coordinated assault was terrifying. Guzi and I exchanged astonished glances, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. The arrows of the level 10 archers glimmered ominously as they traversed the forest, and in less than half a minute, 5 NPC sentries lay lifeless in pools of blood, while the losses on the side of Guanglong were practically non-existent. Longxing Tianxia reveled in his success, laughing heartily. "Did you see that? Our firepower is formidable. Keep killing. I've started recording this. I'll post the video on the official forum later to establish our might." Huh? I gritted my teeth and spoke solemnly to Guzi. "We cannot remain passive. Prepare for a surprise attack. Let's eliminate those 7 archers. I'll handle the 4 on the right. You take care of the 3 on the left." Guzi looked at me in disbelief. "Come on, you overestimate me. I can only deal with 4 at most. You manage it." I pondered briefly, bending my legs slightly, my body taut like a drawn bowstring, and then I shot forth, moving like lightning to the right side where the archers stood. I shouted, "Die!" with a swift slash. My green blade severed the throat of 1 archer, inflicting 274 points of critical damage. Instant kill. I spun around, and before the second archer could react, I unleashed a devastating strike that bore down upon his shoulder, accompanied by his piercing scream as he met the same fate. In the blink of an eye, I had dispatched 2 enemies in mere seconds, and Giguzi, like a specter, closed in. With a flick of his spear, he executed a fiery thrust, taking down 1 archer, then engaged 2 others in a fierce struggle. The 2 archers approaching me raised their bows, cursing, "Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. Let's take him out." Before they could release their arrows, a chilling wind swept through, and I dashed forward, closing the distance to less than 20 centimeters. The terror in their eyes was almost exhilarating. According to the game's mechanics, archers could not shoot when within 3 yards of their target. To my surprise, the experienced archer swiftly switched from his longbow to a dagger, slashing at my chest plate, leaving only a shallow wound, merely 17 points of damage. Such pitiful power! With a single stroke, I vanished from sight, and the archer's eyes widened in shock as he slowly sank to his knees, blood seeping from his neck. As a full-strength warrior, if my attack didn't miss, death awaited him. Come on, boys. It's time to defend our honor. For more gold and glory. Let the slaughter commence. In the night sky, the roar erupted as Captain Fak issued a war cry, leading the remaining 2 soldiers into a fray with Longxing Tianxia and the others. These NPCs displayed remarkable loyalty, buying us precious time for our ambush. I braved the arrows, downing 2 health potions, and finally reached the 4th archer. With a feint of my sword, I slid beneath his gaze, executing 2 swift strikes that felled him in less than 30 seconds. It appeared my delay time was now below 0.7. Meanwhile, Giguzi had similarly dispatched 2 archers and was pursuing the last, now with less than 20 health remaining. Just then, a sudden ambush materialized as Quanglong Aogu leapt forth, dagger gleaming, aimed at Giguzi's back. Cursing, I dashed forward, my sword slicing coldly into Quanglong Aogu's neck as I called out, "Quanglong Aogu." This strike was intended to draw his attention. Aogu reacted nimbly, evading my blow just in time, and my attack missed, seeming to have no effect. Giguzi was saved and continued his pursuit of the wounded archer, while I lunged at Quanglong Aogu once more, my speed unbridled, my sword tracing a cold arc through the night. Aogu swiftly dodged to the right, but I couldn't help but smirk, sliding my feet and disappearing from view, reappearing at Aogu's right flank. My movements were flawless as I unleashed 2 rapid strikes, one of which was a devastating attack. 218. 311. Aogu stared at the damage numbers, utterly dumbfounded by my sudden burst of speed. Despair washed over him as he closed his eyes, collapsing at the edge of a pool of blood. The battle had completely exceeded Longxing Tianxia's expectations. He continued recording, witnessing his comrades fall one by one, helpless to intervene. Captain Fak, a level 25 NPC, was now below 25 health, but this still posed a significant headache for Longxing Tianxia. "Giguzi, deal with the strategist," I shouted, already charging toward the mage, enduring 3 lightning strikes that left me tingling. Thankfully, these mages were poorly equipped and of lower level. Otherwise, 2 volleys could have been fatal. I downed a health potion and swiftly dispatched the first mage. The other 2 retreated hastily, but I paid them no mind, turning back to pursue Longxing Tianxia. At that moment, 2 anguished screams echoed as the 2 Quanglong mages fell simultaneously. "What the hell?" Giguzi exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. I narrowed my gaze. "Be cautious. There's a master among them." We tightened our formation, both of us poised to strike at Longxing Tianxia, while nearby, the strategist and bard fell in quick succession, both slain in an instant. The night was shrouded in mystery. We could barely discern the identity of the assailants. "Stay alert. Heal up. PLL strike," I warned coldly as I surveyed the surroundings, while Longxing Tianxia found himself in a precarious duel with Captain Fak. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and amidst the rustling grass, a figure in a white robe appeared, launching an attack with blinding speed. A warrior, entirely cloaked in white, plunged a silver glimmering sword deep into Giguzi's chest. 371. The follow-up dealt an additional 404 damage. What a swift execution. My eyes widened in shock. I had never anticipated Giguzi would be killed so instantly. Glancing at the name of this master, I understood. The Fantasy of Wind. The top player in the Icebound City area. Cloaked in a pearlescent robe, radiating a silvery sheen, his face remained obscured from view. Time to draw my sword. What does it matter if you are the highest level? As the winds of fantasy surged, I swiftly retreated and turned to stand beside the NPC captain. My sword danced with a swift motion, instantly depleting a significant portion of Fark's health. Such a formidable display of power was indeed astonishing, and it was no surprise that I had ascended to the pinnacle of the ranks. I maneuvered with agility beneath the NPC's obstruction, and in the next moment, I executed a sweeping strike. With a whoosh, Wind Color Fantasy gasped in awe, reacting with remarkable speed to evade, while my blade traced a graceful arc, unexpectedly targeting my waist. What a splendid maneuver! I couldn't help but inwardly marvel. This player's skill was undoubtedly among the elite in Icebound City. Despite my mere 0.5 seconds of latency, I was not necessarily his equal. Thud, thud. We both failed to evade each other's strikes. 274, 265, a mutual exchange of damage. A draw it seemed. However, at that moment, Longxing Tianxia appeared with a face full of malice, his spear striking like a venomous serpent, igniting with fiery thrusts. A sharp pain pierced my lower back, and I cursed my misfortune, but it was too late. Wind color fantasy, as swift as lightning, delivered a devastating blow to my chest, extinguishing my last vestige of health. With a crack, my body crumpled to the ground, my spirit released, and the world around me faded into a dull gray. In the instant of death, a peculiar event unfolded. Wind color fantasy did not express gratitude towards Longxing Tianxia, but instead, with a swift and fierce stroke, he eliminated the leader of the Mad Dragon, before swiftly turning to slay Captain Fark, severing his skull as if completing a faction quest. My spirit materialized in the graveyard, close to my fallen body. And after 2 minutes, I arrived in the void where the spirit of Giguzi lingered beside my corpse, hesitant to revive, for not far away, wind color fantasy, draped in a white robe, lazily leaned against a withered tree, seemingly unwilling to depart. Damn it, is one person guarding both my and Giguzi's corpses? What a predicament. Giguzi sent a message. Gritting my teeth, I replied, let's revive together and deal with him. Excellent. Glancing at the time, I turned to Giguzi and messaged, watch my signal. When I count to 3, we will revive together. Remember, we will only have 50 health upon resurrection, so drink a health potion first. This time, we must strike first and eliminate him. Otherwise, we would lose all face in the frozen post. Understood. Giguzi responded solemnly, exuding an air of grim determination. Chapter 22, Guardian of the Corpse 3. I raised 3 fingers, to be precise, 3 skeletal fingers still adorned with flesh and blood. Giguzi stared intently at the formidable enemy ahead. Once revived, the corpse would immediately rise. Meanwhile, Fengsa Huanxiang stood carelessly 10 meters away, seemingly awaiting our resurrection, completely unconcerned about the alliance of 2 Night Spirits players. 2. I steadied myself, preparing to click the resurrection interface. 1. Resurrection. Giguzi, a man of integrity, resurrected alongside me. We simultaneously downed a health potion and split our paths towards Fengsa Huanxiang. Fengsa Huanxiang appeared to mock us, suddenly charging forward with alarming speed. His white robe billowing in the wind, the glinting sword exuding a menacing aura as it was thrust towards Giguzi. Humph, you dare strike me? Come on then. Giguzi, proud and unyielding, engaged him head-on. Fengsa Huanxiang exhibited audacity, feinting with a sword to bait Giguzi into attacking, then swiftly pivoting. His blade grazing past Giguzi's weapon and slicing through his neck in one fluid motion, showcasing remarkable tactical finesse. Swish. The silvery blade severed Giguzi's neck. A substantial damage number of 558 soared into the air. A fatal blow indeed. Thud. Giguzi knelt to the ground, bewildered, having fallen once more. At that moment, before Fengsa Huanxiang could turn, the aura of death loomed as I unleashed a fierce attack. I descended upon him like a leopard. The green blade enveloped in a cerulean glow. Fengsa Huanxiang, caught off guard, could only absorb the impact as my blade struck heavily against his shoulder. Thud. Blood sprayed forth, staining his white robe crimson. Before he could recover, I surged forward, my long sword slashing as if a venomous serpent piercing through his chest. 327, 221. 2 consecutive strikes unleashed the full extent of my speed and power. Fengsa Huanxiang's health bar depleted. He slowly succumbed, losing a level. Damn it. That hurt. Giguzi, having revived, approached and kicked Fengsa Huanxiang's corpse with disdain, saying, Qinsha, let us guard his body. This guy is the top-ranked player in Floating Ice City. Even after dropping a level to 25, he remains at the top. Let us watch over him for a day and a night, and see if he still considers himself the best. I couldn't help but chuckle. Patting his shoulder, you guard him. I'm off to level up. Besides, even if we were to guard his body, I can't guarantee we could defeat him again. I wasn't being modest. It had taken both Giguzi and me to barely take him down. In a one-on-one scenario, my chances of winning would hardly exceed 50. Checking our levels, I had dropped to 22, while Giguzi fell to 21. Both of us had exited the top 10 of Floating Ice City's leaderboard. The ground was littered with corpses. Members of the Crazy Dragon Guild had all fallen here. And the top player Fengsa Huanxiang had met his demise as well. The icebound post was indeed the territory of the night spirits, stirring a storm of bloodshed. Observing the corpse of Captain Fak, Giguzizi remarked, "This non-boss level NPC will take 24 hours to respawn, so we certainly won't be receiving any quests today. Is that so?" I smiled slightly, saying nothing as I turned to enter the icebound post, replenishing my potions and repairing my gear, then ventured alone along the icy path into the jungle. Regardless of the circumstances, my priority was to level up to 25. If I could equip the Xinhua blade and Qinghua cloak, I believed I could hold my ground even against Fengsa Huanxiang. At the edge of the graveyard, I found a suitable training ground, facing 25 level bone spear night spirits. Their attack power was mediocre, but the experience was plentiful. It was a decent opportunity for practice in the absence of quests. Caw. In the distance, a neutral creature, a wild chicken, appeared. At level 20. Its attack power was minimal, and its health was low. I struck it down with 2 swift sword slashes, and as its corpse fell, I approached to cast the necromantic grasp skill. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have obtained a chicken egg, quality 4. That was all there was to it. I consumed the egg raw, recovering 4 points of hunger, far inferior to Xinyan S oat bread. With a single motion, I summoned the undead. Hiss. The wild chicken on the ground struggled to rise, transformed into a splendid skeleton, now a level 10 servant, though its attributes had significantly diminished. This necromantic summoning skill proved rather lackluster. Continuing my training, I spent over 4 hours slaying skeletons, barely reaching level 24. At that moment, I received a message from Du Shursan. "Luching, I'm level 17 now, pretty fast, huh? We've been grinding for over 10 hours. It's time to log off. Eat something and rest." "Alright, I'll log off right away." I dashed back to the icebound post, only to find that the corpses of the Crazy Dragon Guild members had revived, and Fengsa Huanxiang was nowhere to be seen, now at level 27, maintaining a significant lead. Entering the cemetery, I discovered Giguzizi rummaging through a grave, grinning ominously at me. "Back from work?" I was taken aback, replying with a laugh. "Yes. Are you heading home too?" "MHM, good night, sweet dreams." Upon logging off, I realized it was already past 3 in the afternoon the following day. Despite this, I felt remarkably refreshed, as if I had been invigorated by some elixir, brimming with energy. Of course, as I stood up, a slight dizziness reminded me that this body still belonged to a human. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, I joined Du Shursan downstairs at a restaurant, ordering a bottle of Erguo 2 and a few small dishes. This was a Hunan restaurant, renowned for its delicious flavors. The proprietress, a woman in her 30s, possessed an alluring figure that captivated our attention. In Shursan's words, she exuded an irresistible charm, making this a favored haunt for both of us. Shursan raised his glass and downed it in one gulp, his brow furrowed as if he had been shot, eyeing the proprietress while chuckling. "Luching, over the years, many girls have shown interest in you, yet you seem to overlook them all. Take Tan Shui from the foreign language department in our senior year as an example. She was clearly smitten with you." "Tan Shui? Who is Tan Shui?" I drank down a glass of liquor, bewildered. "Damn." Du Shursan glared at me, saying, "In our 3rd year, when Suzhou was blanketed in heavy snow, she sent you a message saying, 'It's snowing outside. It's beautiful. Let us go out and see it together.' And you can imagine how you replied." I pondered for a moment. What did I reply? I've forgotten. "Damn it." Du Shursan slammed the table, exuding an air of frustration. "You told her, 'It's so cold outside. Only a fool would go out.'" "What?" I exclaimed, slamming the table. "Did I really say that?" Du Shursan raised his glass to me, speaking earnestly. "You're not young anymore. It's time to find a companion. Look at me. Things are going quite well." "Going well?" I smiled faintly. "Are you implying that you're gallivanting around, with women calling your name, in every corner from Suzhou to Shanghai?" Du Shursan was taken aback. "Damn, you know?" "Yes, that's exactly it. How can one manage without a girlfriend?" I shook my head, smiling lightly. "Let us forget about that. None of them are suitable for me." "Not suitable? You just can't find anyone appealing, can you?" Du Shursan replied with some exasperation. "Tan Shui was the belle of the foreign language department. If you can't even be interested in her, what exactly do you seek?" As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, his eyes lighting up. "Indeed. He is an extraordinary woman. But, Sai, my friend, do you truly think you can handle someone like her?" I gazed out the window, murmuring to myself, I never anticipated those. Du Shursan stared at me, and after a moment, he shook his head. "Never mind. You are just like what Tan Shui said back in the day. You are nothing but a block of wood, a wood that will never blossom." I couldn't help but chuckle. One can still thrive without women. Let us discuss our forthcoming plans instead. Du Shursan, with keen interest, responded, "Well, I am nearing level 20. When I reach level 25, I should learn a secondary profession. What do you think would suit me best? Alchemy, lumberjacking, gathering, blacksmithing, tailoring, perhaps? Choose as you please. What matters is the potential for profit. Blacksmithing will surely yield riches in the later stages. I will pursue that. Very well. Du Shursen smiled, brimming with aspirations, and said, Lu Chun, once we have both ascended in levels, we shall raise our banner and establish our own guild. Indeed, I clenched my fist and declared solemnly, to create a brand new guild, disregarding all notions of justice, rules, and reputation, to systematically eliminate tyrannical guilds like the Mad Dragon, and to sweep away all factions within the realm of Iceberg City. Haha, that is precisely my intention. Du Shursan appeared invigorated. Boss lady, bring us 2 more bottles of Erguo 2. According to the rules, once we finish, it's time to sleep. Upon awakening, I glanced at the time. It was already past 2 in the morning, an opportune moment to log in and level up. At this hour, the online players were drowsy, and there were few vying for monsters. I retrieved my helmet, connected to the internet, and quickly logged in. With a rush, I was enveloped in the dim light of the tomb. I struggled to clear the earth around me, spitting out the muck from my mouth. It seemed I would have to purchase a tent in the future. Sleeping in a grave was rather unseemly. After all, I was not a disciple of the ancient tomb sect, and I wouldn't encounter the likes of the little dragon girl, rendering my stay in the tomb pointless. I examined my character's attributes. Level 24 with 3 experience, ranked 247th in Iceberg City. There were too many leveling fanatics. The top player remained Feng Xiaohuanqing, who had reached level 28, seemingly having not logged off for quite some time. The second place was at level 26, not far behind me. From the 10th to the 259th rank, all were either level 24 or 25. The competition among the elite players was exceedingly fierce. It is no surprise, as the Delta region has always been a cradle of heroes, from Lin Fan and Mu Rong Shanshan of the Yueheng era to the audacious scholars of the Linghong era, such as Q Nixuing SHSH Ing and QXing Diying. The Jiangsu Zhejiang Shanghai region has nearly become a breeding ground for gaming titans. Presently, players from this region predominantly spawn in the novice villages surrounding Iceberg City. Thus, it is foreseeable that the clashes of guild forces in Iceberg City will likely be the most intense among the 9 secondary main cities. Chapter 23. Part of the wild bear exiting the frozen ridge along a narrow path. My hunger level stood at 54, and I felt a bit feeble. Perhaps I should seek something to eat first? After contemplating, I decided to venture into the forest to find Shinran. The little girl surely had brought along some oat bread, which was exceedingly filling, akin to compressed biscuits. I swiftly dispatched a few oblivious skeletons, not forgetting to absorb their spectral embers and loot, although, regrettably, all I managed to scavenge was a tattered strip of cloth, utterly useless. 20 minutes later, as I arrived in a lush forest, melodious laughter like silver bells reached my ears. Indeed, Shinran had appeared, foraging for mushrooms. I hastened through the underbrush and soon spotted her sitting amidst the grass, 2 lively rabbits frolicking by her side. Truly, she was the epitome of innocence. The rabbits were unafraid of her presence. However, my aura of darkness was too potent, causing the rabbits to bolt at my approach. Shinran turned, her face lighting up in surprise as she stood, exclaiming, "Brother, you've finally come." I stepped closer, smiling. "Yes. Shinran, did you bring me some bread?" I did," Shinran replied, pulling out a piece of pale yellow bread, still warm from her embrace. Upon receiving it and consuming it, my stamina surged to its peak, sufficient for another 12 hours of combat online. After finishing the bread, I looked down to find Shinran still gazing at me, her clear, flawless eyes resembling black jewels. "Is something the matter, Shinran?" She nodded, pointing towards the south. "Brother, I saw a terrifying old man over there. He seems to be injured." Oh, my heart quickened at the prospect of an NPC quest. How delightful. Shall we go and take a look together? No, I must return home. My mother is waiting for me. Oh, then you should head back, Shinran. The little girl gracefully trod over the grass, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette. I gripped my green blade and opened the large map, making my way southward. Not long after, a foul wind swept through, accompanied by a growl, as a massive shadow lunged towards me. It was a black bear, its eyes blood-red, mouth agape, and powerful claws poised for attack. Forest black bear, common monster, level 28, an opponent of level 28. This was certainly manageable. With a firm hold on my green blade, I infused it with necromantic energy. Even at level 1, this power could augment my damage against living targets by 5. After slaying skeletons at the frozen ridge, I was eager to finally utilize this skill against a living beast. With a swift motion, my blade grazed the bear's eye, blood splattering as I dealt a critical blow of 271 damage. My attack power is quite formidable. I chuckled, but suddenly the bear retaliated, bringing its paw down hard on my shoulder, inflicting a searing pain and a staggering damage of 154. With only 410 health points in total, I realized I could be taken down in 3 hits. Quickly dodging, I assessed the bear's combat style. Its speed was slow, yet its power was tremendous. Lacking in agility for quick turns, sliding to its side, I delivered a fierce strike, and as the bear turned, I was already behind it, unleashing another blow with my skill, Blade of Judgment, crashing down upon it. 564. A critical hit. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Your skill, Blade of Judgment, has risen to level 2, increasing damage dealt to targets by 115, while reducing accuracy by 15. I couldn't help but laugh, huh? My skill leveled up. With the black bear collapsing, another notification chimed in. System notification. Congratulations. Your innate skill, Necromantic Power, has risen to level 2, granting an additional 10 damage to all living targets. Hey, another upgrade. I checked the proficiency of both skills. Blade of Judgment, 0-2000. Necromantic Power, 0-2000. It appeared that further proficiency could not be gained. Players at level 20 could only elevate their skills to level 2, while reaching level 10 required a player to attain at least level 100. The higher the skill level, the stronger the effect. This was the advantage of leveling up, especially for attack-type skills. For instance, a level 10 Blade of Judgment could enhance attack damage by 55, proving to be exceptionally powerful. Once the bear fell, I knelt down, splayed my fingers to unleash Necromantic Absorption, and in the next moment, ding. System notification. You have acquired the item, Bear Skin, Quality 7. Bear Skin, Quality 7. Level 2 material, requires sewing skill level 2. I now held a thick, furry pelt, an item essential for tailoring players, and a high-quality level 2 material. This would be handy for selling in Icebound City when I had the chance. Generally, materials are dropped by monsters, albeit with a low drop rate of around 2. My Necromantic Absorption skill, however, was exceedingly powerful. Even if monsters didn't drop items, I could procure them myself. This potent advantage could be thoroughly exploited in the early game. Continuing onward, I noticed that the number of forest black bears was increasing. This was an isolated forest, far from the reach of players from Icebound City, requiring at least an hour to traverse, which most casual players wouldn't find worthwhile for leveling up. Glancing at the map, I realized this was the wild jungle, a gathering place for black bears. Just a few steps later, I suddenly heard a low groan nearby. I had found him. I rushed over and discovered an elderly man leaning against a tree, his chest a gruesome mess, his tattered shirt soaked with blood. Clearly, he had been attacked by a beast. Beside him lay a short bow, a bamboo basket, and a spear, evidence of his hunter-esque attire. Ah, those damn bears. Cursed be they. The old man groaned. I approached him and said solemnly, Elder, how can I assist you? My appearance startled the elder, and he exclaimed, You're a night spirit? A chill ran down my spine. Night spirits and humans belong to opposing factions. Would he still offer me a quest upon realizing my identity? Resolving to proceed, I poured forth a tale of woe, tears and snot flowing freely. Alas, I once lived by the edge of Icebound City, with a home and land, but those arrogant noble youths drove me from my home, leaving me to wander by the graveyard, where I was bitten by a night spirit. In truth, I am but an innocent youth. My embellished tale of sorrow brought tears to the elder's eyes, and he placed a hand on my shoulder, speaking earnestly. Good child, whether night spirit or human, a person with a conscience is a good person. Fear not, the Silver Moon Alliance will rescue you. I nodded, returning to the matter at hand. Elder, what happened to you? Alas, do not mention it. He lamented, sighing heavily. I was the lone hunter in my village, and I came here hoping to hunt some pheasants to prepare dried meat for the winter. However, I did not expect to encounter so many rampaging bears. As you can see, I have been besieged by them for 3 days. I fear I am nearing my end. I shook my head with a smile. Elder, do not worry. I will help you escape this forest. Ah, truly? The elder's eyes brightened. Very well, young man. If you can assist me in escaping, I shall reward you with something unexpected. Oh dear, you are too kind. We are all comrades here, but what exactly is the reward? The old man paused and said, I am the finest hunter within 100 miles, as well as the most skilled chef. Any ingredient that comes into my possession will be transformed into a culinary delight. If you assist me in escaping, I shall impart to you the arts of hunting and cooking. In that instant, my heart soared with joy. Prior to the official opening of the game, I had already delved into various secondary professions. Hunting would provide an array of ingredients, while cooking would enable me to transform these ingredients into exquisite dishes. This was a complete package of a profession. and given that the system permitted each player to learn only one secondary profession, receiving this quest felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck. Well, lacking the fortune of a romantic encounter, I was at least blessed with this serendipitous fortune. I smiled and inquired, "Elder, how may I assist you?" The elder nodded. "I have exhausted too much stamina and must consume high-quality food to recover. Please slay those wild bears in the forest and collect 20 bear hearts for me." Ding. The system notified, "You have accepted the quest, Bear Hearts." Quest level, E medium. Quest objectives. Assist the hunter Huang Hua in resolving his injuries by killing at least 200 wild bears and collecting 20 bear hearts to deliver to Huang Hua for a generous reward. Rising to my feet, I turned and ventured into the thicket, commencing my hunt. Although the forest bears possessed formidable attack power, my advantage lay in my rapid strike speed and exceptional agility. A player's agility is determined by 50 dexterity and 50 personal skill, while my dexterity was mediocre. My combat experience was undoubtedly unparalleled. After consecutively slaying 7 wild bears, I finally obtained 1 bear heart, a vibrant red organ still pulsating. Additionally, I acquired 5 second-tier bear pelts, which had a high drop rate. Utilizing the undead grasp ability, I could reliably secure 1 with each kill. Wandering alone through the dense forest, I had grown accustomed to the solitude of leveling up, which was rather agreeable. Before I realized it, over 3 hours had passed. I had dispatched more than 300 wild bears and collected over 250 bear pelts, yet I still required 1 final bear heart. With a flourish, the crimson glow of the undead power enveloped my sword, and the executioner skill struck fiercely at the bear's neck. 327. The double attack of my skills proved devastating, swiftly bringing down the bear. With a satisfying thud, a bright red bear heart dropped, and I extracted a bear pelt. Task accomplished. Upon reviewing my character status, I noticed I was just a whisker away from reaching level 25. My potions had been nearly depleted, and my equipment was quite worn. The green blade was on the verge of breaking. However, the spoils were plentiful. The wild bears had yielded a total of 3 large magic stones and 9 small magic stones, nearly filling my 40-slot inventory. The drop rate was indeed generous. Chapter 24. Applesauce. Upon arriving at the abode of the elder hunter, I retrieved 20 wild bear hearts from my satchel and presented them earnestly, saying, "Elder, I have brought you what you requested." The elder accepted the items with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Young knight spirit, you have truly moved me. Here, accept this small token of my appreciation." Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, Wild Bear Hearts. You have gained 2,500 experience points, 70 reputation points, and a quest reward, 5 great magic stones. What an incredible reward. 5 great magic stones at once. I was on the verge of tears. The bounty for this quest was indeed lavish. Peering into my satchel, I beheld the 5 great magic stones, their qualities ranging from 80 to 100 points, nearly fetchable for 1 gold piece each. As the golden light enveloped me, I ascended to level 25, now eligible to equip the flame blade and azure cloak. Alas, those 2 pieces of equipment remained in the warehouse at the Frosty camp, necessitating a return for me to don them. The elder, trembling as he clutched the wild bear hearts, said, "Young one, I require some ginger as well." I was taken aback. "Ginger? Indeed, it is one of the ingredients." He replied, "How can I procure ginger?" The elder pondered for a moment before responding, "To the southeast, 2 miles from here, there lies a thicket where wild ginger can be gathered. However, you must first learn the art of hunting." With that, the elder gestured, and a blue light enveloped my being. Ding. System notification. Hunter Huang Hua wishes to teach you the skill of hunting. Do you accept? There was no reason to refuse. I hastily clicked accept, and my skill bar expanded to include the hunting skill. Go forth, young knight spirit, and savor the joy of the hunt. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest, Gather Ginger. Quest difficulty, F grade. Low. Quest objective. Proceed to the leafy grove and collect 15 pieces of ginger to deliver to Hunter Huang Hua. The hunting skill possessed 2 functionalities, one for gathering plant-based ingredients and another for hunting animal-based materials, a rather intriguing design. With my green blade in hand, I endeavored to navigate around various monsters, as my potions were dwindling. Should I engage in further combat, I might find myself depleted before reaching safety. Moreover, I had not brought a return scroll from Iceberg City. Escape would be impossible. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the fabled leafy grove, successfully avoiding the territory of a pack of level 30 wild wolves. As I approached, I discovered some scattered wild ginger amidst the trees. Growing up in the countryside, I was familiar with ginger. While the market variety is the underground root, the above-ground leaves resemble bamboo. I stepped forward and utilized my hunting skill on a ginger plant. Ding. System notification. You have obtained 3 pieces of ginger and gained 3 points in trial hunting skill proficiency. Ginger, level 4 ingredient. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, I stowed the ginger in my satchel, where 5 pieces stacked into a single slot. Soon enough, I had gathered the required 15 pieces, occupying 3 slots in total. I hurriedly retraced my steps and presented the bundle of ginger to the elder. His face lit up with joy as he produced a small vial of salt from his robe, utilizing his cooking skill on the spot. He stuffed the ginger slices into the bare heart, sprinkled salt over them, and kindled a small fire. Moments later, a delectable roasted meat emerged. The elder retrieved a short dagger and sliced the meat into strips, savoring each bite. I stood by patiently until he turned to me, saying, "Young knight spirit, your admirable qualities have touched me. Here, accept your reward." Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, Gather Ginger. You have gained 500 experience points, 1 reputation point, and 100 experience points in hunting skill. Elated, I found this reward most gratifying, particularly the 100 points in hunting skill experience. Otherwise, it would have taken an eternity to gather enough level 1 ingredients on my own. After finishing his meal, the elder rose slowly and said, "Young one, guide me out of this wild forest, and you will have fulfilled your mission." I nodded in agreement. Following the narrative quest pattern, the elder began to make his way out, while I summoned a level 20 wild bear skeleton guard. Though not particularly formidable, it would still serve a purpose. Now that I had reached level 25, accompanied by a level 20 meat shield skeleton, I felt confident facing the wild bears. The journey outside proved remarkably smooth. Upon exiting the thicket, I spotted the town in the distance. The elder, rejuvenated, laughed heartily. "Young one, your bravery and sense of righteousness are commendable. Very well. I shall impart my most prized skill to you." Ding. System notification. Hunter Huang Ho wishes to teach you the cooking skill. Do you accept? Upon acceptance, another production skill appeared in my skill bar, breaking the system's limitations. I now possessed 2 auxiliary skills. Overjoyed, I escorted the elder to the outskirts of the village before racing back to Frosty Camp, eager to change my attire dramatically. I retrieved 2 new pieces of equipment from the warehouse. The flame blade was enveloped in a faint flame, exuding an aura of lethal intent, while the azure cloak shimmered with a mysterious dark blue sheen. Replacing the green blade with the flame blade and donning the azure cloak, my attributes surged significantly. ID, Shattered Blade Class, Undead Swordsman Level, 25 Health, 490 Attack, 104-188 Defense, 61 Magic Defense, 0 Reputation, 274 Luck, 0 Indeed. The bronze equipment was exceedingly formidable. Merely 2 pieces had elevated my attack power to 188 points, and my health had soared to 490 points, rivaling even that of the knightly Giguzi. In an instant, my confidence surged. Just then, a message from Du Shursen appeared. "Lu Chen, how goes your training?" "Generally well. And you?" "I'm doing fine, aiming for level 20. By the way, there are people selling applesauce at the entrance of Iceberg City for 4 silver coins each." "What is that?" Du Shursen inquired. "Is anyone buying?" "Yes. Many mages, priests, and bards are purchasing. It is in high demand." With that, I understood. Continue leveling up. All right. I suppressed my excitement. A lucrative opportunity had arisen. Applesauce was a level 1 product of cooking, a consumable that replenished magic points. In this realm, no magic potions existed, only magical cooking. One could consume only 1 within a minute, making it an essential item for magic users. Upon unlocking the culinary skill, a plethora of food names unfurled before me. Level 1. Applesauce requires 5 apples, 1 empty bottle, restores 100 points of magic. Level 2. Glutinous rice balls requires 15 glutinous rice, 5 chicken, 5 salt, restores 200 points of magic. Level 3. Green pepper meatballs requires 10 green peppers, 20 glutinous rice, 10 chicken, 15 salt, restores 300 points of magic. Level 4. White cut chicken requires 20 chicken, 10 salt, 15 ginger, restores 400 points of magic. Level 5. Braised chicken rice requires 30 chicken, 10 salt, 15 green peppers, 10 garlic, restores 500 points of magic. Level 6. Stone pot fish requires 25 fish, 10 salt, 10 green peppers, 10 garlic, restores 600 points of magic. Level 7. Soft-shelled turtle hot pot requires 20 soft-shelled turtle meat, 20 green peppers, 20 ginger, 20 salt, restores 800 points of magic. Level 8. Snow rabbit hot pot requires 30 snow rabbit meat, 20 green peppers, 20 garlic, 20 salt, restores 1,200 points of magic. Level 9. Dragon fish hot pot requires 20 dragon fish meat, 25 green peppers, 25 garlic, 25 salt, restores 1,500 points of magic. Level 10. Dragon meat hot pot requires 20 dragon meat, 50 green peppers, 50 garlic, 50 salt, restores 2,500 points of magic. Alas, for someone who cannot cook, composing such an elaborate setting is indeed a formidable challenge. I hope everyone can bear with it. Applesauce, being a level 1 dish, astonishingly commands such a high price. It seems utterly outrageous. I must swiftly enhance my hunting and culinary skills, striving to earn a living from this profession at the earliest opportunity. After all, possessing both skills simultaneously may be a rarity in this world. Turning to the materials merchant at Icebound Ridge, I discovered that empty bottles could be purchased for 1 copper coin each and stacked. Hence, I procured 200 of them in one go, occupying 2 inventory slots. I then opened the forum and located the map coordinates for the orchard. Upon consulting the large map, I found that the orchard lies to the south of Icebound City, approximately a half-hour journey from my current location. It is a wild apple grove, yet the high-level monsters deter most from foraging there, which undoubtedly contributes to the elevated price of applesauce. Of course, a more significant factor is the unscrupulous merchants inflating prices. Otherwise, how could an item costing merely a few copper coins reach for silver coins for a set? With the flickering flames of the ember blade in hand, and draped in a cerulean cloak that concealed my visage, I appeared as a human warrior with a notorious reputation rather than the often maligned night elf. Navigating through a secluded woodland path, I arrived at the orchard half an hour later. Standing beneath a robust apple tree, I reached up to pluck an apple, earning 2 hunting experience points. Quite commendable. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind me. "Hey, who granted you permission to gather here?" Startled, I turned to see a warrior wielding a green blade, glaring at me with icy disdain. "The orchard has been claimed by the Shadow family. It would be wise for you to leave. There are plenty of scattered fruit trees on this map available for harvesting." Shadow Maple, a level 23 warrior. I scanned him briefly and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You jest. The orchard is a public map, not your family's private domain. Besides, with so many fruit trees, do you truly believe you can harvest them all? Mind your own business." Shadow Maple scoffed. "You have 3 minutes to vacate, or I shall send you back to town." Chapter 25. The orchard. It is intriguing to encounter such domineering individuals everywhere. My gaze turned icy. I never expected that merely picking an apple could incite a confrontation. This world is utterly mad. Are people's hearts so insatiable that they must trample on others to validate their own success and strength? At that moment, 2 more players appeared, Shadow of Volcano, a level 22 ranger, and Shadower Deep Sea, a level 24 archer. It was evident that this group was united, using their numbers to bully me, a solitary player. With a scornful expression, Shadower Deep Sea addressed me mockingly. "Fallen to the sand? TSK. It seems yesterday's sky ranking was merely a level 25. You now have 2 paths before you. Join our family or die. Choose wisely." I couldn't help but chuckle. "I choose the latter, but it will be you who dies." Arrogance. Shadower Volcano, the ranger, angrily swung a gleaming long sword at me. Reminiscent of a weapon from Blackstone, its luster akin to that of a green blade. Suddenly, I vanished from my position, moving with blinding speed. In the next instant, I stood before Shadower Deep Sea, and my sword, Xianyuan Flame, struck like a venomous serpent into his chest. With a forceful push, the blade pierced through his back, and I pressed down hard, causing a burst of azure light to erupt from the sword. Execution Blade. With a sharp sound, my finely honed bronze sword nearly cleaved Shadower Volcano in 2, and a damage figure of 375 soared into the air. How devastating. What? In the moment Shadower Volcano fell, disbelief etched across his face. He could hardly fathom that a high-level ranger could be dispatched in one blow. Damn it. That kid dared to kill Volcano. Shadower Deep Sea bellowed, raising his hand as a precise arrow sliced through the air towards me. I braced myself and took the arrow head-on, suffering 71 points of damage. This archer was formidable. He had to be dealt with swiftly, or I would face endless trouble. I soared forward, delivering a powerful strike from midair. 298. The tremendous damage left the archer stunned. Before he could react, I was already at his side, raising my sword for another blow. Given the archer's already low health, a second strike of 300 should suffice to finish him off. And indeed, Shadower Deep Sea fell, dropping a gleaming leather bracer. Boom. From behind, I was struck by Shadower Maple Forest's heavy slash, pain shooting through my back as I lost 187 points of health. Clearly, my defense surprised Shadower Maple Forest. What the heck? So tough? Die. As I turned, I deftly scooped up the bracer dropped by Shadower deep sea, while simultaneously consuming a health potion. With a surge of ferocity, I charged at Shadower Maple Forest, delivering a swift strike followed by another execution blade. The Azure skill illuminated the astonished face of Shadower Maple Forest, filled with shock, resentment, and fury, almost contorted in expression. Thud! Shadower Maple Forest collapsed to the ground, defeated. In a flash, the once dominant family in the orchard had been entirely wiped out, with none surviving. I snorted coldly. I told you not to provoke me. I was merely gathering fruit. The bracer was white, a common item for the shop. I ventured deeper into the orchard, where each apple tree could be harvested once, yielding only 13 apples per tree. Truthfully, this yield was rather meager. Not far off, another player was gathering apples. Upon seeing me approach, Shadower's initial member hastily fled. I did not pursue. It would be a waste of time. After nearly an hour and a half, I had thoroughly scoured the orchard, awaiting the next refresh, while my inventory brimmed with apples, 20 apples stacked into 21 groups. At the edge of the forest, I took out an empty bottle, activated my skill, and a synthesis interface appeared. I placed 5 apples and 1 bottle into the crafting area to concoct. Ding. System prompt. You have created 1 apple jam. Cooking proficiency increased by 2. A bottle of apple jam appeared in my inventory, with attributes of hunger replenishment 1 and 100 magic points, a common consumable for early players. Continuing to craft. I spent 10 minutes producing 80 bottles of apple jam, feeling a surge of accomplishment. At this time, many others arrived to gather and synthesize, and it appeared that the Shadower family had grown timid, as they did not reappear. As I exited, I encountered numerous players synthesizing. Among them was a human female player named Beauty Lifts Leg. Suddenly, my information bar displayed several notifications. System prompt. Beauty Lifts Leg manufactured apple jam. System prompt. Beauty Lifts Leg manufactured apple jam. System prompt. Beauty Lifts Leg manufactured apple jam. Wow. Given her demure demeanor, I wondered how she felt about those notifications. I traversed through several orchards again, collecting dozens more apples and crafting a significant quantity of apple jam. Before long, with a chime, my cooking skill reached level 2, enabling me to create level 2 glutinous rice balls. As for my hunting skill, it had long reached level 2. I was among the earliest players here, having eliminated several competitors, effectively sweeping through the entire orchard. My hunting skill was perilously close to level 3. Upon arriving in Iceberg City, despite my notoriety, I boldly entered the city clad in exquisite gear, my name swiftly losing its red hue. I then stood in the plaza, calling out loudly, freshly made apple jam, 1 silver per bottle. Any mage friends in need, come and buy. It's a bargain. My selling price was modest, even less than half of others, merely aiming to exchange for some currency. Before long, a crowd gathered around me. Mages above level 20 possessed barely 300 points of magic, and the consumption for level 1 fire dragon spell was 20 points each time. Without magical cooking, it was undoubtedly insufficient. Players grouping outside typically checked the mage's provisions before embarking, which contributed to the high demand for such items. In a mere 10 minutes, I amassed a gold coin, and when I cheekily raised the price to 2 silver per bottle for the last few, they surprisingly sold out as well. At that moment, I overheard a nearby vendor calling out, selling level 10 non-attribute leather armor, defense 28, premium quality. Welcome to Snatch It Up. Also buying level 1 hides, big-eared rabbit skin and goblin skin, 20 copper coins each. I swiftly approached. The vendor was a level 17 player named Soul Ruler Little Tailor, evidently specializing in production skills and likely a tailor, affiliated with the renowned Soul Ruler family, which dominated half of the leaderboard in Iceberg City. Hey, do you want bear skins? I inquired cheerfully, revealing a wild bear hide, a trophy from my undead plunder, with over 250 stacked in my inventory. The player gaped, astonished. No way. Level 2 materials. Do you want them? I'm not too keen on keeping them. I feigned indifference. Of course I do. Little Tailor exclaimed, his eyes glinting. I'll give you 50 copper coins each. How many do you have? I scoffed. Come on, 50 copper coins each? Who are you kidding? Level 1 hides are already selling for 30 copper coins. You want to buy level 2 hides at 50 copper coins? Forget it. I'm looking for another buyer. Little Tailor hastily blocked my path, grinning. Hold on, brother. Name your price. I pondered briefly. 2 silver per hide. Instantly, Little Tailor's expression turned to one of shock, clearly struggling to accept this price. I smiled slightly, adding, you don't have to take it. I have over 200 of them and can easily find another buyer. What? Over 200? The young tailor was losing his composure. For a gaming family, it was crucial to dominate the tailoring market in the early stages. If other families were allowed to amass over 200 level 2 hides to cultivate an exceptional tailoring player, the monopolizing family would undoubtedly fall behind. Hold on for a minute, will you? The young tailor pleaded. I nodded and stood to the side. The tailor seemed to communicate with someone higher up, and before long, he returned, stating, 2 silver per piece, deal. How many do you have? I counted, 257 pieces. So let's settle on 250. Great. The young tailor opened the trading interface. I submitted 250 level 2 bear hides while he offered 500 silver coins, equivalent to a full 5 gold. The transaction was completed in an instant, and my inventory swelled to a total of 7 gold coins. At this stage, I was undoubtedly a person of considerable wealth, and this monopolizing family truly had deep pockets. Managing to equip a production player with such an abundance of gold so soon after the game's launch. Waving my hand, I laughed heartily. Brother, perhaps we shall meet again. In truth, I could easily profit by farming bear hides, as the current market price had soared to 1 gold for 50 renminbi. Just from bear hides alone, I could earn over 1,000 RMB in a single day. However, my ambitions were not confined to mere bear hides, for I knew that my potential extended far beyond that with my current capabilities. Behind me, the young tailor called out, Brother, may I ask where you acquired so many bear hides? I turned, smiled, and replied, no comment. Such matters are not to be disclosed. Ha ha. Internally, I chuckled. Even if I revealed that they were from the wild forest, it would be futile, as none would dare to venture there for the spoils. Upon arriving at the warehouse in Icebound City, I submitted my request to access the official warehouse. To my surprise, the elven administrator remarked, You are a Nightborn. Thus you must pay double the fee. Your access fee is 2 gold coins for 100 slots. I was taken aback by the exorbitance. I glared at her. Yet the elven maiden regarded me coldly, remaining silent. I had no choice but to comply. After all, she represented the official establishment. After unlocking the warehouse, I hurried back to the square and proclaimed, Blackstone-grade weapons and the green blade are up for sale. Melee experts, come take a look. Missed this opportunity, and it may never come again. Chapter 26. The greedy wolf card. A single utterance from my lips stirred a tempest, summoning a throng of fierce warriors, rangers, and dark knights. The equipment drop rate in the realm of Tianzong is notoriously low, and the likelihood of acquiring weapons and jewelry is even more meager. Numerous players in their 20s still wield 10-level white weapons, with a pitiful attack power of merely 27. Truly a dismal situation. Brother, sell it to me. I'll offer 70 copper coins. Hey, come on, I'll give you 3 silver coins. I want it. 1 silver. A cacophony of voices erupted, and I raised my green blade, declaring, no offers below 50 silver coins. Instantly, many fell silent. At that moment, a group approached, led by a 25-level dark knight known as Dominating the Jianghu, a member of the dominating clan, whose high level was evident. Behind him trailed several players, all above level 23, clearly a well-coordinated team. 2 gold coins. Dominating the Jianghu stated coolly, a price that silenced nearly everyone present. To possess 2 gold coins in the early stages of the game is nothing short of remarkable. I activated the trading system, placing my green blade on the table, while he offered up 2 gold coins. The transaction completed, and my total gold count surged close to 10, marking my ascent as the sovereign of gold. After repairing my equipment and purchasing some potions, albeit at double the cost in the main city, an unfortunate circumstance as I found myself in a foreign territory, I set out. Upon exiting the city, my name turned crimson. A Night Spirit player materialized before the crowd, a sight both shocking and exhilarating. However, I was swift, vanishing from view in an instant. I checked the source of the level 2 cooking materials. Level 1 cooking requires applesauce, which grants a mere 100 points of mana, sufficient for warriors, dark knights, and rangers, but utterly inadequate for mana-hungry classes like mages and priests. To amass considerable wealth, I needed to pursue level 2 cooking. Sticky rice balls, level 2 magical cooking, required 15 glutinous rice, 5 pieces of chicken, and 5 pinches of salt, restoring 200 points of mana. The requirements were quite demanding, not only glutinous rice, but also chicken and salt. I knew salt could be purchased in the main city for 1 silver coin per set of 10, albeit at a steep price, inadvertently burdening production-oriented players. As for glutinous rice, I had read on the forum that players had spotted it in the wildfire plains west of Icefire City, while chicken would require venturing to areas where chickens roam. Resolute, I decided to explore the wildfire plains. Perhaps there would be quests to undertake. The monsters there are of higher levels, with the strongest exceeding level 30, well beyond the reach of current players. However, as a warrior endowed with exceptional defense and formidable attack, I felt compelled to test my mettle. As I journeyed, I encountered a scattering of players, but as I delved deeper, the numbers dwindled until I stumbled upon level 30 wild wolves amidst the jungle, causing over 99 of players to halt in their tracks. Undeterred, I pressed on, adorned in two exquisite bronze pieces of equipment, with my sights firmly set on the wildfire plains. After nearly half an hour, the dense trees began to thin, giving way to lush grasses. In the sweltering summer, the underbrush flourished, vibrant flowers bloomed, and the landscape appeared ablaze, hence the name Wildfire Plains. This locale was a neutral map, and not long after, I discovered a temporary camp of the Silver Moon Alliance nestled in a mountain hollow at the edge of the plains. I dared not approach. Who knows if these humans would turn hostile? Continuing along the periphery for another 10 minutes, a glimmer caught my eye, and finally, a humble night spirit encampment emerged. It consisted of a materials merchant, a repair vendor, and a skeletal soldier, an exceedingly rudimentary setup. As I drew near, I cast my gaze upon the skeleton, which was the most ordinary of its kind, emaciated and far inferior to my own flesh and blood spirit. "Oh, little skeleton from afar, how may I assist you?" the soldier proclaimed, glaring at me. "This place is exceedingly perilous. You must exercise great caution, for enemies abound." I nodded, refraining from speech. The soldier perched atop a skull remarked, "Recently, the beasts in the wildfire plains have grown increasingly rampant. Our camp has been besieged 3 times in the past 3 days. Young Night Spirit, can you help us eliminate these beasts?" A quest had emerged, one I had already contemplated, and I decisively nodded. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest, Purge the Beasts. Quest level, Medium E-Class. Quest objective. Proceed to the southern wildfire plains, where you will encounter numerous wild greedy wolves. Slay at least 100 greedy wolves and collect 40 greedy wolf fangs to deliver to the undead soldier die. You will receive a substantial reward. The quest level was not trivial. A medium E-Class task suggested formidable monsters awaited, and the quantity to be slain was considerable. Today would undoubtedly be a protracted battle. With the flame blade in hand, I stepped into the plains, flames whooshing along the blade's edge. The bronze weapon dazzled in the sunlight. Surrounding me lay desolation. The southern wildfire plains had suffered a devastating fire roughly half a year prior, rendering it a desolate expanse littered with the skeletal remains of beasts, punctuated by the haunting howls of wolves. Amidst the rustling sounds, I caught a glimpse of 2 massive, fire-red wolves that had fixed their gaze upon me. Their eyes glowed crimson, their mouths agape, revealing a fearful array of sharp teeth, saliva dripping from their jaws. Wildfire Greedy Wolf, Common Monster, Level 32, Good Heavens. A staggering level of 32. This quest's difficulty was indeed formidable. I cautiously turned, but the 2 greedy wolves emitted a ferocious howl and lunged at me with alarming speed. Flash. Their teeth sank into my shoulder armor, delivering excruciating pain. Despite my bronze gear, I could not withstand the assault of a level 32 monster. The disparity in levels was significant. 124, 132. The damage was indeed severe. As I marveled, I swiftly dodged to the right, and with the flame blade enveloped in a blue aura, glowing faintly red, I struck fiercely at one greedy wolf's forehead, then swiftly executed a second strike. The sheer force of my ordinary attack cleaved away half of the creature's health. 381, 312. My undead power leveled up, providing a 10 damage boost, which made my skills even more formidable. Given my talents, I should ideally be slaying living creatures here. It would yield quicker kills and greater rewards. Though I faced the pain of battling creatures 7 levels higher, the spoils were equally rich. With nimble footwork, I circled one greedy wolf while the other pursued me closely behind, a classic tactic when confronting 2 foes. I focused my assault on one, using it as the center point, effectively wasting over 50 of the other creature's attacks. Flash. Another 2 strikes, and the first greedy wolf let out a mournful howl before collapsing. My eyes widened. The experience bar surged significantly, a truly bountiful reward. Gulp. I downed a health potion and charged at the second greedy wolf. One-on-one combat was decidedly easier. Thankfully, my potions were plentiful, and my defense stood at an impressive 61 points. Had another player encountered 2 level 32 greedy wolves simultaneously, the outcome would likely have been grim. With a flurry of strikes, I unleashed a relentless assault, and the greedy wolf succumbed to my onslaught. My situation, however, was not much improved. Only 145 health points remained. Had my attack efficiency not been so high, I might have been the one to fall. Clatter. The second greedy wolf dropped loot, a gleaming magical stone, a blood-red greedy wolf fong, and intriguingly, a fiery red card. A card. Yes, indeed, a card. Upon picking it up and taking a glance, I was astounded. Greedy Wolf card, level 1 card, upon use, grants a 5 increase in attack speed and a 5 increase in movement speed, lasting for 30 minutes. What a delightful treasure. I was overjoyed. This was tantamount to a 5 enhancement in combat efficiency for half an hour, perfectly suited for leveling up. Moreover, the Greedy Wolf card, if utilized correctly, would also prove to be exceptionally effective in player versus player combat. Of course, my principle was to aggressively level up and acquire equipment during the early stages of the game. Avoiding PvP as much as possible for this period was invaluable. Only a fool would recklessly attack others like the members of the Mad Dragon Guild. Cradling the Greedy Wolf card in my palm, I whispered, "Greedy Wolf." In an instant, the card danced and vanished, transforming into a radiant crimson light above my name, coalescing into the visage of a wolf's head, an embodiment of the card's effect. Each player could only possess one card effect at any given moment. It took me a long time to realize how wasteful I had been. The Greedy Wolf card was a premium among level 1 cards, typically reserved for boss fights or fierce duels, yet I had foolishly employed it solely for leveling. With the Greedy Wolf card activated, my leveling pace became notably swift, and unless confronted by 3 greedy wolves simultaneously, I felt confident in my ability to manage any encounter. Time flew by, and before I knew it, over 2 hours had passed. My inventory of potions had dwindled considerably, and I had reached level 26 with 89 experience. If all went well, I would soon attain level 27 within half an hour. A surge of ambition filled my heart. I yearned to reach level 30 and then capture a pet. Relying solely on the Greedy Wolf skeleton at my back was insufficient, as the necromancy skill proved rather ineffectual, only becoming useful at higher levels. Crack! The flame blade sliced through the plains like a shooting star, accompanied by the anguished cries of another greedy wolf falling. With a thud, loot appeared, a greedy wolf's fawn, and, thrillingly, another item, a crimson card. I swore this red card was certainly not a monetary transaction. Swiftly, I retrieved the card, and with a flash of light, its attributes materialized before my eyes. Firewolf card, level 1 card, skill, blaze, usable once. A smile crept across my face. It was a skill card. The card system was divided into 2 categories, skill cards and status cards, and I had been fortunate to acquire 2 cards within half a day in the Wildfire Plains. Continuing my leveling journey, I soon found myself at the southernmost edge of the Wildfire Plains. I had already gathered the required items for the Greedy Wolf Fawn quest, and at that moment, I finally discovered the location I had been searching for. A lush valley unfolded at the end of the plains, stepping onto the grassy ground. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Lo and behold, the entire valley was teeming with wild plants, and there, fresh glutinous rice. This was a low-lying, sun-drenched gorge, where rainwater formed a shallow lake, creating ideal conditions for the rice to thrive. Approaching a cluster of glutinous rice, I employed my skill. The rice ears swayed gently. Being a level 2 ingredient, it required a level 2 hunting skill, which posed no challenge for me. In no time, I completed the gathering. Ding! System notification. You have obtained 3 glutinous rice, and your hunting skill proficiency is now at level 3. What a thrill. I pressed on, aiming for level 2 in magical cooking, for gold, and, well, never mind, for the sake of civility. Chapter 27. The Marching Bag Under the Moonlight. The cheerful little skeleton danced lightly through the valley, pausing intermittently. The sight of diminishing rice grains within the gorge was strikingly harmonious and serene. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. Your hunting skill has reached level 1. As I gazed at this message, an inexplicable sense of accomplishment surged within me. Finally, the ultimate hunter and the supreme chef were set to emerge. Turning back, I noted that nearly 1/3 of the glutinous rice still remained in the valley, while my pack contained a full 37 slots, each capable of holding 50 portions of rice, totaling a magnificent 3,750 portions. Without a doubt, my inventory was full. Should I leave a third of the rice for later players to gather? No, that is not my style. I shall forge my own path, leaving others with none, a true display of dominance. Enough with the bluster. I must first submit my quest. The abundance of rice had reached a point where I was compelled to discard potions, which was simply unacceptable. I sprinted back to the Night Spirit camp in the Wildfire Plains, handing over the quest items to the soldier. He scrutinized me for a moment before bursting into laughter. Great Shurigod, have you sent brave Night Spirit adventurers to save the continent? Young man, your prowess is impressive. Here, accept your reward. Ding. System notification. You have completed the quest, Eliminate Beasts, gaining 5,000 experience points, 50 reputation points, and the quest reward, Marching Bag. With a flash of golden light, I successfully leveled up to 27, re-entering the top ranks of Iceberg City, even securing the second position, while the first was occupied by the 28-level Wind Color Fantasy. Additionally, the quest granted me a unique item, the marching bag. Upon opening my inventory, I found a small gray bag nestled in the only slot. My heart soared with joy upon reading its description. Marching bag increases the user's inventory space by 20 slots when equipped. Under the starry sky, a chorus of skeletal howls echoed, a sound that was both mournful and joyous. Indeed, I was laughing, for this item was tailor-made for me. I promptly strapped the marching bag to my waist. Its small size did not hinder my movement. Returning to the valley, I spent nearly an hour gathering the remaining glutinous rice, ensuring that if it were to respawn, it would take at least 2 or 3 days. I made my way back to town, retracing my steps, for it was time to craft level 2 magical cuisine. Upon arriving in Iceberg City, the prices for items were somewhat steep, but the abundance of players dictated the market. Glutinous rice dumpling. Level 2 cooking requires 15 glutinous rice, 5 chicken, 5 salt. Restoring 200 points of magic. I seemed to be lacking a few items. The glutinous rice was ample, but I needed to purchase salt from the shop, and chicken remained elusive. Thus, off I went, driven by the promise of gold. I stored all the glutinous rice in the warehouse, spending 2 gold coins to open another storage space. The production materials were simply too numerous. It was impractical to manage without additional warehouses. I repaired my equipment, bought over 10 sets of health potions, and set off once more. Outside the city, as I hurried along, I opened the official forum, realizing that I could no longer rely on databases, but rather on player insights. Searching for chicken yielded hundreds of results, all merely inquiries about where to find it. Headache ensued, the lament of the pioneers. After a long search, my eyes brightened. Finally, a valuable thread appeared. The pet system was about to launch. What type of pet would you desire? The post elaborated on several potential popular pet categories, such as the hornets from the toxic bee forest and the green mantis from the dawnlight forest. Excellent choices indeed. Moreover, the wild pheasants from Pheasant Ridge would also be a viable option. Yes, pheasants. Everyone knows that pheasants are essentially wild chickens, and their meat is undoubtedly chicken, albeit of superior quality. Excitement surged within me. Pheasant Ridge was my destination. I searched for it again, discovering its location to the west of Iceberg City. Approximately a 20-minute journey. Pheasants were level 30 creatures, likely to become a mainstay for players seeking experience. The thought of leveling up while gathering chicken meat filled me with joy. I embarked on my journey, setting my sights on Pheasant Ridge, traversing the mist-laden ice forest, where creatures ranged between levels 25 and 30, posed little threat to me. Soon, the map revealed a green expanse, precisely where I sought, the Pheasant Ridge. Caw. The calls of the pheasants excited me, and I drew my sword, rushing forth. As I parted the green leaves, the sight before me left me momentarily stunned. 4 pheasants congregated together, seemingly in a conference, all at level 28. I, being level 27, was close enough in strength, armed with 2 bronze weapons and several black stone items. Without fear, I charged in, my sword whirling chaotically, sending the birds scattering in panic. Moments later, a multitude of pheasants lay defeated, and I began employing my hunting and butchering skills. System notification: you have harvested 2 pheasant meats. Hunting skill proficiency level 2. System notification: you have harvested 3 pheasant meats. Hunting skill proficiency level 2. It was an exhilarating sensation. Not only could I slay monsters, but I was simultaneously enhancing my production skill. The magical cuisine I crafted could also be sold, a bountiful return on my efforts. Energized, I reveled in the solitude of Pheasant Ridge, unleashing my prowess unchecked, my dominance palpable. Suddenly, 1 pheasant fell, dropping a slender axe. I picked it up, and to my delight, it was a black stone item. Pheasant battle axe, black stone item, attack, 12 to 24 stamina, 4 required level, 20. An exceptional weapon. While its attack power did not surpass my flame blade, it was a formidable tool for early game players. Having such a weapon would undoubtedly enhance leveling efficiency. With glee, I tossed the pheasant battle axe into my inventory, and I turned to see if 13 needed a suitable weapon. If not, I would pass it to him. As for why I wouldn't give him the green blade, well, I simply needed the gold. Skill training required funds. 3 hours passed, and I had reached 57 experience at level 27. Battling level 28 creatures was proving less fruitful. Had I remained in the wildfire plains, I would have likely reached level 28 by now. My pack was bulging with chicken meat, and glancing at the time, I realized it was 3 in the morning. Yet, I felt no fatigue. My blood surged with excitement at the thought of the imminent rain of gold coins, and I could not help but chuckle. With my materials nearly gathered, I returned to Iceberg City and messaged Do 13. 13, are you free? Yes, what's up? Wait for me at the Eastgate Plaza. Okay. As I entered Iceberg City, I spotted Do 13 waiting at a distance, a level 23 warrior. His level was commendable. I approached him, glancing at the iron sword in his hand. What are its attributes? 13 appeared bewildered. It's a level 5 white item, attack 47. Why? I casually tossed him the pheasant battle axe. Use this, that one is too weak. 13 exclaimed, suddenly beaming with joy as he embraced me. Lu Chun, I love you, haha. Get off. I have someone special. I retorted, leaving an imprint of my shoe on his face without mercy. By the way, why did you call me? 13 inquired, still elated. I exchanged 2 gold coins with him and said, please procure 20 bundles of salt from the system's grocer. After you're done, wait for me by the warehouse. Oh, certainly. 13 scampered off, while I stood by the warehouse, depositing half of my chicken and withdrawing an equal amount of glutinous rice. To craft a level 2 glutinous rice dumpling, one requires 15 portions of glutinous rice, 5 portions of chicken, and 5 portions of salt. Additionally, each dumpling demands 10 points of magical energy, which differs significantly from level 1 cooking. As my preparation of applesauce required no resources, relying solely on my nimble hands. Before long, 13 returned, laden with salt. I instructed, first, trade me 10 bundles. All right. With 10 bundles of salt in hand, I gathered all necessary materials and promptly summoned the cooking interface, placing 15 portions of glutinous rice, 5 portions of chicken, and 5 portions of salt. Upon clicking craft, the synthesis chime resonated. Ding. System notification. You have created 1 glutinous rice dumpling. Cooking skill proficiency increased by 3. Indeed. Advanced cooking is impressive. The glutinous rice dumpling, a product of level 2 cooking, instantly restores 200 points of magical energy. This must become the forthcoming staple food. I continued crafting, consuming a dumpling whenever my magical energy waned, as there was no need to conserve personal supplies. After diligently working for over half an hour, I nearly depleted my chicken and rice, and my inventory boasted a total of 190 glutinous rice dumplings, organized into 19 bundles of 10. Cooking is arduous. Despite exhausting so many materials, I only gained 45 experience. The journey ahead is long. I beamed at my bounty of magical culinary delights and asked, 13, do you ever find your magical energy insufficient while leveling up? 13 looked perplexed. What is magical energy? Oh, it's nothing. You may continue leveling. All right. I'm too tired. I think I'll take a nap. 13 logged off, and I made my way to the center of the city plaza, proclaiming loudly, level 2 glutinous rice dumplings for sale, priced at 10 silver coins each, and a bundle of 10 for 90 silver coins. Those in need, do come and purchase. A splendid item that restores 200 points of magical energy, limited quantity available, until sold out. Instantly, players around me were taken aback. Level 2 cooking? No way, did I hear that correctly? Someone can already create level 2 dishes? It must be a scam. Let's buy one to find out. Moments later, transactions began to flood in. One player offered 10 silver coins. I promptly placed a glutinous rice dumpling on the trading table. After a successful exchange, the individual looked astounded. Wow, it truly is a level 2 dumpling. Incredible. Who is this? Surrounding players eagerly engaged in trade, and I delightedly collected my earnings. In less than 10 minutes, I sold an impressive 90 dumplings, resulting in an additional 9 gold coins in my inventory. Fortune indeed smiles upon me. Just then, a voice emerged from behind. Brother, may we have a word? Chapter 28. Let us meet. Beneath the icy fortress walls, a level 25 ranger adorned in radiant blue armor stood before me, his demeanor calm as he regarded me with keen eyes. In his hand, he wielded a shimmering longsword, an impressive piece of equipment that rivaled even my own. Above his head, a title floated, Dominator Blade LV-25. Momentarily taken aback, I realized that this Dominator Blade was no ordinary player. Flanking him were 2 warrior-class players, the level 26 Warrior God and the level 26 Magic Knight, both renowned figures on the leaderboards. The Dominator family? A frown creased my brow. The identity of Dominator Blade was becoming increasingly clear. He was the leader of the Dominator family and would undoubtedly ascend to the role of Guild Master in the future. What's the matter, my friend? I replied lazily, a smile playing on my lips, regardless of whether he was a king of the realm or a formidable powerhouse. To me, he was merely an ordinary individual, for I was but a seller of glutinous rice dumplings. Dominator Blade looked at me, a sheepish smile gracing his features. Brother, I noticed you were selling level 2 magical cooking glutinous rice dumplings earlier, correct? Indeed. Are you interested in purchasing? I inquired. Absolutely. Dominator Blade chuckled heartily. It's evident that you are a straightforward person. Our family is planning some activities, and level 2 magical cooking is in high demand. How many dumplings do you have? 100, 10 sets, enough for 10 mages or priests, I replied. That mini Dominator Blade's eye sparkled. I'm willing to buy them all. Would you consider offering a discount? I nodded. How about an 11 discount? Dominator Blade was taken aback. I was clearly poised to take advantage of him. The Dominator family aimed to establish a stronghold in the icy fortress, and any profit I could glean now would be worthwhile. 11 discount, he pondered, then conceded. Very well. Let us conduct the transaction here. Excellent. I opened the trading window, placing 10 sets of dumplings on the table, while Dominator Blade offered up 11 gold coins. Indeed, he was a wealthy individual. After the trade was completed, Dominator Blade continued. Brother, would you be interested in collaborating with us? Not interested, I replied nonchalantly, turning to leave the icy fortress. In a few days, level 2 cooking would surely become commonplace, and I wasn't keen on supplying high-tier ingredients to future competitors. The Magic Knight of the Dominator family angrily pursued me, brandishing his spear as he shouted, Our leader is speaking to you. You're far too arrogant. Thinking being second on the leaderboard makes you special. I had already stepped outside the city, my name flashing red. I turned to face the Magic Knight, coldly stating, What? Do you wish to fight? He hesitated, but the warrior god charged forward, exclaiming, Why waste words? Let us fight. I'm not afraid of you. With that, the warrior god lunged at me, his sword raised high, his movements fluid and precise. Surprisingly, this bulky figure exhibited remarkable skill. In a swift motion, I sidestepped his strike, my body shifting just out of reach. Raising my right hand, I summoned a crimson glow that descended upon the back of the warrior god's head. Smack! 118. A barehanded strike that completely breached his defenses. The warrior god stared at me in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. How is this possible? At that moment, Dominator Blade, approaching calmly, interjected, Third brother, do not be so impulsive. Zhiji Qinsha is our friend. What are you doing? Leader, the warrior god fell silent. His face flushed with embarrassment. Nearby players began to recognize me, whispering among themselves. Look, a leaderboard celebrity. That's Zhiji Qinsha, who just rose to second place today. And the others are Dominator experts. How amusing. Did you see that? The warrior god was bested in one move by Zhiji Qinsha. It's clear that Zhiji Qinsha looked down on the warrior god. Had he used a weapon, it would have been a one-hit kill. Indeed, the Dominator family has finally met their match. Amidst the murmurs, the warrior god's expression darkened further. Dominator Blade quickly smoothed over the situation, laughing heartily, a minor misunderstanding. It's all in good spirit. Zhiji Qinsha's skills are indeed impressive, showcasing a master's demeanor. I nodded with a smile. Thank you. Turning to leave, I ensured that no one saw my face, only aware of a figure cloaked in dark azure. Once out of the perilous zone and into the frosty forest, I took a deep breath, relieved that no one had incited a frenzy against me. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. Next, I needed to head to Frosty Watch, where I would gather some quests from Captain Fark, hastening to level 30 and preparing for my second class change to capture pets. Ignoring the monsters along the way, I made a beeline for Frosty Watch. However, upon entering the area, I sensed something amiss. Normally, I would encounter wandering skeleton soldiers. Yet they were conspicuously absent, and even that scoundrel Ghost Valley was nowhere to be found. As I stepped into the Bloodpool area, a sudden ping alerted me to a message. Ghost Valley, be cautious. Wind Color Fantasy is here. I froze, looking up to see Ghost Valley's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, while Wind Color Fantasy stood beside it, clad in a white cloak and toying with a green dagger. Wait, wasn't he Wind Color Fantasy a sword wielder? I was taken aback. Why was he wielding a dagger now? One thing was clear. Ghost Valley was in dire straits. His corpse indicating a level of 17. How many times had Wind Color Fantasy dispatched him to drop from the top 10 to level 17? I couldn't help but sigh. Ghost Valley's pride was evidently strong, unwilling to send me a single message after such humiliation. Suddenly, Wind Color Fantasy turned to face me, his piercing gaze emanating from beneath his white cloak, sending shivers down my spine. With a flourish, he drew his sword, pointing it at me, as if to say, You've finally returned. I've been waiting for you. No words needed. This was a fight. Summoning a skeleton from the blood pool, I successfully revived it and ordered the little skeleton to charge forward while I flanked the enemy. Cackling, the little skeleton bravely rushed in, as Wind Color Fantasy darted towards me like lightning, his blade gleaming with a silver sheen, mirroring the crimson glow enveloping my own weapon. Smack! 415. The astonishing damage figure soared as the little skeleton was instantly obliterated. Remaining composed, I swiftly changed direction, executing a zigzag maneuver before lunging at my opponent. Flames erupted from my blade as a green aura coalesced around the edge. Clang! Out of nowhere, Wind Color Fantasy produced a dagger in his left hand, expertly blocking my strike, sustaining only about 50 of the damage. His movements were incredibly swift, and in an instant, he retaliated with a precise counter, leaving me with no room to evade, forcing me to absorb the blow. Thud! 287. The strike pierced my heart. How ruthless! In turn, I unleashed a powerful downward slash toward his neck, a crisp sound accompanying the 311 damage that flashed across the screen. I followed through with a regular attack, swiftly reducing his health to below 20. Recognizing the peril, Wind Color Fantasy hastily retreated, and I surged forward to exploit my advantage. At that moment, the situation abruptly changed. Feng Se Huanxiang produced a blue card from within his possession, which suddenly flew into the air, transforming into countless snowflakes. The ground beneath us froze thickly. An ominous feeling gripped my heart. This was a skill card. Bang! 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 3 ice spikes erupted from beneath my feet. A sharp pain coursed through me, and I collapsed instantly. Beep! Combat alert! Player Feng Se Huanxiang has utilized the ice and snow card. I reverted to level 26, my soul released. Without hesitation, I dashed back to my corpse to revive. Whoosh! I soared towards my opponent once more, Feng Se Huanxiang brandishing his sword for a clash. And in a flash, I raised my hand, unleashing a red card. Fire Wolf card, blazing fire. Boom! A searing inferno ignited in a small area. Feng Se Huanxiang gasped in shock, engulfed in flames. My revival was so swift that he had no chance to recover. Thud! I plopped onto the ground. Collecting the potions dropped by Feng Se Huanxiang, luck was on his side, having yielded some equipment. At that moment, Gui Guzi also revived and resolutely declared, "Guard his corpse." I nodded. "Indeed, we shall guard it until the end of time." "Excellent." Gui Guzi clenched his iron fist, seething with rage. Feng Se Huanxiang's body resurrected at a more distant icy graveyard, which would take approximately 10 minutes to reach. However, he remained unrevived, likely wary of the alliance between Gui Guzi and me. After more than an hour, Gui Guzi yawned. "Damn, I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep." "You." I glared in frustration at this hopeless fellow. He was slain to level 17, and yet he had the audacity to sleep? However, it seemed Gui Guzi was genuinely fatigued, so let him sleep. I would guard alone. Gui Guzi crawled into the grave to rest. After a considerable while, a shadow flickered, and Feng Se Huanxiang resurrected. I charged at once, sword raised, executing a lethal strike. Excellent. Feng Se Huanxiang had returned to level 26, his top position compromised. After waiting a bit longer, Feng Se Huanxiang revived again. This time even swifter, delivering a lightning-fast double strike. Yet that 0.5-second delay proved fatal, and I was once again slain. Dropping to level 25, I was infuriated to the point of explosion and revived immediately, tunneling underground, then bursting forth to execute a double strike once more against Feng Se Huanxiang. Back and forth we battled. Both of us, the top 2 on the leaderboard, had already fallen from the top 10. As I stood guard over the corpse, a notification chimed. "System alert. Player Feng Se Huanxiang has requested to join your friends list. Would you like to accept?" I was momentarily taken aback and agreed. Moments later, a message arrived. "Let us stop killing each other. Ultimately, we'll both end up at level 0. Which benefits no one." I pondered this, finding it reasonable, and replied, "Agreed, but there must be an explanation. You have repeatedly come to the frozen post. Is it to cause me trouble?" After a few minutes, Feng Se Huanxiang replied, "Not at all. Who do you think you are?" I was incensed, about to retort, when Feng Se Huanxiang sent another message. "Are you in Jiangsu? Let us meet offline." I responded promptly. "I'm in Suzhou, and you?" "Same. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. at the Yinsong Tea Hall, opposite Suzhou University, first floor." Feng Se Huanxiang replied decisively, leaving no room for doubt. At that moment, Feng Se Huanxiang revived. This was the first time we met without hostility. I smirked. "Meeting is fine, but you must let me see your face. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss." Feng Se Huanxiang appeared somewhat resigned, replying, "All right." I widened my eyes, observing intently. Feng Se Huanxiang stood beneath the cedar tree, slowly lifting the hood of his cloak, and instantly, a cascade of flowing hair fell down like water. In the night, a pair of stunning violet eyes gazed at me with hostility. Chapter 29. Lin Yisan. In an instant, I was utterly petrified. What manner of girl is this? A pair of extraordinarily beautiful eyes, akin to a clear lake, gazed at me with such innocence that it seemed she could not perceive anything tainted or perilous. Yet, within those enchanting eyes, there flickered a hint of youthful wisdom and cunning that was utterly intoxicating. No one could have anticipated that Fengsa Huanxiang was a girl, and moreover, one of breathtaking beauty that could leave one breathless. "Let me see your face," she said directly, her beautiful eyes still brimming with playful reproach. We had engaged in countless battles. What a peculiar fate this was. I shook my head, replying, "Do not look. I am a night spirit, not fit for the eyes of others. Remove your cloak and spare the pleasantries." Her words were resolute, leaving no room for dissent. With a resigned nod, I slowly lifted the hood of my cloak, revealing a rather gaunt face before her. Fengsa Huanxiang appeared taken aback, yet quickly suppressed her fear, saying, "You wouldn't look this way in reality, would you?" "Not quite. I am slightly more handsome than this," I replied. "Humph. Remember, tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. At the Insan tea house on the first floor, to the right. Are you the same in reality as in the game?" I inquired, intrigued. For I had only met online friends twice in my life. The first was He, which was quite shocking, and now this. I did not wish to be disappointed. Fengsa Huanxiang pursed her lips, a faint smile appearing. "Well, I have made slight adjustments to my appearance. You may find me somewhat disappointing in reality, but I assure you, I shall not be too terrifying. All right, see you tomorrow afternoon." With a wave, Fengsa Huanxiang returned to Frozen Ice City, and I turned to delve into the tomb. Removing my helmet, I had been online for several hours and was utterly exhausted. After a quick meal of noodles, I succumbed to sleep. The next day, I awoke to find it was already 1 in the afternoon. Du San was in the bathroom, singing various lascivious songs. I got up and freshened up. When Du San emerged, we set out for a meal. At the dining table, 13 asked, "Are you going back to level up to 30 this afternoon?" "No, I'm meeting someone." "Meeting someone?" 13's interest piqued. "A woman?" I nodded. "Who is it, he?" "You must bring me along, haha." "Not he, it's Fengsa Huanxiang." "What? The top-ranked powerhouse." "She yes, actually." "A woman?" "Yes." I nodded. And the next words extinguished 13's rising excitement. "But she claims she is not a beauty, so be prepared." 13 understood, patting my shoulder. "What time are you meeting?" 3 o'clock in the afternoon. "Okay, I will call you at 3:10, saying there's a fire at home, and you need to hurry back for safety." I smiled widely. My brother was truly considerate and experienced. Around 2, I visited the post office to send the card he had given me back to my father. The sunlight burned fiercely upon me, a searing sensation that made life feel unbearable. I was unsure how much longer I could endure. The card contained several 100,000, and I informed my father the password was my birthday for his retirement. A deep sense of guilt weighed upon me, yet I felt utterly helpless. I sat on a small bridge for quite a while, lost in thought, and soon it was almost 3 o'clock, time to set off. The University of Science and Technology was not far from where I lived, indeed, quite close, as I had been a student there over a year ago and, after graduation, had rented a place nearby. Returning to my alma mater stirred a sense of nostalgia for my fellow students. The Insan Tea House was a newly opened, elegant establishment, adorned with upscale decor, perfect for young couples to indulge in romance. Truly, romance, not mere dalliance. As I entered the tea house, many young women cast glances my way, confirming my belief that my slight morning grooming had rendered me more handsome. To the right on the first floor, I murmured to myself as I walked over, when suddenly I was jolted. To my dismay, the entire row of seats to the right was occupied by only one person, a student girl weighing approximately 240 pounds, sitting heavily in her chair, which groaned under her weight. She gazed at me with an expression of innocent wonder in her eyes, radiating an aura of harmlessness. I gritted my teeth. "What the hell? Is this what you meant by a slight adjustment to your game appearance?" This is akin to being crushed under a tank. Consumed by resentment, I wished for all liars to meet their demise. I pulled out my phone. It was 3:02. With 8 minutes to endure. Feigning calmness, I boldly sat down before the student girl and raised my chin, greeting her, "Good afternoon, little sister." The girl beamed with a radiant smile, her flesh jiggling as she said, "Hello, handsome. Are you here alone?" As she spoke, I sensed an unsettling atmosphere. This girl was not Fengsa Huanxiang. Just then, a waft of fragrance filled the air, and silky hair danced beside my shoulder. When I turned to look, I was struck dumb. A petite beauty stood behind me, her bright eyes full of mischief. I sprang to my feet, stammering "WH. What is happening? Are you Jijichen Sha?" she asked, holding a cup of afternoon tea, glancing between me and the student girl across from me, and suddenly laughed. Her laughter as refreshing as a clear autumn lake. "Your taste is quite unique." I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. I was at a loss for words, wishing to disappear into the ground. She chuckled, gesturing to the seat beside her. Come, sit down. Would you like something to drink? I shook my head, replying no. I'll pass. I need to save some money. After sending the card to my father, I only have a little over 2,000 RMB left, and I still have to support 13, the freeloader. She nodded. Then tell me, how shall we resolve our matters? Quite simply, we will avoid any further conflicts. I stated candidly. Avoid conflicts? She raised an eyebrow, her expression teasing. You disrupted a meticulously prepared mission that took me 10 hours, and you still wish to avoid conflicts? What? I'm slightly taken aback. I disrupted your mission? Indeed. Fengsa Huanxiang nodded earnestly, her beautiful eyes radiating sincerity. I gritted my teeth, shivering slightly. This girl was not to be trifled with, or I would surely suffer for it later. At that moment, the door chimed with a melodious laughter as 3 girls entered. The one in front quickly approached Fengsa Huanxiang, exclaiming, skipping class this afternoon to come here. For a date? She suddenly turned to me, her face clearly etched with misunderstanding. Fengsa Huanxiang grew flustered and immediately explained, Qingqing, no, it's not what you think. Her words stumbled as if her tongue were tied, unable to clarify anything. I smiled slightly, amused by her embarrassment, and asked, Beauty, what is Yi's full name? The girl looked at me in astonishment. You don't even know her? You're too out of touch. Our esteemed university's perennial campus beauty, Lin Yisin. Oh, in the game. Her name is Fengsa Huanxiang. I was taken aback. Lin Yisin. This name seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly enlightened, I recalled that during my graduation, 13 often whispered in my ear, speaking of the freshman beauty whose ethereal charm could shatter the heavens and earth. Was she truly the embodiment of love? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed true. Lin Yisin was a paragon of beauty, transcending the ordinary realm. If Hime were to be deemed astonishingly beautiful, then Lin Yisin could undoubtedly be considered a celestial being of unparalleled allure. Noticing my astonishment, Lin Yisin remarked, Do not heed their nonsensical chatter about campus flowers. In truth, I am merely a homebody who delights in accumulating gold coins. I nodded with a smile. I too. You are a homebody as well? She interjected. No. I also enjoy collecting gold coins. Lin Yisin chuckled softly, covering her mouth. All right then, let me discuss something serious with you. Yes, what is it? I inquired. Lin Yisin sipped her tea, delicately licking her lips with her dainty tongue, her enchanting demeanor captivating my senses. With a smile, she continued, in the near future, I intend to establish a guild and wish to invite you to join. After pondering for a moment, I resolutely declined. I shall not join. Very well then, she replied nonchalantly, smiling. At the very least, can we be allies? This I can agree to, I nodded. At that moment, Lin Yisin's classmate, a girl with a ponytail, inquired, who is this person? Is he from Tianzong? Lin Yisin responded affirmatively. Yes, this is Qingqing. The girl named Qingqing extended her hand toward me, smiling. Hello, handsome. What is your name in the game? I shook her hand and replied, Zhiji Qinsha. Qingqing gasped. So you are the renowned Zhiji Qinsha? The second on the leaderboard? Ho ho, I did not expect you to be quite handsome in real life. I assumed that proficient gamers were all scruffy homebodies. I felt embarrassed. Fortunately, I had spent half an hour grooming myself before stepping out. Lin Yisin interjected. Well, since we are already friends in the game, we can consider ourselves half friends. Why only half? I asked. Because you have yet to earn my full trust, she stated bluntly, and then added, in Iceberg City, there are undercurrents at play, and we need to unify our stance to discern who poses the greatest threat to us. Who? I queried. Kualong. She scoffed dismissively. Those insignificant fish are hardly worthy of mention. In Iceberg City, they do not qualify as my adversaries. Then who does? I pressed. You, and the Duba family. Feeling quite flattered, I inquired, the Duba family? Precisely. Lin Yisin smiled. They are a coalition of professional players, quite formidable. We must remain vigilant. Chapter 30. The wooden man. At that moment, my phone rang. Upon answering, I heard the voice of San. Lu Chun, it's bad. Our house is on fire. Hurry back. I glanced at the stunning Lin Yisin across from me. Regardless of whether her house was on fire or if there was an earthquake, I replied, just call 119. Damn. Before San could finish, I hung up. Lin Yisin, hearing this clearly, looked at me with a hint of disdain and said, You seem quite confident in my looks, huh? I felt a bit embarrassed, of course. A few seconds later, San called again, and I hung up once more. Moments later, a figure rushed into the tea hall. It was Du San, shouting from afar, Lu Chun, you brat. He froze mid-sentence as he laid eyes on Lin Yisin, a breathtaking beauty that seemed to belong only to legends. Lu Chun, you are too inconsiderate. On our way home, Du Shursan kept muttering. Ah, Lin Yisun is truly beautiful. Back in our freshman year, she was just budding, and now she's even more stunning. If I could just touch her, oh no, just kiss her. It would be worth dying for. I shot him a disdainful glance. Pathetic. Can't you have a bit more ambition? Did you get her phone number? No. Damn. You wouldn't, man. Shursan was frustrated, as he believed I lacked his sensitivity towards women. However, I vividly remembered how he had collided with the table upon seeing Lin Yisun in the tea hall, as if frozen in time. Shursan was a prodigy, according to legend. When he was born, his father was so startled that he instinctively tried to push him back, only for Shursan to claw his way back to life. After his arrival, many girls faced calamity. Lu Chun, what did you talk about with the beautiful Lin? Shursan pressed. Collaboration. What collaboration? How would I know? It was her who said it. Damn. Du Shursan rubbed his hands together, laughing. Lu Chun, we should definitely connect with the beautiful Lin. You see, she is a powerhouse in Frozen Ice City. One of the best. Such a person would surely shine in the early stages of the game and perform exceptionally later on. If we ally with her, we can live a life of luxury and leisure. I glanced at him. Look at your low aspirations. A true man should be brave and decisive. How can one rely on a woman's strength? Although Lin Yisun is strong, she cannot surpass me by much. My current delay is still considerable. Once it reduces to within 0.3 seconds, I assure you, she will be no match for me. Really? Du Shursan stared at me, deriding. You still don't understand my point. I mean, even if you can't use her as a support in the game, you could still pursue her as a girlfriend in real life. Where else can you find such a beautiful young girlfriend? Go to hell. You're channeling an old matchmaker. That evening, upon logging back in, the leaderboard of Frozen Ice City was no longer a stage for Lin Yisun and me. We were both level 25, having fallen out of the top 10. It was truly a bittersweet reflection. Feng-Sei Fantasy had long dominated the leaderboard. Yet who would have guessed she was a ravishing beauty? At the Icebound camp, I repaired my primary equipment and stocked up on potions. Now, I was quite wealthy. Buying a warehouse full of potions was no longer an issue. Outside the camp, the NPC captain at the watchtower had revived and was still chatting cheerfully. Upon seeing me, he clapped and laughed. Little skeleton, you're back. You seem to have grown even stronger these days. I stepped forward, all thanks to your guidance. The NPC captain, not understanding my words, sighed and said, recently, a troublesome group of green-skinned creatures has been causing a ruckus on the western side of Icebound Camp. They even attacked our camp. We must retaliate immediately. Young little skeleton, go to the western side of Icebound Camp and kill 100 goblins. Bring back 20 green hats to me. I nodded, realizing every game has its classic monster roles. Goblins, those green-skinned creatures, are agile and possess great attack power. In the early game, they are undoubtedly formidable foes, significantly stronger than the big ear rabbits. Goblins' attack power, defense, and health far exceed that of the big ear rabbits, making them ideal targets for players looking to level up early. Besides, humanoid monsters yield slightly higher experience and loot rates, making hunting goblins quite profitable. Ding. System prompt. You have accepted the quest, Goblins Green Hats. Quest level, F level medium, quest content. Go to the western side of Icebound Camp, kill 100 goblins, and collect 20 green hats to deliver to Captain Fack. You will receive generous rewards. As I accepted the quest, I was relieved I no longer had to kill skeletons. My necromantic power had already reached level 2. It was much better to hunt living creatures. Opening the map, I traversed through the woods, and soon I found myself in an open area. Not far off, there was indeed a green-hatted goblin wielding a rusty iron hammer, mumbling incoherently as it ran, swaying side to side like a dramatic actor. Green-hatted goblin, common monster, level 33 attack, defense, health. Ah, another high-level monster. I had just dropped back to level 25, 8 levels lower than the goblin. No wonder the quest's difficulty level was rated as F level medium. Regardless, I would take action first. With a swift movement, I charged at the creature, a crimson aura enveloping my sword, and as I closed in my skill, Blade of Execution LV2, activated. The level 2 Blade of Execution struck the goblin's forehead with a resounding clang, deflecting off without inflicting significant damage. 187. The goblin howled and swung its iron hammer in retaliation, but I easily dodged it. Its attack speed was too slow. Not only could I evade without preemptive anticipation, but with my current capabilities, dodging was a certainty, especially since my delay was no longer the terrifying 3 seconds it once was. Calmly, I launched a second strike, my sword slicing upward, landing perfectly on the goblin's face. Pooh. 312. Indeed, I couldn't strike its green hat, where the defense was high. Thus, I lowered myself and unleashed a flurry of strikes. The goblin lifted its iron hammer to retaliate, but its attack speed was too sluggish. It barely managed one swing before I overwhelmed it with my rapid onslaught. Clang. Luck was on my side. The first monster dropped a green hat, along with a large magic stone with a quality of 76 points. What a windfall. The price of large magic stones far exceeds that of small ones. A large magic stone with 76 points of quality would sell for approximately 76 times 20 copper coins, equating to about 6 silver coins. With the current RMB exchange rate, this was enough to buy a bowl of inferior boiled fish. I navigated through the forest, relishing the thrill of taking down goblins. After a while, a familiar figure appeared. It was Giguzi. He had risen early to continue training. With his equipment still from level 20, he was highly efficient and had already reached level 23. He was locked in a fierce battle with a level 33 goblin, both sides engaging in a struggle of potions and positioning, and he finally emerged victorious. Are you also on the goblin hat quest? I inquired. Giguzi nodded, and I refrained from extending a party invitation. The two of us engaged in combat against goblins in an open field. After a while, I turned to Giguzi and asked, "How many times did Funksa Fantasia defeat you yesterday?" 11 times, I believe. I can't quite recall. Do you harbor any resentment towards her? Giguzi gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and exclaimed, "I could hardly contain my desire to flay her alive." "She is a girl," I remarked simply. Giguzi paused, taken aback. "What does she look like?" "Scram," he retorted, laughter erupting thereafter. Under the moonlit sky, I returned to the icebound post, my satchel brimming with green helmets. Ready to submit my quest. Ding. The system prompted. "Congratulations, you have completed the quest, Goblin S Green Hat, earning 4,500 experience points and 30 reputation points." With a flourish, radiant light cascaded around me, and I ascended to level 27. The rewards for slaying monsters beyond my level were indeed bountiful, yet the consumption of potions was alarmingly swift. Within 3 hours, I had exhausted an entire satchel of them. This simply would not do. Having run out of tasks from the Sentinel Captain, and my hunger level plummeting to 37 points, I ventured into the mushroom forest. There, I found the young girl, Chiron, gathering fresh mushrooms beneath the trees. Upon seeing me, her face lit up with joy as she dashed over, exclaiming, "Big brother, you finally made it. I thought you wouldn't come today." As she spoke, Chiron retrieved a piece of oatmeal bread from her wicker basket, smiling as she said, "Here, this is for you." I nodded in acceptance, and after consuming it, my hunger was fully replenished, enough to sustain my adventures in the game for another 24 hours. From my satchel, I produced a high-quality magic stone, rated 99, and presented it to the girl, saying, "Chiron, here, this is for you." "Ah." She widened her eyes in astonishment, her innocent gaze filled with wonder. With her mouth agape, she murmured, Is this a monster crystal core?" The village sorcerer said only powerful warriors can slay beasts to obtain their cores. "Brother, are you a formidable light warrior?" I was momentarily taken aback. Brandishing my Shinua fire blade, I grinned widely and declared, "Indeed, I am a tremendously powerful light warrior, safeguarding all that is just. Within the realm of Icebound City, there exists no creature I cannot vanquish. The nobles revere me as their guardian knight, while the lesser monsters bestow upon me the illustrious title of Ultraman." Chapter 31. The promise. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. "How impressive. Brother, when I grow up, I want to become an exceptional priest. Will you take me out of the village to explore the world beyond?" I nodded, of course. Just as the words left my lips, a melodious chime echoed. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest, promise. Quest level, SSS grade, quest content. Uphold your commitment and assist the girl, Shinran, in becoming a priest of the Silver Moon Alliance. I was utterly stunned. What was this? A mere promise had transformed into an SSS level quest, equivalent to a divine mission. Could it be that the system had malfunctioned? Surely. Those programmers must have been intoxicated when they devised this program. Nevertheless, the rewards for an SSS level quest would undoubtedly be substantial. I decided to wait a bit longer. NPCs in the game often matured swiftly. Perhaps in less than half a month, Shinran would reach adulthood and could enroll in the Priest Academy in Iceberg City, embarking on a fantastical journey through a magical academy. And what role would I play in this scenario? A smile crept onto my face as I thought of it. I turned to the girl beside me and said, Shinran, when you go to the cathedral to receive your priestly inheritance and enter the magical academy, if anyone bullies you, you must tell me. I will help you teach any adversary a lesson. Shinran giggled, her beautiful smile reminiscent of an angel. Brother, we made a promise. Time passed, and Shinran continued sharing amusing anecdotes from the village, tales of a hunter bitten by a wild boar and a tone-deaf bard visiting our hamlet. Yet, none of these stories triggered the quest. It was merely a narrative interlude. While being with the pure-hearted Shinran filled me with ease, I was a seasoned player, not one to indulge in nurturing an NPC. So, I bid her farewell. I ventured to the wild pheasant ridge, slaying countless mountain pheasants and amassing a bounty of chicken meat. After storing my spoils in Iceberg City, I made my way to the distant wildfire plain. After a lengthy search, I stumbled upon another natural valley, filled with glutinous rice plants. Utilizing the space in my military pouch, I gathered every last grain before returning to Iceberg City. Shursan, come here and buy some salt. I messaged my good friend. Shortly, the esteemed expert Du Shursan arrived. His face illuminated by the stars, carrying a full bag of salt. He chuckled. I'm practically becoming a full-time nanny now. I shot him a glare. Which nanny gets such a generous share? You're just taking advantage of me. Ha ha. Du Shursan roared with laughter, magical runes appearing on his forehead, spelling out shameless. I began cooking, conjuring magical glutinous rice dumplings, much to Du Shursan's amazement. Luching, these dumplings cost far more than the crepes sold on the street. I rolled my eyes. What nonsense. This involves substantial technical skill. His gaze wandered to the market stalls in Iceberg City, a look of disdain creeping onto his face. That priestess is quite something. Must have ample healing power. Shursan salivated, eyeing a girl in the distance. I glanced over and felt a jolt. That was Murong Mingwe. Murong Mingwe, a core member of the ancient Sword Soul Dream Guild, ranked second under He, one of the 4 formidable generals. I couldn't believe I was seeing her here. Under the moonlight, she donned a gray robe, likely of white gear, though it did little to conceal her stunning beauty. Her captivating gaze could ensnare anyone, and while her pure beauty was striking, it was the impressive curves that threatened to burst from her robe that truly took one's breath away. Shursan's eyes glazed over, and he looked as if he might choke. He had only shown such an expression thrice before. First upon meeting the graceful and extraordinary He, second upon encountering the ethereal Lin Yisan, and now, thirdly, at the breathtaking Murong Mingwe. I shot Shursan a warning glance. Keep it together. For heaven's sake, don't give ourselves away. I don't want Mingwe to recognize me. Shursan wiped his mouth, Luching, I want to pursue Murong Mingwe. I firmly rejected him. Not a chance. Why not? Because, how should I know? Just know. Last time you wanted to chase after He, and now you're changing your target? Shursan sighed, after reading the news. I saw that He is the vice president of GGS for the Asian region. She might soon be promoted to president. Her status is far beyond mine. I'm not a toad. I have some self-awareness. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with determination, locking onto me. Luching, what is your relationship with the stunning Lin Yisan? None. I protested. Why do you have connections with Lin Yisan, He, and Murong Mingwe? He grabbed my neck, shaking me as if I were a maraca, while lamenting, quickly, tell me, does Lin Yisan have her eyes on you? Have her eyes on me? Nonsense. I pushed him away. Lin Yisan and I merely share a cooperative relationship in the game. It's not as complicated as you think. He and I are just allies, and with Mingwe, we're merely acquaintances in the game. Just then, a sweet, melodious voice floated from behind us. Is our relationship truly so complex? I turned around, my heart racing in shock. Unbeknownst to us, Lin Yisan, the enchanting character from Wind Color Fantasy, stood behind us. She had shed her cloak, revealing a stunning ensemble that accentuated her flowing black hair, delicate features, and captivating violet eyes. She was breathtaking. Lin Yisan's attire was exquisite, clad in a uniquely designed silver breastplate, gracefully accentuating her youthful figure. The stunning curves of her outfit evoked a sense of exhilaration. Below, her slender legs, adorned with intricate metallic runes, were clad in rugged brown boots. At that moment, Lin Yisan could only be described as a goddess. Gulp. I swallowed hard. And Shursan did too. We exchanged glances, each casting a disdainful look at the other. Lin Yisan chuckled. Luching, you rascal. Never mind. I'm off to complete a quest. See you. With that, she brushed past me, her hand waving in the air as a silent farewell as she exited the city gates. Shursan and I stood frozen for a moment before resuming our cooking. Lin Yisan's beauty was so breathtaking that even 3 minutes after her departure, many players continued to gawk, with some eager souls attempting to follow her. However, the reputation of Wind Color Fantasy in Iceberg City was formidable. Who would dare provoke such a powerful figure? Before long, a system notification chimed in my ears. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your cooking skill level has reached level 1. Phew. At last, I have reached cooking level 3, enabling me to gather ingredients for advanced culinary synthesis. The market value of level 2 dishes is already quite high. One can only imagine the worth of level 3 creations. Currently, most players have yet to attain level 30. Level 2 magical cuisine suffices for their needs. However, as soon as they surpass level 30. The necessity for level 3 cooking will become apparent, especially for those eager to challenge bosses or engage in PvP. Suddenly, my heart began to race as two familiar figures came into view. Beside the apothecary, two players were purchasing potions, their IDs prominently displayed: Lively Sun, a level 26 warrior, and Murong Mingyue, a level 25 priest. It was none other than Su Yang and Murong Mingyue. I dared not make a sound as they brushed past me, their conversation wafting into my ears. Su Yang lamented, "Alas, our leader has merely created an account. Yet she has not logged in even once since the game's launch nearly a week ago." Murong Mingyue replied, "It is because Lu Chun has departed." Su Yang continued, "Have you inquired about when she intends to log in? Each day she remains absent feels like a day without spirit for our guild. Ancient sword soul dream." With a sigh, Murong Mingyue responded, "Let us be patient. I have been comforting Eve almost daily. Yet I cannot predict how long it will take for her to emerge from the shadow of Lu Chen's absence." The two figures gradually receded, vanishing into the thicket. Du Shursen patted my shoulder gently and said, "Brother, stay strong." I managed to smile. "It's fine. Shall we sell some glutinous rice balls?" "Absolutely." With over 200 glutinous rice balls, each priced at 10 silver coins, and every set fetching 1 gold coin, we sold out within half an hour. Our pricing was already quite elevated, yet the overwhelming demand allowed us to reap considerable profits. In Ice Flow City, where experts abound, numerous guilds and studios aspire to make a name for themselves. To secure a stable advantage in the early stages of the game, such provisions are indispensable. Ironically, the majority of players struggle to locate glutinous rice and other essential ingredients in the wild Pheasant Ridge. Even when they do find them, they often lack the strength to procure them, leaving opportunities for someone with both skill and intuition like myself to seize the initiative. Glancing into my inventory, I found I had amassed 34 gold coins. I suspected this might place me among the wealthiest in Ice Flow City. I handed 10 gold coins to Du Shursan, smiling. "Take this to learn a skill." "Such a sum?" Du Shursan exclaimed, astonished. "Not to worry. You could also use it to buy potions," I assured him. "Very well." Chapter 32. The Jungle Python. Du Shursan, having procured the necessary potions, teamed up with a few companions to level up, while I ventured forth, sword in hand. Beyond the city gates, it was time to select a training ground and strive for level 30. Achieving level 30 is undoubtedly a pivotal milestone. Players reaching this level can acquire an array of new skills and can summon up to 3 pets to assist in battle, greatly enhancing their effectiveness. First, I opened the ranking board of Iceberg City and was astonished to find a significant transformation. 1. Ba Tian Dao, level 29, class, Warrior 2. Fanyan Fuyu, level 29, class, Magic Knight 3. Dan Shu Tai Chi, level 29, class, Warrior 4. Du Ba Chi Shun, level 28, class, Magic Knight 5. Du Ba Jin Shun, level 28, class, Archer 6. Feng Se Huan Xiang, level 28, class, Light Ranger 7. Du Ba Fa Shun, level 28, class, Mage 8. Du Ba Zhan Shun, level 28, class, Warrior 9. Zheji Chen Sha, level 27, class, Undead Swordsman 10. Qing Qing Shui Xiang, level 27, class, Archer. I found myself barely clinging to the 9th position, while Lin Yisan, who had engaged me in a fierce duel, ranked 6th. The top spot was firmly held by Batian Dao, who had impressively reached level 29 in such a short span of time, indicating his considerable prowess. It seemed likely that Lin Yisan possessed some advantage in leveling, whether through early access to a divine artifact or possessing formidable skills for monster farming. Otherwise, her rapid ascent could not be so extraordinary. Furthermore, the Duba family had 4 members listed on the ranks, making it a formidable presence with 5 of the top 10 positions occupied by them. Additionally, 2 new rising stars, Fan Yun Fuyu and Dan Shu Tai Chi, had emerged, warranting caution as they were clearly not to be underestimated. Just as I was about to depart, a notification chimed. System prompt. Player Dan Shu Tai Chi has requested to add you as a friend. Will you accept? Taken aback, I pondered why a top-ranked player would seek me out. Was it to challenge me or to engage in a duel? After a moment's hesitation, I decided to confirm the request. A few seconds later, Dan Shu Tai Chi sent a message. Brother Zheji, has your cooking skill reached level 3? Yes. What is it? I replied candidly. I would like to purchase 50 servings of level 3 cooking, the kind that restores 300 points of magic within 60 seconds. You can set the price. I need them within a day. Can you manage? I contemplated briefly. A user had approached me, and I could not refuse. Moreover, Dan Shu Tai Chi seemed amiable enough, making him a worthwhile acquaintance. All right, I will contact you within 24 hours. for 50 servings of level 3 cooking, each priced at 50 silver coins. Does that pose any issue? After a couple of minutes, he responded, likely taken aback by my offer, as many players struggled to gather even 10 silver coins. Yet, my price was set at a staggering 50 silver coins per serving. However, I reasoned that anyone requiring such an amount of level 3 magical cooking must be preparing to face a boss. The priest's level 2 healing spell consumes a significant amount of magic, and without level 3 cooking, they would struggle to keep up. If the priest ran out of magic, the entire party would falter, leading to greater losses. Thus, the investment in magical cooking was merely a calculated expense. As anticipated, a few minutes later, Dan Shu Tai-Chi replied, "No problem, 50 silver coins per serving, and I would prefer more if possible." "Okay, it's settled. Until we meet again." Until we meet again. I pondered my next steps, deciding to hunt for ingredients while leveling up. This way, I could simultaneously progress and earn. I had learned from Shursan that he still had a few hundred coins left, and if we didn't earn soon, we would both be in dire straits. I opened the cooking skill menu, revealing the level 3 recipe: green pepper meatballs, requiring 10 green peppers, 20 glutinous rice, 10 chicken, 15 salt, restoring 300 points of magic. I had stockpiles of glutinous rice, chicken, and salt, but I was missing only the green peppers, which are level 4 ingredients requiring level 4 hunting skills to gather. Coincidentally, I had recently achieved level 4 in hunting just half a day prior while sweeping through the glutinous rice forest. In truth, I wasn't the highest in hunting skills, but I was the highest level player among hunters, embodying a well-rounded expertise. Opening the forum, I searched for green peppers, which were listed in the database. In the entire region of Iceberg City, the only location for harvesting green peppers was the Cold Wind Canyon. The Cold Wind Canyon lies at the southernmost fringes of the ice forest, a considerable distance from Iceberg City, requiring approximately an hour and a half of travel. The path is fraught with venomous serpents and ferocious beasts, making it a treacherous journey for the average player, as one would likely be turned back by monsters before even reaching the canyon. Yet, as the adage goes, one must risk danger to reap rewards. Resolutely, I decided to head back to Iceberg City, spending 2 gold coins on a return scroll. Alas, I had been overcharged by 1 gold coin. At this stage, return scrolls were akin to luxury items, unaffordable for ordinary players. Only those who had struck it rich, like myself, could afford such expenses. Once outside Iceberg City, I charged towards the Cold Wind Canyon. Along the way, I encountered level 30 goblins, level 32 slimes, level 27 wild wolves, and level 31 dog-headed men, all of whom fell easily before me. As I advanced, the once bustling pathways grew desolate, leaving me alone with my sword amidst the jungle. The Xinyan fire blade glimmered faintly, boasting an impressive attack power of 40 points, which had drawn the envy of many. However, with my name, Zhiji Qinsha, prominently displayed above, no one dared to challenge me. Consulting the large map, I realized I was nearing the Cold Wind Canyon, with merely 10 minutes remaining in my journey. Suddenly, the scenery shifted into a dark forest, a vast expanse shrouded in shadows, accompanied by distant, haunting cries, indicating a high-level training area. I hesitated, contemplating my 27-level strength. Truthfully, I should not venture further, yet the thought of not acquiring green peppers gnawed at me. Ultimately, I chose to take the risk for the sake of gold and glory. Ding. System prompt. You have entered the neutral map of the Black Forest. Indeed, this was a high-level map. With the Xinyan fireblade in hand, I cautiously advanced. Suddenly, a pungent scent of blood filled the air. Something was approaching. Hiss! Under the moonlight, a massive python appeared, poised atop a branch, its head raised. Brown eyes glimmering with a chilling light, its long tongue flickering, provoking revulsion. Jungle python, ordinary monster, level 35 attack. Defense. Health. No attributes displayed. It was far beyond my level. There was no time to flee. I had to confront it head-on. With a swift motion, I closed the distance, delivering a heavy blow with my sword, striking the python's head. The sound of steel on scales echoed, and a minuscule damage number of 146 flickered into view. What? I had barely diminished 10 of its health? The jungle python hissed furiously, lunging forward with blinding speed, leaving me no chance to evade. Crack! A searing pain tore through my shoulder. I had been struck. Ding. Combat prompt. The jungle python attacked you, inflicting 217 points of health damage. This creature's defense was akin to that of a boss. I withdrew several paces, gulping down a vial of blood, and cast a hurried glance. The jungle python, adorned with emerald scales, glimmered subtly with silver at its vulnerable 7-inch mark. Indeed, striking at the 7-inch point is the key to subduing it. Without waiting to regain my full health, I charged forward, my Xianyuan fire blade enveloped in a cerulean aura, executing the skill blade of execution with a resounding strike. 414. The jungle python emitted a mournful wail as its vitality plummeted significantly. Excellent. Such a formidable attack is what I needed. As I deftly maneuvered, graceful arcs traced around the python's head. My strategy was to ensure the python's head faced me to initiate an assault, yet its turning speed was sluggish, presenting me with an opportunity. Crack. Crack. 224. 219. Just as I was on the brink of collapse, the jungle python endured for consecutive strikes to its weak point, ultimately succumbing. With a resounding crash, 2 items were revealed: a high-quality level 79 magic stone and a small green pouch. Upon inspection, it appeared to be of little use. Jungle python venom sac, level 3 item, contains potent toxins. It seemed to be a special ingredient for alchemy, but of no utility to me. I discarded it into my pack, intending to check its worth at the shop upon returning to town. Extending my hand towards the python's lifeless body, I invoked Death's Grasp. A resonant chime signaled the appearance of a shadowy object in my grasp, revealing itself to be a spear, a notably high-tier long spear. Spear of the Jungle, Blackstone artifact, attack, 1524 strength, 3 required level, 24. Upon seeing this, I could not help but burst into laughter. Who would have thought that from slaying a monster, I would discover such a treasure upon looting the corpse? I stowed the Spear of the Jungle into my pack, planning to sell it for a good price when I returned to Iceberg City. Its attack power was considerable, promising a profitable sale. As my excitement subsided, I turned my gaze forward, noticing that the monsters at the edge of the Black Forest were already level 35. The creatures deeper within must surely be formidable adversaries. It was no wonder no one had managed to craft level 3 magical cuisine. The ingredients lay beyond the Black Forest, a place no one could traverse. In the tranquil forest, amidst the stillness of the world, vibrant fireflies flitted about in the grass. The Xianyuan fire blade glowed faintly, stained with mottled blood, while the lifeless form of the recently slain python lay sprawled on the ground. I had lost count of how many pythons I had dispatched, only aware that my experience had surged significantly, elevating me to level 29. The experience gained from the jungle python was indeed bountiful. Chapter 33. The Golden Scale Python King. With a sigh of relief, I examined the contents of my package. I had collected 45 green venom sacs. Their purpose still a mystery to me. Initially, I had intended to venture further along the path within the Black Forest, luring out jungle pythons to eliminate them. However, I miscalculated, and after wandering for an entire 4 hours, I faced the harsh reality of being lost. The map was shrouded in darkness, obscuring any unexplored areas, leaving me with only a vague sense of the direction of Coldwind Canyon. With the Xianyue blade in hand, I was accompanied by my small companion, a fierce skeletal python resembling a dinosaur fossil. At level 25, it could serve as a formidable shield, which was crucial for my survival in the perilous Black Forest. The summoned undead minion was disposable. If it perished, I felt no remorse. Suddenly, a chime echoed through the air. Ding. System notification. Player Tianzong has successfully reached level 30, becoming the first level 30 player in Floating Ice City, rewarded with 3,000 experience points and 200 reputation points. Goodness, Tianzong's leveling speed is impressive. I marveled, though I soon considered that had it not been for my fierce clash with Lin Yisan, during which we both lost several levels, the title of the first level 30 player in Floating Ice City would not have gone to Tianzong. Ding. A message from Lin Yisan. See? We both lost levels, allowing Tianzong and the dominant family to gain an advantage. They win, we lose. I was somewhat speechless and replied, "This isn't solely our responsibility, you know?" She quickly retorted, "As a man, you should bravely bear responsibility." I couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "All right, I will take responsibility for you." About half a minute later, presumably after Lin Yisan had simmered with rage, she finally replied, "I haven't had breakfast yet." "What does that matter? Then I lack the strength to retaliate against you." With a brief victory, Lin Yisan felt smug and sent me a cute smiley face emoji. I pressed on, determined to locate the growth area of the green peppers before dawn. Otherwise, I would miss out on the gold from the Dan book and iron contract. Not long after, I noticed a change in my surroundings. Upon closer inspection, I saw that the grass on the ground had mostly withered, and the leaves were pitch black, as if they were showing signs of severe poisoning. I raised my head, gripping the Xianyue blade tightly, sensing that I was about to encounter a formidable foe. The night wind rustled the leaves, and in the dark sky, a pair of crimson lights fixed their gaze upon me. Under the dim moonlight, I was suddenly startled, as it revealed a true giant python. Its massive body as thick as a tree trunk, radiating a golden glow, measuring at least 15 meters in length. More terrifying was its enormous head, gaping mouth exuding a stench of blood, and its merciless beastly eyes locked onto me. Golden Scale Python King, a rank high-level boss. Attack. Defense. Health. Skills. I could not discern its attributes, but one thing was certain. This boss was not to be trifled with. Potentially around level 40. Internally lamenting my misfortune, I, merely a humble skeletal being seeking green peppers, had crossed paths with a boss of the Golden Scale Python King's caliber. Was this fate a stroke of luck or merely ill fortune? Firmly gripping the Xianhua blade, I fixed my eyes on the Golden Scale Python King, resolved to fight. Since I had encountered it, there was no retreat. That was not the way of a true hero. Behind me, the azure fire cloak swayed in the wind, its 22 points of defense bolstering my resolve. With 7 points of health, my total vitality reached 610 points, offering me a glimmer of hope. Hiss! The Golden Scale Python King flicked its venomous tongue, staring intently at me before suddenly launching a surprise attack, its massive body propelling forward with its mouth wide open, a truly terrifying sight. Seizing the opportunity, I deftly slid to the side, narrowly evading the boss's strike, while the Xianhua blade glimmered with a brilliant azure light, the slashing blade skill descending upon it. Crack! I struck true at the boss's vulnerable spot, a delightful damage number of 376 soaring into the air. Excellent. I could breach its defense, thus vanquishing this boss seemed entirely feasible. But just then, the Golden Scale Python King, with startling speed, spat a glob of venom at me, causing my body to go numb as my health rapidly dwindled. Ding! Battle notification. You have been poisoned. Lose 5 of your current health every 10 seconds. Smack! The python's tail struck my chest plate with the force of a steel whip, instantly wearing down my black stone armor's durability. The boss's attack was overwhelmingly fierce. I downed a health potion. I could no longer afford to fight head-on. Swiftly, I darted to the right at a 45-degree angle, lowering my body to slip between 2 large trees. Roar! The Golden Scale Python King lunged at me, its mouth wide open, but instead, it bit into a tree, its venomous fangs embedding deep into the trunk. The python struggled desperately, but its fangs were too long, nearly piercing through the tree, causing it to roar in frustration as the 2 trees shook violently. My eyes lit up. An opportunity had arisen. I could hardly believe that the boss had made a mistake. This was a rare chance bestowed upon me. I swiftly maneuvered to the boss's side, evading its sweeping tail while delivering a series of strikes to its vulnerable spot. Flash, flash, flash. After several strikes, with a satisfying sound, 2 golden scales flew off, breaking through the Golden Scale Python King's defenses, significantly lowering its defensive capabilities. Roar! With a thunderous sound, a tree was uprooted as the Golden Scale Python King shook its head violently, tearing the trunk apart, glaring at me with malice. This pesky little skeleton was becoming a thorn in its side, and as the king of the jungle, the Golden Scale Python King was now enraged. Thud! 447. I felt a sharp pain in my waist as the boss bit down on me, thankfully not swallowing me whole. I hastily drank another health potion. One more hit, and it would be curtains for me. In this dire moment, I decided to gamble everything and swiftly pressed the button for the grounding skill. Whoosh! My form transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing and gradually merging into the earth. I dared not breathe a word, praying that the Golden Scale Python King's perception was not keen, otherwise, my end would be imminent. My heart raced wildly, but to my astonishment, the Golden Scale Python King lingered for a few seconds, missing my aggro. The moment had come. I quickly gulped down several health potions, replenishing my vitality before stealthily burrowing into a suitable position, hidden between the dense trees and the Golden Scale Python King. Humph! You consider yourself the supreme ruler of the jungle? Then today, I shall turn this forest into your final resting place. Whoosh! With a surge of crimson light, I erupted from beneath the ground, my aggro rapidly restored as the Golden Scale Python King chased after me. I dashed into the thicket, resolutely. My body was only 30 centimeters wide, while the python's girth was at least 50 centimeters. I observed keenly that the gaps between many trees in this forest were insufficient for the python to pass through, thus presenting me with an opportunity. Whoosh! I darted between several trees like lightning. Although the Golden Scale Python King was a boss, its intelligence was rather lacking as it followed my path blindly. As a result, the elongated body of the python slithered through the forest, causing the trees to sway with every encounter, while I gracefully navigated through the gaps between the towering trunks like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. The entire dark forest resonated with the furious roars of the Golden Scale Python King. Indeed, Even serpents possess their own vulnerabilities, and in the recent battle, I had already uncovered the Python King's Achilles heel, which rightfully incited its wrath. With a series of sharp sounds, the harsh bark of the trees tore at the wounds inflicted upon the golden scale Python King. My previous strikes had proven effective, the thorns having ripped open the boss's flesh, and soon, the Python King was left battered and bruised, its vitality steadily depleting. Observing the beleaguered creature, a smile crept across my face. This was the essence of a dragon soaring through the skies. As moments ticked by, chaos reigned in the black forest. The thorns were smeared with the serpent's blood, and a nauseating stench permeated the air. I swiftly moved a few paces, retrieving a potion to replenish the health I had lost to the boss's venom. The toxin was indeed lethal, and had it not been for my ample supply of potions, I might have already succumbed to its effects. Keeping a close watch on the boss's dwindling health, I noted that it had plummeted from 80 to approximately 15. The prospect of victory thrilled me. If this serpent boss were to fall, it would undoubtedly be the first high-tier boss to perish in the realm of Tianzong. Its formidable attack power was beyond the capacity of an ordinary adventurer to withstand. Even with my bronze-level defensive gear, I could only manage to evade its strikes. Any common team would find themselves obliterated, even the mighty mage knights. After a few minutes, the beleaguered golden scale Python King let out a final, desperate roar. Its regal aura long vanished. At this moment, it appeared utterly disheveled, with many of its scales severed from its head, while its lengthy body became a burden, ensnared in the labyrinthine undergrowth that would serve as its tomb. With the boss's health reduced to a mere sliver, I wasted no time and charged forward with my sword. A surge of azure light enveloped the blade of my Su-In-Hu sword, and the Zer-blade skill descended with great force, my slightly tilted form delivering a crushing blow that left no room for evasion. Even with the diminished accuracy of the Zer-blade skill, it posed no issue. With a splatter of blood, a significant damage number sword, 724, a critical hit. The golden scale Python King let out a final cry, its last vestige of health extinguished, and its massive form slowly collapsed. It had finally fallen. In a cascade of golden light, I ascended 2 levels, reaching level 31. However, my gaze remained fixated on the ground beneath the golden scale Python King, where an array of loot awaited. A luminescent dagger lay nestled in the grass, alongside a shimmering skill book radiating with a violet glow. Chapter 34. Moonblade. Unable to contain the elation surging within me, I leapt forward, grasping both the dagger and the skill book with fervor. The golden-scaled Python King, being a high-tier boss, surely dropped exceptional equipment. The dagger shimmered with a silvery glow, its blade elegantly streamlined, while the hilt bore the ethereal runes of a waning moon, exuding an exquisite beauty. When I beheld the weapon's attributes, I was utterly astounded. Moonblade, refined iron weapon, attack, 40-75 strength, 9 additional, increases the user's attack power by 1 required level, 30 refined iron weapon. This dagger is truly a masterpiece, unequivocally a top-tier item. Since my entry into Tianzong, I have never encountered equipment as formidable as this, boasting an astonishing attack power of 75, nearly double that of the flame sword. Regrettably, as a swordsman, wielding a dagger would not benefit from the sword's specialization bonus, leading to a 35 decrease in attack power and speed, rendering it less advantageous. Nevertheless, such a powerful dagger should fetch a handsome price when sold in town. I stowed the moon blade in my inventory and turned my attention to another prize, a purple skill book, adorned with swirling violet patterns, emanating a potent force within. Absolution. Inflicts a feigned strike on the target, causing no damage, yet your next attack will ignore 50 of that target's defense and enhance your attack power by 35. Required level, 30. Required class, melee. In that moment, I stood frozen in disbelief. Absolution. The first strike is merely a feint. The second strike, however, transcends mere feigned attack, as it disregards 50 of the target's defense and augments my attack power by 35. This subsequent strike could aptly be termed divine retribution. With a flash of light, absolution appeared in my skill bar. At level 1, it ignores 50 of defense and boosts attack power by 35. As I increase its level, its potency will undoubtedly intensify. This technique will be my trump card in monster hunting and PvP encounters, granting me a formidable advantage even against powerful foes like the Blade of Dominance. I resolved to test this skill on a creature. Casting my gaze nearby, I spotted an unfortunate level 35 python. I strode purposefully towards it, my body a blur as I charged. The flame sword carved a purple arc through the air, striking the python squarely on the forehead. Absolution. Miss. As anticipated, the strike missed, marking the python with the absolution debuff. paving the way for my next attack to descend with a thunderous force. The flame sword enveloped in azure radiance unleashed my strongest move, the execution blade. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced deep into the creature's body, and an astonishing damage figure soared. 1,149. I followed up with another strike, slaying it instantly. Gazing at the lifeless form of the creature, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a formidable weapon this absolution skill is. I must hasten to level it to 3. Its effects will surely become even more potent. This was an undeniable windfall. Having not only acquired a refined iron dagger, but also learned a truly domineering skill. My luck today is indeed extraordinary. Joyfully, I approached the golden-scaled Python King and declared, Death and Oppos, grasp. A flash. System notification. Congratulations, you have looted 25 giant Python scales. My inventory brimmed with 25 scales, a level 3 crafting material, each with a quality rating of 100. This is undoubtedly a superb material. Armor crafted from these scales will possess significant additional attributes, much like the one attack power enhancement on the Moonblade. Do not underestimate this seemingly minor one. Such supplementary attributes will become a crucial criterion for evaluating equipment in the later stages of the game. Weapons devoid of additional attributes, regardless of their raw attack power, will fail to capture attention. The boss's corpse rapidly respawned, leaving behind glimmering crystals. I nearly forgot about the stones. The loot from a boss is bound to be exceptional. 3 stones lay nestled in the grass. I eagerly picked them up, and as they rested in my palm, they radiated a mysterious glow, a surge of magical energy coursing through me. Phantom Stone, Level 3 Magic Stone, containing immense magical power, quality 97. Phantom Stone, Level 3 Magic Stone, containing immense magical power, quality 100. Phantom Stone, Level 3 Magic Stone, containing immense magical power, quality 99. I stared in awe. What remarkable quality. The products of a king are indeed unparalleled. Each of these stones is worth over 5 gold coins, without a doubt. My heart swelled with ambition. I had struck it rich. This haul was truly lucrative. In the early game, the exchange rate for a gold coin has soared to around 100 renminbi. These 3 stones, in addition to the gold in my inventory, would suffice for a white-collar worker's salary for several months. With my bounty in hand, I pressed onward. Defeating the golden-scaled Python King had elevated my strength to an entirely new echelon, especially with the acquisition of the formidable absolution skill, which is the ultimate weapon for both combat and looting. As I parted the foliage of the forest, the world before me suddenly brightened. I had finally emerged from the Black Forest. A short distance ahead, I felt as if I were floating on air upon encountering a vast canyon, the Cold Wind Canyon, the sole source of green peppers within the domain of Icebound City. Brandishing the flame sword, I dashed into the canyon, deftly evading the native 37-level bloodthirsty porcupines, and navigated along the forest and Oppos' edge within the canyon. Clusters of half-man-high plants flourished around me. Surely these must be green peppers. Ha ha ha. I laughed maniacally as I initiated my harvesting skill. Ding. System notification. You have gathered 3 green peppers. Hunting skill proficiency, 4. Ding. System notification. You have gathered 3 green peppers. Hunting skill proficiency, 4. Ding. System notification. You have gathered 3 green peppers. Hunting skill proficiency, 4. What sheer delight. The total number of green peppers in this expansive canyon is relatively scarce, even deemed a rare plant, yet I found myself in a dense cluster of them. Without pause, I continued harvesting for a full 4 hours, collecting nearly all the green peppers in the Cold Wind Canyon. My hunting skill had risen to 456. As a pioneer in hunting skills, the resources flowed effortlessly. Should countless hunting players arrive here at elevated levels, they would likely find themselves grappling for mere green peppers, forced to wait for the plants to respawn, a torturous ordeal, indeed. Glancing into my inventory, it was nearly full, aside from equipment, stones, and essential items. I had amassed an abundance of green peppers, 47 stacks, each containing 50, undoubtedly sufficient for a considerable duration. After all, level 3 magical cooking requires only 10 green peppers. A modest quantity. Ecstatic, I retrieved a city return scroll, ready to embark on my plan for wealth. I casually opened the leaderboard for Icebound City, only to discover that I was not in first place, but rather ranked 3rd. 1. Blade of Dominance, level 32, class, Warrior 2. Wind Color Fantasy, level 31. Class, Light Ranger 3. Shattered Blade, level 31, class, Undead Swordsman 4. Stormbringer, level 30, class, Magic Knight 5. Iron Contract, level 30, class, Warrior 6. Overlord of the Cavalry, level 30, class, Magic Knight 7. Overlord of the Sorcery, level 30, class, Mage 8. Overlord of the War God, level 29, class, Warrior 9. Overlord of the Archer God, level 29, class, Archer 10. Clear Water Fragrance, level 29, class, Archer Astounding. Lin Eason's leveling speed is truly remarkable. In the blink of an eye, she has already reached level 31, maintaining the same standard as I. It seems that during these few hours, she must have encountered and defeated several bosses. Otherwise, the rate of leveling by slaying ordinary monsters would not be so formidable. I crushed the town return scroll. With a flash, I appeared in Frozen Ice City. The main city remains bustling with activity, as players crowd the square, engaging in trades or forming parties. The continuous flow of people signifies abundant opportunities. Approaching the warehouse, I stored most of the green peppers and then withdrew some sticky rice, chicken, and salt. I summoned the cooking interface, placing 10 portions of green peppers, 20 portions of sticky rice, 10 portions of chicken, and 15 portions of salt before commencing the synthesis. Ding! The system notification rang. Congratulations! You have crafted green pepper meatballs 1, cooking skill proficiency 5. Ding! The system notification chimed again. Congratulations! You have crafted green pepper meatballs 1, cooking skill proficiency 5. Ding! The system notification echoed once more. Congratulations! You have crafted green pepper meatballs 1, cooking skill proficiency 5. Watching as these level 3 dishes emerged from my hands, I felt an immense sense of accomplishment. After all, I might be the only one in Frozen Ice City, or even the entire Chinese region, capable of producing level 3 dishes. Within 60 seconds, I could replenish 300 points of magic, an absolute necessity for high-level mages, as first-level spells consume 10 magic points. Second-level spells consume 20, and third-level spells a staggering 30 points. A level 30 mage would expend 600 magic points within a minute when casting Ice Blade every 3 seconds. Thus, consuming high-level dishes is indispensable. A mage who cannot cast spells is akin to a useless being, and no team desires such a liability. At this stage, the majority of mages procure inexpensive level 1 dishes like applesauce to replenish their magic, while only advanced mages seek out level 2 or 3 dishes. After half an hour, 100 portions of green pepper meatballs appeared in my inventory. These are a treasure trove of silver coins. Opening my friends list, I found Dan Shu Tixi and sent a message. 100 portions of level 3 magical cooking green pepper meatballs, each for 50 silver coins, totaling 50 gold coins. Prepare the money and come to the East Gate Square of Frozen Ice City. I will wait for you for 10 minutes. Hurry. Dan Shu Tixi replied swiftly. Just a moment. 5 minutes. A few minutes later, a high-level warrior clad in dark armor appeared. It was none other than the renowned Dan Shu Tixi, a true dark horse among skilled players. How fast? In less than half a day, he had completed the crafting of level 3 dishes. Dan Shu Tixi laughed heartily. Brother, Zhiji Qinsha, you must be a member of a studio, right? It's impossible to create so many level 3 dishes in such a short time without cooperation from teammates to gather ingredients. I smiled non-committally. Let us trade. All right. Opening the trading interface, I placed 100 portions of green pepper meatballs, while Dan Shu Tixi generously traded 50 gold coins. This transaction was remarkably lavish. After the trade, Dan Shu Tixi nodded and departed. I surveyed my surroundings, standing at the center of the square, and shouted, setting up a stall. Level 30 Fine Iron Dagger, attack 75, plus 9 strength, an essential weapon for leveling and PK. Any assassin friends in need, come and buy? The highest bidder wins. Setting up my stall, I placed the moon blade on display without pricing it. Instantly, a throng of players surged forward, astonished. Wow, We Haven T even gathered enough blackstone equipment. And this person has already produced fine iron gear? I felt a surge of pride. After all, I had challenged bosses above level 35. Investing time and effort to defeat them, and acquiring such equipment was indeed reasonable. At that moment, a level 29 assassin player crouched down, looking at me earnestly. Brother, I will offer 20 gold coins for this dagger, but I need 1 hour to gather the coins. Is that acceptable? 20 gold coins, considering the current exchange rate, amounts to 2,000 renminbi, quite pricey. However, I was not satisfied. This fine iron dagger was far too powerful, and my asking price would not be less than 50 gold coins. A swarm of assassin and archer players gazed at the moonblade, drooling, yet none dared to offer a price. After all, at this stage, it was indeed a legendary weapon, and the price would undoubtedly be staggering. If only I had such a dagger, leveling with my wife would be so much faster. Yes, such a fine weapon must be costly. I estimated that anything below 10,000 RMB would not tempt the seller. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, a sweet voice suddenly rang out behind me. I want that dagger. I turned around in surprise while seated at my stall, only to be met with a pair of stunningly beautiful legs, elegantly clad in armor. A graceful female warrior stood behind me. It was a familiar face. Linison. What does she want with the dagger? Chapter 35. The little trickster. The appearance of Linison was akin to a stone cast into the still waters of a lake, instantly stirring up a tempest. Surrounding players displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly captivated by Linison's beauty, which had reached an almost lethal allure. Even without a smile, the male players were already entranced, some brazenly gazing at her bosom while drooling. I turned around, clutching my dagger, standing in disbelief and asking, "Do you want this dagger? Is that not permissible?" Linison's enchanting gaze flickered over my face before settling on the moon blade, suggesting my allure paled in comparison to that of a mere dagger. "All right, why not?" I conceded. "However, this dagger comes at a steep price. Can you afford it?" A gleam sparkled in Linison's beautiful eyes as she smiled. "Did I say I wanted to buy this dagger?" "Not buying." I frowned. "Then why the ruckus?" "I am rather busy." "Really?" Linison glared at me, puffing out her impressive chest. "I'm not buying, but I can offer something of similar value in exchange." "Oh." Intrigued, I inquired, "What do you have to offer?" With a sidelong glance, Linison beckoned, "Follow me." Fearless of her potential treachery, I trailed after her. As she turned, her white cloak billowed, revealing her exquisite legs, a moment of breathtaking beauty that left me momentarily breathless. I clutched my chest, reminding myself to tread cautiously when dealing with such a stunning woman, lest I be completely taken in by her charms. I intended to keep this dagger as my capital, unwilling to be ensnared by her beauty. Linison strode through the grove within the city, her name above her head, Wind Element Fantasy LV31, reflecting her status as a prominent figure in the frozen ice city. Upon reaching a secluded spot, Linison finally halted, turning to face me as she raised her hand, stating, "Look, can this item compare to the Moonblade?" In her delicate palm lay a ring, enveloped in a crimson glow, its design resembling a blood-red shield, clearly of high quality. Linison flicked her fingers, causing a flurry of data to materialize in the air like a slideshow, revealing the ring's attributes. Blood-red guardian ring, Shintai artifact, strength, 18 additional, increases attack power by 3 for dark-type users required level 30. I was utterly petrified. This isn't Shintai artifact? Where did this stunning girl procure such a treasure? I had expended immense effort to defeat the golden-scaled Python King, only to receive a mere refined iron artifact. Yet she had obtained something superior. How could one endure this? Where did you acquire this ring? I could not restrain my curiosity. What do you mean, acquired? Linison's beautiful eyes widened. How rude. I diligently defeated a challenging boss for over 2 hours to obtain this ring. It's useless to me as it boosts dark-type players' attack power. I nodded, swallowing hard. That 3 attack power boost was formidable, especially in the early stages and even into the late game. Rings with such enhancements were rare gems, and exceptional attributes were even more scarce. Do you want this ring? Linison tilted her head adorably, inadvertently revealing a charming demeanor that made my heart race. I urgently reminded myself, do not gaze upon her. She is a siren, and if I let my guard down, I would be lost forever. Feigning indifference, I replied. A ring? It's merely a ring. It can't compare to a weapon's practicality. No thanks, this weapon is highly sought after. Linison stamped her foot in frustration. Don't you understand? The growth potential of this ring far exceeds that of the dagger. I countered. The requirements for this ring are too peculiar. It only benefits dark-type players. When sold secondhand, it would undoubtedly plummet in value. Spare me the talk of growth potential. There are hardly any dark-type players. Linison gritted her teeth, glaring at me. What do you want then? I smiled. I would be willing to exchange my Moonblade for your blood-red guardian ring, but you must add some gold. Otherwise, it's off the table. Linison's expression turned icy. You are too much. Do not get flustered. Wrinkles will form, I replied with a chuckle. How infuriating. Linison bit her lip, her lovely face revealing hesitation. Ultimately, she could not resist the allure of the Moonblade and asked, all right, how much more? Seeing her capitulation filled me with delight, and I raised 2 fingers. 2 gold coins. Linison's face lit up with surprise. Hold on. Do not jump to conclusions. It's 20 gold coins. Who told you it was 2? 20 gold coins. Linison gasped, indignation rising as she protested. Are you robbing me? I have no gold to spare. Just my life. Wait. She momentarily lost her train of thought. Observing a stunning beauty in such a dilemma was rather enjoyable, and I grinned at her. Linison's expressive face shifted through various adorable emotions, reluctance, resentment, and annoyance. Finally, she lifted her chin and declared, I only have 17 gold coins. I can only give you 15, as I need some for potions to level up. I nodded amiably. No problem. I'll let you off 5 gold coins. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Lin Yisun bit her lip, glaring at me, clearly displeased with my interpretation of friendship, as if she were preparing to stab her friend in the back. In the transaction, I placed the moonblade, while Lin Yisun offered the blood-red guardian ring and 12 gold coins. I promptly canceled the trade, glaring at her. 15 coins, no tricks. Lin Yisun looked at me with a pitiful expression, her large eyes reddening, evoking sympathy. I understood. She was a formidable opponent, and I could not afford to show leniency. Feigning innocence, Lin Yisun initiated the trade again, placing the blood-red guardian ring, but added only 15 copper coins. I widened my eyes in disbelief and canceled the transaction once more. 15 gold coins, no more 15 silver or copper coins. Be reasonable. I urged her. She nodded and initiated the trade again, this time with 15 gold coins. Transaction completed. I donned the blood-red guardian ring with satisfaction. What a thrill. The Xiantai artifact instantly boosted my strength by 18 points, an extraordinary enhancement. Furthermore, the hidden 3 attack power was unparalleled. Upon checking my attributes, I noticed a significant increase. My attack power had risen to 246 points. I was now a formidable contender in Frozen Ice City, thanks to the high growth rate of the undead swordsman class and my excellent equipment. Lin Yisun, wielding a sharp sword, hung the moon blade at her waist, casting a glance my way and saying coolly, "Little trickster." I was speechless. Lin Yisun turned, waving goodbye, disappearing into the city, presumably to pursue her job advancement. Ah, the joys of professional promotion. I once again purchased 2 scrolls for returning to town and immediately set off for the Frosty Ridge. In the frigid camp of Frosty Ridge, my mentor, the imposing undead swordsman Surin, was gazing up at the starry sky, seemingly engaged in stargazing. I approached him and said, "Mentor, I seek to advance my profession." Surin glanced down at me and chuckled. "Little skeleton, you have indeed become quite formidable. Come, present me with 10 gold coins, and I shall facilitate your career advancement." To my astonishment, I exclaimed, 10 gold coins? The players in Iceberg City merely undertake a simple task for their career promotions. Why must I pay 10 gold coins? Yet, under the circumstances, I had no choice but to comply. I could not forego my professional advancement. This promotion was a crucial enhancement, as only those of advanced professions could learn powerful skills, and the levels of these skills could exceed level 4. Checking my inventory, I found I already possessed 142 gold coins. Having extorted 15 coins from the lovely Lin, I now had 157 coins, making the 10 coins a trivial expense. I paid up. Surin, elated, placed a hand upon my forehead and boisterously proclaimed, "I, in the name of Queen Sophia, officially bestow upon you the honor of Advanced Undead Swordsman." Ding. A system notification rang out. "Congratulations. You have completed the career advancement task and have officially been promoted to Bronze Swordsman." A line of text appeared after my name, Bronze Swordsman, indicating my professional rank. Above bronze, there surely existed silver, gold, and beyond. The higher the rank, the more impressive it became. Continuing my conversation with Surin, I was presented with a list of skills to learn. Indeed, upon attaining the rank of Bronze Swordsman, I could acquire 3 brand new skills. Awakening, a passive skill that increases experience gained by 5. Undead Regeneration, a passive skill that restores 0.1 health per second. Phantom Armor, summons the power of death to form armor, increasing current defense by 5. All these were level 1 skills, yet their effects were undeniably potent. Particularly Phantom Armor and Undead Regeneration, one enhancing my defense and the other providing health recovery. If level 1 skills were this effective, what could be expected at level 10? Moreover, the name Phantom Armor was undeniably impressive. With a learning fee of 1 gold coin per skill, I did not hesitate to acquire all 3. Instantly, my skill bar was enriched with these newfound abilities. Awakening and Undead Regeneration did not manifest visibly, while Phantom Armor was of the active summoning type. Activating the skill, I raised my hand, and instantly, a wailing of spirits enveloped me as a formidable armor coalesced around my form, rendering me strikingly formidable. Moments later, the image of the armor began to fade, seemingly lingering to protect me. What a thrill! I brandished my flame blade and distinctly felt my combat prowess surge dramatically. At that moment, a notification pinged. Du-Shur-San messaged me. "Damn, the landlord just knocked on my door demanding rent. What should I do?" I replied, "Hang on a moment. I'll get the money." "Get money?" 13 queried, puzzled. "Yes, get money. You keep leveling up." "All right." I then produced the return scroll, shattered it, and found myself back in Iceberg City, standing in the town square. I raised my voice and proclaimed, urgent sale of gold coins. 1 gold coin for 80 renminbi. Interested customers, please come forth. I have 150 gold coins available. Act quickly, as this offer will not last. Chapter 36. A fractured lance in the city of ice flow. There were numerous individuals eager to sell their gold coins, yet I was perhaps the only one willing to part with 150 coins in one go. Many shook their heads, evidently skeptical that anyone would be inclined to purchase such a substantial quantity. After all, this was no trifling sum. At an exchange rate of 80 renminbi per coin, that amounted to a staggering 12,000 RMB, equivalent to a typical white-collar worker's salary for an entire quarter, a burden most could scarcely bear. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. 150 gold coins? I'll take them. I looked up to see a high-ranking ranger player standing amidst the throng, clad in formidable armor, the lowest tier being at least Blackstone grade. He wielded a gleaming curved blade, and above him floated the unmistakable title, Batian Dao, level 32 Bronze Ranger. Could it be him? I was momentarily taken aback. The ambitions of the Duba family were well known. Their desire to unify Ice Flow City was common knowledge. Now here was Batian Dao himself, personally seeking to acquire gold coins. How astute this leader was. 2 voices echoed in my mind. Batian Dao would undoubtedly become my future adversary. Should I sell the gold to him or not? After a brief contemplation, I decided to sell. Why not leverage his wealth to expand my own horizons? After all, a golden opportunity had presented itself. Why not seize it? I raised an eyebrow and smiled. My friend, how do you intend to make this payment? Currently, in the game, bank account transactions are impossible. Batian Dao shrugged with a grin. Simple. Just provide me with a bank account number, and I'll have someone transfer the funds immediately. You'll have your money within 5 minutes. Once you confirm receipt, hand over the gold coins. It's as straightforward as that. I nodded. This man was generous and appeared to possess a sense of honor. He was indeed someone capable of great deeds. Lin Eason's concerns were not unfounded. In Ice Flow City, Batian Dao and the Duba family were likely to be our most formidable foes. Listen closely. My account number is 662700200873. A card from the construction bank. You may proceed with the transfer. I will verify it online. All right, no problem. Batian Dao chuckled heartily. Just a moment. I'll get it done. Approximately 4 minutes later, Batian Dao remarked, all set. Please check your bank account balance now. I summoned the web system, accessed the bank's website, and checked my account balance. Indeed, the card that previously held a mere 47 renminbi now displayed a balance of 12,000. 47 renminbi. Batian Dao truly was a lucrative opportunity. Do you see it? Batian Dao inquired with a smile. I nodded. Okay, let us proceed with the transaction for the gold coins. Great. I handed Batian Dao the 150 gold coins, but hesitated for a moment. Do you trust me so readily? What if I were to abscond with the money after receiving it, leaving you at a loss? Batian Dao erupted in laughter. Come now, it's just 12,000. Do you think I would run off for such a paltry sum? I have no regard for it. And my trust in you stems not from the amount, but rather from your identity. What do you mean? It's because you are Zhiji Qinsha. He exclaimed. A top-tier player is a celebrity. He will cherish his identity as he would his own life. Look across the Chinese region. Who among the luminaries like Zhu Ying and Luo Chun does not hold their reputation in such high esteem? I nodded. A faint smile gracing my lips. There is some truth in that. Let us collaborate again next time. I must take my leave now. All right. Glancing at the time, I noted it was already past 8 in the morning, yet I felt no inclination for sleep. I sent a message to Du Shisan. 13, log off. I need to discuss something with you. Oh, all right. Du Shisan, nearly asleep from leveling up, hurriedly logged off, eager for a proper rest. In the lobby, seated on the sofa, he appeared weary and inquired, what is up? Well, I pondered aloud. How about we establish a gaming studio together? What? A gaming studio? 13 exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, I explained. Tianzong is a large-scale war MMORPG, and relying solely on individual efforts is insufficient for achieving greatness. Even defeating a single boss is perilous. We must rally talented individuals from all corners to contend with the other powers in Ice Flow City. 13 was invigorated by my words, his face glowing with enthusiasm. He clenched his fists and declared, Brother, just tell me what to do. I've longed to dominate the game world. Let us discuss which experts we should recruit for our studio. I contemplated for a moment. You and I. What? Just the two of us? He exclaimed. For now, yes. We can expand later. First, we need to find a new place to live. I surveyed the chaotic state of our 1-bedroom apartment and chuckled. This space is too small. Let us search for a 4-bedroom apartment to rent. What do you say? That sounds good, but it's quite expensive. Even in the new district, a 4-bedroom apartment would cost at least 3,000 RMB a month, requiring 12,000 RMB for the deposit and first month's rent. I smiled in response. Money is not an issue. We can continue earning in the game. Now, come with me to find a place and take the first step toward our studio. Sound good? Absolutely. Du Shursen stood up with determination and enthusiasm, embodying the spirit of a passionate youth. However, he then added a remark that made me want to roll my eyes. Once the studio is established, can we invite 1 or 2 female players to join? You know, a male-female pairing makes work easier. I shot him a disdainful glare. You'd like those female players to share a room with you, wouldn't you? Come on, do you take me for someone like that? I, Du Shursen, am a man of integrity. How about this? You take one, I take one, and the prettier ones go to your room. Get lost. As dawn broke, the sun shone brightly, and the two of us, invigorated despite a sleepless night, traversed the streets until afternoon, finally securing a place. 13 expressed skepticism about my sudden possession of 12,000 RMB, asking, "Brother, did you sell something last night?" Of course not. I am a man of honor. How could I engage in such activities? If you were the one selling, I might believe it, but I fear your business would not fare well. I casually replied. 13 nearly sputtered in disbelief. We had settled on our Studio's location, a 4-bedroom apartment near the Huaran Wanjia supermarket in the new district. Built in 2022 and relatively new. The rent was a reasonable 950 renminbi per month, a rare find in today's market. What is our next move? 13 asked eagerly. Recruit our first studio member. Who? His eyes sparkled with excitement. Feng Se Huanxiang. Lin Yisan would be an excellent choice. How about we bring her on board? I couldn't help but chuckle and patted his shoulder. Save your breath, brother. A girl like Lin Yisan is beyond your reach. She would undoubtedly scoff at joining our studio. Really? 13 looked disheartened. Then who should we recruit? We absolutely cannot bring in novices. I nodded in agreement. Indeed. A studio can afford only one novice. Come on. 13 growled, flailing his arms. I kicked him playfully, and he pitifully asked, "So, who is it?" Gue Guzi. What? 13 was taken aback. Gue Guzi was once a well-known figure on the leaderboard. Can we truly entice him to join our studio? Indeed. I nodded reassuredly, confident that I would move my belongings to the studio in the afternoon, take a brief nap, and then begin planning the next steps in the evening. After a busy afternoon, I succumbed to slumber post-dinner, awakening at 3 in the morning in my sunlit room. I stepped outside to rouse Shursan, then had a light meal before going online. Suddenly, I found myself in the crypt at the icebound camp, digging my way out from the fetid earth. I opened my friends list and saw Guguzi was online. I promptly sent a message. "If you're not busy, come to the icebound camp." "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Good news." "All right, I'll be there shortly." Guguzi is a rare expert. Although his recent performance had been marked by defeats, he was unfortunate enough to face opponents like Lin Yisan and myself. Lin Yisan, with her exceptional equipment and skills, was well equipped to challenge the mighty Wushan Ziyingluan. Meanwhile, my capabilities had doubled after reducing latency to 0.5 seconds, rendering me nearly invincible against players of Guguzi's caliber. Guguzi is a top-tier player, yet Lin Yisan and I, along with others like Ziyingluan, belong to an elite class. Guguzi's prowess would struggle against us, but he could easily dominate players of Du Shursan's level. Soon, a dark-cloaked death knight emerged from the dense forest. It was Guguzi. "Zhiji, what is going on?" he asked. I replied, "Have you ever considered which guild you might want to join in the future?" Guguzi bristled. "Damn. I detest being called Little Ghost." Equally miffed, I retorted. "And I loathe being called Zhiji." The name sounded rather dissonant, akin to a broken piece. "Why do you ask this?" Guguzi inquired. I smiled. "I've established a studio and wish to invite you to join. If you're interested, the studio is located in Suzhou New District, with separate rooms and provisions for food and lodging." Oh, Guguzi's eyes lit up, yet a hint of displeasure crossed his face. "Why should I join your studio?" I shrugged with a smile. "Simple. Do you aspire to become a top-tier expert?" "Absolutely." Guguzi's eyes sparkled with determination. "Then it's settled. If you join my studio, I will educate you daily." "All right." Guguzi clenched his fists, declaring, "One day, I will surpass you and stand over you. Just keep that thought to yourself," I thought. "No need to vocalize it, you fool." Chapter 37. The Crimson Mercenaries. The first expert recruited by our studio is an exceptionally formidable individual whose primary objective is to defeat me. I find myself pondering whether this is a stroke of good fortune or a harbinger of misfortune. With a sigh, I inform Gue Guzi on how to arrive in Suzhou. Gue Guzi hails from Wuxi, a mere 20-minute express ride away, and he can pack his belongings to join us by the following afternoon. Splendid. Our studio's roster is becoming increasingly formidable. In the afternoon, Gue Guzi arrives in Suzhou, and Du Shisan and I greet him at the train station as a gesture of sincerity. We then enjoy a hearty lunch nearby, indulging in spicy chicken wings that are simply delightful. Gue Guzi, a 23-year-old youth named Gongsun Gu, possesses a refined and scholarly appearance, far more aesthetically pleasing than Shisan. Shisan, a sociable character, affectionately slings his arm around Gue Guzi's shoulder and exclaims, "Little ghost, we are brothers from this day forth." Gue Guzi's expression shifts, and he replies, "Brother B, I understand." Du Shisan, taken aback, inquires, "Why do you call me Brother B?" Gue Guzi, with a hint of resignation, explains, Du Shisan, "If you combine the Arabic numerals of 13. Exasperated, Du Shisan laments inwardly, cursing his father for the implication. Upon entering the apartment, Gue Guzi, carrying his luggage, remarks, "It has been ages since I stayed in a communal dormitory." Shisan retorts, "What communal dormitory? This is a private room with doctoral treatment. What more could you ask for?" With a chuckle, Gue Guzi sets up the gaming data cable and adjusts his game helmet. He casts a glance at the helmet in my room and exclaims in awe, "That is a VIP-level helmet?" I nod in affirmation. As Gue Guzi steps into my room, he notices the CGL Hall of Fame emblem emblazoned on the helmet, and he is momentarily rendered speechless. After some time, still incredulous, he gazes at me and murmurs, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You are that genius, Lu Chen?" I take a sip from my cup and reply with a smile, "You must remain calm." Du Shisan bursts into laughter, "Little ghost, no need to be astonished. He is indeed Lu Chen, my dear friend of over a decade. There is no mistake about it. By the way, do you idolize him?" Gue Guzi shakes his head. "No, I do not admire Lu Chen. I admire Knight Chun, the one who shattered the legend of Zhu Yingwan in the Star King Championship." Du Shisan gasps, "You know too much." I sit on the sofa, my mind swirling with mixed emotions as I reminisce about my pinnacle moments 3 years ago. Zhu Yingwan, my fated rival, caused me untold grief for 4 years, systematically erasing my team, the ancient sword dream, from existence. The roots of this animosity stretch back 3 years. In 2021, during the WCG StarCraft Finals, Zhu Yingwan, adorned in the Taiji flag, mercilessly eliminated 3 of China's top esports players, claiming the throne. In that moment, he boasted arrogantly, declaring himself invincible in China, audaciously inviting any Chinese player to challenge him. At that juncture, a young Chinese lad emerged, employing 5 distinct and unconventional strategies to decimate Zhu Yingwan, marking the worst defeat of his career. This encounter etched the ID Knight Chun into his memory, a name that belongs to me, the account I used 5 years ago to dominate novices on the Halfon platform. That battle at WCG, where I, as a spectator, managed to vanquish the Korean StarCraft Emperor Zhu Yingwan, resonated throughout the esports community. Yet, it also sowed the seeds of my subsequent persecution. That year, I graciously declined an invitation from the renowned esports team EM and joined the development of Ling Tong by Yuehing Company. In my first year, I earned a place in the CGL Hall of Fame, but a tragic car accident the following year left me with a head injury, leading to a cascade of unfortunate events. Zhu Yingwan is a man who harbors grudges. After that public humiliation, he nurtured his resentment, even coming to Suzhou University to wreak havoc on the school team. The origin of the ID Knight Chun lies here. Before my graduation, I was a key player, nearly undefeated on the Halfon platform. Upon realizing I am Lu Chen, Gue Guzi's demeanor shifts dramatically. He approaches me, looking intently into my eyes, and states emphatically, "Lu Chen, I know it must have been frustrating for you to delete your account in Ling Tong. Rest assured, now that we are comrades, I will do everything in my power to help you realize your dream of vengeance." I cannot help but smile. I have aspirations, but they are not for revenge. They are for a dream we all share. The dream of dominating Iceberg City, perhaps even the entirety of China. I glance at Du Shisan and suggest, "Now that our studio has 3 members, let us decide on a name and a development plan." Gue Guzi inquires, "The studio's name will also be the guild's name in the future. Have you thought of one?" I nod. "I have a proposal. Crimson Mercenaries, since both of us are knight spirits. It is fitting, and furthermore, our studio's initial funding is somewhat limited, necessitating that we accept commission tasks within the game to earn money. What do you think? Crimson Mercenaries." Crimson. Gue Guzi's eyes light up, a splendid name. It conjures images of battlefields and bloodshed. Truly remarkable. Du Shisan readily agrees. I concur. With 3 votes in favor, our studio shall be named Crimson Mercenaries. With the name settled, we proceed to plan our promotional efforts. Du Shisan heads to the gaming forum to post an announcement titled, Crimson Mercenaries Studio commences operations, detailing our services including boss hunting, revenge PKs, quest assistance, and even helping to woo ladies, with direct contact through Du Shursin himself. As a busy individual, I am preoccupied with perfecting high-level cooking, while Gue Guzi, lacking in social skills, is not much help in this regard. It falls to Du Shursan, whose eloquence is too precious to waste, to handle the outreach. With all plans laid out, we print a sign for the Crimson Mercenaries Studio on an A4 sheet and proudly display it at the entrance, feeling as though we have officially become a legitimate force. Dinner consists of takeout, as our funds are running low. Gue Guzi expresses understanding, admitting he, too, is financially challenged, having brought merely 500 yuan with him, which he generously contributes. Such selflessness is becoming increasingly rare. That evening we log in. Suddenly, the screen fills with a gray mist, revealing the interior of a tomb. I scramble to emerge, and, looking up, I am greeted by a pair of snow-white legs. As I gaze upward, the perfect curves of those legs are accentuated by a light blue skirt, revealing a flat abdomen adorned with exquisite female armor that showcases a stunning figure. I swallow hard. Who is this enchanting presence before me? The owner of the long legs looks down at me at a 45-degree angle, disdain evident in her voice as she remarks, "You finally decided to log in." The visitor is none other than Lin Yisan, one of the most beautiful women in the game, who alone knows that the legend of Zhiji Qinsha resides in such an obscure place. Reluctantly, I rise, admiring her alluring figure as I casually inquire, "Beauty Lin, what brings you here? Surely, you have no trivial matters to discuss?" Lin Yisan chuckles softly, "Little trickster, do you know what secondary profession I am pursuing?" I shake my head, responding, "I do not. And furthermore, I am not a little trickster." "Not a little trickster? You nearly left me penniless when I needed potions." Lin Yisan glares at me, as if she could devour me whole. I swiftly shifted the topic. "By the way, what is your secondary profession?" "Herb gathering." Lin Yisan pouted and said, "Let us go. Today I intend to venture into a rather perilous map and need a bodyguard. You gather herbs and still require my protection?" I found it hard to accept this notion. Although accompanying a beautiful woman in a game is a delightful experience, I am a principled young man and should not indulge excessively in beauty. At least not perpetually. Lin Yisan glanced at me, seemingly seeing through my thoughts, and couldn't he help but chuckle. "I'm going to gather herbs, not flowers." "Why are you so anxious? What map is it? One that you cannot handle even?" I inquired earnestly. Lin Yisan nodded yes. The Qingstone Valley to the south of Icebound City, where the level 3 herb, dreaming grass, grows. It is essential for concocting level 3 potions. "You've reached level 3 in herb gathering?" I was taken aback. Lin Yisan nodded with a smile, proudly puffing out her chest. "Indeed. My herb gathering leveled up 17 hours ago." "Impressive, isn't it?" I glanced at her and replied helplessly, "Impressive? My hunting reached level 4 48 hours ago." Lin Yisan stamped her foot in frustration, yet she was at a loss against me. "By the way, Lin Beauty, I should mention, I have joined the Blood Red Mercenary Studio, so I will not work for free. I can accompany you to Qingstone Valley, but you must pay me a hiring fee." Lin Yisan stared at me, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain. Is money all you see? Well, do you still want me to accompany you?" "Of course, why wouldn't I?" Lin Yisan looked southward and stated, "It should take about 5 hours of your time. At 2 gold coins per hour, totaling 10 gold coins. Is that acceptable?" "Deal, let us go?" "Yes, let us set off." Lin Yisan pulled me into the party, and with a chime, the system notified, "Player Wind Color Fantasy, Fallen and Sunken, has joined the party." Excellent. These two IDs are quite renowned in the current Icebound City. And now we find ourselves in the same team. Sometimes, fate is indeed wondrous. Chapter 38. The Ironclad Contract. "This is our first collaboration, isn't it?" Lin Yisan remarked. "Indeed." I nodded. "How about a 50 discount?" As I tread upon the verdant grass, the blood-red guardian ring on my finger glimmered faintly. While the flame blade flickered with fiery light, my gear was already quite formidable. Turning to observe Lin Yisan's breastplate, I inquired, "This must be of considerable quality, correct?" "Yes," Lin Yisan replied without hesitation, smiling. "It's a level 27 Xiantian weapon, with a defense boost of 42 points and vitality of 9. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree?" Taken aback, I couldn't help but chuckle. "Impressive? This armor must be regarded as top-tier equipment at this stage. Xiantian weapons. How remarkable. Most people haven't even encountered refined iron weapons yet." "Indeed. By the way, during our last duel, your sword had a silver sheen. What skill was that?" I asked. Lin Yisan abruptly halted beneath a small tree, gazing at me with enchanting eyes that seemed to possess an alluring magic, drawing one irresistibly closer. "Your sword also radiates a red glow. What is that about?" She countered. Taking a deep breath, I confessed, necromantic power. A talent skill that grants a 15 damage boost to life-affiliated targets at level 3. Oh, I see. No wonder it hurts so much. Lin Eason knitted her brows for a moment. Then her expression brightened. Since you humbly inquired, I'll graciously enlighten you. My skill is Holy Power, which counters necromantic power perfectly, dealing an additional 15 damage to undead beings at level 3. A pang shot through my heart. No wonder I had suffered such a crushing defeat last time. Holy Power truly is the nemesis of necromantic power. Pondering this, I glanced at Lin Eason. This ethereal beauty before me. Could she become my second greatest adversary in life? Is Holy Power also a talent skill? I asked. No. Then how did you learn it? Lin Eason smiled, turning to face me, and softly explained, because I belong to the shadow demon race, and I am one of the fortunate ones among them. I was born upon a glacier, and when I first ventured out of the novice village to hunt monsters, I accidentally fell into an ice cavern and encountered a beautiful celestial being, which led me to obtain the profession of a light ranger and learn this powerful holy power. Are you satisfied with that answer? I gaped in astonishment, finally closing my mouth after a long pause. What an extraordinary experience. It feels like a scene from demigods and semi-devils. Indeed. Lin Eason chuckled, her captivating smile leaving me bewildered. Was she speaking the truth or merely jesting? As we proceeded along the edge of the frost forest heading south, I donned dark armor while Lin Eason shimmered in silver, effortlessly dispatching lesser monsters with but a couple of strikes, without the slightest hint of strain. Half an hour later, we arrived at the Qingshi Valley, where an expanse of undulating mountains lay before us, cloaked in lush greenery, while the nearby valley walls were adorned with verdant moss, giving rise to the name Qingshi Valley. I traversed the foot of the mountains, keenly observing the flora. What does dreaming grass look like? I inquired. I don't know. I've never seen it either. Lin Eason replied with a soft laugh, her beautiful eyes sweeping across my face, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Lucan, you are quite naive. Naive? Are you insulting me? Not at all. It's genuinely a compliment. Let's search for the dreaming grass. I wielded the flame blade and ventured into the valley. Logically, dreaming grass should be found within. Lin Eason swiftly followed, fluttering like a beautiful butterfly amidst the blossoms, truly a sight to behold. Not far into our journey, we heard the sounds of combat, and even glimpsed the brilliance of skills being unleashed. There's a battle, I thought, instinctively positioning myself in front of Lin Eason. Drawing my sword. It seems someone is already inside. Lin Eason gently pushed me aside, smiling. I don't need your protection. Just take care of yourself. A few minutes later, concealed by the underbrush, we witnessed a fierce battle unfolding in an open area. Approximately 50 players encircling a formidable boss, a stone golem encased in green rock, boasting an extraordinarily high level. Stone Guardian, D-rank intermediate boss, level 35 attack. Defense. Health. Skills. D-rank boss. I exclaimed, hiding in the grass. Lin Eason stood quietly beside me, softly stating, yes. A D-rank boss. It's likely the strongest at this stage. Those who bribed for information think no one is aware. Upon closer inspection, I recognized many of those surrounding the Stone Guardian. Most bore the Mad Dragon prefix. The Mad Dragon Guild? I gasped in disbelief. How could this be? Longxing Tianxia commanded the battle, while the nearest melee player expertly maneuvered in and out, executing a flawless series of strikes. To my surprise, this adept warrior was none other than Dan Shu Tiechi, a level 30 warrior who had purchased a significant amount of level 3 cooking supplies from me. Regret flooded my mind. I never anticipated he would be affiliated with the Mad Dragon Guild, or I would not have sold them such precious culinary goods to facilitate their assault on this boss. Suddenly, Lin Eason nudged me with the hilt of her sword, chuckling softly. Hey, how about we take down this boss? I stared at her in shock. They are actively fighting. You want to steal the boss? Yes, she affirmed with a serious nod. I declared with righteous indignation, don't be absurd. You brought me along to gather herbs, and now you're asking me to join you in this underhanded scheme? As an upright young man, do you truly believe I would partake in such unscrupulous deeds? Lin Eason's jaw dropped in disbelief. I pressed my lips together, then shifted my tone. I'll take it down alone. You can watch from the sidelines. Lin Eason couldn't help but smile, playfully punching me lightly. You're being ridiculous. You're just the type to act all noble. Let's coordinate our efforts to secure the boss's experience. If we team up, we're bound to reap considerable rewards. All right, I nodded, casting my gaze toward the distance. Regardless of the circumstances, this D-rank boss absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the Mad Dragon Guild. That is a certainty. Lin Eason gripped her sword tightly, her focus fixed on the boss, and with a light chuckle, she said, Prepare your strongest attack. We will strike when the boss is low on health. Don't you have a burrowing skill? Go on. Create a distraction. Understood, I exclaimed, transforming into a wisp of crimson light that seeped into the earth, gradually moving towards the boss at a speed of 10. I resolved to seize experience and loot with all my might, ensuring neither the Mad Dragon Guild nor Lin Yisun would claim the spoils. It was clear she remained wary of me. As I arrived beneath the boss, the Stone Guardian was already on the brink of defeat, while Dan Shu Tiechi was violently repulsed by the boss's massive arm. Hold the line. We must endure. Defeating this boss is our Mad Dragon Guild's first step towards dominance in Iceberg City, Longxing Tianxia commanded. Alas, Longxing Tianxia's dreams were destined to shatter. As the crowd surrounded the boss, poised to topple it, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A thunderous roar erupted from the stone giant, and suddenly, its entire form was enveloped in a crimson hue. Ding! System notification. The Stone Guardian has successfully mutated, with a 35 enhancement to all attributes. Summoning a stone armor shell that enters a state of magical immunity for 30 minutes. Boom! The stone giant struck the ground with ferocity, instantly crushing 4 players from the Wild Dragon Guild into a bloody pulp. Following that, a thunderous shockwave rippled through the area, causing numerous melee players to collapse. With only 2 managing to escape with their lives, Dan Shu Taichi and Fan Yunfuyu, both seasoned second transformation players above level 30. In the team chat, Lin Yisun remarked, "Hold off on attacking for now. The boss has mutated, which is beneficial. Let it do some damage for a while." Heh. We won't even need to lift a finger against Longxing Tianxia. I, concealed beneath the ground, interjected, "That's unlikely. With Dan Shu Taichi and Fan Yunfuyu present, the boss is bound to fall." Lin Yisun pondered for a moment, then declared, "Let us first eliminate Dan Shu Taichi and Fan Yunfuyu, then deal with the boss. We must not hesitate. These 2 are affiliated with Longxing Tianxia and are known as the twin stars of the Wild Dragon. They will undoubtedly become our foes in the future." Agreed. Gripping the Xianhua blade tightly, I surged forth from my hiding place, resembling a reaper from the depths of hell. My blood-red blade aimed directly at Dan Shu Taichi's throat. "What? How could it be you?" Dan Shu Taichi glared at me with venomous resentment. His throat swiftly pierced as a storm of crimson rained down, the damage counter soaring to 412, marking his demise. Chapter 39. The spectral armor of wind and clouds. A sudden upheaval occurred as Longxing Tianxia witnessed the Dan Shu Taichi being dispatched by my sword. His eyes turned a vivid shade of green, and with a face twisted in resentment, he bellowed, "Quickly eliminate him. We cannot allow this brat to thwart our grand endeavor." Before I could respond, a shadow darted past me, and with a thunderous crack, a spear struck. Flames surged forth. The damage registered at 287. The black armor reverberated with a hum, as the ghostly armor granted a 5 defense boost, absorbing a significant portion of the damage. A sharp pain seared through my shoulder. The assailant's strength exceeded even that of Gue Guzi. It was worth noting that I was clad in the ghostly armor at that moment. I pivoted, unleashing a swift strike, and the attacker exclaimed, "Oh, how swift!" With a slash, blood erupted, and a damage figure of 317 appeared as the level 30 Demon Knight. The ace of the Guanglong Guild was forced to retreat. Archers, fire in unison. The Demon Knight, aware of my Xianhua blade's prowess, did not challenge me directly. Instead, he commanded 3 archers nearby to unleash their precision arrows. The arrows struck with damage values of 45, 71, and 49. My defense far exceeded the archers' expectations. Their attacks could deal with cloth armor, but were insufficient against my heavy armor. I propelled myself forward, trampling countless blades of grass, swiftly maneuvering in a Z-shaped trajectory to evade the archers' attack zones. The Xianhua blade radiated a cerulean aura as I aimed it directly at the Demon Knight's head. If this formidable foe remained unvanquished, both Lin Yisun and I would find it exceedingly difficult to succeed. Suddenly, the Demon Knight smiled, exuding confidence as he shouted, "Holy Shield!" A golden shield of light materialized before him, perfectly intercepting my descending attack. My Ji-Ren skill followed suit, delivering 15 additional damage. The impact resounded with a thud, 178. To my astonishment, such a meager amount of damage registered. A notification appeared. Your Ji-Ren skill was mitigated by the Holy Shield skill of player Fan Yunfuyu, resulting in a damage output of 178. The Holy Shield shattered almost instantly, as clearly, Fan Yunfuyu had not anticipated my attack power to be so formidable. Gulping down a health potion, he retreated, using himself as bait to lure me into pursuit, while over 20 archers and mages from the Guanglong Guild prepared to eliminate me with ease. At that moment, a stunning silver figure burst forth from the woods. Swift as lightning, it was Lin Yixin. She had finally made her move. In a hurried glance, I beheld the silvery radiance that enveloped her beautiful purple eyes. In that instant, she brandished a gleaming dagger, the Moonblade. Had she lost her mind? Utilizing a weapon she was unaccustomed to during a PK? Was this not tantamount to courting death? However, my assessment was entirely misguided. In an instant, the dagger was cloaked in a silver halo, and with a graceful flick of her arm, it glided beneath the armpit of Fan Yunfuyu, delivering a staggering damage figure of 714. Incredible. I was astounded. Fan Yunfuyu was a high-level demon knight with over 800 health points, yet Lin Yixin had dispatched him with a single strike. Such a feat was utterly inconceivable. Lin Yixin shot me an annoyed glance, reprimanding, "Silly Lu Chun, why are you dawdling? We must seize the boss." I promptly consumed a health potion, ensuring my health remained above 50. With at least 20 players from the Quanglong Guild present, it was clear that a direct confrontation was ill-advised. Our best strategy was to secure the boss and then make our escape. With a swift motion, the Xianhua blade swept through the neck of an assassin, instantly eliminating him. My attack power had surpassed that which a level 24 assassin could endure. Meanwhile, Lin Yixin danced gracefully, shifting her weapon to a longsword and executing 3 sweeping arcs, effortlessly dispatching 3 archers and mitigating a substantial threat to me. Clutching the Xianhua blade, I charged directly towards the boss, my intentions clear: vanquish the boss, claim the loot. Longxing Tianzong realized our objective and could not restrain himself from shouting. They aim to steal the boss. Quick, prevent him. The boss still has over 1,000 health points. If we can eliminate Zhiji Qinsha within 2 rounds, victory is assured. I could not help but smile as I sidled past the stone giant boss, casually swinging my sword. Pardon, miss. A large miss hovered above the giant's forehead. Lin Yixin gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow, you're utterly useless. How could you miss? Watch me." With that, Lin Yixin deftly evaded 2 Quanglong warriors and advanced. In the next moment, a confident grin graced my face. "Just you watch, Lin." A swirl of cerulean light enveloped the Xianhua blade, invoking Ji Run, my most potent skill, to unleash its devastating effects upon this formidable boss. I leapt high, my sword tracing a perfect arc in the air, crashing down upon the stone giant's shoulder. Debris erupted as my strike cleaved through the giant's form. The damage registered at an astonishing 1992. Every onlooker was left in awe. At this stage, dealing over 300 damage was a mark of true prowess. Yet I had managed to inflict nearly 2,000 points of damage with a single blow. Such a feat was simply astounding. In truth, it was straightforward. My Ji-Ren had reached level 2, reducing the target's defense by 55 and enhancing my attack power by 40. Moreover, my strike had delivered a critical hit, making a 2,000-point damage output entirely plausible. With a resounding crash, the stone giant fell, yielding several pieces of equipment amidst a cascade of stones. A D-grade boss, no less. The spoils were bound to be remarkable. The rules within Tianzong were merciless. They did not designate the boss to anyone, but rather, the player who landed the final blow would reap the experience and loot, all of which was open for anyone to claim. This dictated a cautious approach during boss encounters, as a single misstep could lead to utter defeat. Both Lin Yixin and I simultaneously positioned ourselves beneath the boss's corpse, instinctively soaring forward to collect the spoils. I secured 2 items while Lin Yixin claimed 2 as well, and we were both enveloped in a golden glow, each leveling up. In a flash, I vanished, transforming into a stream of red light as I sank into the earth, my unique escape technique. Lin Yixin seethed, "Take me with you. That beast is too swift." As she stowed her loot away, her sword swept aside 3 Quanglong Guild players, her white cloak billowing as she deftly made her escape. Remarkably, this beautiful lady demonstrated agility rivaling my own. Watching Lin Yixin escape into the dense foliage, I exhaled in relief, gradually shifting to the underbrush before emerging above ground, only to find a Quanglong archer scanning the area with his longbow. With a chilling grip on the Xianhua blade, I struck like the wind, the archer collapsing in an instant. Ji-Ren's power was overwhelming. I fled as well, and upon reaching the valley's mouth, I spotted Lin Yixin seated on a large green stone, glaring at me indignantly. "Hey, how could you be so ungrateful? Leaving a fragile girl like me behind to save yourself? Fragile?" I cast a fleeting glance at her. Lin Yixin leaned against a rock with a sword in one hand, panting heavily, her proud chest rising and falling. Her long, snow-white legs dangled at the edge of the rock, gently swaying. At that moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful. My heart twitched, and I remarked, "You've engaged in all manner of nefarious deeds, so spare me the pretense of fragility." Will you? Humph. Lin Eason appeared unfazed but inquired. Hey, what did you manage to seize just now? I haven't looked yet. Let us see. I replied. Upon opening the parcel, I discovered 2 pieces of equipment had materialized in my inventory. A foreboding black breastplate and a helmet that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Quite impressive. Both were armor-class items. As I reached out to examine the breastplate, its attributes danced before me like a slideshow, visible to both Lin Eason and myself. Ghostly Gale Armor, Mystic Iron, Defense, 48 Stamina, 11 Bonus. Increases the user's physical attack power by 2 required level, 32. Wow. What a formidable piece of armor. My eyes widened in astonishment, a smile spreading across my face. To think I had acquired Mystic Iron Armor, this journey was well worth it. With a defense rating of an astonishing 48, it far surpassed the 9 defense points of the Blackstone armor I had been wearing. Furthermore, it granted an additional 11 stamina, effectively raising my health limit by 110 points, along with a 2 boost to physical attack. This armor was indeed a warrior's dream. Lin Eason also gasped in admiration, her alluring lips parting in surprise. Truly remarkable. I hastily donned the ghostly Gale armor, having just reached level 32 after vanquishing the boss, making me eligible to equip it. Instantly, my attributes underwent a qualitative transformation. My health limit soared to a terrifying 750 points, and my defense reached a robust 100 points. A bowman below level 30 would likely find it impossible to breach my defenses. With a sense of elation, I retrieved the other piece of equipment. A helmet that glimmered with a ghostly hue, shaped like a fearsome beast, exuding an aura of menace. Beastly Gale Helm, Refined Iron, Defense, 28 Strength, 7 required level, 30 Goodness. I mused. Refined Iron, still quite commendable. With a defense of 28 points and a strength boost of 7. Although it pales in comparison to the Mystic Iron Ghostly Gale Armor, it remains a significant enhancement, especially since my headgear slot was empty. In the early stages of the game, helmets are rarely dropped, so this addition grants me an extra 28 points of defense. Chapter 40. Clear water fragrance. Swiftly donning the ominous iron helm, I felt an aura of lethal intent envelop me. The helmet concealed my visage, and as a skeleton, I found solace in this. No longer would I have to gaze through dark, hollow eye sockets. Glancing at my attributes, I noted a formidable defense of 128 and an attack power of 258. Truly impressive. Raising an eyebrow, I turned to the maiden seated upon a stone, playfully inquiring, Fair Lin, what of you? How fares your equipment? Lin Eason pouted slightly, retorting, Why bring up such matters? What did you manage to procure? With a hint of grievance, she looked at me and replied, a level 32 fine iron leather bracer and a level 28 Blackstone magic staff. I chuckled heartily. Ah, you are seeking trouble. Your laughter is most infuriating. With that, Lin Eason lunged at me with her sword, prompting me to swiftly evade. And together we traversed the mountains in search of further opportunities. At the valley's opposite end, Long Xing Tianzong, brandishing a spear, seethed with fury. Damn it. My spear has sunk into the sands. Damn it. This wind and color fantasy. I shall not rest until I have my vengeance. Has that group of mad dragons departed? I idly inquired while gazing at the azure sky. From nearby foliage, a sweet, refreshing voice emerged. Heaven knows. You could always take a look. Perhaps it is best not to, as PK is inadvisable. Lin Eason emerged from the thicket, cradling a delicate, indigo-hued herb. Her voice infused with delight. I never anticipated the presence of dreaming grass here. What a delightful surprise. Casting a sidelong glance at her, I quipped, Little deceiver. You are the true deceiver, having swindled me out of 15 gold coins for living expenses. Lin Eason volleyed back. I refrained from retorting, Indeed. Those 15 coins were rather exorbitant, bartering a fine iron item for a mysterious iron one, and still expecting a little something extra. Only I could engage in such dealings. Especially with a beauty like Lin Eason. How much dreaming grass have you gathered? How much do you require? I inquired. The more, the merrier, alas. I have only managed to collect 40. Lin Eason wiped the perspiration from her brow, her lovely eyes drifting elsewhere, clearly engrossed in honing her herbalism skills. It has been over 4 hours. I reminded her. As a proud member of the Blood-Red Mercenaries, I find a lack of temporal awareness rather unbecoming. Lin Eason shot me a sidelong glance. For each hour past, shall I pay you 3 gold coins? Does that suffice? Very well, good sir, you are generous. You are insufferable. Lin Eason pouted. While foraging, I discovered that this valley also yields green peppers. Is that not your area of expertise? My eyes lit up. Really? To deceive you would be akin to fooling a puppy. Without hesitation, I dashed into the woods, only to confront a ferocious wild bear. Damn it! Deceived again by this enchanting maiden. After dispatching the bear, I sat upon its carcass, scanning my surroundings until I chanced upon a cluster of lush plants. Could it truly be green peppers? Was it not stated in the official records that they primarily flourished in Coldwind Canyon? No matter, I would gather them nonetheless. In a matter of minutes, I collected dozens of green peppers, but when I emerged from the thicket, Lin Yisin had already ventured far, diligently searching for herbs with her sword. Such a diligent little lass she was. The green peppers in Chingstone Valley were sparse compared to Coldwind Canyon, yet I relished the opportunity to practice my hunting skills here. As I had already reached level 32, I was in no rush to ascend further. Strength mattered more than mere levels. Presently, I prioritized earning my keep and elevating my cooking skills to level 4, allowing me to craft level 4 magical dishes, my true prowess. As I wandered through the valley, a message from Giguzi arrived. Zhiji Lauda, we have been hired for a task. Eliminate a level 32 quest monster for a commission of 1 gold coin. Shall we accept? I replied, can you handle that level 32 monster? If so, proceed. I cannot return at the moment. Moments later, Giguzi responded, no problem. With Bigu and myself, we can surely defeat it. Though the quest monster is stronger than ordinary ones, I am already level 27. Very well, go forth and succeed. For the honor of the blood-red mercenaries, I encouraged, secretly thrilled by Giguzi's rapid ascent to level 27. What a remarkable talent. With such a skilled individual in our ranks, our future glory was assured. As the hours slipped by, Lin Yisin finally returned, her skirt billowing as she flashed a smile that exuded charm. At merely 21, in a few years, she would undoubtedly blossom into a captivating enchantress. Finished gathering? I queried. Indeed, my pack is full. What of you? Dozens of green peppers. Care for a taste of stir-fried potatoes? Absolutely. Let us return to Icebound City. Lin Yisin produced a town return scroll, a luxury reserved for those with ample wealth. Clearly, she was not as impoverished as she claimed. I too retrieved a scroll, shattering it to return home. In a flash of light, I found myself at the teleportation array in Icebound City, where only Lin Yisin and I stood. Alas, we were both rather destitute. Town return scrolls cost 1 gold coin each, an extravagant price in the early game. Where's my commission? I extended my hand. 7 hours, totaling 20 gold coins. Lin Yisin smiled. One moment, I am temporarily out of funds. I shall sell some potions and be able to pay you. Oh, I stood by bemused, as Lin Yisin retrieved some materials from her warehouse. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful archer maiden appeared, adorned in graceful leather armor, wielding a green longbow, and approached with a cheerful demeanor. Have you gathered dreaming grass so swiftly? This maiden seemed vaguely familiar, her name hovering above her head, Clearwater Fragrance. LV30 Bronze Archer. To my astonishment, she was the 10th ranked player on the leaderboard. It seemed Lin Yisin had quite the formidable companion. Handsome, why do you not recognize me? Clearwater Fragrance smiled at me. Who are you? If you cannot recognize me, so be it. She huffed, proceeding to trade with Lin Yisin. Suddenly, realization dawned upon me. Ah, you are Lin Yisin's roommate, the one named Qingqing? Clearwater Fragrance chuckled at last. You remember me. Indeed, I am Yi's roommate, Sun Qingqing. A pleasure to meet you. I nodded. Lu Chun, Zhiji Qinsha. Noted. Shortly thereafter, Clearwater Fragrance began concocting potions. Ding. System prompt. Player Clearwater Fragrance crafted life potion 2, alchemy skill proficiency 3. Ding. System prompt. Player Clearwater Fragrance crafted life potion 2, alchemy skill proficiency 3. Ding. System prompt. Player Clearwater Fragrance crafted life potion 2, alchemy skill proficiency 3. Lin Yisin held a small red vial, smiling at me. See? Level 2 potions, each capable of instantly restoring 400 health points. Such a fine item. I marveled. Lin Yisin inquired, would you care to purchase some? 20 silver coins each. I and Oppos. LL take 20. Goodness, you are quite generous. It was rather amusing. I had not even received my commission, yet had already spent 4 gold coins. Nevertheless, these level 2 potions were exceedingly rare and far superior to those sold by NPCs. Having a few on hand could very well save my life. After preparing a total of 150 potions, Lin Yisin cheerfully made her way to the square, proclaiming loudly, Level 2 potions, instantly restore 400 health points, friends in need. Come and buy for just 15 silver coins each. I followed behind, fuming, what is this? Why do you sell to me for 20 silver coins while others get it for 15? Lin Yisin turned back with a charming smile. Who told you to be so easy to deceive? The potion market was bustling, and within 5 minutes, everything had sold out. Lin Yisin turned around with a smile, handing me 20 gold coins, and said, Let's continue our cooperation in the future. Whenever the Wild Dragon Guild takes on a boss, we'll go observe together. How about that? I nodded enthusiastically. I would be delighted to accompany you. However, you must not charge any commission again. Lin Yisun still felt the pinch of her gold coins. I nodded again. No problem. All right, I shall log off now. Lin Yisun headed to the inn in Icebound City to log off, as players must do so within an inn in the city. Otherwise, they would have to set up a tent outside. Once outside Icebound City, I pondered about capturing a pet to play with, so I began researching the pet system guide. Just as I was deep in thought, I suddenly received a call request from Du Shi-san. My heart skipped a beat. He usually contacted me through messages. So why the voice call this time? Upon answering, Du Shi-san's deep voice resonated in my ear. Lu Chun, Xiao Gui, and I have just completed a few commission tasks. Just now, we witnessed something, and I'm uncertain whether to intervene or not. What is it? I inquired. I saw Murong Mingwei and Su Yang. Oh, those two. What happened? Shi-san replied solemnly. Su Yang and Murong Mingwei seem to be under siege by 7 people. They certainly can't hold them off. I wanted to ask if our blood-red mercenaries should help or not. Help. Add me to the team. At that moment, my blood surged with excitement. Although I had left the realm of ancient Sword Soul Dream, I absolutely could not tolerate anyone bullying its people. On the vast map, 2 orange dots appeared not far away, indicating the positions of Giguzi and Du Shi-san, roughly a 5-minute journey within the icebound forest. Locking onto the direction, I dashed forward at full speed while silently urging, Sister Mingwei, hold on, don't fall too soon. Chapter 41. The invitation from Murong Mingwei in the icy forest. A bone-chilling wind swept through the open space where 8 players stood in a tense standoff. Su Yang, clad in a striking red armor and wielding a formidable 2-handed sword, fixed his gaze upon his adversaries, his voice laced with disdain. What do you mean by this? This armor was obtained by us. Your claim of sharing with those who see is utterly ridiculous. Behind Su Yang stood a beautiful priestess, holding a staff and dressed in a simple gray robe. Though unremarkable in design, her figure was captivating, with curves that seemed almost to tear the worn fabric apart. This enchanting figure was none other than Murong Mingwei. She regarded the group before her with calmness, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, Su Yang. There's no need for further words. The greed etched on their faces indicates their intentions upon seeing your bronze armor. Humph, if they wish to claim this chest piece, let them try. We are not afraid. Facing Su Yang and Murong Mingwei were 6 individuals, led by a warrior named Shadower Fenglin, accompanied by the archer Shadower Deep Sea, the ranger Shadower Volcano, and a few others, all high-level players ranging from level 25 to 29. The equipment that could catch their attention was certainly of bronze quality or better. Shadower Fenglin stepped forward, a faint smile playing on his lips. Brother Leary, we merely stated that those who see should share in the spoils. There's no need for agitation. How about this? I'll offer you 2 gold coins as a bonus if you transfer this bronze armor to us. What do you say? 2 gold coins. Murong Mingwei scoffed. You might as well attempt to rob us. A bronze piece is worth at least 10 gold coins. Do you think we are fools? Shadower Deep Sea raised his longbow, aiming at Murong Mingwei, and cackled. Beautiful lady, I usually don't enjoy dealing with women. But since you refuse to recognize the situation, don't blame us if we must resort to violence. After we eliminate you, we'll guard your corpses. Humph, I don't believe we can't extract that breastplate. Murong Mingwei's face turned icy as she gripped her staff, her teeth clenched in frustration. Powerless against these rogue players. In this game, the law of the jungle prevailed. Reason was a luxury, and rules were made to be broken, often by the most ruthless. Suddenly, Shadower Fenglin raised his sword, and a shimmering light enveloped the blade, executing his signature technique, the devastating strike, which dealt an additional 10 damage. His target was Murong Mingwei. Su Yang shouted in alarm, lunging forward to intercept Shadower Fenglin, colliding with him and slicing through the shoulder plate. 247. The damage was significant, and Shadower Fenglin staggered back, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Not bad for an attack. Brothers, let us take him down together. With a clang, Shadower Deep Sea unleashed 2 arrows, striking Su Yang in the chest. 178. 201. Su Yang suffered greatly, with a total health of only around 500 points. He could hardly withstand such blows. Just then, a beam of holy light descended, and healing numbers soared to 225. Indeed, Murong Mingwei's healing output was impressive. However, Su Yang's health continued to plummet, as a priestess healing could not match the onslaught of several high-level players. Damn it, Su Yang roared, swinging his broad sword with the ferocity of a raging lion, but outnumbered and overwhelmed. He resorted to potions and healing, teetering on the brink of death. Meanwhile, Gue Guzi and Du Shisan concealed themselves in the nearby woods, silently observing the scene. I surged forward, furious. You too. What are you waiting for? Charge in and annihilate the Shadower family. Understood. Gue Guzi exclaimed, racing alongside me, while Du Shisan lagged slightly behind. The crimson light enveloped my Xinyan blade. The player versus player combat was the stage for my necromantic power, with a terrifying 15 additional damage that was remarkably vicious. With a swift motion, I struck out, the blade cleaving through Shadower Deep Sea's neck before he even had a chance to react, collapsing to the ground as a lifeless corpse. 484. My power, bolstered by the ghostly wind armor and the blood-red guardian ring, had reached an astonishing level. After dispatching the archer, I pivoted to engage their priest, a handsome male cleric who fell without resistance before my Xinyan blade. Simultaneously, Gue Guzi shouted as he executed a flame impale, piercing through a mage as if he were a mere kebab. The Shadower family, consisting of only 6 members, had already lost 3 in the blink of an eye, leaving the remaining 3 stunned and bewildered. Who goes there? Shadower Fonglin bellowed, turning to confront me, a look of venomous rage on his face. Jiji Qinsha, it's you bastard. I Haven T settled the score from the last time in Guilin Forest. Prepare to die. With a flourish, Shadower Fonglin unleashed another devastating strike. I chuckled, standing firm as his blade met my ghostly wind armor. Boom. 117. The skill created a virtual armor that absorbed much of the damage, and my own defense had reached 128 points, thanks to the combination of 2 pieces of dark iron equipment and 1 piece of fine iron. With a health cap of 750 points and the automatic healing skill of necromantic regeneration, I was a veritable tank. How could a mere Shadower Fonglin hope to harm me? As his strike fell, my own sword slashed through his chest plate, resulting in a massive miss. Shadower Fonglin erupted in laughter. What a joke. With such skill, you dare to claim a top 3 spot on the leaderboard? My evasion rate is exceptionally high. You'll pay for this, you bastard. I allowed a faint smile to grace my lips. Shadower Fonglin was caught off guard as I closed the distance once again, my Xinyan blade radiating a blue aura. My ultimate skill, the Exemption Blade. With a swift slash, I cleaved through Shadower Fenglin's chest armor, dealing an astounding 1448. What? In his final moments, Shadower Fenglin's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the magnitude of the damage dealt to him, humiliation evident in his gaze. I raised my foot, delivering a powerful kick to his chest, sending his lifeless body crashing to the ground without uttering a word. In the team channel, I instructed, 13, little ghost. Remember, don't say a word or accept any gratitude from Liri or Murong Mingwe. We'll finish off the enemies and leave. I dared not speak with Murong Mingwe. Any words could expose me. Gue Guzi swiftly dispatched the remaining 2 Shadower family members, causing a flurry of potions to scatter across the battlefield. I diligently collected the potions alongside Du Shisan. Shadower Fonglin had dropped a pair of black stone leggings, with mediocre attributes, worth at most 10 silver coins. Mere trash. After sweeping the battlefield, I sheathed my sword and turned to depart. Su Yang and Murong Mingwe stood stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend the magnitude of my 1448 damage. By the time they regained their senses, I had already moved with Gue Guzi and Du Shisan to the edge of the dense forest, on the verge of disappearing into the thicket. Hero, wait. Murong Mingwe called after me, a smile illuminating her face. Jiji Qinsha, you are one of the top 3 players, aren't you? You saved us today, and I cannot express my gratitude enough. Would you be interested in joining our ancient sword soul dream? I could not help but smile wryly, inwardly murmuring, Sister Mingwe, I am already a part of the ancient sword soul dream. How could I possibly join it? I cast a glance, and Du Shisan promptly turned around, courteously saying, Beautiful lady, we have our own guild, the Blood Mercenaries. If you are interested, why not consider joining us? The Blood Mercenaries currently have 3 gentlemen, and we are in dire need of a striking beauty like you. Murong Mingwe was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, Haha, I was merely jesting. In any case, thank you for your assistance this time. If there is ever a time when you require our help, do not hesitate to call upon us. Du Shisan's gaze fell upon the formidable weapon before Murong Mingwe, and he swallowed hard, tempted to make an inappropriate request. At that moment, I shot him a piercing look, causing him to shudder and shake his head. Forget it. Our assistance was not for you, but rather due to the long-standing animosity between the Blood Mercenaries and the Shadow Clan. Saving you was merely a fortuitous accident. Murong Mingwe stood there in a daze, while I led Guguzi and Du Shisan into the forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Yang stepped forward, speaking in a measured tone. Mingwe, have you noticed? Noticed what? Morong Mingyue turned around. Su Yang gazed deeply into the recesses of the forest, stating, "The technique of the fallen spear in battle resembles that of a friend we once knew." Morong Mingyue shivered slightly. "Luochun." "Indeed," Su Yang nodded. Morong Mingyue bit her rosy lip, murmuring, "But Lu Chun, he is already." Alas, if only he were still here, Eve would not be so sorrowful. Nor would she be lost in her thoughts all day. She had such a chance to ascend to the position of CEO, but because of this incident, she lost that opportunity. Su Yang remained silent. In the icy forest, the three of us walked side by side. "Ahem, how were today and Oppo's earnings?" I inquired. Giguzi chuckled. "We took on 3 commission tasks, earning a total of 5 gold coins. How about you, Boss Sujik?" I pondered for a moment. I made 16 gold coins. "Wow, we've struck it rich. Shall we go out for drinks tonight?" Haha, that was precisely my intention. Chapter 42. The Hornet as night descended upon Suzhou. The evening was imbued with a captivating allure. Foot massage parlors lined the streets, their pink lights casting an enticing glow on the alluring legs within. Along the roadside, a makeshift stall operated, reminiscent of the bustling food stalls depicted in the film God of Cookery, where a misadventure with large intestines led to a rather unfortunate outcome. At one of these stalls sat 3 spirited young men engaged in lively conversation, Du Shursan, Giguzi, and myself. The table was adorned with an array of delectable appetizers, surrounded by numerous bottles of beer. On a summer night, such camaraderie over food and drink was a sublime indulgence. Today, the thrill of vanquishing that shadowy figure, Feng Lin, with a single strike was exhilarating. Giguzi exclaimed, downing a glass of beer and wiping his mouth with a grin. "A damage of 1400. That lad must be overjoyed." Du Shursan turned to me, inquiring, "Lu Chun, what was the name of that strike? Why was its power so formidable?" I set down my chopsticks and replied with a smile, "It's called pardon. The first hit automatically misses, hence the name, but the subsequent strike sees a significant increase in power, largely ignoring the opponent's defenses. Ah, no wonder it's so formidable. Come, let us toast to pardon," Giguzi proclaimed, raising his glass with a hearty laugh. Clinking our glasses, we drank heartily. I wiped the remnants of beer from the corner of my mouth and remarked, "Today marks a splendid beginning. The blood mercenaries have commenced operations, earning a total of 16 gold coins, equivalent to at least 1,000 renminbi. Our earnings are nearly on par with those of elite professionals." "Huh?" Giguzi chuckled. "Boss, it took BG and me immense effort to earn just 5 gold coins. How did you manage to collect 16 coins all by yourself?" I smirked. "I encountered a naive yet beautiful girl. One must seize the opportunity." Du Shursan's eyes lit up. "You mean Lin Yisin from Wind Color Fantasy, right?" "Indeed," I confirmed. "Ha, splendid." Du Shursan laughed heartily, but then shifted the conversation. "Lu Chun, were you aware that Lin Yisin has acquired a new title in Iceberg City?" "What title?" I asked, somewhat perplexed. "The Fruit Knife Goddess," Du Shursan replied with a chuckle. "What kind of title is that?" I questioned, bemused. "I'm not sure," Du Shursan continued. "The forums are flooded with countless screenshots of her in-game, showcasing her PK moments where she decisively ends her opponents with a dagger. It seems she possesses a particular skill, and her beauty is simply breathtaking, hence the moniker." With a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, Du Shursan mused, "Whoever wins Lin Yisin's heart will have achieved perfection. I wouldn't trade it for an empire." I couldn't help but chuckle. "Let it go, my brother. Lin Yisin is certainly not as simple as you imagine." "Why do you say that?" Du Shursan asked, intrigued. I resumed my analysis. "First, a few days ago, when I clashed with Lin Yisin, I lost several levels. She wouldn't want to establish me as an enemy. Her request for an offline meeting stems from her confidence in her own beauty. She believes that a face-to-face encounter can resolve any animosity." After a brief pause, I continued. "Secondly, today she hired me to protect her while she collected dreaming grass in Chingstone Valley. However, upon my arrival, I discovered members of the Wild Dragon Guild battling a boss. In this instance, Lin Yisin cleverly utilized me. She is a remarkably astute girl, far from the mere ornament you envision." Du Shursan set down his chopsticks, laughing. "It seems our schoolmate, the campus belle, is indeed quite remarkable." I nodded in agreement. Du Shursan, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, urged, "Lu Chun, you must win Lin Yisin's heart." "What?" I froze. "Come on, don't joke. Such a campus beauty is beyond my reach, and besides," cough, cough, "she wouldn't even glance my way. Absolutely must win her over." Du Shursan insisted, clenching his fist in determination. "Lin Yisin is one of the top beauties in Iceberg City. Securing her would equate to controlling the entire beauty circle there. To possess the beauties of Iceberg City is to command all the women, and to command all the women is to hold sway over all the men, and ultimately, to dominate the entire virtual realm. With a gulp, Du Shursen halted, seemingly aware that further discourse may tread into dangerous territory. He turned to me and asked with a grin, "Tell me, do you fancy Lin Yisin, the campus beauty?" I felt a surge of embarrassment. Who wouldn't he be enchanted by such a pure and stunning girl? The image of Lin Yisin's defiance when I had tricked her out of 15 gold coins flashed in my mind, eliciting a faint smile. That smile looks rather lascivious. Du Shursen pointed at me, as if catching me red-handed. "You dare claim you have no interest in Lin Yisin?" In defense of my honor, I retorted, "Come on." My warm smile is being misconstrued as something lewd. "You're being ridiculous. You're covering tonight's tab." Du Shursen fell silent, acutely aware that he and Giguzi were entirely reliant on my generosity. We continued dining until past 10, and after satiating our hunger, we returned to our lodgings for a brief respite before the three of us energetically logged back in to level up and earn more gold. With a swift motion, I logged in, appearing in the Inn of Iceberg City. Today's task was of utmost importance, capturing a pet. According to the rules of the Celestial System, players could only acquire pets upon reaching level 30, and the art of capturing pets was a profound pursuit. Any ordinary creature could be considered a pet, yet their growth varied significantly. The specialized vocation for capturing pets is the beast tamer, who can utilize sealing cards to seal and nurture pets. Of course, players of other professions can also use sealing cards, but their success rate is a mere 20, rendering beast tamers as the true masters of this craft. None among my acquaintances were beast tamers, and even if there were, they certainly would not assist me in capturing a pet, as human nature tends to be self-serving. Once a player captures an exceptional pet, they would hardly share it. Thus, I must rely on myself to thrive. Stepping out of the inn, I made my way to the magic shop to procure sealing cards. Indeed, to tame a pet, one must possess sealing cards. Upon entering the shop, I was greeted by a lovely maid in a charming outfit, who smiled warmly and asked, "What can I assist you with, young adventurer?" I nodded. "Sealing cards." "Certainly. How many do you require?" "Each sealing card is priced at 20 silver coins." "That is quite expensive," I exclaimed, my eyes widening in disbelief. Nevertheless, I dug into my pockets, spending 5 gold coins to purchase 25 sealing cards. As I am not a beast tamer, it's wise to prepare in abundance. After exiting the magic shop, I found myself on the bustling street, where I overheard a level 30 beast tamer calling out, "Just captured a level 1 green mantis, with an attack rating of 3 stars and agility of 2 stars. A super rare find. Level 30 heroes, come adopt it for just 50 gold coins." I stood there dumbfounded. 50 gold coins. Are they selling pets or peddling something far more precious? Such a price is outrageous. The rules for taming pets are threefold. 1. The pet must be level 1. 2. A sealing card is required. 3. The tamer must be at least level 30. In the wild, monsters have an exceedingly low chance of spawning as level 1 creatures, which can be tamed. However, the taming success rate is incredibly low. Otherwise, that beast tamer wouldn't be selling their lackluster mantis for such an exorbitant price. When I was in Wildfire Plain, I encountered a level 1 greedy wolf while slaying monsters, but alas, I was not level 30 at the time and lacked sealing cards. What a missed opportunity. There is no need to rush into capturing a pet. It is wise to strategize before acting. First, I shall examine the attributes of various pets. A beastmaster is endowed with a natural capacity for 5 pet slots, while players of other classes, upon reaching level 30, are restricted to but 1. Thus, I must cherish this precious slot. I opened the official website and came across the pet compendium, revealing the attributes of various creatures in the Frozen Ice City. Green mantis, attack, defense, health, agility. Slime, attack, defense, health, agility. Wildfire greedy wolf, attack, defense, health, agility. Saber-toothed tiger, attack, defense, health, agility. Wasp, attack, defense, health, agility. The green mantis is categorized as an attack-type pet, albeit with a rather sluggish speed. In contrast, the slime exemplifies the quintessential tank pet, boasting an impressive health growth of 4.5 stars. The wildfire greedy wolf and the saber-toothed tiger are also commendable choices. However, the one I am most inclined towards is the wasp, which astonishingly possesses 4.5 stars in both attack and agility, with respectable defense and health attributes as well. It is undoubtedly the prime selection for early game players seeking to level up and engage in PvP. Very well, I have decided on the wasp. Accompanied by a small bee, I shall flit about the west and east, dispatching countless evildoers, a most delightful endeavor. Upon further investigation of the official materials, I discovered that wasps inhabit the southern region of the Frozen Ice City, not far from the Azure Stone Valley. with levels ranging approximately between 35 and 40. Such formidable levels render them unattainable for ordinary players. Even those ranked among the elite may struggle to contend with them, given the wasp's high attack growth and formidable power as a creature. Fortunately, I have recently acquired the Phantom Gale armor and the Beast Mask Gale helmet, significantly enhancing my defense. Thus, I am well prepared to venture forth. I stocked up on potions and replenished my supply of 25 sealing cards, setting out in pursuit of my first cherished pet. Chapter 43. The Venomous Bee Forest. The wasps reside in the Venomous Bee Forest, located to the south of the frozen ice city. The name of this forest is rather chilling, hinting at the poisonous nature of these creatures. My decision to hunt wasps here is not merely due to their high level of growth, but also because the monsters in this area possess elevated ranks, making it an ideal place for me to level up. After approximately half an hour, I arrived at the Venomous Bee Forest. As I reached the edge of the forest, I was startled to hear voices emanating from within. Boss, do you think level 1 wasps really spawn here? Of course. If we keep grinding, we'll definitely find them. Parting the branches, I was greeted by the sight of 4 individuals engaged in combat with monsters. All of them were players above level 30, having undergone their second-class transition. In the entirety of Frozen Ice City, only the Dominance family could boast such a formidable lineup. The leader, Tianzong, wielded his sword at the forefront, executing 2 swift strikes that caused the wasps to buzz loudly. The level 34 wasps, roughly the size of a soccer ball, created quite a racket as they flitted about, their poisonous stingers poised for attack. Tianzong's expression turned a shade of green as he was poisoned by a wasp strike. Priest, heal me please. Tianzong continued to slash at the wasps, and with the holy light of the priest descending upon him, half of his lost health was swiftly restored. The priest, a level 29 player, was evidently a talent nurtured by the Dominance family. With a swift motion, the warrior, Dubon War God, dispatched another wasp, simultaneously recovering health with the priest's assistance. Truth be told, he found it somewhat challenging to face the wasps alone and required support. Boss, have you heard about yesterday's events? Dubon War God inquired. What happened? Tianzong responded. Dubon War God retracted his spear and said, the Mad Dragon Guild organized nearly 100 players to tackle the ultimate boss in the Qingshi Valley, but halfway through, they were thwarted by the combined forces of Wind Color Fantasy and Broken Lance. I heard about that. Tianzong chuckled. That brat from Dragon's Domain is nothing but a clown. With his meager resources, he dares to challenge us? He is merely courting disaster. This time, Wind Color Fantasy and Broken Lance will benefit, but next time, we shall take matters into our own hands. Dubon War God furrowed his brow. Boss, are you not worried about Wind Color Fantasy and Broken Lance? Worried? Tianzong couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, both Wind Color Fantasy and Broken Lance are talented strategists, but they lack the qualities to be true rulers. Their small-scale factions stand no chance against us in such an expansive game. Do not forget, our Destruction Guild alone boasts 2,000 registered members. Dubon War God smiled in agreement. Your analysis is spot on, boss. In this game, lone heroes have no future. However, if we could recruit Wind Color Fantasy and Broken Lance into the Dominance family, that would be splendid. I must admit, I noticed last time that Wind Color Fantasy is quite the beauty. Tianzong chuckled. You excel in many areas, even in gaming. But your infatuation with women may hinder your potential. If you could overcome that, you would surely achieve great things. As I maneuvered around this group from the Dominance family, I had no desire to provoke them, not out of fear of defeat, but rather a reluctance to squander precious time meant for capturing pets in pointless PvP battles. I circled around the western side of the Venomous Bee Forest. This vast expanse is densely populated with high-level wasps, with one fluttering about almost every 2 meters. Hence, drawing aggro requires utmost caution, as monsters will become hostile within a 4-meter radius. I cautiously lured a wasp towards me. It was level 35, 3 levels higher than myself, yet still manageable. Buzzing loudly, the wasp darted towards me with incredible speed, its poisonous stinger aimed for a strike. 71. Fortunately, my defense was formidable. With a swift motion, I unleashed the Xianhua blade, but it missed spectacularly. In a flash, I executed my second strike, revealing the execution following absolution. Thud. The impact was akin to striking a ball, and the damage output soared to 1287. Quite impressive, considering this wasp possessed around 3,000 health points, its level far surpassing mine. In rapid succession, I successfully felled the first wasp, but I would need to consume a health potion. Thankfully, the skill Undead Regeneration was proving beneficial. At level 3, it restored 0.3 of total health per second. In contrast, at level 10, it would restore 1 per second. allowing me to fully recover even from empty health within 100 seconds. Such a powerful skill is undoubtedly the hallmark of the necromancer class. Moreover, during such moments, it also significantly reduced my potion consumption. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. At 1 o'clock in the morning, I had slain countless wasps but had yet to encounter the legendary level 1 wasp. Ding! I received a message from Wind Color Fantasy. Little trickster, what are you up to? Catching pets. Oh, what are you capturing? I'm hunting wasps too. How about you? Little Red Riding Hood, he. What on earth is Little Red Riding Hood? You don't know? I beg for enlightenment. 1 gold coin for tuition. Seeing that I took a while to respond, Lin Eason sent me an illustration. Fireblade attack, defense, health, agility. I was momentarily taken aback and replied with admiration. Such impressive attack and health. Lin Eason must have been chuckling. Indeed. If only I could capture one, preferably with a BN above 70. Well, I wish you encounter a level 1 to accidentally kill. Go to hell, little trickster. I laughed heartily, closing the communicator. My gaze swept across the area, and suddenly I was frozen in place. Finally, I had spotted one. A few steps ahead, a wasp was leisurely fluttering, the enchanting digits above its head reading. Wasp LV1. At last, the level 1 wasp had appeared. I could not contain my elation. Swiftly sheathing my Shenhua blade. With determined strides, I approached cautiously, retrieving a sealing card from my inventory. I locked my target on the wasp and flung the sealing card into the air. Swish! The card, resembling a playing card, transformed mid-flight into a massive magical array, enveloping the little wasp and initiating the taming process. A green progress bar gradually filled, but abruptly it snapped. Ding! System prompt. Sealing failed. The target can still be sealed 4 more times. My heart sank. Only 4 attempts remained. If I failed consecutively, this level 1 wasp would ascend to level 2, and all would be lost. Oh heavens, grant me a stroke of fortune. Once more, I cast a sealing card, and with a swish, it soared through the air. But the little wasp continued buzzing, entirely ignoring me. Failure. I gritted my teeth and persisted for a 3rd attempt. Failure. 4th attempt. Failure. In that moment, despair washed over me, and I lamented, "Oh hero, grant me a reprieve." For the 5th time, I summoned the sealing card. The hexagram array tightly encased the little wasp, and I watched as its form fluctuated, shrinking and expanding, until finally, in a blinding flash, the little wasp vanished, transformed into a beam of yellow light that rushed towards me. Entering my pet space, my solitary pet slot was immediately occupied, leaving me unable to acquire a second pet. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed a wasp. Hastily opening the package, the attributes of the wasp are laid bare. Wasp, level, 1 attack, 5 agility, 6 stamina, 3 health, 5 growth potential, attack, defense, health, agility. After a brief calculation, the initial total of 4 attribute points amounts to 19, which corresponds to the legendary BN value of 19. 2 criteria are employed to assess the quality of a pet. One is growth potential, which varies across different categories of pets. While pets within the same category share identical growth potential but possess differing initial points. Generally speaking, the higher the initial points, the stronger the pet will become in the future, hence the origin of the BN value. The wasp I have captured possesses a BN value of 19, leaving me somewhat speechless. Consequently, I sent a message to Lin Eason. What do you think of a BN 19 wasp? Lin Eason replied, "Quite good, train it." I felt a tinge of anxiety and inquired, "What makes it good?" Lin Eason responded with a smiley face. "With such abysmal initial points, training a pet like this will make it much easier for me to defeat you later on. So yes, it's quite good." Damn. I closed the communicator, realizing that this wasp was essentially worthless. What should I do? Dispose of it? I hesitated. I couldn't bear to throw it away. Yet, if I aspired to become a formidable expert, I could not possibly carry such a subpar pet, as that would be tantamount to courting disaster. Just as Lin Eason said, if I trained such a pet, she would have an easy time defeating me. The rules in Tianzong dictate that players acquire their first pet at level 30, and upon reaching higher levels, they may obtain a second pet, with a maximum of 3, though only 1 pet can be summoned for battle at any given time. If a pet perishes, it cannot be summoned again for 10 minutes, thus raising the stakes regarding the pet's prowess. The little wasp flitted about, buzzing excitedly in front of my chest, seemingly thrilled. I was in a state of distress, about to leave, when suddenly, I heard voices to my right. Damn, that guy captured a level 1 wasp. Turning around, I saw that it was Duoba Chishan and Duoba Zhanshan, both of whom were fixated on my little wasp, their eyes gleaming with greed, an expression reminiscent of Dong, which was upon first encountering Jiao Chan Chapter 44. the queen bee's nest, the emergence of level 1 monsters is undeniably scarce. The members of the Duba family had wandered through the poisonous bee forest for several hours, likely without encountering a single level 1 wasp. At this moment, upon witnessing my successful sealing of a wasp, their hunting instincts were ignited. Duba Qixin and Duba Zhanshan, armed with their weapons, approached me menacingly. Unfazed, I held my little wasp and regarded them with a calm demeanor, suddenly smiling and asking, "What brings you here, esteemed heroes?" Duba Qixin hesitated for a moment before responding with a chuckle. "Oh, nothing much. Have you managed to capture a pet, Zhiji Qinsha?" "Indeed," I replied, stroking the little wasp's head, and added cheerfully, "Behold, a wasp with 4.5 stars in attack and agility. Truly a gem of an attacker. Moreover, my luck is quite favorable. This wasp has a BN value of 35. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say?" Instantly, Duba Qixin's eyes gleamed with envy. "BN is 35? That's extraordinarily powerful." Duba Zhanshan stepped forward, a cold smirk on his face, and inquired, "I wonder, Zhiji Qinsha, would you be interested in selling us this BN 35 wasp?" I resolutely shook my head. "I cannot part with it. I need to train with it myself." "Is that so?" Duba Zhanshan's face twisted into a sinister grin. "I am willing to offer you 5 gold coins for this wasp. Perhaps you would consider selling it to us as a gesture of friendship. A favor to the Duba family and the Mieshan Guild?" I shook my head once more. "Not for sale. A BN 35 wasp is worth at least 50 gold coins. Do you think me a fool? In that case, do not blame us for being impolite." Duba Zhanshan unsheathed his sword with a clang, sneering, "You can either trade the wasp with us, or face death here multiple times. The Duba family does not mind guarding your corpse for days and nights." I couldn't help but grin. Their true nature had been revealed in just a few exchanges. At that moment, Batian Dao, accompanied by 2 archers and a priest, appeared, bellowing, "Zhanshan, what are you doing? I have told you, Zhiji Qinsha is our friend." Duba Zhanshan gritted his teeth and muttered, "Boss, he has captured a wasp, a super gem with a BN of 35. Batian Dao's expression darkened, his face shifting through various emotions, clearly torn between valuing our friendship and the allure of the BN 35 wasp. Ultimately, I found myself pitifully abandoned. Batian Dao brandished his long blade, smiling, "Brother Zhiji, look, I am willing to offer you 50 gold coins for your magnificent wasp. Would you consider it?" I cut straight to the point. "If I refuse, you will guard my corpse and erase my ID from the floating ice city, correct?" "Haha, well." Batian Dao trailed off, tacitly acknowledging my point, while Duba Qixin interjected, "Boss, do not hesitate. Eliminate this kid, just as we did with Liarizi a couple of days ago." "Humph, what a top 10 expert. I will guard his corpse for a day and a night, and see if he can still make it onto the leaderboard." I was taken aback, suddenly recalling that Su Yang had indeed been on the leaderboard just days ago before vanishing. So it was this group who had orchestrated his disappearance. "Liarizi? Did he offend you?" I inquired. Duba Qixin sneered. "Liarizi, that ungrateful wretch, sought his own demise. He refused to join our Mieshan Guild while clinging to some third-rate guild named Ancient Sword Soul Dream. Those who fail to recognize the times must meet their end." A surge of anger welled within me, my eyes turning blood red. Ancient Sword Soul Dream. These were entities dear to my heart, and I would not allow them to be desecrated. With a rustle, I vanished from my spot, reappearing before Duba Qixin in the next instant. My Xinyan fire blade glowed with a crimson hue, infused with deathly energy. I unleashed a normal attack aimed at the center of Duba Qixin's chest, followed swiftly by another strike to his neck. 412. 447. Both attacks struck critical points, leaving Duba Qixin's eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at me. Utterly unprepared for my brazen assault in front of Batian Dao and the other members of the Duba family. Withdrawing my bloodied blade, I calmly declared, "Ancient Sword Soul Dream is not a third-rate guild. Perish." Thud. Duba Qixin's corpse crumpled into the grass. It was only then that Batian Dao and the others regained their senses, and immediately, Duba Zhanshan flew into a rage, rushing toward me with a fierce shout. "You wretch! How dare you harm my brother?" With a powerful leap, Duba Zhanshan unleashed a devastating blow, a signature move of a level 30 warrior, combining immense power with a chance to stun the target for 1 second. I gazed up at my airborne adversary, a smile creeping across my face as I maneuvered swiftly, executing a perfect arc to evade the incoming attack. My Xinyan fire blade struck twice, first with a mercy strike, followed closely by a second execution blow. Miss. 1097. Duba Zhanshan could hardly believe it. He had been effortlessly slain. Thud. Another body fell. 2 top-tier experts fell in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, I felt a sharp pain in my side and back, realizing my health had plummeted significantly. Ding. Battle alert. Player Batian Dao used the skill Dragging Blade, inflicting 279 points of damage. Ding. Battle alert. Player Batian Dao used the skill Double Slash, inflicting 189 and 201 points of damage. I was in grave danger. Batian Dao. This exceptional ranger, indeed wielded formidable power. Even clad in my dark iron armor, I could not withstand his onslaught. To make matters worse, an arrow whistled through the air. Batian Dao's demon-breaking arrow, a level 30 archer's signature technique that disregarded 50 of the target's defense, a lethal move against a warrior. I swiftly slid backward, simultaneously consuming a level 2 health potion, instantly restoring 400 health points. Thank you, Linison. Without this potion, I would surely have perished. Boom. The demon-breaking arrow exploded against my chest, draining 227 health points, as the archer had completely pierced through my defenses. The 4 players from the Duba family pursued me relentlessly, with Batian Dao leading the charge. This top-tier player's reputation for devastating attacks was well-deserved, and facing them alone was a dire challenge. Retreating as I fought, I gulped down a standard health potion and rolled into the nearby thicket, seeking an opportunity to use my Earth Escape skill. With a 1-second casting time, plus my own 0.5-second mental delay, I needed to secure that precious 1.5 seconds or face certain doom. Batian Dao pursued closely, shouting, "Zhiji Qinsha. I have been nothing but benevolent towards you, yet you dare to harm my brother before my eyes. I will make you pay for this treachery," I scoffed. Glancing at the cooldown of my mercy skill, 15 seconds left on its 60-second cooldown. Humph, Batian Dao, just wait until those 15 seconds pass. I will show you how to dethrone you from your position atop the leaderboard, continuously weaving in a Z pattern to evade the archer's attacks. I knew that in this fully virtual game, distance attacks were not as simple as targeting. One had to predict the target's movements. Only when the attack direction aligned closely with the target's position would it be effective. As a result, with my evasive maneuvers, Duba Arrow God missed at least 50 of his shots, landing instead on the trees. Moreover, as long as he refrained from using the demon-breaking arrow, my defenses remained relatively secure against him. Although Batian Dao is undoubtedly a master in the realm of gaming, I managed to leave him disoriented, nearly crashing into trees on several occasions. His maneuvers and positioning appear remarkably flamboyant to the average player. However, in my eyes, his coherence lags behind, falling short of Linison's caliber. The cooldown for my forgiveness skill was nearing its end, and I was counting down the seconds. 3, 2, 1. Cooldown complete. Suddenly, I executed a swift sidestep along an S trajectory, pivoting my direction. With a glint in my eye, I unleashed a double strike of the Xianyan blade upon Batian Dao. The combination of forgiveness and the punishing blade was unleashed like a tempest, granting my opponent no opportunity for retreat. With a whoosh, Batian Dao summoned a gust of wind that enveloped him, akin to my demon armor. This skill, known as the bodyguard of Qi, is a proud technique of the ranger class at level 30. Alas, the bodyguard of Qi proved inadequate against the divine retribution following my forgiveness. Miss. 987. Batian Dao let out a groan. The ranger class inherently possesses low health growth, and with his health barely exceeding 600, how could he withstand such a strike? Thud. The leader of the Unrivaled family and the guild master of the destroying gods knelt to the ground, having been decisively slain by my fierce blade. My fury stemmed solely from a remark made by the Unrivaled battle god, who dismissed the ancient Sword Soul Dream as a third-rate guild. That name, which haunts my thoughts, is worth defending with my very life. Even if it costs me my existence, I will not allow others to profane it. In truth, my situation was dire. Having vanquished Batian Dao, I had exposed myself to the archer's range. The Unrivaled arrow god unleashed a ferocious shot with the demon-breaking arrow, its force formidable. Bang. 291. At the moment of impact, I consumed a level 2 health potion, but my body was violently propelled backward, plummeting like a severed kite. Whoosh. Darkness enveloped me, and I was struck with terror as I beheld a vast chasm beyond the underbrush. The demon-breaking arrow had sent me tumbling into this abyss. Thud. I landed heavily at the bottom, and upon looking up, I could see only a faint glimmer of light from the cave's ceiling. This pit was at least 100 meters deep. How did it go? Did he die? One person inquired. The Unrivaled arrow god replied, "He is probably dead. Having fallen into the cave, let's return and report to the boss." Damn, this kid is truly formidable, single-handedly taking us on with apparent ease. What a pity that such an exceptional talent cannot be utilized by us. TCH, what kind of master is he? He was shot off by me with a single arrow. Haha, the arrow god truly is a sharpshooter, akin to Huang Zhong in his prime. Not long after, the two individuals departed, at least to provide an explanation to Ba Tian Dao. I surveyed my surroundings and discovered that the cave's floor was a realm of its own, formed entirely of natural rock structures, with countless small holes dotting the rock, resembling a beehive. Suddenly, a chill ran through me. This was the poisonous bee forest. Was I truly within a hive? Checking the map sent an icy wave of apprehension through me. The queen bee's lair. Chapter 45. The enigmatic bee, a picture within a picture. I was overwhelmed with joy. My initial reaction was that I had entered the lair of the boss. The hive of the bee king, as one could imagine, was situated in this eerie and dimly lit place. Looking up, I saw only a glimmer of white light. The cave was incredibly deep and concealed within the depths of the jungle. I was truly fortunate that the Duoba family had pursued me relentlessly. Otherwise, how could I have ever stumbled upon such a wondrous location? My vitality was automatically replenishing when suddenly, a chime rang out. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. Your skill, Rebirth of the Undead, has reached level 3. This was splendid news. Even while sustaining damage, this passive skill operated automatically. I hadn't anticipated reaching level 3 so swiftly. Now, I would recover 0.3 of my health each second, and with a total health of 750 points, that equated to a restoration of 2.25 points per second. Truly, I had become an unyielding specter. It was evident that my rapid health regeneration had become an innate advantage. I tightened my grip on my sword, fully restored, and pressed deeper into the hive of the bee king. The stone walls on either side were riddled with countless grooves, and I could even see bee pupae slowly writhing within. A chill ran down my spine. These pupae would eventually metamorphose into bees that would swarm the novice players in the poisonous bee forest, and here I was, intruding upon their sanctuary. But suddenly, I heard a familiar sound. The poisonous bees were approaching. At that very moment, 2 patrolling poisonous bees flew towards me. Startled, I noticed that these bees were unlike the yellow wasps outside. Their heads were round and covered in toxic barbs, resembling the fierce head of a tiger. In fact, they were known as tiger head bees, level 37, a formidable breed of poisonous bee. With unwavering resolve, I gripped my sword and charged forward, seizing the initiative. I feigned a strike, and my attack resulted in a dazzling miss. Without hesitation, I unleashed a crushing blow with my level 3 execution blade. 1,489. Alas, I barely managed to inflict even half of the tiger head bee's health. These level 37 creatures were incredibly formidable. Whoosh, whoosh. With sharp cries, the tiger head bees launched their assault against me. I felt a surge of heat in my chest. Not only was I poisoned, but a significant portion of my health was also siphoned away. 189. 197. This was dire. I had to resolve this swiftly. The flame blade, enveloped in a deep crimson hue, was augmented by 15 attack power from my level 3 necromantic strength. The blood-red guardian ring in my possession further enhanced my dark attack power by 3. With a flurry of strikes, I unleashed 3 consecutive blows, each exceeding 400 points of damage, remarkably sharp. 447, 459, 451. The tiger head bees, with approximately 3,000 health points, were swiftly reduced to a critically low state following my barrage. However, in their dying retaliation, they managed to drain 200 points of my health. Thud. I had no choice but to consume a level 2 potion, instantly recovering 400 health points. The ordinary red potion was insufficient. It seemed that the potions crafted by Lin Yisin and Qingqing Shuexiang were indeed invaluable, and I would need to maintain a long-term cordial trading relationship with them. Flash. With a final strike, the first tiger head bee met its demise. Subsequently, I focused my efforts on the remaining tiger head bee, and with a level 2 life potion, ordinary red potions, and the benefits of necromantic rebirth, I could sustain approximately 75 of my health while dispatching a level 37 tiger head bee. Crack. With a flourish of my sword, the second tiger head bee let out a hissing wail as it fell, dropping a large magic stone upon its defeat. I picked it up and discovered its quality was rated at 91, quite impressive, capable of fetching 18 silver coins in the market. Glancing at my experience bar, I noted that I was now at 32 levels and 97 experience. Slaying 2 tiger head bees had granted me a substantial 3 increase in experience. How delightful. It appeared that I could level up 1 or 2 times within the hive of the bee king. Naturally, defeating the boss would be even more splendid. A notion that lingered in my mind, as the experience and loot from the boss would be on an entirely different scale compared to that of the tiger head bees. Filled with elation, I pressed onward, soon encountering a second duo of tiger head bees. After consuming 1 level 2 life potion, I successfully defeated them, additionally acquiring another large magic stone with a quality rating of 88, which could be exchanged for 17. 6 silver coins. Given that 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 renminbi, the value of this magic stone was 17. 6 renminbi, enough to purchase a modest dish of fish-flavored shredded pork. The passages within the hive of the Bee King were dark and profound. After traversing for over half an hour, I had vanquished numerous tiger head bees, and my experience had climbed to 33 levels and 25. At that moment, the rankings on the leaderboard shifted. I had eliminated Ba Tiandao with a single strike, allowing Lin Yisin to reclaim the top position. 1. Feng Se Huanxiang, level 35, class, Radiant Ranger 2. Zheji Qinsha, level 33. Class, Necromancer Swordsman 3. Ba Tiandao, level 32, class, Warrior 4. Fan Yun Fuyu, level 31, class, Magic Knight 5. Dan Shu Tai Chi, level 31, class, Warrior 6. Du Ba Chi Shun, level 31, class, Magic Knight 7. Du Ba Fa Shun, level 31, class, Mage 8. Du Ba Zhan Shun, level 31, class, Warrior 9. Du Ba Jian Shun, level 30, class, Archer 10. Qing Qing Shui Xiang, level 30, class, Archer. I found myself in second place and silently admired Lin Yisin. I wondered where she was training to level up so quickly. She had advanced 2 levels in the blink of an eye. Had she perhaps encountered another boss-level creature? I pondered for a moment and decided it was irrelevant. After all, level alone did not equate to overall strength. Just then, a notification chimed. Lin Yisin had sent a message. Hee, little trickster, what are you up to? Attacking wasps. I replied curtly. Lin Yisin responded. I have something wonderful to show you, but you must promise not to leak it. What could it be? Before long, a pet illustration popped up in my friend messages, revealing a pet that Lin Yisin had captured. Flame Blade, level, 1 attack, 10 defense, 7 health, 10 agility, 7 growth, attack, defense, health, agility. I stared in astonishment. This Flame Blade was extraordinarily exceptional. The maximum value for each attribute was 20 points, totaling 80 points. Yet this Flame Blade's initial value was an astounding 34 points. Especially in the early game, pets typically only had around 15 points. This Flame Blade was truly extraordinary. Overcome with envy, I felt a pang of jealousy and replied, What do you want by showing me this? Lin Yisin was likely laughing uproariously. Hee, I just wanted to make you envious. If you're not happy, that makes me happy. Damn it. I closed the communicator, realizing I could no longer engage in conversation with this stunningly talented girl. If I continued, I would surely bleed out from sheer exasperation. It seemed that having deceived Lin Yisin of 15 gold coins had indeed left an indelible mark on her heart, a shadow that lingered on. I resumed leveling up, pressing further into the hive of the Bee King. Soon, a new breed of poisonous bee appeared before me, flying in with golden translucent wings, a bluish body, and exposed stingers glimmering with toxic venom. Its size was comparable to that of a basketball, and its attack power was undoubtedly formidable. Killing bee, level, 39 attack. Defense. Health. Regrettably, my level was too low to discern the specific attributes of the creature. Nevertheless, armed with my sword, I charged forth. I had come here to confront death, and retreating was not an option. Flash. The execution blade, following my feigned attack, struck heavily upon the killing bee's azure forehead, producing a significant damage output of 1578. After leveling up, my attack power had increased by 5 points, suggesting that my lethality had indeed improved. The killer bee possesses approximately 300 health points. With a single strike, I managed to deplete half of its health. After it retaliated once, I, swift as lightning, unleashed a flurry of strikes, ultimately slaying it without even resorting to a level 2 health potion, thus saving a considerable amount of money. Witnessing the experience bar surge significantly, I reveled in the bountiful rewards of slaying a level 39 creature. The exhilaration of leveling up at such a rapid pace was utterly delightful. One can only imagine how many players in the entire Frosty City were engaged in battle with wild bears of level 20 in the Ice Forest. While I had already ventured into this boss-level map, confronting the level 39 killer bees, what sheer bliss. Continuing forward, the 4th killer bee dropped a high-quality magic stone rated at 99 points. My luck had evidently peaked today. I estimated that selling these stones would yield a substantial profit. Just then, a chime sounded, and Giguzi sent me a message. Zheji, I have something I wish to consult with you about. Yes, go ahead. A small branch of the Duba family has 3 players who need assistance in defeating a level 27 boss. They requested help from me and Brother B. We agreed to split the experience evenly, but as the boss was nearing defeat, these 3 reneged on the agreement and insisted on expelling us from the party to claim all the experience for themselves. What do you suggest we do? I couldn't help but chuckle and replied, they have broken the rules. Do you have video evidence of the conversation? Yes. Excellent. As the boss is about to fall, you should exit the party, finish off the boss, and claim the experience. All loot should be kept for yourself. Forget about the commission. Great. That's exactly what I intended. Your approval makes it even better. With a powerful strike, I plunged my sword into the killer bee before me. Since the moment I established the Crimson Mercenaries, I vowed that we would never be bullied. As the saying goes, wolves traverse the world to feast, while dogs scavenge. Thus, the Crimson Mercenaries are a blood-forged wolf pack. Anyone attempting to extract bones from us can only dream. 3 hours passed, and after slaying numerous killer bees, my experience had risen to 75 of level 33. I had remained in this hive for nearly 5 hours, and finally reached the end of the small map, where a vast hall awaited. The game's music intensified, clearly indicating I had arrived at the boss's lair. Filled with excitement, I entered the Bee King's chamber, determined to slay whatever formidable foe awaited me. I swore by my very essence. However, as I turned the corner and beheld the singular boss in the grand hall, I instantly cast aside my prior vows. My essence was but a fleeting thought. In the hall, a deep green poison bee, approximately 40 centimeters in length, buzzed about. Its transparent wings were as hard as steel, its body covered in a fine exoskeleton that glimmered ominously, and the stinger protruding from its abdomen resembled a razor-sharp blade, instilling fear into the hearts of onlookers. Dark Bee, medium B-class boss. Description: the Dark Bee, a rare poison bee found within the continent, is prophesied to be a favorite of the gods, possessing formidable attack and defense capabilities. Adult dark bees are bloodthirsty and brutal, regarded as harbingers of death by adventurers across the Tianzong continent. A B-class boss with extraordinary attack and defense? Such notions are but illusions. My gaze disregarded all of this, fixating instead on the line of text hovering above the Dark Bee. Dark Bee, Level 1, Chapter 46. The Super Mystic Bee Buzz. Suddenly, my mind went blank. How could this Mystic Bee boss be at Level 1? The system of Tianzong had never designated a boss as Level 1. Could it be that a Level 1 boss could also be sealed and become a player's pet? If that were the case, the attributes of this Mystic Bee must be exceptionally formidable. I suppressed the tumultuous excitement within me and held my breath. The Mystic Bee, a Level 1 Mystic Bee. It lingered persistently in my mind. The first step was to release my existing low-tier yellow wasp, which had only a few attributes. With a swift motion, I produced a sealing card, gritting my teeth in preparation. A Level 1 boss likely wouldn't possess high attack power, so my situation was relatively safe. However, I was concerned that a Level 1 pet could only be sealed 5 times before it advanced to Level 2, and the success rate of sealing a Level 1 boss would undoubtedly be appallingly low. I was not a beast tamer, lacking any powerful sealing odds. If I failed and allowed the Mystic Bee to ascend to Level 2, I would deeply regret it. At that moment, I felt as if I were standing at the center of a precarious tightrope, anxious whether to advance or retreat. Yet, I had no choice but to boldly attempt the sealing. Whoosh! The sealing card soared into the sky, transforming into a cerulean magic array that enveloped the Mystic Bee's head, gradually shrinking while emitting a mysterious force that attracted the creature. The progress bar of the sealing card began to fill slowly, and my heart raced. The system was considerate, not making me worry for long. In less than 2 seconds, a notification chimed. System prompt: sealing failed. The target can still be sealed 14 times. A flicker of surprise washed over me. 14 times? Boss encounters truly were different. With 14 chances, my odds had significantly improved. I continued, retrieving a second sealing card. Thankfully, I had purchased plenty. Unlike certain stingy beast tamers who only brought 10 cards, if they encountered such a Level 1 boss, they would surely regret it. Whoosh! The sealing card ascended once more, swirling above the Mystic Bee's forehead. Ding! System prompt: sealing failed. The target can still be sealed 13 times. Damn it, another failure. I tried again. Again. I hurled the sealing cards into the air, yet the Mystic Bee continued to flit about, completely disregarding my malicious intentions as a necromancer. The system notifications echoed incessantly in my ears, and my heart slowly shattered. Ding! System prompt: sealing failed. The target can still be sealed 12 times. Ding! System prompt: sealing failed. The target can still be sealed 11 times. Ding! System prompt: sealing failed. The target can still be sealed 3 times. Ding! System prompt: sealing failed. The target can still be sealed 2 times. In the blink of an eye, I had failed 14 times, leaving only my final opportunity. Gripping the sealing card, Tears streamed down my face. I kissed the card gently and murmured, Dear leader, grant me strength. Whoosh. The sealing card transformed once more into a hexagram magic array that enveloped the mystic bee. I watched as the creature's body gradually shrank, seemingly on the verge of being absorbed into the array. Yet, it emitted a piercing cry of resistance, struggling to escape. Still, the array's power continued to draw it in. After 5 consecutive attempts, finally, the mystic bee was fully absorbed into the magical array, no longer able to flutter away. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations. You have successfully tamed the boss-level mystic bee. Joy, elation, overwhelming delight. No words could encapsulate my current feelings, akin to pursuing a cherished girl for years, only for her to suddenly appear before me and declare, Fool, I've loved you for a long time. As I opened the pet space, the image of the mystic bee appeared in my solitary pet slot. I summoned it instantly, and its formidable attributes dazzled my eyes, making my heart race. Mystic bee, level 1 attack, 18 defense, 15 health, 17 agility, 19 growth attack, defense, health, agility. My mind went blank once more. A 6-star attack growth? 5.5-star agility growth. This mystic bee was simply too powerful. What's more, its impressive initial stats, 69 points. In comparison, Lin Yisin's fiery blade paled significantly. Ecstatic with joy, this mystic bee was not only a high-growth boss-level pet, but also possessed exceptional initial stats. My luck today felt as though it had accumulated over 24 years and erupted all at once. I quickly opened my friend list. Fengsa Fantasy was still online, so I immediately sent a message. Lin, I have something amazing to show you. Want to see? A few seconds later, Lin Yisin replied, What amazing thing. Send it over. I formatted the Mystic Bee's attributes into a visual guide and sent it directly to Lin Yisin. She took several minutes to respond, finally sending a message approximately 5 minutes later. Lu Chun, I want to kill someone. I laughed maniacally in reply. Haha, come and kill me, bite me. Lin Yisin, Clearly, the little beauty was beyond furious. I felt utterly elated. The Bee King Hall offered no other rewards, and I should take my Mystic Bee to level up. Even if it was a boss-level pet, being at level 1 meant it was still weak. I needed to quickly level it up to match my own, enhancing my prowess in both PK and leveling. I pulled out a return scroll and shattered it, instantly returning to Iceberg City, where the bustling main city was still teeming with players. Glancing at my hunger level, it was below 40 points. It was time to replenish. With my sword in hand, I stepped out of Iceberg City, heading straight toward the frozen ridge. Many days had passed in the game, and I wondered how the little Lolo, Xianran, was doing. Along the way, I wielded the fire blade, cutting through obstacles, and named my pet Mystic Bee Fengsa Fantasy, a name imbued with celebratory vibes. I was curious how Lin Yisin would react upon seeing this Mystic Bee. The Mystic Bee followed my commands in a non-combat mode, gaining experience as we traveled. By the time we reached the frozen ridge, the Mystic Bee had leveled up to 11, and its various attributes had significantly improved. Mystic Bee, level 11 attack, 128 defense, 85 health, 317 agility, 169. Upon initial assessment, given the Mystic Bee's formidable growth rate, it gained approximately 10 attack, 7 defense, 30 health, and 15 agility per level. Quite formidable indeed. If it reached level 33, its attributes would certainly surpass mine. However, players could enhance their attributes through equipment, a natural advantage, while a pet's attribute growth was fixed. If I donned a full set of divine gear, I could easily outshine a Mystic Bee of the same level. Upon reaching the frozen ridge, I sought out my mentor, the undead swordsman Surin. This towering giant regarded me with a stern expression and remarked, Young undead, your growth rate is astonishing, truly remarkable. We have gained another ally, bolstering our strength against the encroachment of humans and the malevolent night spirits. He gestured. In the northern woods of the frozen ridge, a pack of vicious hellwind wolves has appeared. These ravenous creatures not only devour humans, but also spare no mercy for us undead. To punish them, young undead, I need you to slay 400 hellwind wolves and bring me 100 wolf fangs. Ding. System prompt. Do you accept the quest, hellwind wolves? Confirm. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the task, hellwind wolf. Task level. Demoderate. Task content. Proceed to the enchanted forest north of Icebound Hill, slay 400 hellwind wolves, and deliver 100 hellwind wolf fangs to the undead swordsman Surin. You shall receive a most generous reward. Set forth and vanquish the hellwind wolves. After repairing my equipment and purchasing some potions, I ventured out. First, I arrived at the mushroom forest, where the charming young girl, Shinran, adorned in a sky blue dress, was gathering mushrooms with a bamboo basket. She seemed to reside here throughout the year. Upon noticing my arrival, Shinran eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Brother, you finally came. I have been waiting for so many days, thinking you might have disappeared." I smiled and replied, "How could that be?" Shinran then produced a piece of oat bread from her pocket, cheerfully offering, "Here, have some." I accepted it, but upon consumption, it only replenished 50 points of hunger, indicating that my elevated level had raised my dietary requirements significantly. I retrieved a large magic stone from my pack, presented it to Shinran, and advised her to take good care of herself. She was delighted, and after a brief conversation, understanding my busy schedule, she returned to her mushroom gathering. Bidding farewell to Shinran, I embarked on my solitary journey to the Enchanted Forest. The Enchanted Forest, situated at the edge of the icebound woods in Frostbite City, is a serene and tranquil woodland. Legend has it that angels once graced this land, hence its name, but with the passage of years, as the night spirits ravaged the earth, the angels and deities have long since vanished. To fend off the invasion of the night spirits, one can only rely on the weaponry at hand. I do not belong to the night spirits, nor am I human. I am a neutral faction of the undead, an undead swordsman in the throes of burgeoning strength. The Enchanted Forest is seldom trodden by human feet. The ember blade glimmered faintly with firelight as I treaded cautiously through the woods, keenly aware of the surroundings, sensing an unseen presence lurking nearby. In the dead of night, the cold wind howled as the lush leaves on either side of the path swayed violently. I opened the large map and noted that ahead lay a blood-red expanse. It seemed I was nearing the gathering ground of the Hellwind Wolves. Drawing a deep breath, I brandished my sword and ventured into the thicket, only to be met with a sudden gust of foul air. A massive, snow-white wolf lunged at me, its maw dripping with viscous saliva, its sharp fangs gleaming ominously. In a swift and unexpected strike, I was bitten, losing 287 points of health. The attack power of this wolf was formidable. I quickly turned and launched a rapid counterattack, feinting with a sword stroke that resulted in a significant miss, and then unleashed the devastating skill of execution under the state of absolution. A staggering damage figure of 1754 erupted, and the wolf howled in agony as it was cleaved back, already having lost half of its health. Chapter 47. Wind Wolf Leggings. With a sudden surge, I advanced forward, executing a fluid series of 3 consecutive sword strikes, the first a thrust, the second a downward smash, and the third a sweeping slash. Each strike was impeccably timed, landing precisely on the Wind Wolf's vulnerabilities, leaving it no chance to retaliate. I was inwardly elated. The controls felt remarkably smooth, clearly indicating that the latency had diminished once more, now reduced to less than half a second. This exemplified the enlightenment of a gaming expert. The adept manipulation of one's weapon can yield unexpectedly magnificent results. In reality, I was a complete novice. Yet within the realm of gaming swordsmanship, I was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of skill. Alas, I was merely a theoretical strategist. With a mournful howl, the Wind Wolf collapsed, transforming into a bountiful source of experience, its lifeless form now a mere carcass. Approaching to inspect, I noted that it was a level 38 Hellwind Wolf. No wonder it had caused me such pain. Clad in my azure fire cloak and the ethereal wind armor, topped with a beastly helm, my equipment was of the highest caliber. Nevertheless, even I had lost nearly 300 health from a single bite. Had a typical warrior player faced it, they would have likely perished with just one attack. Extending my fingers towards the fallen Wind Wolf, I bellowed, "Seize." With a flash, a magnificent white wolf pelt materialized in my palm, the exquisite for a prime candidate for crafting high-end leather goods, akin to Gucci or LV. Of course, such transactions were impossible in the game, but a skilled tailor could fashion this into fine leather armor. Hellwind Wolf Pelt, quality, 81. Level 3 leather material. Suitable for crafting leather armor. Indeed, this pelt was a level 3 material, promising a lucrative windfall. Remarkably, the skill of Soul Seize, which appeared rather trivial at first glance, had become my ace up the sleeve for early game prosperity, particularly when hunting beast-type monsters, allowing me to skin and collect effortlessly. After securing the Wind Wolf's pelt, I pressed onward. Above my shoulder, the Xianbi had consumed a substantial amount of Wind Wolf experience, soaring up by 11 levels and 15 experience. If I continued to slay Wind Wolves throughout the night, Xianbi could easily reach level 20, enabling cooperative combat, significantly enhancing my overall combat prowess. With a single hand raised, I commanded, "Arise, O Fallen." Suddenly, the previously seized corpse of the Hell Wind Wolf trembled, bones bursting forth, forming a skeletal Wind Wolf before my very eyes. Hell Wind Wolf, minion, level 30 attack, 150 to 225 defense, 150 health, 1000. I was pleasantly surprised. The death summon skill had indeed sharpened after reaching level 3, as the summon minion was now at level 30. Its attack power was formidable, slightly less than mine. Yet its defense and health surpassed my own, making it an exceptional offensive tank. Onward, my wind wolf, I exclaimed, leading the Xian and the skeletal wolf forward. Now filled with confidence. With this combination of companions, even facing 2 wind wolves simultaneously would pose no challenge. As anticipated, 2 wind wolves appeared before me. I promptly commanded the skeletal wolf to engage one, while Xian joined the fray, and I took on the other single-handedly. Pardon. Execution blade. With swift precision, 5 clean strikes dispatched the first wind wolf. Turning to observe, I couldn't help but chuckle. The skeletal wolf was fervently gnawing on its former kin while Xian soared through the air, diving down to pierce the wind wolf's neck with its stinger. A clean upward thrust. Plunge. 117. Impressive attack power. My confidence surged. I was growing stronger by the minute. I approached and swiftly eliminated the second wind wolf. And after using Death Seize, I acquired 2 pristine wolf pelts. Noticing the skeletal wolf's health dwindling, I disbanded it and summoned another resplendent bone wolf. However, this would demand a greater expenditure of my magical energy. Summoning the dead now cost 50 mana, surpassing even that of a mage's spells. Fortunately, I had brought along several bundles of green pepper meatballs, which would fully restore my mana, allowing for a smooth leveling experience. The Sylvan Glade was nearly overrun by Hellwind wolves. They were everywhere, and I was enjoying the hunt immensely. The Hellwind wolves not only offered abundant experience, but also boasted a remarkable drop rate. Approximately every 10 wind wolves slain yielded a stone. Given my level advantage, I could earn a tidy sum just by selling these stones. The Blood Mercenaries now had 3 pivotal figures, united in purpose, but what was still lacking? Funds. If we couldn't amass wealth soon, the 3 founders of the Blood Mercenaries would face starvation engaged in solitary yet fruitful leveling, accompanied by the continuous rise of experience. The Xian's level also ascended. Hours passed in a haze of sweat and triumph. I had long exceeded the required kill count and collected the necessary wolf teeth. Yet I remained resolute in my quest for wind wolf pelts, determined not to leave until I reached level 35. Just as I was caught up in my fervor, a notification chimed. Ding. System alert. Player Morong Mingwei requests to join your friends list. Do you accept? I was taken aback. Had Morong Mingwei recognized me? What was going on? Glancing at the time, it was already 9 a.m., and logically, Sister Mingwei had just logged in. Why would she seek me out? After a moment's thought, I realized that if I declined, her keen intellect would surely detect something amiss. Ding. A message arrived. In ruins, may I ask you something? Are you Luocheng? No. Oh, is that all? Yes. Morong Mingwei replied. I heard you and Giguzi established a mercenary guild. Coincidentally, a friend and I have accepted a task to defeat a level 32 boss. If it's not too much trouble, could you assist us? The commission is negotiable. 10 gold coins. What do you think? I immediately responded, a level 32 boss? No problem. Please wait by the bridge at the eastern gate of Floating Ice City. I'll bring my team right over. Okay. I patted my chest, suppressing my racing heart. Surely, Morong Mingwei had teamed up with Su Yang for a quest. I must not reveal any weakness. Otherwise, he would discover me. Given my current state, neither in reality nor in the game could I afford to confront her. Moreover, I secretly resolved that I might never return to the realm of ancient Sword Soul Dream. Therefore, I would protect that dream in the name of the Blood Mercenaries. Hidden in the shadows, safeguarding he and our shared aspirations. With a decisive slash, I severed a wolf's head. Flash. I successfully leveled up to 35. Yet my rank had fallen to 3rd in Floating Ice City. The first was a level 36 Lin Yisan, and the second was the recently defeated Batian Dao, who undoubtedly had assistance in leveling. Such rapid progression was astonishing. I hurried back to the Frozen Summit, arriving before Minter Su Luan to submit my quest items. He erupted into hearty laughter. Well done, little skeleton. Your prowess is truly remarkable. Here, take your reward. Ding. System alert. Congratulations, you have completed the quest, Hell Wind Wolf. Earning 7,200 experience points, 120 reputation points, and the quest reward, Wind Wolf Leggings. Wind Wolf Leggings? I was filled with a mix of surprise and delight. My teacher, Su Luan, truly exceeded expectations. After battling the wind wolves for 4 exhausting hours and collecting over 400 wolf pelts without a single piece of equipment dropping, I was astonished to receive an item upon submitting my quest. As I opened my inventory, I discovered a pair of deep teal leggings resting quietly in the corner. The Wind Wolf leggings, fine iron equipment, boasting a defense of 32 and agility of 7, requiring level 35. To my amazement, they were made of fine iron, significantly enhancing my defense by a formidable 32 points, while also adding 7 points to my agility. Although they did not augment my much-needed strength and stamina, the boost in agility was commendable, allowing for a more fluid and skillful display of combat prowess. Equipping the Wind Wolf leggings in place of my previous bearskin leggings resulted in a remarkable increase in my defense, which soared to 165 points, an impressive feat at this stage of the game. I surveyed my equipment. It was quite impressive and sharp enough to venture out into the world. ID, Shattered Spear class, Necromancer Swordsman, Bronze Swordsman, level, 35 health, 780 attack, 149273 defense, 165 magic defense, 0 reputation, 514 luck, 0 flame blade, bronze equipment, attack, 2540 strength, 8 required level, 25 beast face helm, fine iron equipment, defense, 28 strength, 7 required level, 30 phantom armor, dark iron equipment, defense, 48 stamina, 11 bonus, increases physical attack power by 2 required level, 32 green fire cloak, bronze equipment, defense, 22, stamina, 7 bonus, increases evasion rate by 0, 5 required level, 25 black gauntlets, black stone armor, defense, 8 strength, 2 required level, 10 porcupine boots, black stone equipment, defense, 12 stamina, 3 required level, 10 Wind Wolf leggings, fine iron equipment, defense, 32 agility, 7 required level, 35 crimson guardian ring, dark iron equipment, strength, 18 bonus, increases dark type user's attack power by 3 required level, 30 after a brief moment of reflection. I sent messages to Gue Guzi and Du Shursan. Meet me at the eastern bridge of Ice Flow City. We have a new mission. After repairing my gear and saving 2 gold coins, I drew my sword and exited the ice graveyard, making my way to Ice Flow City. Knowing that Gue Guzi and Du Shursan would take another half hour to arrive, the ice forest had transformed into a bustling leveling ground. I hurried along the forest's edge, my red name glaringly visible above me. As a powerful necromancer swordsman, I had not been formally recognized by the Night Spirits nor accepted by the Silver Moon Alliance, rendering me a notorious figure in the wild. Anyone who laid eyes upon me would see a red name. Chapter 48. Unmasked. As I hurried towards Iceberg City, I noticed numerous players outside forming teams. Upon my arrival, many turned their heads, evidently some were inclined to confront me. Thus, I revealed my name, and indeed, the 4 characters Zhiji Qinsha proved to be quite intimidating. As one of the top 3 experts in the Iceberg City leaderboard, many who had intended to slay a red-named player hesitated in their tracks. Upon reaching the stone bridge at the eastern gate of Iceberg City, I spotted Su Yang and Murong Mingyue waiting from a distance. Su Yang was clad in his formidable armor, wielding a sharp sword, while Murong Mingyue had donned a pure white robe, exuding an almost ethereal beauty. However, the playful smirk on her face and her striking figure seemed to undermine the innocence of her attire. It was evident to any discerning observer that this woman was formidable and best left undisturbed. "Ah, Brother Zhiji," Su Yang greeted with a smile. I nodded slightly and, in a raspy voice reminiscent of the undead, replied, "I have 2 companions. Please wait a few minutes. They will be here shortly." "Excellent." Su Yang's gaze swept over my equipment, and he remarked, "Brother Zhiji, your breastplate. It seems to shimmer with an unfamiliar luster. What grade is it? Surely it cannot be bronze or fine iron." I chuckled softly and unabashedly replied, "Indeed, it is a mystic iron artifact, the ghostly wind armor, offering 48 points of defense and 11 points of stamina. Quite commendable, wouldn't you agree?" Su Yang nodded enthusiastically. Quite impressive indeed. By openly sharing my equipment's attributes, I aimed to gain his trust. I was unperturbed by any potential covetousness on his part. Su Yang was not that sort of person. From my recollections, I held 2 strong impressions of this simple-hearted giant. First, his straightforward nature, and second, his unwavering loyalty to He. Like me, he remained steadfast to He and never abandoned the dream of the ancient sword soul. At that moment, Murong Mingyue approached, gazing at me intently. A subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a hint of inscrutability as she casually remarked, "Zhiji Qinsha, I heard you clashed with the dominant family of the Annihilation Guild in the Poison Bee Forest. Is that true?" I nodded silently. She continued, "What courage possesses you to challenge 5 top-tier experts alone?" A smile crept across my face as I replied with a deep tone, "In truth, confronting the dominant family's top experts requires more than mere bravery." "Oh, what else is needed?" Murong Mingyue inquired with a playful tone. I pondered for a moment before responding. A reverse scale. Everyone possesses a reverse scale, and the dominant family has touched mine, even at the cost of my life. I shall ensure they suffer for it. Oh, Morong Mingyue chuckled but did not press further. Instead, she turned to Su Yang and said, Su Yang, didn't the dominant family camp out by your corpse for an entire night a few days ago? It seems Zhiji has avenged you. Su Yang burst into laughter. Thank you, brother Zhiji. I replied candidly, that's rather insincere. I am one of the founders of the blood-colored mercenaries. Everything revolves around profit. A single gold coin would be far more sincere than mere words of gratitude. Morong Mingyue let out a soft laugh, producing a gleaming gold coin from her pocket. Here. Would you like this? I extended a skeletal finger, swiftly snatching the coin from the air, smiling slightly. If the beautiful Morong is offering, I would be more than happy to accept. Taken aback, Morong Mingyue stared at me. I truly cannot comprehend you. I chuckled, thinking it better that she remained perplexed. I feared her insight might unravel my secrets, leaving me exposed. 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind, begging to ask, Mingyue, has our leader, entered the game yet? Yet, the words remained unspoken. The trouble such a question could provoke was beyond my capacity to bear. At that moment, however, Su Yang boldly interjected, Mingyue, didn't the leader say she would log in today? When exactly will she come online? Morong Mingyue chuckled lightly. What's the rush? She has several meetings during the day and will likely log in around 8 p.m. It's no matter. She'll be at level 0 in the novice village. We can help her level up to 10 and then bring her to Iceberg City. Indeed. Su Yang shouldered his sword, laughing heartily. I am eagerly anticipating it. With our leader entering Tianzong, I feel as though I have found my backbone. My enthusiasm is boundless. Morong Mingyue's expression dimmed slightly, her eyes reddening as she lamented. It's a pity that Lianqing has gone abroad for her studies, and Lu Chun. Alas, I never expected the ancient sword soul dream to come to this point. As she spoke, Morong Mingyue cast a furtive glance towards me. I quickly turned away, gazing at the flowing waters beneath the stone bridge, gritting my teeth as memories flooded back of He's radiant smile in Lingtong. When she spoke to the four of us, do you know why the guild is called the Ancient Sword Soul Dream? My intention is that we must use our lives to safeguard our dreams and the spirit of battle. Dreams and the spirit of battle. Those countless instances of bloodshed and slaughter, Su Yang and I had charged into the fray for over a year, truly deserving of the title of battle spirit. Yet, our dreams were ultimately shattered by the likes of Wu Xinzhuing. Clenching my fists, I silently vowed that Zhuing had also established the Zhu Long Guild within Tianzong, and in the not-so-distant future, I would return all the pain he had inflicted upon me. A few minutes later, 2 more individuals arrived, Du Shisan and the red-named Giguzi. Su Yang looked momentarily shocked, and then laughed. Is the defining characteristic of the blood-colored mercenaries being red-named? Giguzi grinned ominously. Big guy, your flesh must be exceptionally tough. Hard to chew. Su Yang raised his sword. If it affects the flavor, I can only apologize. Du Shisan and I shared a hearty laugh. While Morong Mingyue urged, let us get down to business. The boss lies in a small hollow of the cold ice forest. There aren't too many players around, so we should hurry. Agreed. As the 5 of us exited Iceberg City, Su Yang remarked, we have 4 damage-dealing players. We should ideally have a strategist for the encouragement and weapon crafting buffs. I shook my head. That's unnecessary. A 5 boost in attack power is inconsequential. Let us go in, finish quickly, and slay that boss. Right. Upon entering the cold ice forest, our 5-member team was perfectly balanced and quite formidable. Giguzi had reached level 30, having learned the advanced skills of the Death Knight, thus becoming significantly stronger. Su Yang, a brutal warrior, and Morong Mingyue, with decent equipment and healing capabilities, made for a solid team. As we approached the valley, we spotted several players training in the distance. Su Yang tensed up quickly. The boss is just ahead. We must not let anyone else take it. I nodded, unsheathing the Xianhua blade with a clang, and dashed forward, followed closely by Giguzi and Du Shisan, the 3 of us forming a triangular formation. Upon arrival, we found a tree demon boss wielding a spear. Its blood-red eyes fixed on us, the intruders. Su Yang expressed relief. Fortunately, those players didn't notice the boss. Otherwise, we would have been at a disadvantage. I glanced at Giguzi and commanded, let us engage. With lightning speed, Giguzi charged forward, raising his spear and unleashing a rapid succession of 3 strikes. Thud, 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 each blow landing on the tree demon. 157, 176, 159. In one fell swoop, he dealt over 500 points of damage to the boss. Su Yang's eyes widened, murmuring, what incredible power Giguzi possesses. This was the Death Strike, the signature skill of the Death Knight, allowing for 3 consecutive hits. each dealing 50 of normal damage, with the potential for significant increases as the skill level rose. The treant is a creature of the plant realm, possessing a body akin to twisted vines, with powerful arms capable of hurling vine spears endlessly. It represents a formidable breed of monster, and this particular boss is a standout among treants, boasting a formidable level of 32, sufficient to pose a lethal threat to players below level 40. Du Shursen brandished his weapon and charged in, delivering a heavy strike that reduced the boss's health by nearly 200 points, but it was evident that he paled in comparison to Giguzi. I soared into the fray, my sword slicing through the air in a feint, followed by a torrential strike, enveloped in a cerulean aura as the shattering blade skill descended upon the foe. Miss. 1,500. The first strike missed, leaving Murong Mingyue Agape clearly astonished that a player ranked among the top 3 could be so easily evaded. The second strike, however, landed with a resounding 1,500 points of damage, causing her to be utterly speechless, as she had not anticipated such damage could be inflicted by a mere human. Su Yang let out a fierce roar and collided with the boss, executing a level 30 warrior skill, Sudden Strike, which carried a chance to stun the opponent. Remarkably, his blow succeeded in stunning the boss, and both Giguzi and I seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks. In less than half a minute, the boss's health had already plummeted by half. Murong Mingyue raised her staff repeatedly, radiant beams descending to restore our health to full capacity. After such a long absence, it was clear that Sister Mingyue remained as generous with her healing as ever. The battle against the boss progressed smoothly, but just as it was on the brink of defeat, a group emerged from the jungle behind us. It was them. Giguzi ground his teeth in frustration. The uninvited guests were none other than the Shadow Clan, our long-standing adversaries. Under normal circumstances, these minor nuisances would not warrant a second glance from either Giguzi or me. However, we were currently engaged in slaying the boss, and should these interlopers disrupt our rhythm, it could very well be our demise. Murong Mingyue was visibly anxious and inquired, "What should we do?" I struck the treant back with my sword and solemnly declared, "Little ghost, Shursan, you two continue to take down this boss. I will handle these intruders." Yet, there were over a dozen of them. Giguzi hesitated, not out of concern for my safety, but rather the thrill of impending combat ignited his warrior spirit. With my Xuanhua blade drawn, I turned toward the members of the Shadow Clan, my cleansing fire cloak billowing behind me, exuding an air of cold severity, as though the specter of death itself had descended. "Humph, let me show you my unparalleled prowess." A derisive smile graced my lips as I set my gaze upon the gathered members of the Shadow Clan ahead. Chapter 49. Chanel the Shadow Hunter Fomlin swooped in, wielding a long sword enveloped in vibrant crimson flames, executing the warrior class's essential level 30 skill, Sudden Strike. I confronted him head-on, bracing my chest against his blade. The Su Enhu blade swiftly reversed, tracing a graceful arc behind me. Thud! The edge of my sword struck the back of Fenglin's head with precision, inflicting a critical damage of 421 hit points. In his moment of bewilderment, I had already pivoted, launching a swift thrust into his chest. With a splatter of blood, the foremost figure of the Shadow family was instantaneously felled, his body collapsing softly onto the grass, awaiting resurrection. Witnessing this, Shadow Huashan was incensed and charged at me with his blade, radiating brilliance as he unleashed the Ranger's level 20 signature skill, Dragging Slash. Dust billowed beneath my feet as I nimbly retreated a few steps. Huashan's initial prediction of my position faltered, leaving him uncertain whether to execute the slash, which would undoubtedly miss. In that fleeting moment, he appeared almost frozen in indecision. I couldn't help but chuckle at his lack of skill. It was elementary to leave room for maneuvering when attacking. With the chilling wind at my back, I suddenly appeared before Huashan, my undead eyes locking onto him, causing him to shudder. "What do you want?" "Miss. 1,280. Without uttering a word, I unleashed a mercy strike coupled with a normal attack, obliterating him. Observing Huashan's lifeless form, I marveled inwardly. The level 3 mercy skill was overwhelmingly powerful, undoubtedly my ace in PK combat. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced my chest as a flurry of arrows rained down upon me. For archers from the Shadow family had simultaneously drawn their longbows, unleashing precise shots. A cascade of damage numbers erupted above my head. 75, 59, 90. Each hit may not have been significant alone, but collectively they were lethal. In an instant, I was nearly turned into a pincushion, and to make matters worse, a searing fire dragon burst forth from the ground, engulfing my body and inflicting excruciating burns, causing a significant drop in my hit points. 289. Damn, they had a high-tier mage, a formidable one at that. I hastily gulped down a level 2 health potion. A fleeting glance revealed a cadre of female mages clad in black robes, chanting spells with flames swirling at the tips of their staffs. What a powerful high-tier mage. Shadow Chanel, level 32, titled Bronze Mage. She must wield at least a refined iron staff, if not a mysterious iron one. Otherwise, a level 3 fire dragon spell wouldn't have depleted so much of my health. Morong Mingyue. I retreated while calling out. Morong Mingyue, being a professional priest, raised her hand and cast an instant healing spell on me. 312. Impressive, indeed. Sister Mingyue's healing output was remarkably strong, ranking high in the Iceberg City. However, even with healing, it was evidently unrealistic for a single person to take on a group, especially with Shadow Chanel's overwhelming magical prowess. One misstep could lead to our complete annihilation. Chanel's formidable attack power undoubtedly invigorated the morale of the Shadow family members. Shadow Deep Sea, wielding his longbow, called out, "Chanel, unleash a few more fire dragon spells on this kid. Archers, focus fire to eliminate him. I refuse to believe we cannot vanquish this Death Knight with our firepower. Damn it, he has only one priest. Humph, that Morong Mingyue. We shall first slay Zejikinsha, then deal with Morong Mingyue." Instead of retreating, I advanced, executing a flourish as I struck a young mage in the chest. This inexperienced mage clearly did not grasp the importance of mages maintaining their distance in combat, and I watched as my Su-En-Hu blade pierced his heart, causing him to bleed out and fall lifelessly. Shadow Chanel bit her lip in fury. Die? Ice rain. With a whoosh, a shower of small ice spikes descended from the sky, a powerful level 30 skill, a primary area of effect attack. 75, 77, 71. The successive blows indicated that the ice rain's level was not high, and its damage severely lacking. It was far less effective than a single target fire dragon spell. Desperation surged through me as I dashed to Chanel's side, shouting, "Blade of Judgment." A surge of azure light soared forth as my most potent attack descended. To my astonishment, Chanel wore a scornful smile, abruptly grounding herself as a golden shield enveloped her. Level 30 mage's defensive skill, Magic Shield. Thud. My blade of judgment softly struck the magic shield, failing to shatter it, yet the shield's durability diminished significantly due to my formidable attack power. With a swift horizontal slash, I shattered the shield with a resounding crack. Chanel was momentarily stunned, hastily retreating while launching an instant ice spike. Crack. My body was ensnared in ice, my movement speed drastically reduced, and arrows once again pierced my chest, causing my health to plummet. Recognizing the peril, I quickly retreated, realizing that it was improbable for me to eliminate their high-tier mage alone. At that moment, a heartening voice rang out. The tree demon boss let out a wail as it finally fell. Su-Yang triumphantly raised a segment of the tree demon's vine, laughing, "Zejikinsha, the mission is complete." Gue Guzi had already transformed into a shadow, launching a surprise attack on the Shadow family from the flank. With his spear whirling, he executed a series of deathly strikes, instantaneously slaying Shadow Deep Sea, then swiftly pivoting to sweep away 2 more foes. Remarkably, this lad was growing increasingly powerful, truly a dragon among our scarlet mercenaries. Su-Yang, too, swung his sword and charged forth as I, buoyed by Morong Mingyue's healing, a level 2 health potion, and level 3 undead regeneration, felt my health rapidly replenished. Sword in hand, I set my sights on Shadow Chanel, for she posed a significant threat to us, should she choose. She could easily eliminate Morong Mingyue with a double magical strike. Fortunately, they had not taken such action. The Shadow family was not a particularly formidable clan, especially when compared to the dominating families, and they were even inferior to the likes of the Mad Dragon Guild. Only Shadow Chanel exhibited notable strength. The others barely qualified as second-rate experts, some even verging on mediocrity. In my relentless pursuit, Shadow Chanel found herself unable to pause long enough to chant spells. Any moment of stillness could result in her instant demise. She had seen the might of my mercy skill and dared not take the risk. However, I was unable to finish her off. After I shattered her magic shield, Su-Yang dashed in, delivering 2 swift strikes that brought her down. The others were also being dispatched by Gue Guzi, who had gained significant notoriety in Iceberg City, once even topping the level charts. His unique PK style, characterized by graceful and decisive movement, was clean and efficient, surpassing even Shursan and Su-Yang in prowess. 5 minutes later, the Shadow family was utterly vanquished, while we had sustained only minor injuries. Under Morong Mingyue's healing, we had all returned to full health. Su-Yang laughed heartily. What a thrill. The Shadow family truly sought their own demise. Huh. They tried to steal our gear last time, and now returned for revenge. They had it coming. This battle was exhilarating. I shot him a glance, tempted to retort as I once did. What a thrill, you say? I was nearly done for. However, I could not voice such thoughts now. After all, Su Yang and Murong Mingyue were our employers, and we were merely working for them. The customer is king, and one must maintain a respectful demeanor. Murong Mingyue stepped forward and presented me with 10 gold coins, smiling as she said, "Thank you so much. This is a token of appreciation. Please do not consider it insufficient. Perhaps we may collaborate again in the future." I accepted the coins with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. Murong Mingyue was quite a wealthy woman. My assertion stems from her role as Heyi's assistant, with Heyi serving as the vice president of GGS for the Asia region, thereby endowing her with considerable affluence. Having accepted the payment, I clasped my fists and smiled. Until we meet again. Indeed. With that, I exchanged glances with Guguzi and Du Shisan, leading the two of them out of the forest as we walked towards Iceberg City. Murong Mingyue called out from behind, "Why not use a return scroll?" I turned, chuckling hoarsely, to save some gold. Murong Mingyue paused, seemingly at a loss for words, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Guguzi walked alongside me and remarked, "Boss, it seems we've made an enemy of the Shadow Clan. What are your plans? We are only 3, and they have many members. They will surely come after us." I glanced at him and replied earnestly, "Little ghost, one must not merely observe appearances. We may be few, but our hearts are united. The Shadow Clan is numerous, yet their spirits are scattered, and their strength barely reaches the 2nd tier. They are not formidable enough to instill fear in us." Guguzi nodded in agreement. I continued, "In fact, I also offended the Domination Clan yesterday." "What?" Guguzi exclaimed in surprise. I chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. Some individuals are destined to be our enemies, and we cannot evade them." "Indeed." Guguzi nodded, clenching his fists. "Regardless, the 3 of us are united. The Domination Clan cannot extinguish our scarlet mercenaries." Of course. As we made our way back to Iceberg City, it was precisely noon in reality, and the square was bustling with players, their voices ringing out in a cacophony. Forming teams to farm the poison bee forest, level 30 and above, need one more. Buying glutinous rice materials, 5 silver coins per set, come on. Purchasing level 2 wolf pelts, 1 silver coin each, unlimited acquisition. I arrived at the center of the square and called out, level 3 armor crafting materials, Hellwind wolf pelts. Those interested, please contact me quickly. Large quantities will receive preferential treatment. After my shout, astonishingly, no one responded, evidently. There were not many players who had reached level 3 crafting. I sighed and continued to call out. After quite some time, feeling disheartened, I decided to pack up and resume leveling. Just as I turned to leave, a voice suddenly rang out, "Brother selling wolf pelts. How much for your level 3 wolf pelts?" Chapter 50. Spending lavishly as my gaze swept across the area, I noticed a level 27 warrior player calling out to me. He was a robust figure, resembling a lost black bear that had wandered out of the forest, and his name, Lace Skirt, was even more imposing than his appearance. Approaching me, Lace Skirt grinned and said, "Hey buddy, I just heard you have a level 3 wolf pelt? That is quite impressive. It's only been a week since the game opened, and someone else already managed to acquire a level 3 wolf pelt. Could you? Let me take a look at your goods?" Clearly, he was skeptical about my possession of a level 3 wolf pelt. I produced a quality 85 Hellwind wolf pelt, letting my hand glide over it, and the attributes of the pelt shimmered in the air, vividly displayed. Lace Skirt appeared momentarily taken aback. "Wow, you actually have it." "Indeed." I nodded and inquired, "How many do you need?" Lace Skirt surveyed the people around and lowered his voice. "I'll take as many as you have. To be honest, I might be the highest level armor crafter in the entire Iceberg City. I'm already at level 3 in crafting and can make level 25 blackstone leather armor and chainmail. But I've yet to produce any due to the lack of level 3 wolf pelt materials. I've even asked friends to hunt higher level greedy wolves. And after a whole day, they only managed to drop 5 pelts, not enough to craft even a single piece of armor." I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A level 25 blackstone leather armor? That's a premium item in the early game, likely worth around 5 gold coins. If he could mass produce it, he'd surely rake in a fortune. Thus, I rummaged through my inventory and pulled out a stack of 100 level 3 wolf pelts, saying, "I have plenty. Name your price. How much will you pay per pelt?" Lace Skirt pondered before stating, "First, let me clarify that I've established a gaming studio with 11 people. Our only ambition is to become the premier armor crafting studio in Iceberg City. Since our studio is relatively new, my friends aren't wealthy, so naturally, we hope to keep our costs low." I nodded. "Just name your price. For level 3 wolf pelts, how much are you willing to pay? As long as it's reasonable, I'll sell." "All right. I can currently offer 5 silver coins per pelt." Taken aback, I realized this offer was far beneath my expectations. 5 silver coins were simply too low. I frowned. If I sell to a monopolist, it would be at least 30 silver coins per pelt, no less. Apologies. Wait. Lace Skirt called out to me, his expression hesitant. After several seconds, he bit his lip and said, "Fine," as a gesture of friendship. "I'll give you a fair price. For level 3 pelts, I'll pay 20 silver coins each. Add me as a friend, this price 1t change, and we can collaborate long-term." After a moment of contemplation, I recognized that necromancers could often acquire pelts while hunting beasts. So establishing a stable outlet for my materials was indeed feasible. I quickly added Lace Skirt as a friend, and then retrieved 457 wolf pelts from my inventory, stating, "I have a total of 457, which is equivalent to 91. For gold coins. For our first collaboration, let us settle on 90 gold coins. Deal." Lace Skirt promptly traded me 90 gold coins. It seemed this armor crafting studio was quite formidable, undoubtedly having sold numerous low-level leather armors to amass such wealth. There was certainly profit in this trade. With my inventory now enriched by 90 gold coins, my total gold exceeded 100 once more. Feeling accomplished, I wandered around the plaza of Iceberg City and soon discovered 2 level 30 tamers selling pets. They were fiercely competing, their shouts echoing in the air. Looking around Iceberg City, more and more players had reached level 30, with the 10th place on the leaderboard already occupied by a level 32 player. The number of players above level 30 had surpassed 1,000, and one of their key objectives was to acquire pets. The assistance of a pet in battle is undeniably more practical than possessing high-tier equipment. Thus, the pet market began to flourish. The 2 tamers were vociferously advertising their wares. Level 1 Green Mantis, with a stellar attack of 3.5 stars, BN value of 18 points, only 40 gold coins. Come and see, all you experts. Level 1 Wasp, boasting 4.5 stars in attack growth, absolutely exceptional, BN value of 19 points, available for just 150 gold coins. I only caught one after an entire day of searching, so hurry if you want it. Both tamers had several pets displayed before them. One showcased only mantises while the other presented exclusively wasps, each having 3 of their respective types. The BN values for the mantises were 12, 15, and 18 points, while the wasps had values of 11, 14, and 19 points. In terms of practicality, the wasp was undoubtedly superior, though the price of 150 gold coins was a bit steep for me at the moment. I shook my head, deciding against it. Initially, I had intended to help Gaguzzi acquire a wasp as a pet, but my finances were insufficient. I would have to revisit that idea later. As I turned to leave, I suddenly noticed a fierce flame erupting behind me. To my astonishment, it was a flaming sword levitating in midair, its hilt adorned with a pair of red eyes, seemingly a pet. In an instant, clarity washed over me. My gaze traveled upwards to behold a pair of snowy legs, followed by a dazzling suit of armor, elegantly designed and exquisitely beautiful. The owner of those legs possessed an enchanting beauty, her deep and stunning eyes playfully regarding me. In Iceberg City, encountering such a striking girl with a pet could only mean one person, Linison. "Oh, what is this?" I crouched down, examining the long sword bristling with numerous blood-red barbs, and asked. Linison retorted, "This is the fire blade I sent you. It's also a type of pet, boasting an attack power of 4 stars and health of 4.5 stars, a robust pet with a BN value of 34 points. Not too shabby, right?" "Yes, quite impressive." I nodded. Linison's fireblade had already reached level 17, prompting me to release my precious Xianfeng, the dark blue poisonous bee, which buzzed in the air, warily eyeing the fireblade, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Xianfeng had just reached level 24 and was still relatively inexperienced. Due to its low level, I had refrained from using it in previous PK battles, as it was susceptible to being swiftly defeated. Linison's attention was instantly captivated by Xianfeng, her eyes filled with affection. "Oh, so this is the boss-level Xianfeng you caught?" "Indeed." I nodded, proudly stating. "It has an attack growth of 6 stars and agility of 5.5 stars. Quite formidable, wouldn't you agree?" Hee. Linison smiled at me, playfully probing. "Are you willing to sell this Xianfeng?" "Not for sale," I replied firmly. "Why would I sell it? You blood mercenaries are known for selling your bodies." Linison's wide, shimmering eyes looked at me innocently, uttering words that nearly drove me to a boil. "That's not selling myself," I explained. The blood mercenaries, are men of integrity. We sell our skills, not ourselves." "Oh no, I meant we sell our talents, not our bodies." "All right, I understand. No need for further explanation." Linison covered her mouth, chuckling. I felt helpless. The situation had evidently spiraled out of control. However, one thing was certain, I would never part with Xianfeng. Such an exceptional pet would be my ticket to dominance in the future. There was no way I would sell it so early in the game. Beneath the icy gates of Icebound City, Lin Yisun and I stood engaged in casual conversation. She inquired whether the blood mercenaries would be inclined to join her guild, to which I responded by asking if she was indeed interested in purchasing gold coins. Ultimately, we both declined each other's offers, while Lin Yisun, the goddess wielding a fruit knife, was already gaining notoriety throughout Icebound City. Standing beside her, I instantly attracted countless piercing gazes. Being in the company of such beauty was undeniably a pleasure, albeit a torment. At that moment, a formidable group approached. Exuding an air of arrogance, it was none other than a faction from the Mad Dragon Guild. Leading the charge was Longxing Tianzong, a man of considerable wealth, clad entirely in bronze armor. The quality of his equipment rivaled that of both Lin Yisun and myself, and it was evident that his gear had been procured with substantial financial investment. With a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes, Lin Yisun regarded Longxing Tianxia before turning to me with a smile. I heard that you have severed ties with Batian Dao? I nodded in affirmation. They have gone too far. The blood mercenaries and the Duba family have become entangled in conflict. When your guild is established, do remember to lend us a hand. I haven't had a direct confrontation with Batian Dao. Lin Yisun chuckled, clearly uninclined to assist me. It seemed this little woman was not someone I could rely upon. As we watched, Longxing Tianxia approached the beast tamer and inquired, "How much for this BN-18 wasp?" 150 gold coins. 120 gold coins. I'll take it. Deal. Swiftly, Longxing Tianxia acquired a level 1 wasp, immediately handing it over to the imposing figure behind him, a clear indication of his affluence. 120 gold coins equated to nearly 10,000 RMB, a sum he readily parted with. Next, Longxing Tianxia fixed his gaze on the beast tamer and suddenly smiled. "What other extraordinary pets do you have? Do not fear that I cannot afford them. Present them all." The beast tamer hesitated for a few moments before responding. "I also have a level 1 greedy wolf, with a 4-star attack and a BN of 29. It's quite expensive, and I have been searching for a buyer willing to pay." With that, the beast tamer called out, and a 6-pointed star formation materialized before us, swiftly revealing a fiery red wolf pup, the level 1 greedy wolf. This creature was indeed a formidable attack-type pet, comparable to the wasp, and with a BN of 29, its sharpness was already nearing that of Lin Yisun's flameblade, indicating its considerable value. Longxing Tianxia's eyes lit up upon seeing the level 1 greedy wolf, and he erupted into hearty laughter. In this grand game, there is no pet I cannot afford. This level 1 greedy wolf with a BN of 29, is it? Very well, I offer 100,000 RMB, and I can transfer the funds immediately. Will you sell? The beast tamer's mouth fell agape, swiftly overwhelmed by the prospect of wealth, and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. My bank account number is. Chapter 51. The onlookers were astonished, their mouths agape, as Longxing Tianxia casually spent 100,000 RMB to acquire a level 1 pet. What audacity! After all, while the greedy wolf was indeed exceptional, it boasted merely a 4-star attack. As the game progressed, 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star pets would undoubtedly emerge, rendering this greedy wolf relatively potent only in the early stages. Longxing Tianxia's extravagant expenditure on such a transitional pet suggested only 2 possibilities. Either he was extraordinarily wealthy, or he had lost his mind. In truth, Longxing Tianxia was indeed quite affluent. He had players log off to wire him funds, completing the transaction in less than 10 minutes. Thus, the level 1 greedy wolf became his companion. It was fortunate that the beast tamer was an honest individual. Had it been me, I would have taken the money and vanished without a trace. Upon acquiring the exquisite greedy wolf, Longxing Tianxia beamed with pride, his gaze shifting towards Lin Yisun and me, raising an eyebrow as he casually remarked, "Wind color beauty, why are you associating with someone like him?" Lin Yisun remained silent, merely poking my shoulder with the hilt of her sword, playfully asking, "Hey, why do you always follow me?" I nearly choked on my own words, retorting, "I am not following you. It is all fate, a matter of destiny, you understand?" Lin Yisun shot me a disdainful glance. Longxing Tianxia, however, was captivated by Lin Yisun's beauty, his eyes gleaming with infatuation. "Wind color beauty, do you have a pet yet?" he inquired, his tone overly eager. Lin Yisun pouted and turned to me, asking, "What shall we have for dinner tonight?" "Why should that concern me? We are not dining together," I muttered, feeling exasperated. Pointing to the greedy wolf, Longxing Tianxia suggested, "Wind color beauty, if you don't have a pet yet, how about I gift you this one? Its BN is quite high and can assist you in leveling up." Unable to contain myself, I asked Lin Yisun, "Hey, Didn't you just steal the boss from the Mad Dragon Guild? Why does it seem like this person knows you quite well? Lin Yisun shot me a frosty glare, replying, you are the one familiar with him. Your entire family is acquainted with him. I grimaced, your sister. Lin Yisun shot me a withering look before scanning Long Xing Tianxia with an expressionless gaze, stating coolly, I already have a pet, Fireblade, BN34. Your greedy wolf is merely trash in my eyes. Also, keep your distance. I have yet to settle the score with you regarding the Mad Dragon Guild SPK against Qingqing. It dawned on me that Lin Yisun had concealed her identity during our prior encounter with the boss. Now, no longer shrouded in a cloak, her stunning visage had captivated the entire Frost Ice City, attracting the likes of Long Xing Tianxia, a notorious rogue. At that moment, Lin Yisun shot me a discreet glance, lowering her voice. Bone, summon your dark bee to teach him a lesson. Let this fool know that some things cannot be bought with money. I nodded, brandishing Fireblade before me, and the six-pointed star magic array burst forth, summoning the dark bee once more. It buzzed its wings, its body a deep azure, with stinger-like pincers gleaming like daggers, unmistakably showcasing its extraordinary nature. Long Xing Tianxia was momentarily taken aback. What? What is that? Lin Yisun, her beautiful face etched with menace, snapped, you filthy Lu Chun. How dare you name it that? Are you seeking death? I ignored the furious beauty beside me and addressed Long Xing Tianxia, Dark B, attack 6 stars. Defense 4.5 stars, health 4 stars, agility 5.5 stars, with a BN value of 69. W Watt. Long Xing Tianxia's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. BN is 69? How? How is that possible? You must be lying. I let out a cold laugh, my finger flicking, causing the Dark Bee's initial attributes to manifest in a dazzling display. Not only Long Xing Tianxia, but even the surrounding players, including Lin Yisun, gaped in astonishment. The Dark Bee's initial value of 69 was indeed unparalleled in Frost Ice City. Long Xing Tianxia's eyes gleamed with greed as he inquired, how much for this Dark Bee? Not for sale. Lin Yisun interjected. Don't think a handful of filthy coins makes you special. Humph. Even if you offered 100 million, I wouldn't sell it to you. Long Xing Tianxia mumbled, 100 million? Would you sell it then? I asked. Do you even have 100 million? Lin Yisun clenched her teeth in frustration, fiercely pinching my arm. You scoundrel. Can't you show some integrity? 100 million is a substantial amount. If we could actually sell it, we could split the profits. Did you just say that? Who do you think can afford 100 million? Ultimately, despite being a wealthy second-generation heir, Long Xing Tianxia lacked the funds and departed with a few loyal subordinates to level up outside the city. I ventured to the warehouse, crafting 2 sets of level 3 magical cuisine for myself. Upon returning to the square, I found Lin Yisun still present, seated cross-legged at one corner, selling several pieces of blackstone equipment and a level 25 white bow, which, though lacking additional attributes, had commendable attack power. It seemed she was quite the prudent girl, a trait worthy of praise. Approaching her, I lowered my voice, fixing her with an intense stare. What are you staring at, kid? She shot back. I smiled slightly. Do you have any potions? Yes, Lin Yisun replied, a glint of mischief in her eyes. However, the potions I brewed are now level 3, capable of instantly restoring 600 health points with a cooldown of 60 seconds. They are quite pricey, you know. And what is the price? 50 silver coins per bottle. That's outrageous. I gritted my teeth. Lin Yisun chuckled. You don't have to buy them, you know. After a moment's contemplation, I decided against it. I had seen level 2 potions selling for 30 silver coins outside, so 50 for level 3 wasn't too exorbitant. Thus, I pulled out 20 gold coins, declaring here, 20 bottles, please. Such a generous patron, Lin Yisun remarked, accepting the payment and handing over the goods. I was surprised she had so many potions in her inventory. She must have been quite daring not to fear getting robbed. I repaired my equipment and continued my journey outside the city to level up, targeting the wildfire plains to hunt wildfire-greedy wolves to train the Dark Bee's level. I aimed to raise the Dark Bee to level 30 within 24 hours, ensuring it had sufficient attributes to join the fray. Additionally, I needed to gather some glutinous rice for level 3 cooking, with the goal of advancing my culinary skills to level 4 to produce level 4 cuisine, which was the true path to success. By 6 in the evening, Du Shursan and Giguzi urged me to head out for dinner. I found a graveyard on the edge of the wildfire plains, slipped into an abandoned tomb to rest, and subsequently logged off. In the studio's lobby, Du Shursan and Giguzi appeared invigorated. How was your day? I inquired. Giguzi replied with a grin. I reached level 31, and B is nearly at level 30 as well. Plus, we managed to complete a few time-efficient quests, earning a total of 5 gold coins today. I nodded appreciatively. Not bad, Not bad. At the current exchange rate, 1 gold coin is worth roughly 80 RMB. You've both earned quite a bit today. How much did you make, old dagger? Over 100 gold coins. Giguzi looked bewildered, asking, what did you do to earn so much? You weren't out there killing players for their gear, were you? Of course not. I shot him a sidelong glance. Little ghost, as a necromancer. Do you possess the skill undead harvest? No. Do you have the skill necromantic power? There was nothing. Damn. What is there? Death combo, undying shield. Not too shabby. I sighed in silence, reflecting on the disparity between my own experience as a reaper and that of Giguzi, who, despite sharing the same profession, enjoyed vastly different benefits. Lacking the death siphon, he could never hope to acquire wolf pelts for profit with the same ease that I did. Still dining at the roadside stall, I raised my cup and said to the two others, let us work diligently, gather our gold tomorrow, and earn the first pot of gold for our blood-red mercenaries. Indeed, Du Shursan and Giguzi exclaimed, their faces aglow as they drank heartily. After a while, at 7:30, I clapped my thigh and declared, let us go back. Du Shursan, holding a skewer of grilled meat, protested, wait, I haven't finished eating. Why the rush? Is there a little lover waiting for you online? I shot him a glare. Do you think I'm like you? Haha, spot on. Little ghost, look. Lu Chen is blushing. Go to hell. I retorted, indignantly dragging the two back to the studio, where I swiftly connected to the internet and entered the game. With a flash, I materialized in the wildfire plains, glancing at the time. It was 7:45 p.m. Without hesitation, I headed towards the icebound forest. Traversing the dense woods toward the village near Rock Ridge, a novice village where 10 of players from Iceberg City originated. At 8:10 p.m., I lay in wait within the forest, observing the stream of newcomers in the novice village, yet I failed to spot the person I sought. Turning back, I made my way to the second novice village, but disappointment lingered as I found no trace of her. It wasn't until 9:30 p.m., upon arriving at the 10th novice village, that I finally laid eyes on her. In the tranquil village, beside a row of wooden fences, stood a fledgling human female knight. In her right hand, she clutched a rusty sword, while her left bore a wooden shield. The simplicity of her novice attire did little to conceal her allure. Her porcelain-like face appeared delicate and radiant, her fair neck shimmering under the moonlight, and beneath her shirt, an impressive figure was subtly suggested. She cast a fleeting glance at the nearby giant-eared rabbit and murmured, heavenly gifted, I have arrived. With that, as a dark knight, she charged toward her first prey, the rusty sword soaring down upon the rabbit's forehead, while above her head floated a line of text. In the water's embrace LV0 class, Dark Knight. She had finally appeared. Chapter 52 I heal. You deal damage. Eve, you have finally arrived. On the forest path, Morong Mingwe gracefully approached with her staff, smiling at He. Both I and that brute, Su Yong, have reached level 30, while you are still at level 0. He glanced at the shabby sword in her hand and said, Mingwe, do you have any weapons suitable for beginners? This sword has an attack power of merely 1 point. It's far too weak. Morong Mingwe retrieved a dark spear from her bag, saying, here, it's a black stone weapon usable at level 5 with an attack power of 512 points. Do you want it? He scanned the spear and shook her head. No, why not? Morong Mingwe inquired, puzzled. He smiled softly. Lu Chen once mentioned that sword-type weapons are the kings of all arms in the game, agile and versatile with strong penetration and excellent defense-breaking capabilities. Although my profession is a magic knight, I have decided to wield a sword from now on. Lu Chen. Morong Mingwe was momentarily taken aback. Eve, you mustn't dwell on him like this. We still have to continue living, right? He nodded, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Indeed. We must continue living, but there is no need to forget Lu Chen, is there? Morong Mingwe seemed speechless. He tilted her delicate face up to the moonlit sky, smiling gently. That boy said he would accompany me until the end, so even though he is no longer here, I can still feel him by my side, watching over me. Really? Morong Mingwe surveyed the surrounding woods, laughing. Lu Chen, are you there? If you are, come out. We miss you dearly. No answer came. He playfully chided. All right, you silly girl, stop talking nonsense. Let's go level up together. I heal, you deal damage. Morong Mingwe sighed. What are you going to heal with? I'm the priest here. He chuckled. Then, I misspoke. I shall attack, and you will deal damage. Wait a moment. Su Yang will arrive in 5 minutes. He can deal damage, making our efforts more efficient. He nodded in agreement. Rustle. The branches swayed as a dark figure vanished into the night. I sprinted forward with my sword, soon arriving at Wild Pheasant Ridge, releasing my mystic bee and commencing the hunt. One by one, the mountain pheasants fell before the edge of the Xuanhua blade, and my mystic bee steadily leveled up. After a solid 3 hours, my bag was filled with mountain pheasant meat. Following a golden flash, my Mystic Bee finally reached level 30, and upon checking its attributes, I was astounded by its strength. Mystic Bee, level 30 attack, 342 defense, 225 health, 1024 agility, 505. My attack power was merely 273 points, yet the Mystic Bee, as a boss-level pet, boasted an impressive attack growth of 6 stars. Not only did it have a formidable attack power of 342 points, but its defense also reached a staggering 225 points, surpassing mine by a full 60 points, with health exceeding 1,000. Truly a bloodthirsty machine with high offense, defense, and vitality. And it was only level 30. There was still more potential to be tapped. A grin spread across my face. With the Mystic Bee by my side, my leveling efficiency had at least doubled. Since the Mystic Bee had matured, there was no need for concealment. I returned to Ice Flow City with it. After organizing my materials, I resumed crafting level 3 magic cuisine, pepper meatballs. One by one, the meatballs filled my bag, and suddenly, a light sound echoed. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your cooking skill has reached level 4. Wonderful. I finally reached level 4. I can now prepare level 4 dishes. Opening the cooking skill menu, the required ingredients for level 4 cuisine appeared before me. White cut chicken, requiring 20 pieces of chicken, 10 units of salt, and 15 pieces of ginger, restoring 400 points of magic. I had plenty of chicken in stock, salt could be purchased, but ginger was the only ingredient that needed to be foraged. Recalling my earlier hunting mission for ginger, I realized that the supply in that area was far too scarce to mass-produce white-cut chicken. Thus, I had to venture out to find another source of cooking materials. Continuing my research, I soon discovered that ginger flourished abundantly in Butterfly Forest, where a magical pet, the purple butterfly, would spawn in this leveling map. This 5-star magic attack pet could only be found at level 1 in the Butterfly Forest of the Ice Flow City area. Many beast tamers on the forums lamented about the Butterfly Forest being monopolized, and it was none other than the core members of the Demon Slayer Guild, the Duba family. Tianzong had already commanded 3 leveling teams, totaling 15 individuals, to seize control of the Butterfly Forest. These players were all above level 30, making it impossible for ordinary players to contend with them. As a result, the Butterfly Forest was effectively occupied. Yet it seemed that the Duba family had yet to capture a single level 1 purple butterfly. Well then, it is settled. I shall head to the Butterfly Forest shortly. Humph. If the Duba family intends to monopolize it, I will go there to engage them. After all, the blood-red mercenaries have already severed ties with them. And Ba Tianzong has declared war on the blood-red mercenaries and the Zhaiji Qinsha on the forums. This confrontation is unavoidable, and I also look forward to it. Ba Tianzong and the Duba Knight are formidable opponents. Sometimes, having rivals can be quite gratifying. I sent a message to Du Shisan, come to Ice Flow City. Moments later, Shisan appeared. I traded him 110 sets of level 3 cuisine, stating, go ahead. 40 silver coins per set, no bargaining. Transfer the gold coins to my account by this afternoon and prepare for the transaction. Okay. Du Shisan readily agreed. He was quite adept at such matters, having earned the title of a shrewd businessman during our university days. He once took me along to sell cinema tickets, earning over 800 renminbi in a single day, though I later learned that many of those tickets were counterfeit. After bidding farewell to Shisan, I continued to stroll around the plaza when I suddenly heard someone shouting, selling Pet Skill Book 1. Those in need, come and buy? My eyes lit up, and I rushed over to find a level 25 warrior setting up a stall. The only item on display was a light green skill book. Combo, Phantom Beast. Instantly unleashes multiple fierce attacks, costing 10 magic points, with each attack dealing 75 of normal damage. The higher the skill level, the greater the damage. Requires pet, level 30. Indeed, a skill book, a pet skill book. According to the system rules of Tianzong, pets possess inherent skills. However, level 1 pets have basic skills that they can learn as they grow. To learn additional skills, one must purchase Phantom Beast skill books. Combo would be a perfect fit for my Mystic Bee, a physical attack pet's signature skill. I approached the selling warrior and asked, how much for that pet skill book? The young warrior looked at me and replied, 50 gold coins. Too expensive. Learning skills from the mentor costs only 50 silver coins. You're selling a pet skill book for 50 gold coins? That is outrageous. Then what do you suggest? The warrior appeared slightly flustered, knowing that pet skill books were not worth 50 gold coins. I raised 5 fingers with a slight smile. This amount. 5 gold coins. 5 silver coins. The warrior's mouth fell open in disbelief. That's too low. 5 silver coins is absolutely unacceptable. I cast a quick glance at him. noticing he was still wearing a basic white leg guard. Thus, I extracted a pair of black stone armor greaves from my pack and remarked with a smile, "Here you go, for 2 gold coins, along with this black stone piece, in exchange for your skill book." The young warrior's eyes sparkled at the sight of the black stone greaves. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll trade with you. I won't be needing this skill book anytime soon. The beast tamers are quite unscrupulous, demanding dozens of gold coins even for a worthless wasp. It's quite a scam." I replied with a slight smile, "No need to rush. Soon there will be a plethora of beast tamers reaching level 30, and at that point, the prices of pets will naturally decline. Essentially, one can train a wasp of BN 15 or higher." The young warrior opened the trading interface, and in the next moment, the transaction was completed. I had acquired a pet skill book for the mere cost of 2 gold coins and a worthless leg guard. What a delightful bargain. Although the book might not be valued at 50 gold coins, it is certainly worth at least 10. I accessed the pet interface and selected the option to learn the skill. In an instant, the skill book vanished, and the skill combo appeared in the skill bar of my Xianbi. I clicked to inspect the details and was pleased to find it was indeed a formidable skill. Combo LV1 delivers 2 strikes to the target, each equivalent to 75 of normal damage. Combo LV2 delivers 2 strikes to the target, each equivalent to 75 of normal damage. Combo LV3 delivers 3 strikes to the target, each equivalent to 80 of normal damage. Combo LV4 delivers 3 strikes to the target, each equivalent to 80 of normal damage. Combo LV5 delivers 4 strikes to the target, each equivalent to 85 of normal damage. Combo LV6 delivers 4 strikes to the target, each equivalent to 85 of normal damage. Combo LV7 delivers 5 strikes to the target, each equivalent to 85 of normal damage. Combo LV8 delivers 5 strikes to the target, each equivalent to 85 of normal damage. Combo LV9 delivers 6 strikes to the target, each equivalent to 90 of normal damage. Thunderstrike delivers 7 strikes to the target, each at full damage. How powerful! The skills in the early levels are manageable, but upon reaching level 5, it becomes truly sharp, with a chance to unleash 4 strikes, each dealing 85 of normal damage, equating to 3 4 times the damage, making it a potential one-hit kill skill. At level 10, the skill name transforms to Thunderstrike, boasting 7 strikes at full damage. Should luck favor me, this could yield a staggering 7 times the damage. Fortunately, this is a pet skill. If it were a player's skill, it would undoubtedly be a formidable single-target annihilation technique. Of course, level 10 skills can only be mastered by players above level 100, and I am merely in my early 30s. There is still a long road ahead. With the Xianbi now equipped with skills, my upcoming journey to the butterfly forest to hunt and gather ginger will be considerably safer, even if confronted by the dominant clan. At least I will have the means to put up a fight. Chapter 53. To die together in the depths of the enchanting butterfly forest. I meandered through the lush wilderness, attentively monitoring the fluctuations on the grand map. The scenery around me transformed into a picturesque haven, with butterflies dancing gracefully in the fragrant air, marking my arrival at the butterfly forest. Within the thicket, numerous players from the Dominance family emerged, including the formidable Dominance Knight and the Dominance War God, yet I could not spot the infamous Blade of Dominance. However, my intelligence was slightly amiss. There were at least 20 players from the Dominance family, all of whom were second transformation players. Engaging them would be unwise, considering they possessed over 5 second transformation archers, whose barrage would likely leave me akin to a hedgehog. I decided to steer clear of confrontation, for I bore no deep-seated animosity towards the Dominance family. My purpose here was merely to gather ginger. The notion of bloodshed and player killing was utterly distasteful to me, as it would hinder both my leveling and my earning potential. Thus, I circumvented the dense thicket and entered the butterfly forest from the side. A faint rustle caught my attention, revealing a vividly colored butterfly fluttering on a branch, nearly the size of a basin, and decidedly no lowly foe. The rainbow butterfly, a level 40 creature, was indeed formidable. Unless absolutely necessary, I refrained from engaging. Yet this particular specimen obstructed my path and required attention. Summoning the celestial bee, I charged forward, wielding my sword with precision. A swift 2-hit combo dispatched it. Miss. 1,749. Remarkably, the rainbow butterfly possessed only 3,500 health points, and with a single cleave, I had already halved its vitality. Before it could react, the celestial bee darted in, its stinger piercing the butterfly's body with a flurry of strikes. 508. 622. What a powerful assault. The celestial bee did not disappoint. With a decisive swing of my sword, aided by my companion. The level 40 rainbow butterfly was vanquished before it could even retaliate, yielding a generous amount of experience. Continuing onward, after approximately 10 minutes, I had felled 7 or 8 rainbow butterflies, and at last, I arrived at a verdant grove brimming with familiar flora, level 4 ginger. With fingers splayed, I activated my hunting skill, and soon the system chimed. Congratulations, you have harvested 3 ginger. Hunting skill proficiency increased to 4. Excellent. A mere flick of the wrist. And this level 4 ingredient marked the inception of my culinary fortune. With fervor, I swept through the ginger patch within the butterfly forest, and after an hour, scarcely a ginger plant remained. My inventory, however, was brimming with ginger, 50 pieces stacked into 48 groups, ample enough to craft numerous level 4 white-cut chickens. At that moment, a group approached, 2 men and 2 women, one of whom was familiar, clad in a white skirt armor and wielding a dagger. The stunning beauty was none other than Lin Yisan, the only one in Icebound City who donned heavy armor while proficiently handling daggers. Behind her stood the serene archer, Qingqing Shuixiang, Lin Yisan's roommate, accompanied by 2 young male players, Zichuan Yu, a level 31 magic knight, and Duoming Jian, a level 30 warrior, both of whom were high-caliber players. Are you certain there are level 1 purple butterflies spawning here? Qingqing Shuixiang inquired with a smile. Lin Yisan, with confidence, replied, absolutely certain. This is likely the only location within Icebound City where low-level magical pets can be found. Qingqing Shuixiang nodded. As an archer, my physical attacks are sufficient. But I need a magical pet to enhance my magical prowess. Otherwise, I struggle against monsters with high physical defense. Lin Yisan brandished her moonblade dagger, its sharpness creating ripples in the air as she smiled lightly. No monster possesses absolute immunity to physical attacks. The inability to break through defenses merely indicates insufficient power. My ultimate pursuit is to penetrate all defenses, hee. Qingqing Shuixiang playfully stuck out her tongue, teasing. You remain as ferocious as ever. Lin Yisan smiled without further comment. Just then, from the opposite side of the forest emerged 4 or 5 individuals, each bearing the prefix dominance in their names. 2 warriors and 3 archers, a purely physical assault team. Leading them was none other than the Dominance War God, one of Ba Tiandao's formidable generals. With a flourish of his sword, the Dominance War God blocked the path of Lin Yisan and her companions. Addressing them with a slight smile, I apologize, but the butterfly forest has been reserved by the Dominance family. I kindly ask you not to enter this area to avoid any unfortunate incidents. Clearly, upon recognizing the formidable wind color fantasy group, the Dominance War God refrained from arrogance. Speaking with a modicum of civility, had he encountered low-level solo players, his words would likely have been far more abrasive, demanding they vacate the premises or risk a swift demise. Qingqing Shuixiang was taken aback, evidently unprepared for the Dominance family's brazen behavior. Lin Yisan cast a cold glance at the Dominance War God, continuing to toy with her dagger, and calmly replied, "It seems we bear no enmity with the Dominance family, do we?" The Dominance War God nodded. "I beg your pardon, but this area is already reserved by our family." Lin Yisan was unfazed, stating, "My friend wishes to capture a level 1 purple butterfly. We shall leave once that is accomplished, and we will not disturb your reservation." The Dominance War God was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, an archer from behind him leered at Lin Yisan's chest plate, smirking lewdly. "You can capture the level 1 purple butterfly, but, let us brothers have a go first?" The Dominance War God was incensed but struggled to maintain control, as the other Dominance players also wore lewd grins. After all, both Lin Yisan and Qingqing Shuixiang belonged to the highest echelon of beauty, particularly Lin Yisan, whose stunning visage stirred the hearts of male players, rendering them unable to restrain their tongues. A frost descended upon Lin Yisan's fair face, her violet eyes radiating fierce intent as she coldly declared, "If I were to kill you, Ba Tiandao could hardly hold it against me." "What did you say?" The archer, caught off guard, barely registered her words before Lin Yisan lunged forward, her violet eyes enveloped in a silver sheen. Moon's gaze. Like my cleave, Moon's gaze significantly diminished the opponent's defense. However, the next strike had to be a dagger attack. With a swift thrust, Lin Yisan's dagger plunged into the archer's chest, a staggering damage number sword. 1,289. Such devastating power. No doubt befitting a top-tier expert. The archer let out a wail, slowly crumpling to the ground, eliminated with ease, and Lin Yisan and Apos' name turned blood red, marking her as a criminal. The Dominance War God was consumed by rage and disbelief. He had not anticipated that the wind color fantasy would dare to strike down a member of the Dominance family before his very eyes. The Dominance family reigned supreme in Icebound City, a force no other organization had dared challenge. Yet today, the fruit knife goddess had taken action, effortlessly dispatching a second transformation archer with her exquisite dagger. The Dominance war god's eyes blazed crimson as he glared at Linison, roaring, "Wind color fantasy? Are you deliberately seeking conflict with our Dominance family?" Linison, unsheathing her sword with a clang, glared back, "And if I am?" Hidden within the foliage. I could not help but applaud Linison's boldness. Her straightforward nature was truly admirable. The battle erupted instantaneously, as Linison swiftly maneuvered, her sword slicing through the necks of two other mages with the swiftness of lightning, executing them with lethal precision. The angle and force of her strikes were impeccably controlled. This exquisite beauty was undeniably formidable. However, while Linison single-handedly commenced her rampage, her companions lacked her prowess. From the dense foliage emerged over a dozen players from the Dominance family. Their leader, the Dominance warlord, raised his hand and bellowed, "Unleash a barrage. Annihilate these oblivious fools." With a flurry of sound, 5 second-tier archers activated their level 30 skill, Rain of Arrows. Arrows rained down chaotically, each archer releasing 35 arrows, each aimed at different targets. Qingqing Shuixiang retreated several steps, knocking an arrow and unleashing a precise shot. With a soft thud, a deadly strike felled one of the opposing archers. But Qingqing Shuixiang herself was struck by 5 arrows. The damage from the barrage was not particularly high, averaging around 100 points, yet due to the crossfire, her frail archer physique could not withstand it. She let out a muffled groan and collapsed lifelessly in front of Qingqing Shuixiang. Both Zichuan Yu and Duo Mingjian were similarly reduced to critical health by the arrows. At the early stages of the game, magic knights and warriors lacked high-tier armor, rendering them vulnerable to the archer's fierce physical assaults. With a swift series of strikes, Linison had dispatched 7 players from the Dominance family, only to turn back in mild surprise. Where is everyone? Unbeknownst to her, all her companions had perished, confronted with the number 1 expert on the leaderboard. The Dominance warlord showed no mercy. He pointed his sword and commanded, "Brothers, let us eliminate her together." Humph, what does it matter that she is number 1? She is still destined to be slain. A flurry of arrows flew through the night sky, trailing long tails of light. Linison's violet eyes widened in astonishment. Fully aware that she could not withstand the onslaught, she swiftly dove into the nearby thicket, effortlessly dispatching a level 30 Dominance bard before making her escape. As she fled, a sudden thud echoed, accompanied by gasps. Linison had fallen into the underbrush, having tripped over my leg, sitting amidst the grass. Her enchanting violet eyes flickered with intensity as she glared at me, her face contorting with fury as she exclaimed, "You despicable Lu Chun! You see us being bullied and do nothing to assist." I raised my hands in surrender, saying, "Qingqing," and the others fell too quickly. I didn't even have a chance to intervene. Linison gritted her teeth. The Dominance players are utterly despicable. At that moment, the Dominance warlord and a cohort of archers pursued us. In this butterfly grove, who could fathom the number of high-tier players from the Dominance family? Just these archers were already enough to instill fear. They were coming, Linison quietly remarked, gazing at the starlit expanse. I resolutely stood, raising my sword, a crimson light radiating brilliantly. "Ah, are you going to shield me from them?" Linison asked with a playful smile. With a righteous demeanor, I proclaimed, "Behold my earth escape." "Ugh, Lu Chun." Linison swiftly lunged, interrupting my escape state, clutching my arm and pulling me from the ground, muttering, "You cowardly fool, if we are to die, let us die together." How loyal she was. Chapter 54. The Radiance of the Mysterious Bee. Hurry up. We must not let them escape. The voice of the Dominator God of War echoed through the forest as shadows darted between the trees. It was evident that these individuals were led here by Linison. The Dominator God of War wielded a heavy sword, charging ahead with fury. The wind color fantasy clearly intends to confront our god-slaying guild. Damn it, we must eliminate her today and guard her corpse for half a year. In the night, I glanced down to see the fruit knife goddess had sheathed her small blade, tightly clutching my arm, attempting to pull me into danger. Her violet eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance in the darkness, deep as amethysts. "You are utterly lacking in principles." Linison glared at me, dissatisfied. Hasn't he, the blood mercenaries, already severed ties with the Dominator family? Why not deal with them here? I glanced around, exhaling deeply. Didn't you see how many there are? At least 20. There are 7 or 8 archers and mages alone, and a single ranged attack could easily take you down. Humph, what do you suggest we do then? At that moment, the figure of the Dominator God of War was drawing near, shadows shifting in the moonlight. I quickly embraced Linison and rolled into a nearby thicket. Lin Yisun let out a whimper, but dared not argue further. It was indeed a situation where their strength far surpassed ours, and recklessness would only lead to death. Peering out, I noticed players streaming past outside the thicket. There were indeed nearly 10 ranged players, and a strategist was casting encouragement and fortification skills, boosting the Dominator's players' attack and defense by 5%. This was no trivial matter, especially with those archers. Under the effect of encouragement, their lethality was truly astonishing. Lin Yisun struggled desperately, and I realized my body was pressing down on hers. The poor fruit knife goddess could only squirm, her exquisite breastplate being crushed. Her snowy peaks contorted, yet it only heightened the allure. Looking down, I was momentarily entranced, my heart fluttering. Lin Yisun gritted her teeth, managing to sit up. And without hesitation, she swung a delicate fist at me. Bang! 117. Damn, you drew blood. This violent beauty is truly untouchable. Do you dare to look again? Lin Yisun glared at me, her violet eyes filled with shyness and anger, brandishing her sword. I truly wish to stab you. I raised my hands in surrender. I'm only trying to save you. Look at your impulsiveness. Lin Yisun turned her face away, clearly anxious that I might continue to gaze upon her flushed cheeks. Yet, she tacitly accepted my words. Without my earlier evasive role, we would both surely be pierced like hedgehogs. Observing the distant figures of the Dominator god of war and his comrades, Lin Yisun bit her silver teeth and declared, "How infuriating. Are we to let this bunch of scoundrels go? They even took down my dear Qingqing." I smiled slightly. Of course we cannot let them off the hook. Let us not forget, our principle as blood mercenaries is to uphold justice and assist the weak very well. Let us unite for a surprise attack and eliminate this gang. Lin Yisun clenched her fists, a smile brightening her face as she completely forgot about my earlier sneak attack. I stole a glance at her beautifully captivating visage and suddenly chuckled. Miss Lin, it seems you've forgotten that I am one of the founders of the blood mercenaries. Our services are never free. I can assist you in taking down the Dominator family, but there will be a fee. Lin Yisun glared at me with a murderous aura, rebuking, "You shameless trickster, are you daring to be even more unscrupulous? 5 gold coins per person. Do we have a deal?" I offered her an easy out. 5 gold coins per bounty was indeed quite reasonable, given the stature of the Dominator family's elite. A 20 gold bounty for a single head was not excessive, especially considering the risk of offending the God-slaying guild. After much contemplation, Lin Yisun replied, "That's too expensive. How about 3 gold coins per person? I'll pay you 21 gold coins if you only need to eliminate 8 of them." I gazed at her for a moment, sighing. "Your math is quite impressive." Lin Yisun nodded. "Flattery won't get you anywhere. Let us go." I raised the Xianyuan fireblade, summoning a level 31 mysterious bee with a single hand motion, then spoke in a low voice. "Now, you summon your pet as well. We'll strike from behind and must eliminate their 5 archers and 4 mages within 5 seconds. Do you have confidence, Miss Lin?" Lin Yisun spread her fingers as her red magic energy soared, and in the next moment, a level 27 fire blade materialized before us. She smiled slightly. "I'll take the 3 archers and 2 mages on the right. You handle the remaining 4. All right, prepare to strike." The wind howled fiercely, the grasses swayed. 2 figures darted like lightning across the night sky, Lin Yisun and I splitting our paths, piercing into the rear of the Dominator family's squads like 2 finely sharpened blades. I did not conceal myself, but charged straight at the last archer. The Xianyuan fire blade dancing, 2 blossoms of sword light blooming upon his back. 451. 378. A decisive strike followed by a regular attack was sufficient to fell the archer. After all, my attack power was substantial, and only an archer with 5 points in vitality could withstand it. The mysterious beast silently flitted behind another archer, its combo skill erupting in brilliance. By the time that archer realized what was happening, he was already on the brink of collapse, slowly collapsing onto the grass. I swiftly slid out in a Z pattern, my sword edge slicing across the neck of a level 31 mage. He attempted to shout, but no sound escaped his lips. Only blood pulsed from his throat as he fell silent. With a swift turn, I dashed to the side of another archer. He was momentarily taken aback, and before he could react, my double strike landed. Miss. 1,279. My absolution skill combined with a regular attack proved to be devastating. Within 5 seconds, I had swiftly taken down 4 opponents. A glance revealed Lin Yisun's dagger slicing through the air, seamlessly transforming into a longsword, as she danced like a beautiful butterfly among the crowd, stealthily eliminating 3 foes. Meanwhile, her fire blade hovered in the air before lunging forward, causing a mage to succumb slowly. Indeed, the fireblade pet performed remarkably well after leveling up. Wind color fantasy, Shishi behind us. Finally, someone shouted. and the members of the Dominator family realized they were being ambushed. 8 cold corpses now lay on the ground. The Dominator god of war quickly turned to retreat, only to find one of his teammates falling with a dim gaze, a fiery sword slowly withdrawing from his chest. Broken spears sunk in the sand at you. The Dominator god of war seethed with rage, charging forward with several other magic knights and warriors. Lin Yisan chuckled lightly. The mages and archers are all dealt with. We can move in with confidence now. I couldn't help but smile. Cooperating with such a powerful and enchanting ally as Lin Yisan was an unparalleled joy in the game. Brandishing the Xianyuan fireblade, I surged to the forefront, thrusting my longsword fiercely to break through the defenses of a Dominator player, successfully executing a kill. In a fit of rage, the Dominator god of war activated his strike skill and charged at me. Just then, a dark azure bee swooped in, stabbing twice from the side, causing the Dominator god of war's health to plummet dramatically. 450. 399. Goodness, after being struck by the mysterious BS combo, he still hadn't fallen? I leaped forward, seeing the Dominator god of war gulping down a health potion, his face etched with terror and despair. Clearly, he had never anticipated that a pet's attack power could be so formidable. The Dominator, wielding his formidable life limit and defense, found his dreams shattered by the terrifying assault of the Phantom Bee. I charged forward, my sword raised, delivering 2 swift strikes like lightning. The first attack, a miss, and the second, a standard blow, left the Dominator on the verge of tears as the damage exceeded 1,200, sufficient to annihilate him even at full health. Thud! The Dominator collapsed, dropping a vibrant green helmet. I immediately seized the helmet, raising it high and proclaiming, "The head of the Dominator is here. Who dares to resist shall face execution." Yet, the opposition fought fiercely. As the saying goes, a hero cannot withstand an overwhelming number of foes. My and Lin Yisan's equipment and skills, though sharp, were insufficient to fend off the onslaught of a dozen warrior players. Initially, we managed to slay 1 or 2. But soon, 3 level 30-second transformation priests arrived, making our situation dire. Gulp! I downed a level 3 health potion, instantly regaining 600 health, and shouted, retreat." Lin Yisan feigned a strike and swiftly withdrew, joining me as we dashed towards the forest, expertly leaving our pets to obstruct the pursuers. However, the defenses and health of the Phantom Bee and Fireblade remained robust, and the Dominator's kin could not dispatch them immediately. Upon entering the forest, I promptly recalled the Phantom Bee to its pet space, having only 1/3 of its health left, while Lin Yisan's Fireblade was barely clinging to life. Losing a pet meant a drop of 3 levels, a rule that was quite exasperating, hence we endeavored to keep our pets alive. I am utterly exhausted. Lin Yisan leaned against a short tree, panting, her hair slightly disheveled. Under the moonlight, her bright eyes and pearly teeth revealed her beauty, her breath causing the peaks of her bosom to rise and fall, a sight to behold, indeed. This enchanting girl was a rare gem of the mortal realm. I extended my hand and said, "I killed a total of 14, yielding 42 gold coins. Let us settle for 40 coins for you, my dear boss. Thank you for your patronage." Lin Yisan shot me a glance and replied, "This time, let us put it on credit. A small business, no credit allowed." Lin Yisan, brimming with determination, insisted I must have it on credit. I nodded, "I shall heed your wishes." In truth, I lacked such gold. Lin Yisan smiled brightly. "How about this? Since you helped me teach the Dominator's gang a lesson today, I'll treat you to dinner?" I couldn't help but chuckle. All right then. In reality, I had no intention of reclaiming those 40 coins. A conflict between the Dominator family and the Blood Mercenaries was inevitable, and there was no reason for me to show weakness. Instead, securing Lin Yisan as a powerful ally would prove advantageous in the future within Icebound City. Lin Yisan nodded. "Tomorrow at 11:30 a.m., wait for me at the Hunan restaurant, Xianjiaju, next to the university. I will bring Qingqing along to treat you." "Can I bring someone?" "No. Why not? It was you who avenged us, not someone else. Bringing others is like matchmaking." "That is indeed true. See you tomorrow at noon." "Yes." Lin Yisan turned and disappeared into the forest, taking the recently revived Qingqing Shuexiang to continue hunting level 1 purple butterflies. Chapter 55. A bountiful return. Upon returning to Iceberg City, I immediately set about crafting level 4 culinary creations. To be honest, I might very well be the first player in Iceberg City capable of producing level 4 magical cuisine. Regardless of its utility, the sheer novelty of this accomplishment was astonishing. Approaching the warehouse, I engaged in conversation with the NPC administrator to withdraw ample amounts of salt and chicken. My inventory was sufficiently stocked with ginger, which indicated that a lucrative venture awaited me. Opening the cooking interface, I combined the ingredients, 20 pieces of chicken, 10 units of salt, and 15 portions of ginger, and confirmed the synthesis. Instantly, a wondrous magical aura swirled in my hands. Ding. System notification. You have created white cut chicken level 4. Cooking skill has increased to level 5. What? I managed to produce 4 servings of level 4 magical cuisine in one go. Overjoyed, I hastily commenced the synthesis of a second batch and, indeed, acquired 3 more servings of white cut chicken. This delicacy, wrapped in lotus leaves, emitted an enticing aroma, and upon consumption, restored 400 points of magic, an essential supply for high-tier mage players. Within half an hour, I had crafted a total of 120 servings of level 4 magical cuisine, neatly stacked into 12 groups of 10. This was a veritable fortune. Standing in the town square, I concealed my game ID and proclaimed, "Massive sale of level 4 magical cuisine that instantly restores 400 points of magic. Don't miss out. A mere 80 silver coins per serving. Interested parties, come forth." Logically, this was a time of extravagance. 80 silver coins equated to 80 renminbi. Who would be willing to spend such an amount for a single mana-restoring dish? Yet, in my realm, wealth was abundant, and many were the individuals willing to lavish gold for a smile from a fair maiden or to procure high-tier culinary delights. Surrounded by numerous high-level players, some cautiously purchased 1 or 2 servings, while the most eager among them acquired 5, seemingly gearing up to confront a formidable boss. Indeed, for advanced mage players, especially priests, casting a level 3 holy light consumed around 30 points of magic. Without high-tier cuisine, they would find themselves depleted in mere minutes, leading to catastrophic losses. Amidst the bustling crowd, a voice suddenly called out, "Brother selling cuisine, we want all your goods. How much do you have left?" I turned, startled, to find 2 prominent heavy-armored players addressing me. Dan Shu Tixi and Fan Yunfuyu, renowned figures on Iceberg City's leaderboard and top talents of the Dragon Clan, unexpectedly encountered me. Although I had hidden my ID, my conspicuous equipment, coupled with a cloak that barely concealed my face, made recognition inevitable. Dan Shu Tixi raised an eyebrow. "So it's you." I smiled. "Yes, indeed. Interested in purchasing some cuisine?" "Of course." Fan Yunfuyu interjected, clenching his teeth. "How many servings of level 4 cuisine do you have? Surely, you won't refuse to sell just because we've clashed before?" I chuckled. Business is business. Personal feuds aside, I am not so petty. After assessing my inventory, I stated, "I have 95 servings left. Since you wish to purchase them all, I'll offer you a special price, 1 gold coin per serving." "What?" Dan Shu Tixi exclaimed in anger. "Weren't you selling to those others for 80 silver coins each?" "You are different. It's special," I replied nonchalantly. Fan Yunfuyu interrupted, halting Dan Shu Tixi, and said solemnly, "That's 95 gold coins. Let's proceed with the transaction." "Okay." I readily opened the trade interface, placing the 95 servings of white-cut chicken on the table, and received 95 gold coins in return. With a satisfying chime, the transaction was completed. Dan Shu Tixi appeared disgruntled, especially since I had previously snatched a boss they had worked hard to defeat. Now, they were handing me money. "Brother Yun, what does this mean?" Dan Shu Tixi grumbled. Fan Yunfuyu smiled faintly. "Our lord insisted we procure exactly 100 servings of level 4 cuisine. No need for further discussion. After all, the gold is from our lord." With a huff, Dan Shu Tixi walked away, while Fan Yunfuyu shot me a warning glance, sneering, "Business is business. Once you leave Iceberg City and are outside the safe zone, watch yourself." I disregarded his warning and messaged Du Shirsan, "Hurry to Iceberg City. I'm ready to sell gold." A few minutes later, Du Shirsan arrived, trading me 40 gold coins and cheerfully exclaiming, "Do we now have a total of 100 gold coins? Is that worth selling?" I opened my hand to reveal a substantial pile of gold coins, the numbers clearly indicating my current holdings, 258. "Wow," Du Shirsan gasped, then burst into laughter, patting my shoulder as if overjoyed. "With this much gold, isn't that equivalent to over 20,000 yuan? Ha ha ha. Lu Chun, I was just fretting over next season's rent." I cautioned him, "Don't celebrate too soon. Gold is likely depreciating. We must find buyers quickly." "What buyers?" "Let us sell on the forum's trading platform." "Oh, there is such a feature?" He urged, "Let us go, let us go." Thus, I connected to the official forum and indeed located the trading platform, with PBC acting as the intermediary, charging a 1 transaction fee. Scanning through, I noticed numerous players selling gold, with listings spanning thousands of pages. Most offered around 50 gold coins, while others had only 3 to 5, hoping for small profits. The price per gold coin fluctuated between 95 renminbi and 120 renminbi, likely to decline as players increased their levels. I promptly listed 250 gold coins at a price of 100 renminbi each. Quite reasonable compared to some unscrupulous merchants who listed at 145 renminbi. Within 5 minutes, I received a notification, system notification, dear user. Your consigned 250 gold coins have been sold. After deducting transaction fees, a total of 24,750 yuan has been deposited into your China Construction Bank account. 662700200873. Splendid. Money had arrived, netting me nearly 25,000. The development of the Blood Mercenary Studio was progressing smoothly, alleviating my immediate financial concerns. Now, I could enjoy meals with my brothers and indulge in a drink while admiring the lovely legs of the girls on the street. Pure bliss. Yet, I remained unsatisfied with this achievement. Handing Du Shursan a helmet obtained from the dominating war god, a level 25 Blackstone equipment. I noted that Gaguzi's helmet was even better. Wandering around the Iceberg City Square, I realized that the paths to wealth were far from exhausted. Standing in the heart of Iceberg City, I proclaimed loudly, I am purchasing large quantities of level 2 ingredients. Sticky rice at 50 copper coins per serving and chicken at 40 copper coins per serving. Bring me as much as you have. All hunters are welcome. Not long after, a throng of aspiring hunters swarmed toward me, eagerly shouting how much sticky rice and chicken they possessed. Both ingredients were level 2, and many players had recently elevated their hunting skills to level 2, often finding themselves with excess supplies needing to be sold, as they relied on higher-level friends to practice cooking. A portion of glutinous rice costs merely 5 dimes, while a serving of chicken can be exchanged for 4 dimes. Why not seize such an opportunity? I do not intend to craft level 4 ingredients, as ginger is rather troublesome to procure. However, I have an abundance of green peppers harvested from the frozen canyon. Hence I have resolved to prepare level 3 dishes to enhance my culinary skills. My goal is to elevate my cooking proficiency to level 5 swiftly, thereby capturing the dining market and ascending to the pinnacle of the industry. For level 3 cooking, 20 portions of glutinous rice and 10 servings of chicken are required. Based on my purchasing prices, the cost to produce a green pepper meatball is approximately 14 silver coins, while I can sell it for around 50 silver coins. This yields a remarkably substantial profit, tripling my investment, an undeniable windfall. And it also allows me to improve my culinary finesse. Today, I shall forego leveling up and focus on business instead. I continuously procure glutinous rice, chicken, and even green peppers, which I successfully negotiated down to 50 copper coins per portion. With all materials secured, I simultaneously produced the dishes while having borrowed 30 gold coins from Gue Guzi to cover the costs. Du Shursan waited by my side to receive the finished products. We toiled tirelessly until past midnight. Originally, our trio possessed a mere 54 gold coins, yet through our relentless efforts, by the early hours, our total had surged to an impressive 805 gold coins. This exemplifies the astuteness of a businessman, profiting from the margins, reaping substantial rewards. I distributed 200 gold coins each to Du Shursan and Gue Guzi, retaining 400 for myself. They harbored no objections. After all, this venture was predominantly my endeavor, and they were exceedingly pleased with their share. I exchanged for 30,000 RMB and combined with the over 20,000 from earlier. The Blood Red Mercenary Studio now boasts an operational capital of 50,000 RMB. Indeed, a fortuitous start. Gue Guzi, clutching the gold coins, confidently remarked, Zheji, such lucrative opportunities are fleeting. I estimate that in just a day or two, we shall no longer be able to attain such exorbitant profits. I nodded in agreement. The other culinary players are likely reaching level 3 as well. Once they do, not only will our profits dwindle, but the price of green pepper meatballs will inevitably decline. Indeed, our predictions proved accurate. By 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 additional sellers of level 3 cooking had emerged. One, a culinary master named Dominator Food God, monopolizing a guild, and the other, a 32-level archer from the Mad Dragon Guild, known as 5 Fragrance Pavilion. Both are exceptional players leading the charge. Venturing out to level up, I persevered until around 3 in the morning, finally reaching level 36. Only to discover my rank was precariously close to slipping from the top 10 of the Frozen City leaderboard. 1. Wind Color Fantasy, level 38, class, Radiant Ranger 2. Dominator Blade, level 37, class, Warrior 3. Dominator Mage, level 37, class, Mage 4. Cloud Shifter, level 37, class, Magic Knight 5. Iron Contract, level 36, class, Warrior 6. Dominator Knight, level 36, class, Magic Knight 7. Shattered Blade, level 36, class, Necromancer 8. Dominator Warrior, level 35, class, Warrior 9. Dominator Archer, level 35, class, Archer 10. Clearwater Fragrance, level 34, class. Archer Linison continued to level up, maintaining a significant lead at level 38. With Dominator Blade close behind, and Dominator Mage occupying third, the Mad Dragon twins held the 4th and 5th positions, intensifying the competitive atmosphere in Frozen City. Indeed, my singular focus on profits had caused my level to lag behind. Tomorrow, I must dedicate an entire day to leveling up. Since entering Tianzong, I have been consciously, if inadvertently, suppressing my leveling speed. However, I cannot afford to fall too far behind. Ideally, I should hover between ranks 11 and 20 on the leaderboard, remaining off the charts while possessing the capability to vanquish the leaderboard's top players. That would indeed be intriguing. Chapter 56. The Little White Rabbit. At 11:30 in the morning, Yu awoke. After a brief wash in the hall, I found Giguzi and Du Shursen seated on the sofa, sipping water. The sweltering summer necessitated ample hydration, and these two seemed to embody camels, consuming a barrel of purified water every 2 days. After a while, I declared that I would not be having lunch in the studio. I donned a light shirt and gazed at the blazing sun outside. Giguzi nodded in agreement. Then B and I will have boxed meals downstairs. Du Shursen inquired, Lu Chun, where are you heading for lunch? Oh, I have a lunch appointment. Who are you dining with? Lin Yisan invited me. Ah. Du Shursen immediately sprang to his feet, excitement evident on his face. As lifelong brothers, we share both fortune and adversity. You must bring me and Xiao Gui along. With a sigh, I replied, are you hoping to win Lin Yisan's affection? Du Shursen blushed. I merely wish to enjoy a good meal. I shrugged with a smile. You may wish to join, but Lin Yisan will most likely not extend an invitation to you. It's up to you. Then I'll go alone. Whatever. 10 minutes later, the three of us strolled down the street, the scorching sun overhead making me feel as if I were being roasted alive. I clenched my fists and threw a couple of mock punches into the air, feeling a surge of strength coursing through my arms. It seemed my physique had indeed been remarkably enhanced, yet the sensation of the sun's rays was almost unbearable, akin to the pain inflicted by ice-cold poison. Giguzi observed my drenched state after a few punches and sincerely praised. Excellent martial skills. Du Shursen chuckled. It appears you recognize true talent, my brother. Lu Chen's move is the long-lost dog paddle from the underworld. Giguzi laughed heartily before shifting the topic. Yesterday, the expressions of Dan Shu Tai Chi and Fan Yun Fu Yu were as if they wished to devour the three of us. The Quanglong Guild harbors considerable animosity towards the blood mercenaries. Yet, they ended up purchasing the shattered 4th-level magic cooking. Why is that? I smiled faintly. Quite simple. The Quanglong Guild is preparing for a significant operation. What operation? Giguzi and Du Shursen asked almost in unison. I pondered for a moment before articulating with conviction, heroic order. Giguzi's pupils dilated in realization. The guild establishment certificate, the heroic order? Indeed. I nodded. To date, there hasn't been a single guild established in the Chinese region, primarily due to players' inadequate levels and the fact that no one has been able to obtain the heroic order. Du Shursen asked, how does one acquire the heroic order? Giguzi explained, the heroic order is a high-tier item, only obtainable from bosses of level 60 or above, with a minuscule drop rate. Currently, there isn't even a single player at level 40, making it exceedingly challenging to confront a level 60 boss. Even a group assault would be futile, for players' damage output pales in comparison to a boss's healing rate. Du Shursen laughed. So, the Quanglong Guild thinks that the Dragon Walks the World crew can challenge a level 60 boss? That is a pipe dream. Not entirely. I shook my head. The process of exploration is always arduous, but at least the Quanglong Guild possesses the manpower and resources to undertake it. In this regard, we cannot compete. If Dragon Walks the World manages to secure the first heroic order, they may very well dominate Iceberg City. Giguzi chuckled. I just received some inside information. Dragon Walks the World is run by a fellow named Lu Chao, a wealthy scion from a consortium in Shanghai. His father is Lu Gang. Du Shursen and I exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, damn. Soon after, the three of us arrived opposite the university, where the renowned Hunan restaurant, Zayaju, awaited us. It was a rather fitting name, and given the bustling crowd, I assumed Lin Yisan had made a reservation. Otherwise, we would have to wait until after 2 o'clock to dine. Upon entering Zayaju, I took out my phone and dialed Lin Yisan. Just then, a ringtone echoed behind me. If you're going to marry Grey Wolf. Turning around, I spotted Lin Yisan and her friend, Qingqing, approaching hand in hand. Both were dressed lightly. Sun Qingqing wore a beige t-shirt paired with a deep blue skirt, exuding youthful exuberance with her innocent and charming looks. Instantly, I categorized her as a protected species, for such a girl must not be sullied by the likes of Shursen. Unfortunately, it was a grave mistake for Sun Qingqing to appear alongside Lin Yisan. The presence of such beauty when juxtaposed, could lead to dire consequences. While Sun Qingqing was undoubtedly a first-rate beauty, standing next to Lin Yisan diminished her allure significantly. My eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Yisan in a white short-sleeved shirt, adorned with a simple bow at the collar. However, the shirt seemed rather inflated, and it was astonishing how well-developed she was. The buttons appeared on the verge of bursting, while her lower half was clad in a black skirt that showcased her snow-white legs. Such a black and white combination might appear pedestrian on others, but on Lin Yisan, it was nothing short of breathtaking. Du Shisan gaped at Lin Yisan, his mouth agape like a dehydrated fish, speechless. Guguzi, on the other hand, maintained his composure, casting a few glances before redirecting his gaze elsewhere. "You've arrived?" Lin Yisan greeted with a dimpled smile, addressing a nearby waitress. "Hello, we've reserved table 48. "Oh, how many are you?" "3. Please follow me." "Thank you." Lin Yisan waved me over, and I followed her upstairs. She and Sun Qingqing ascended the steps with a rhythmic patter, while I admired the fluttering hem of her skirt and the graceful legs beneath it, my heart soaring. Du Shisan and Guguzi, forgotten in the corner, quickly requested to sit closer to us. Miraculously, there was indeed an adjacent empty table. Throughout the entire ascent, Lin Yisan did not spare a glance at Du Shisan and Guguzi, as if they were invisible. Once upstairs, we found a window-side table. I accepted the menu and cheerfully told the waitress, "I'll have this the Dongting wild duck for 75 yuan, and this the flavored snake for 112 yuan, and this, something cheaper, the signature chopped pepper fish head for 80 yuan wa." Lin Yisan's beautiful eyes widened in shock, staring at me with a mix of admiration and disbelief, as though she wished to pierce me with 1,000 arrows. Sun Qingqing laughed. "Lu Chun, it seems you Haven Tea had a hearty meal in quite some time." I nodded. "Indeed, it's been hit or miss. Being a professional player is quite exhausting." Lin Yisan bit her rosy lip, glaring at me. "Humph. Just wait until it's your turn to treat me. You'll see. You scoundrel." I burst into laughter, reveling in her displeasure. Sun Qingqing glanced between us, catching on to the underlying tension, and teased, "Lu Chun, don't upset Yi. Let me tell you, after 2 years with Yi, I've never seen her treat any boy to a meal. You're the first. You should feel quite proud. Is that so?" I shot a sidelong glance at Lin Yisan, who was glaring daggers at me. I continued, "Miss, let us have another large bottle of juice." The one for 68 yuan. Lin Yisan nearly collapsed, pitifully turning to Sun Qingqing. "Qingqing, you still have plenty of instant noodles, right?" "Yes. Do not throw it away. I shall indulge in it next week." Sun Qingqing was at a loss for words and attempted to mediate the situation by suggesting, "Let us discuss the circumstances within the game. Yi planned to establish a new guild, and Lu Chun, you possess the Crimson Mercenaries. Given that both our guilds have antagonized the dominant family, we must unite. Otherwise, the dominant family will ensure our lives are far from pleasant." I nodded in agreement, stating, "This requires careful deliberation. We must devise an impeccable strategy to utterly dismantle the Annihilation Guild." Lin Yisan raised her delicate brows and provocatively remarked, "So, your intelligence must be quite remarkable." "Indeed," I responded confidently. "What wisdom do you wish to impart?" Lin Yisan flashed a sweet smile. "I shall pose a few exceedingly simple questions." "Proceed." I replied. "How many brothers does Aladdin have?" I was taken aback. Aladdin is Indian. How could I possibly know? "Fool. Aladdin has 3 brothers, Aladdin A, Aladdin B, and Aladdin C." "Damn, that question is utterly ridiculous." Lin Yisan covered her mouth, giggling softly. "Let's continue. Here's the second question. What were the last words of Shinnong before his demise?" I was at a loss. Lin Yisan's smile widened as she pretended to struggle for breath, exclaiming, this grass is poisonous." I was taken aback. Lin Yisan pressed on, her spirits high now. For the third question, on Changban Slope, Zhao Yun fought valiantly, left and right, when Li Jian remarked, "Prime Minister, that white-robed young general has returned to battle." Xiahou Dun responded, "This is the 7th time. Does he not tire?" Cao Cao exclaimed, "This scoundrel is determined to slay all my men." What did Zhao Yun say at that moment? I was speechless. Lin Yisan, with a twinkle in her eye, declared, "Zhao Yun said, that Zhang Fei, the rascal, had me hold the rear, yet he roared and shattered the Changyang Bridge. How am I to return?" I was left dumbfounded. Lin Yisan's breadth of knowledge was truly astonishing. "So, are you still questioning your own intelligence?" she inquired playfully. I had no words. Sun Qingqing was in fits of laughter, sprawled on the table, while only Lin Yisan and I exchanged glances, the air thick with tension. Shortly thereafter, the dishes were served. Du Shisan and Guguzi were seated not far away. Seizing an opportunity, Du Shisan approached me, wineglass in hand. And with a flair for charming women, He glanced out at the picturesque campus scenery and said, Lu Chun, do you remember the days when we were students at the university? How carefree we were. I nodded. Du Shisan continued. Do you recall that year in our senior year when we secretly bought a hot pot? We were lamenting the lack of ingredients, when suddenly, a little white rabbit appeared on the lawn of the student dormitory. Oh, the flavor was exquisitely tender, simply divine. He licked his lips in a rather unsavory manner. Sun Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to Lin Yisan and exclaimed, the little white rabbit you kept during your freshman year. At last, the truth is revealed. Chapter 57. The Genius Divine Clan Du Shisan. Keenly observing the atmosphere, noticed Lin Yisan's unusual expression and swiftly distanced himself from our table. In my entire life, I had never witnessed him display such agility. Sun Qingqing, blooming with laughter, inquired, Lu Chun, is your friend from the University of Science and Technology as well? Indeed, I nodded, but we graduated 6 months ago. Oh, I see. A glance towards Lin Yisan revealed her gaze fixed upon me, her delicate brows furrowing, exuding an air of fierce intent. I promptly diverted my attention to Sun Qingqing, remarking, Qingqing, the sunshine today is particularly splendid. At that moment, Giguzi approached with a glass of beer, grinning, ladies, perhaps you are unaware? Our formidable leader, Zhiji, was no ordinary individual during his time at the university. Do you remember the WCG held in Shanghai 3 years ago? The infamous Zhu Yingwan represented Korea, vanquishing China's 3 stellar champions, only to be utterly defeated in 5 consecutive matches by a student. Zhiji, known as the genius of the divine clan, Knight Chun. Sun Qingqing gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Lin Yisan was equally taken aback. She rose slowly, her beautiful eyes locking onto mine, filled with a complex array of emotions. You are the legendary genius of the divine clan, the former captain of the university team, Knight Chun? Lin Yisan bit her lip, questioning me. A jolt coursed through me. Should I affirm or deny? For when my name reverberated throughout the realm, Lin Yisan was merely around 18 years old. As a young champion who had slain interstellar emperors, I was undoubtedly an idol in the hearts of young girls, perhaps even inviting affection. Just the thought stirred my youthful heart. Those are merely past events. I waved dismissively, feigning indifference. Lin Yisan's gaze shifted, momentarily dreamy, before igniting with a fierce intensity, akin to unleashing a lethal technique. My heart sank. This was not a good sign. In the next instant, Lin Yisan leaped towards me, her delicate hands gripping my neck tightly as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, So, you are Knight Chun. Lu Chun, you scoundrel, I shall have my revenge. With a crash, the chair toppled over, and I leaned back against the intricately carved windowsill, while Lin Yisan curled up in my embrace, resembling a diminutive yet fierce Persian cat. I feigned innocence. What on earth are you doing? Lin Yisan, gritting her silver teeth, retorted, How dare you speak? In response, I chose silence, instead reveling in the sensation of her warmth against me. It was summer, and Lin Yisan's alluring figure pressed against me, her softness igniting a wild frenzy within me, especially as she subtly shifted her body. I felt on the verge of losing control, yet, as a principled young man, I grasped her waist from behind to prevent her short skirt from revealing too much. Sighing, I realized my kindness might have been misplaced. Within moments, Lin Yisan regained her composure. Wasn't this lesson too lenient on me? Suddenly, her exquisite face flushed crimson, and in a fit of anger, she delivered a punch to my chest before nimbly leaping away. I straightened up, struggling to suppress my impulses, furrowing my brow in confusion over Lin Yisan's impulsive behavior. Sun Qingqing took a sip of her tea, smiling knowingly. Lu Chun, do you recall what happened after you defeated Zhu Yingwan? I shook my head. Sun Qingqing continued. Who is Zhu Yingwan? He is the interstellar emperor of Korea. A month after your victory over him, Zhu Yingwan tracked down your address and brought members of the elite international team Firefox to Suzhou. By then, you had already graduated and left the university team. Consequently, Zhu Yingwan spent an entire day wiping out the night team at the university, and at that time, was a key player. I glanced at Lin Yisan, a sudden wave of sympathy washing over me. With her skill level, she would have been mercilessly trampled by Zhu Yingwan's wrath. Sun Qingqing continued. Was determined not to concede defeat, resulting in 10 consecutive losses, costing me half a month's worth of breakfast. What a painful memory. So that was the case. I pondered briefly before chuckling. Truly, I did not slay Bo Ren, yet Bo Ren perished because of me. Lin Yisan shot me an indignant look. How dare you say that? After defeating Zhu Yingwan, you just vanished, leaving us to clean up the mess. I truly wish to set your world on fire. I laughed heartily. How about this? I shall treat this meal as an apology to After weighing her options, Lin Yisan nodded. Very well. With a sense of regret for the extravagant order I had placed, I contemplated the return journey. On the way back, Lin Yisan expressed her desire to set my world on fire, when Du Shursen interjected, "Little ghost, you are too naive. How can one trust a woman's words?" I believe Lin Yisan holds great regard for Lu Chun, especially for his prowess in gaming. As he spoke, Du Shursen's demeanor shifted, and he playfully patted my shoulder, saying, "Lu Chun, if our Lin beauty were to offer herself, our blood mercenaries would gladly join her future guild." I resolutely shook my head and replied earnestly, 13. That is impossible. Why not? Du Shursen asked, perplexed. I looked him in the eye, articulating clearly, the blood mercenaries are an independent guild. Even if we were to join another, there exists only one guild worthy of our allegiance. Ancient Sword Soul Dream. Du Shursen gazed at me, dumbfounded. Geguzi clenched his fists, affirming, "Lu Chen, I support you. I am aware of the matters within Ling Hong. A hero dies for a true friend. If you were to return to Ancient Sword Soul Dream one day, I would willingly follow you there." I smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Du Shursen added, "However, this requires careful consideration. Presently, Ancient Sword Soul Dream is nowhere to be found. Furthermore, its core members appear to be only Lai Rai and Morong Mingwe. And with just the two of them, they cannot establish a foothold in Iceberg City." I said nothing. Du Shursen's words were accurate. Yet, with my presence, humph. Ancient Sword Soul Dream shall inevitably make a name for itself in Iceberg City. Although my current condition prevented me from confronting He directly and joining Ancient Sword Soul Dream, I, along with the blood mercenaries, would stop at nothing to protect her, aiding Ancient Sword Soul Dream in establishing its presence in Iceberg City. Upon returning to my residence, I logged in. With a flash, the scene before me dimmed slightly, reminiscent of being in a grave. I climbed out of the tomb, inhaling the fresh air outside, and burst into laughter, mimicking the heroes from films as I shouted to the wilderness, "Travelers, do not mourn my death. If I were alive, none of you would stand a chance." After my proclamation, I felt invigorated. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from a nearby tent, and a beautiful figure stepped out, elegantly clad in armor that accentuated her curvaceous form. She wielded a sharp sword and a dagger, her raven black hair cascading over her cloak, and her violet eyes captivating all who beheld her. It was Lin Yisan, who had set up a tent in the cold ice ridge before logging off. How audacious. How dismissive of others. I reached into my bag and retrieved a card, advancing towards her. With a flourish, the card soared through the air, forming a dazzling magical array that enveloped Lin Yisan, the hexagram spinning rapidly beneath her feet. Lin Yisan gazed at the enchanting array beneath her feet, astonished. Moments later, realization dawned upon her. This formation was the release effect of a sealing card. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripened apple in autumn. She shot me a sidelong glance and chided, "Lu Chun, do you wish to perish? How dare you attempt to seal me? Do you think I am but a level 1 pet?" I chuckled heartily, for Lin Yisan had accurately discerned my thoughts. Truth be told, I had indeed entertained the notion of sealing her, carrying her by my side throughout the day to assist in slaying monsters. And she was certainly a feast for the eyes. If that were possible, bliss would surely ensue. You came to Icebound Post to seek me, didn't you?" I inquired. "Indeed," Lin Yisan nodded, offering no further elaboration. "What do you seek me for?" With a playful blink, Lin Yisan replied, "Shall we venture to clear a map together? I wonder if you might be interested." I nodded. "Is the monster level on that map high?" "Very high," she affirmed. "No problem, for I, too, need to level up. Besides," I hesitated, then smiled, "we could train together and perhaps deepen our bond. Yes? Is that so?" Lin Yisan's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing her sharp fangs, a characteristic of the Shadow Demon Maiden. Though they were indeed fangs, they added a certain charm. Yet, I felt a chill. Lin Yisan was as beautiful as a fairy, but when provoked, she could be as mischievous as a little devil. Caution was imperative, otherwise, one might find themselves sold out. Counting the money for her. The same could be said for Du Shursen or Geguzi. Du Shursen had no resistance to beautiful women, while Geguzi was somewhat slow-witted, according to Du Shursen, slightly foolish. Geguzi was a leveling prodigy. The distinction between genius and talent lay in that extra dash of foolishness, which could indeed prove advantageous. I asked, what map are we discussing?" "Do share." "All right." Lin Yisan pulled me into her party, then gracefully gestured, revealing an ancient map in hues of brownish yellow. With a swift tap of her delicate hand, blue ripples radiated outward, depicting an area distant from Icebound City, known as Ghost Valley. It appeared to be teeming with undead creatures. I paused, then remarked, my forte lies in necromantic attacks. Yet I possess no enhancements against undead beings. What, pray tell, made you seek me for this endeavor? Lin Yisan smirked, casting a disdainful glance my way. Spare me your vanity. I am not interested in you, but rather in the attack power of your mystic bee. With it by our side, we can surely sweep through Ghost Valley within 24 hours. Quickly, repair your gear and stock up on potions. We must prepare for our journey. I found myself at a loss for words. In Lin Yisan's eyes, I was deemed less valuable than a mystic bee. With our pre-battle preparations complete, we set forth. Beneath the afterglow of the setting sun, the skeletal warrior marched alongside the resplendent goddess of war, embarking on a journey into the unknown. What awaited us ahead? Regardless, we would press on undeterred. Chapter 58. The purple-robed Marquis. As I traversed the winding path through the forest, the moonlight cascaded down like white frost upon the ground, casting mottled shadows of the trees. With the Su-In-Hu blade in hand, I strode forward with an air of calm confidence, while Lin Yisan walked beside me, her snow-white legs gracefully stepping upon my shadow. The mountain breeze whistled, faintly carrying the sounds of howling wolves and roaring tigers. A fleeting glance revealed Lin Yisan's fiery blade hovering in midair, its movement swift. Its attack power was formidable, likely rivaling my own mysterious hornet. It wouldn't be long before the Wild Dragon Guild mobilized a throng to confront bosses of level 60 and above. I pondered aloud. Lin Yisan chuckled lightly. Let them be. Do you truly wish to see the Wild Dragon Guild grow stronger in Frosty Ice City? I turned to meet her gaze. She continued, your intellect is quite commendable. Have you not considered that the ones most opposed to the Wild Dragon Guild's rise are not us, but the Annihilation Guild? Ba Tianzong and his cohorts will surely not stand idly by. Indeed, that is a valid point. I nodded, then shifted the conversation. How many skilled players have you recruited thus far, Missy? 3. Qingqing, Zichuan Yu, and Duo Mingjian. And you? 2. Shisan and Giguzi. Lin Yisan tilted her head, seemingly amused by something. What does that look? I felt an unsettling chill as her gaze lingered. She burst into laughter, the blood mercenaries. You score a 9, Giguzi a 4, and as for that so-called outstanding expert, I would argue that granting him a score of 1 is already generous. I nodded in agreement. Your evaluations are rather astute. As we continued on our path, an unexpected commotion ahead revealed a 5-member leveling party. Among them was a 33-level warrior named Purple-Robed Marquis, clad in shimmering blue armor, likely crafted from refined iron, a force to be reckoned with. Accompanying him was a 32-level magic knight known as Reflection, a 30-level mage named Tianyaku, along with a priest and a strategist, both at level 29. This party possessed formidable strength. Both the purple-robed Marquis and Reflection were rare talents. A chill ran down my spine, and I murmured, be cautious. Their intentions are not benevolent. Why do you say that? Lin Yisan inquired. With a slight smile, I explained, while your abilities are commendable, your experience is lacking. Observe their formation. 1 warrior and 1 magic knight are advancing towards us, the priest and mage trailing behind, with the strategist bringing up the rear. This is clearly a combat formation. Is it necessary for them to adopt such a rigorous stance when merely passing by us? Lin Yisan nodded slightly, a trace of murderous intent glimmering in her enchanting purple eyes, her lips curving into a captivating smile. Then let us meet force with force. You take the lead while I seize the opportunity to ambush and eliminate the mage and priest. That mage is level 32 and will be quite troublesome. Understood. I advanced with purpose, suddenly raising one hand as the Su-In-Hu blade ignited in a blaze of fierce flames, enveloped in a crimson glow. As I summoned necromantic energy, Reflection charged forth, without hesitation, launching a fiery thrust. My blade swung, clashing with his spear, causing a resounding clang as I staggered. Losing over 100 health points, this magic knight's attack power was impressive. With a swift motion, I pressed the Su-In-Hu blade against Reflection's shoulder, inflicting 487 points of damage. Unfortunately, Reflection's health was still above 800, forcing him to retreat with half his health diminished. At that moment, a chilling wind swept in, heralding the arrival of the purple-robed Marquis, who attacked my waist from a tricky angle with his sword. Though I saw the move clearly, his speed was astounding. Under half a second, leaving me no chance to evade. With a piercing sound, I felt the impact. 312. Such a fierce attack. Simultaneously, Tianyaku began chanting a spell, summoning a fire dragon from the depths, charging directly toward me. This was the mage's level 20 skill, Dragon's Roar. In an instant, I was engulfed in flames, losing 301 health points. The situation was dire. I had severely underestimated my opponent's strength. The purple-robed Marquis' strikes were exceptionally fierce. Having landed his initial blow, he swiftly maneuvered to my side, akin to a relentless predator, launching a second attack. Years of experience in PvP had honed my reflexes. I had practiced this movement countless times. Anticipating his maneuver, I began to slide back just before his blade reached me, executing a fluid turn to strike at the purple-robed Marquis's back. Clash. 389. Sparks flew as my blow clearly startled him. His health hovered around 600. And a follow-up strike would surely finish him. My second strike was already in motion, a planned attack, yet unexpectedly. A radiant light descended upon the purple-robed Marquis from above. 224. Damn, instant healing? This priest is impressive. Meanwhile, Tianyaku unleashed another dragon's roar, and I felt a wave of dread. Facing 5 opponents was indeed too ambitious, and I would surely fall within 5 seconds. The strategist began casting buffs and defenses, pivotal factors in determining the outcome. In these early stages of the game, a mere 5% boost in attack and defense was quite significant, especially given our inferior gear. Just then, a silvery flash streaked across the sky, reflecting twice. Clash. 2 light sounds echoed as Tianyaku collapsed, his magical shield shattered. And the priest fell with a look of disbelief, his eyes reflecting a stunning visage. Lin Yixin had finally made her move. As the 2 mage players fell, the remaining strategist panicked, retreating hastily. Little did he expect that a massive black hornet would swoop in, its tail stinger striking twice, sending him into a state of shock as damage numbers soared. 456. 512. Each strike was enough to obliterate him. The 30-plus level hornet was overwhelmingly powerful, its attack surpassing even mine. I quickly consumed a level 3 health potion, instantly recovering 600 health points, revitalized, and darting towards the magic night reflection. Meanwhile, Reflection summoned his pet, a formidable 27-level green mantis, known for its strong attack and defense, albeit with a slow attack speed, having a 3-second interval between strikes. Clash. The green mantis's blade grazed my chest armor, resonating with a hum as a dark sheen enveloped me, accompanied by eerie whispers. The mantis's attack barely scratched me, inflicting less than 100 points of damage, thanks to my high defense and the level 3 defensive skill, Ghostly Armor. With precision, I struck down twice, the first with my signature skill, Pardon, and the second with my strongest attack skill, Blade of Judgment. Miss. 1503. Reflection's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had sustained over 1,000 points of damage. Indeed, such figures were rare in the early stages of the game. Thud. Reflection fell, leaving only the purple-robed Marquis standing. Facing the onslaught from both Lin Yixin and myself, the purple-robed Marquis remained composed, surveying his surroundings with a cold smile. To think that the number 1 on the leaderboard, Feng Sahuanshan, would ally with the 7th-ranked Zhiji Changsha. It seems I am destined to fall at your hands today. I chuckled softly. Purple-robed Marquis, it appears we have no past grievances. Why then did you initiate an attack against us first? The purple-robed Marquis scoffed. Why ask so many questions? Today, I, the purple-robed Marquis, along with my brothers, find ourselves outmatched. Humph. Were it not for the formidable strength of your 2 companions, the outcome would remain uncertain. Lin Yixin could not help but chuckle. Is that so? Would you care for a fair opportunity to duel with me? Do you dare? The purple-robed Marquis gritted his teeth. Wind-color fantasy. I have no personal vendetta against you. Our only aim is to eliminate the shipwrecked sands. Why must you meddle? Oh. Lin Yixin raised an elegant brow, glancing at me. What grievance do you share with him? He has offended my friend, the shadow wielder Chanel. I retorted, my eyebrows furrowing in indignation. Indeed, and thus from this day forth, we are sworn enemies. The purple-robed Marquis glared at me, raising his sword's edge, declaring, shipwrecked sands. You too are a celebrated figure on the divine rankings. Do you dare to engage me in a fair battle? What audacity from the purple-robed Marquis. Aware of Lin Yixin's high level and distinct advantage, he still sought to pick on me, this soft target. Very well, I shall not employ my companion. I nodded slightly, raising the Xianhua blade, and smiled. Come forth, purple-robed Marquis. Let me gauge your true worth, and see if you can restore honor for your friend from the Shadow Wielder family. Here I come. The purple-robed Marquis charged forth. His form is straight as an arrow. Yet, as he neared within 5 yards of me, he abruptly deviated from his intended trajectory. In the next moment, enveloped in a crimson glow, he lunged at me from the right, executing the unique skill of a level 30 warrior, Sudden Assault. I could not help but grin. Indeed, he possessed a modicum of skill. With 2 quick pushes against the ground, my body flew several meters away, gliding like a leaf in the wind, creating a perfect S-curve that intersected with his movement. At the moment of contact, I flicked my sword, and a large mist soared above the purple-robed Marquis's head. Instantly, he was taken aback, having realized that my subsequent strike would inflict damage, ignoring 60 of his defense and enhancing my attack power by 45. The earlier encounter with the Shadow Knight had also been under the influence of this move. The knight, with its substantial health, could not withstand this blow, nor could the purple robe Marquis. Observing the shock etched on the purple robe Marquis's face, I flicked my wrist to retract the blade and turned to Lin Yisin, saying, let us level up elsewhere. We should not squander time here. Lin Yisin stood momentarily agape, evidently startled by my astonishing maneuver. She glanced at me, her expression tinged with curiosity. Are you truly that fallen dust from Lingtong? I nodded. Yes, let us go. Oh. Lin Yisin obediently followed me into the thicket, leaving the purple robe Marquis standing there, ultimately sighing. Chanel, what kind of adversary have you offended? Chapter 59. Slaughtering the wind. Your charm is quite remarkable, Lin Yisin remarked with a smile, as she walked backward with her hands clasped behind her. The moonlight rippled, casting a silvery glow upon Lin Yisin's delicate face, while her white cloak swayed gently, enhancing her ethereal beauty, reminiscent of pure snow and the fragrance of blossoms. I found myself somewhat enchanted, prompting me to inquire, why do you say that? With a playful smile, Lin Yisin retorted, the Ba Tian Dao wishes to kill you. Long Xing Tian Xia seeks your demise. Even the shadowy Chanel desires your end. Not to mention the purple robe Marquis we encountered earlier, all wish to eliminate you. Does this not indicate your considerable allure? Chuckling nonchalantly, I replied, it's all right. In this realm, enemies lurk at every corner. Haraha. Lin Yisin shot me a glance, covering her mouth in amusement. Let us go. We must reach Phantom Valley early, level up to 60. And upon transitioning to a silver tier warrior, you will gain several life-saving skills that might extend your existence. Indeed, upon our arrival at Phantom Valley, dawn had already broken in the game, as beams of morning light pierced through the jungle, scattering golden hues. Look, it's right ahead, Lin Yisin pointed, and there indeed lay a canyon, though it appeared somber and lifeless, the jungle teeming with an ominous aura. It was fitting, considering the valley's name. One could hardly expect anything favorable within its confines. I pondered deeply, furrowing my brows. What's wrong? Lin Yisin asked. I replied, this place is fraught with peril. The balance of yin and yang is disrupted, and the restless spirits roam freely. It is a sight of great misfortune. Lin Yisin glanced anxiously around, before looking down at her chest, then calmly stated, so what? You charlatan, hurry into the valley. There are tasks awaiting us at the entrance. We pressed forward and soon encountered a dilapidated makeshift camp at the canyon's mouth. The camp was pitifully constructed, supported by a few bamboo poles, with two sentinels gathered around a smoldering bonfire, the air thick with smoke. On a wooden rack lay the remains of a half-eaten juvenile porcupine. Lin Yisin approached, standing confidently before the NPC soldier, and sweetly inquired, Sir, how may we assist you? One soldier rose, sizing up Lin Yisin before his gaze fell upon me. It was no surprise he failed to recognize my knight spirit form, as the Qinghua cloak concealed my identity. The soldier sighed, young adventurers, before your arrival 3 months ago, we endured over 10 assaults. Those vile undead claimed the lives of our comrades. It is a blessing you have come. I knew the Silver Moon Alliance would not forsake distant warriors. He then proclaimed, brave young warriors, please proceed to Phantom Valley and eradicate 200 corpses and 200 zombies. Upon completion, return to me for a generous reward. Ding. System notification. Do you accept the quest, Cleanse Phantom Valley? Quest level, D rank upper. Lin Yisin and I harmoniously chose to accept. With the task in hand, we set forth. Drawing my sword, I summoned the Xinyuan bee. Lin Yisin glanced at the bee's name, unable to suppress a pout as she said, Lu Chun, change the bee's name. It cannot be Wind Color Fantasy. Why not? I turned and asked with a smile. With pride, Lin Yisin declared, because I am unique. This reasoning was hardly compelling. Yet I acquiesced and renamed the Xinyuan bee to F22, a name that indeed sounded impressive, eliciting a cascade of melodic laughter from Lin Yisin. As we entered the canyon, an overwhelming stench assaulted our senses. Ugh, what is that foul odor? Lin Yisin wrinkled her brow. The scent of the undead, I replied. I was all too familiar with it. Having been a death knight, I had encountered this odor before. However, after absorbing a substantial amount of necromantic essence, I had ascended to the realm of the bone spirit, thus shedding that foul scent. Otherwise, Lin Yisin would hardly have chosen to walk alongside me. Ahead, a chilling, guttural growl echoed, as a tattered figure trudged towards us through the valley. It's a human, Lin Yisin exclaimed excitedly, but her expression shifted to one of horror the next moment. The figure approaching was not a living human, but a half-decayed corpse. The lowest tier of the night's spirit monstrosities, its face marred and infested with maggots, a ghastly sight. Corpse level, 42, its level was 6 above mine and 4 above Lin Eason's, still manageable. You go ahead. I gestured to Lin Eason, signaling it was her turn to shine, for her divine power should render her adept at dealing with undead creatures. Lin Eason pouted, brandishing her sword as she dashed forward. A faint silver light enveloped her long sword, and as she neared the creature, a swirl of milky white wind erupted from the blade. Smack! 412. 427. 2 ordinary strikes yielded such formidable damage. I rubbed my eyes and quickly checked the battle information. Discovering this line, battle notification, player Wind Color Fantasy has activated the Slaughtering Wind sword technique. Slaughtering Wind. I exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Eason, is this your skill? Indeed. She replied, gracefully retreating 2 meters, maintaining her distance from the creature before launching another assault, her rhythm impeccable. She seemed to anticipate my curiosity and smiled. Back when I was still a novice, I defeated a rather strong boss, which dropped the Slaughtering Wind sword technique. This skill significantly enhances the efficiency of my regular attacks, with a level 3 Slaughtering Wind increasing attack damage by 15. I nodded in understanding. No wonder your leveling pace is so rapid. Let's chit-chat. Come help me. A level 42 monster. We must tackle it together to avoid any damage. All right. I brandished my sword and summoned the Xianyuan Bee, charging forward. My first strike dealt over 1,000 damage, and the Xianyuan Bee quickly pierced the creature twice. With Lin Eason's fiery blade attack, we efficiently dispatched the level 42 corpse with virtually no damage taken. Although the experience was shared, we could still see a noticeable increase in our experience bars, as the monster provided a substantial reward. In a flourish, the first corpse dropped a gleaming high-grade magic stone. I picked it up and inspected it. Quality, 91 points. How should we distribute this? Should we roll for it? Lin Eason dismissed the notion without a glance. What is the point of rolling? This stone is yours, and the next one will be mine. We'll alternate, ensuring no one is at a disadvantage. Agreed. Lin Eason's method of distribution was indeed fair. Rolling could lead to unequal allocations, fostering discontent. Proceeding further, the valley began to fill with an increasing number of corpses. Initially sparse, they soon gathered in hordes, making our task considerably challenging. With a decisive swing, I felled a level 44 corpse, and Lin Eason blushed, her breath quickening. I can't do this anymore. The 44 level corpses deal too much damage. Let us have our pets tank a couple. We can't bear all the burden ourselves. I told you not to underestimate the Xianyuan Bee's defense. Enough chatter. Hurry. I instructed the Xianyuan Bee to draw the attention of the monsters. And soon 5 level 44 corpses surged towards us, presenting a dire challenge. Engage. I brandished my sword and swiftly advanced, directing the Xianfeng to withstand 3 opponents while I wielded the Xianyan blade to assist in the assault. My initial goal was to eliminate one adversary swiftly. Lin Eason, equally adept, engaged another with her fiery blade, and the battle was fierce and brutal, with our health rapidly depleting. In less than half a minute, the Xuanfeng's vitality had diminished by half. These undead fiends possessed an extraordinary level of strength. Drink some blood, don't hold back. Lin Eason urged, glancing at my health bar. I hastily consumed a level 3 health potion. It was time to go all out, even if it cost half a coin. With the combination of the exemption and the blade of execution, I dispatched 2 undead creatures, ultimately joining forces with the Xianfeng to fell the third, thereby navigating through the crisis. Meanwhile, Lin Eason executed her moves with grace, the Gale swordplay dancing and whirling in a breathtaking display of skill. As an hour slipped by, countless undead had fallen beneath our blades, yielding 11 large magic stones, a testament to the greater generosity of higher-level foes compared to lesser ones. I had ascended to level 37, while Lin Eason surged ahead to level 39, still 2 levels my senior. I settled beneath a tree to recuperate slightly, awaiting the Xianfeng to regain full health. Suddenly, I turned to see Lin Eason standing beside me, a collection of level 3 life potions cradled in her hands. What is this about? I inquired, feeling a twinge of unease. Aren't you running low on supplies? She replied, take them, they're free. Since we are training together as a team, there's no need to be stingy. I was profoundly touched and accepted the 17 potions, which could easily fetch nearly 1,000 RMB in the market. I couldn't help but glance at Lin Eason again, realizing that this lovely young woman was truly remarkable. Brushing off the dust, I rose and approached the corpse of an undead creature to absorb its soul flame. Lin Eason frowned slightly. What is the purpose of this continuous act? I revealed my arm, removing the wrist guard to unveil bloodied skin, some areas seemingly regenerating. It appeared I had reached the realm of the Bone Spirit Lord. Who knows how many soul flames I had absorbed to evolve to this stage? Have you grown skin? Lin Yisin exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. I smiled and nodded. Yes, once I absorb enough soul flames, I will evolve into an Azura and reclaim my human form. Wouldn't you like to see me in my handsome guise? Lin Yisin shot me a teasing glance, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief, and laughed. Even if you return to your real appearance. It won't have anything to do with being handsome. Just then, Lin Yisin received a message, and her lovely face clouded with concern. What's wrong? I inquired. I need to log off for a moment, she said, setting down her tent. Please wait for me for 10 minutes, all right? What is so urgent? I pressed. Don't ask. Just hurry back. With that, Lin Yisin logged off, leaving behind a bare and rudimentary tent. I decided to sit beside it, waiting for her return. Venturing alone to face a horde of level 44 monsters would be perilous. One misstep could lead to my demise. Having Lin Yisin, a formidable warrior, by my side was indeed essential. Chapter 60. The Demon Stone. After waiting for a while, finally, a sound chimed. Your friend Fengsa Huanxiang has logged in. Nearby. The tent stirred, and Lin Yisin emerged, her face etched with annoyance. What's the matter? I inquired. Lin Yisin glanced at me and, as if her mood had suddenly brightened, smiled. Luchun, let's skip dinner and have a late-night snack at 9. How does that sound? Huh. I stared at her. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Not at all. Lin Yisin replied with a playful smile. It's just a normal invitation to dine. Don't you usually treat others? Of course. I chuckled. I often treated Dushir-san to meals. And now it feels like I and Appos am his benefactor. Ugh, Don and Appos, do you find that disgusting? Your tastes are truly peculiar. Lin Yisin shot me a glare. I shrugged, grinning. Come on, let's get back to leveling up. All right. Delving deeper into the Ghost Valley, the decaying corpses gradually diminished, replaced by a more rigid, undead creature, the zombie. However, these zombies were not the whimsical ones dressed in Qing Dynasty official garb, but rather ragged, stiff-limbed specters, their muscles intact yet desiccated, resembling tattered cotton, emitting chilling wails. Zombie level 45. As I suspected, their level was indeed quite high. Whoosh. Lin Yisin transformed into a streak of silver light. Her beautiful eyes shrouded in a moonlit hue, the moon eye. Crack. A dagger found its mark in the zombie's throat, as Lin Yisin forcefully yanked the dagger, inflicting lethal damage. She then switched to her longsword, wielding the gale blade with a swift precision that dispatched the level 45 zombie before it could manage even 2 attacks. Clatter. A large demon stone erupted from the fallen creature, and Lin Yisin bent down to retrieve it, asking, Why aren't you attacking? I replied, Does this zombie bear some deep-seated grudge against you? Why are you so intent on mercilessly torturing it? Humph, I'm just in a bad mood. Oh. Continuing onward, the highest level of the zombies reached only 46, manageable for us, as 2 skilled experts accompanied by 2 exceptional pets. Our efficiency in leveling up was undoubtedly remarkable. In a duo, the skill effectiveness against each monster increased to 140, making our experience gain far superior compared to solo play. After 5 hours, I reached level 38, while Lin Yisin had already ascended to level 40, fulfilling the monster-killing quota for our quest. Just as I extended my fingers to absorb a zombie's soul fire, Lin Yisin patted my shoulder from behind. Let's go turn in the quest. Sounds good. We walked side by side through the valley, my Xianxing buzzing above my shoulder, while the fireblade trailed behind Lin Yisin's battle robe. This fireblade had already reached level 34, boasting impressive attack and defense stats. Not to mention its astounding health, a true testament to Lin Yisin's discerning eye for pets. Meanwhile, my Xianxing also reached level 36. Its attributes astonishingly formidable, level 36 attack, 405 defense, 282 health, 1204 agility, 585 at this moment. Xuanqing's combat prowess had surpassed mine, leading me to question whether Lin Yisin was drawn to me or my pet. When I inquired, the answer was rather disheartening. She was indeed only interested in Xuanqing's strength. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, the NPC soldier engaged us respectfully, his demeanor grave as he stated, You have proven your strength, young and powerful adventurers. Please accept my humble token of appreciation. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, Cleansing the Ghost Valley, earning 8,500 experience points, 150 reputation points. And the quest reward, Illusion Demon Stone, X1. Experience surged, yet I did not level up. Now at level 38, the rate of advancement had slowed significantly. Opening my bag, I unveiled a stone shimmering with a ghostly light, the legendary Illusion Demon Stone, rated at 100 points. I couldn't help but exclaim, Worth 1 gold coin. Lin Yisin whimpered, I didn't get anything. Your luck is lacking. Don't start. Your luck isn't exactly stellar either. As we spoke, the NPC soldier's expression turned serious again. From afar, esteemed and powerful young adventurers, I must inform you of a dire situation. The depths of Ghost Valley have been overrun by a horde of fearsome undead, relentlessly attacking us. They surely aim to breach the valley and assault the human villages below. For the sake of the innocent civilians, I implore you to heed my request. Lin Eason nodded. What do you need us to do? The soldier replied. Please venture into Ghost Valley and slay 500 blood skeletons and 500 green skeletons. But be cautious. These powerful undead will not spare any living being. They are vicious and brutal, so tread carefully. Ding. System prompt. Do you accept the quest, Crimson Spread? Quest level. C grade, low. Lin Eason and I exchanged smiles. A C grade quest. How splendid. Such a high-level task might reward us with refined iron or perhaps even mysterious iron equipment. The equipment market in Floating Ice City was booming. Even a bronze item could fetch as much as 100 gold coins. A level 40 mysterious iron piece could easily exceed 500 gold coins, equivalent to a staggering 50,000 RMB. Confirming the C-grade quest, Lin Eason playfully poked my arm with the hilt of her sword, giggling. I have a feeling we might strike it rich. At the very least, a mysterious iron piece, or perhaps even a silver one. Mysterious iron? I shot her a glance. Silver? Are you still dreaming? We're only level 40. If you flaunt silver gear in Floating Ice City, I guarantee a group will be waiting to take you down. I'd be satisfied with even a bronze piece. We turned back and re-entered Ghost Valley, dispatching numerous corpses and zombies along the way, which continued to respawn. I deliberately avoided these monsters. With a quest at hand, there was no need to waste time on non-task creatures. Lin Eason agreed with my approach, walking silently beside me. Soon, we reached the depths of Ghost Valley, where the surroundings grew dimmer, the ground coated in a layer of blood-red soil. My boots squelched as they pressed against the viscous surface, reminiscent of flesh, inducing a sense of discomfort. Of course, Lin Eason felt it most acutely, while I had grown accustomed to the eerie ambience of this nightmarish realm. Wait, I suddenly halted. What is going on? Monsters are appearing. Where? To the right. Lin Eason's beautiful eyes swept the area, and suddenly she exclaimed, It can disguise itself? Get out here, you coward! With a furious swing of her sword, the grass rustled, revealing a blood-soaked skeleton, completely bare, dragging a verdant bronze sword, its eye sockets ablaze with crimson light, shrieking as it charged at Lin Eason. Blood skeleton level, 47. Wow, quite a high level. This monster was 9 levels above me. Facing it solo would indeed be a challenge. I gazed at the blood skeleton and remarked, that skeleton is eyeing you rather intently. Lin Eason chuckled. No worries, it was looking at you first. How dare it even glance at me? Prepare to meet your end. I charged forward with a sense of absolution. The Xianfeng and Fireblade struck in unison, slashing and stabbing, causing the blood skeleton and Oppo's health to plummet. The Xianfeng boasted the highest damage output, particularly with its combo skill now upgraded to level 3. Occasionally delivering 3 strikes in swift succession, inflicting at least 1,000 damage with each flurry. Such formidable attack power ignited a pang of jealousy within Lin Eason, who vowed to acquire a tome of combo skills for Fireblade upon returning to Icebound City. Having successfully vanquished the first blood skeleton, my experience surged significantly. It must be noted that the blood skeleton possessed an extraordinarily high health pool. A level 47 creature with a staggering 5,000 health points was indeed impressive. Capturing one as a pet would undoubtedly yield a quintessential tank due to its vitality and defense. As we pressed onward, blood skeletons fell beneath our blades, and this leveling process was undeniably joyous. I relished in both the exhilarating rise of my experience bar and the sight of Lin Eason effortlessly dispatching foes, her chest rising and falling with exertion, a sight that brought me great pleasure. Half an hour later, Lin Eason wiped the sweat from her brow and cheerfully inquired, Lu Chun, how many gold coins do you possess now? 51. Why do you ask? I can sell you something good for 10 gold coins. Interested? Noticing her mischievous grin, I sensed a potential trick, yet I could not suppress my curiosity and asked, what is this good thing? Here. Lin Eason spread her fingers to reveal a purple crystal resting in her snow-white palm. The item attributes danced into view, transforming into golden characters that floated in the air. Magic Binding Stone can imprison a level 1 phantom beast. It disappears upon use. I gazed in astonishment. What on earth is this? Lin Eason chuckled. Silly, the purpose is quite clear. By using the Magic Binding Stone, you gain an opportunity to seal a level 1 pet. Once sealed, you can sell it along with the stone. Thus, although you are not a beast tamer, you can still earn the income of one. Without hesitation, I replied, Sell me one for 10 gold coins. Okay. After the transaction was complete, I asked, where did you acquire this treasure? Oh, it's a unique trait of the Radiant Ranger. Every week, I can sacrifice 100 points of reputation to exchange for 2 magic binding stones from my mentor. I and Amp, Oppos, been a bit tight on funds lately. Otherwise, I would and Amp, Oppos, part with it. Very well. We continued our monster hunting. After the blood skeletons, we encountered a new type of undead creature, the skeletal guardian known as the blue skeleton, entirely enveloped in azure rocky bones. These blue skeletons sporadically spawned amidst the blood skeletons in the depths of the Ghost Valley, serving as its guardians, boasting level 48 with exceptionally high defense, yet average attack and agility. As we battled, Lin Yisin suddenly froze, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Slowly raising her hand, she pointed towards the distance, murmuring, "Lu Chun, look, what is that?" I glanced over, my heart racing. There stood a freshly spawned blue skeleton, which was not surprising in itself. But the words hovering above its forehead caught my attention. Blue skeleton level 1, chapter 61. The fruit of pregnancy level 1. Indeed. Lin Yisin could hardly contain her excitement, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly, and her beautiful eyes sparkling with a mixture of surprise and joy. I swiftly retrieved a sealing card, grinning as I said, "Yisin, it's time for a contest of luck. Let us see who can seal this green skeleton first." All right. Lin Yisin grasped a binding stone in one hand while producing a sealing card with the other, evidently well prepared. She had just sold me a binding stone, granting me the opportunity to seal another pet. Designating the binding stone as the vessel for the phantom beast, I swiftly launched the sealing card. The card spun magnificently in the air, transforming into a hexagram magic array that enveloped the green skeleton above. Lin Yisin's sealing card ascended as well, overlapping with mine. It was indeed a contest of luck. The hexagram array spun rapidly as the level 1 green skeleton's body continuously enlarged and shrank, struggling to escape the sealing formation in a repetitive cycle. Suddenly, my heart skipped a beat. Had I succeeded? The level 1 green skeleton vanished, remarkably sealed in one attempt. Looking at my binding stone, it was empty. Turning around, I found Lin Yisin staring wide-eyed at the binding stone in her hand. Inside the transparent crystal, the green skeleton was visibly smaller, peering around curiously. Darn it. I bit my lip in frustration. Not only was this girl favored by the heavens with her enchanting beauty, but her luck was also astonishingly high. How could she make it look so effortless? Quick, let us check the green skeleton's attributes, I urged. Lin Yisin snapped back from her astonishment, nodding as she waved her hand, causing the pet interface from the binding stone to materialize. Green skeleton level 1 attack, 7 defense, 10 health, 10 agility, 9 growth, attack, defense, health, agility. My heavens, it possesses a 5-star defense. No wonder it's so hard to defeat. Its health growth is 4.5 stars. This green skeleton is exceptionally resilient. Lin Yisin exclaimed, her smile bright. I nodded. So, do you plan to train this green skeleton? You must dismiss the fireblade first. Lin Yisin's eyes sparkled with intelligence as she replied with a gentle smile. Not necessary. While the defense and health of this green skeleton are indeed impressive, its attack is only 3 stars, less than that of the green mantis or wildfire wolf. Furthermore, its agility is a mere 1.5 stars, which is far too low. If it can attack once every 3 seconds, we would be fortunate. In the early stages of the game, those who choose such a pet are either foolish or excessively wealthy. Her analysis was astute, and I chuckled. Then let us sell it when we return to town. Let us fleece the wealthy. Yes. Lin Yisin glanced at my empty binding stone, chuckling, Lu Kun. If our luck points are high enough, when we encounter another level 1 monster, I'll concede and let you seal it alone. Thanks. I replied. Hee. No need for formality. We continued battling monsters. The valley was overrun with poisonous weeds, yet it had become Lin Yisin's paradise. As a herbology student, her gathering skills had reached level 4, and she collected numerous rare medicinal herbs from the Phantom Valley. Lu Kun, protect me. I want to gather this 7-star flower. Oh, Lu Kun, come help me gather some 4-leaf lotus. Darn it, I can't. Ugh, you're so useless. A few minutes later, Lin Yisin led me to a low, verdant plant, saying, Here, this is the legendary level 4 herb, the ever-burning wood. Ever-burning wood? What is that? I asked, slightly intrigued. Lin Yisin smiled while gathering, explaining, ever-burning wood is documented in the divine anomalies. In the southern region, there exists a fiery mountain where the ever-burning wood grows. It burns day and night, and when the storm is not fierce, this plant remains unscathed. When burned, it leaves no ashes. Isn't that fascinating? I nodded. Let us burn one and see. Do you have fire? She laughed, looking at me. I glanced at her as she gathered herbs, admiring her delicate armor that hugged her form, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Well, I have a spark of desire, but no real fire. Linison, noticing my daze, blushed and pouted. I'm hungry. Let us find something to eat. I was taken aback. Food? I didn't buy any. There are breads in Iceberg City to replenish hunger. Didn't you bring any? I never carry any. I rely on what I collect from defeating others. Darn. I checked my hunger meter. I had only 35 points left, and I would receive a warning in 3 hours at most. We needed to find food urgently. And Linison was in a similar predicament. After gathering the herbs, Linison looked at the mountains ahead, smiling. There are fruits in the mountains, called 100 herb fruits. Sweet in flavor and quenching the thirst. I chimed in. They are the pregnancy fruits. Once eaten, one becomes pregnant. Go to hell. Linison playfully punched me. Come on, let us slay skeletons while looking for something to eat. 2 of the top 3 on the leaderboard starving in this place would be quite embarrassing. Entering the forest, I effortlessly dispatched a level 47 blood skeleton. With a crack, it dropped 2 items, a large magic stone and a card. What? A card. I was elated, picking it up and sharing its attributes with Linison. Blood skeleton card. Increases user's health by 15, restores 15 health points per second. Lasting for 30 minutes. Linison stuck out her tongue, smiling. What a great item. This can be used in boss battles or prolonged PKs. I nodded, tossing the blood skeleton card into my bag. With my skill of necromantic rebirth, combining it with the card's effects would elevate my vitality to unprecedented heights. Continuing onward, Linison took out a dagger, digging at an old tree. A slug was speared on the blade, which she handed to me with a grin. I saw someone eat this slug during wilderness survival training. Come on, Lucan, I'll treat you. I felt nauseous. I'm not hungry. You go ahead. Linison chuckled, shaking off the slug from her dagger. She had no intention of eating it herself. I gazed upward. The trees were thick, and sparrows chirped at the treetops. I suggested, let us shoot down a few birds to roast. Linison shot me a sidelong glance with what? Do you have a gun or a slingshot? I shook my head. Neither. Humph. Then what's the point? But we can create a slingshot. I leaped forward, slicing off a branch to create a Y-shaped frame, smiling. Just 2 rubber bands, and we'll have a highly accurate slingshot. Rubber bands? Where do we find those? Linison asked, looking puzzled. I stared pointedly at her shoulders and chest, my meaning clear. Women's bras typically have elastic bands. Cutting a piece off would suffice. Smart as she was, Linison grasped my suggestion immediately, stamping her foot in indignation. Don't even think about it. I'm not wearing one. Really? Her face flushed red. Go to hell. If you ask me again, I'll annihilate you. Just then, a rustling sound echoed from the forest, followed by a bloodthirsty porcupine charging out. This was a level 45 beast, covered in sharp quills, tough skin, and rough flesh, perhaps the only creature capable of surviving in the undead-infested Phantom Valley. Dinner has arrived. I darted forward, brandishing my blade, and with a swift stroke, I delivered a fatal blow to the forehead of the bloodthirsty porcupine. The ethereal bee joined in to assist, striking thrice in rapid succession. The triple combo was indeed devastating. The porcupine let out a mournful cry as it collapsed. I spread my fingers wide, death's grasp. With a flourish, I acquired a porcupine hide adorned with barbs. Its carcass was rich in succulent flesh, far more valuable than the swine from any farm. I was bustling with activity, erecting a wooden frame to suspend the porcupine, while gathering a pile of dry twigs nearby, preparing to ignite a fire. Fire! I suddenly froze, realizing I had no means to kindle a flame. Just then, Linison chuckled softly. Step aside, let me show you. She stepped forward, extending one hand, and a swirling orb of flame materialized as she murmured, Fireball spell. With a crackle, the dry twigs ignited. I was astonished. How do you know the fireball spell? You're so clueless. She shot me a glance, laughing. In Floating Ice City, there are places to learn the basic fireball spell. It's a public skill. Not only mages can learn it, but also priests and warriors. Though it can only be mastered up to level 2. Oh, I see. I should learn it later. I chuckled. It was time to roast the meat. We had no oil, salt, scallions, ginger, or cumin, but the porcupine was a natural delicacy, devoid of hormones. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. I stirred the fire with my flame blade, while Linison sat beside me, gazing at the dancing flames with a smile, her beautiful eyes filled with hope. At last, the meat was ready. Linison used her dagger to cut a piece, tasted it, and exclaimed, It's burnt. Well, burn is crispier. Eat more. I tore off a large chunk of meat and savored it, maintaining my composure by shielding my eating face with my arm. akin to Lin Daiyu rinsing her mouth. However, my restraint was not due to modesty, but rather the rather unseemly appearance of my skeletal form. One could easily envision a half-skeleton devouring meat. And I certainly did not wish to frighten Lin Yisin, especially after having found such a powerful and beautiful ally. I needed to maintain our leveling efficiency. Gradually, my hunger was quenched, and I stood up, declaring, we are quite formidable. The two of us have devoured an entire porcupine. Lin Yisin looked at me, speechless. Let's continue leveling up and slay some blood skeletons to prepare for our return to complete the quest. Agreed. As we re-entered the leveling ground, a blood skeleton appeared before us, growling menacingly. In an instant, both Lin Yisin and I were petrified. Was today truly our lucky day? The little skeleton staggered, and above it floated a line of text. Blood Skeleton Level 1, Chapter 62. Blood Skeleton, this one is mine now, I declared, grasping a sealing card and addressing Lin Yisin. She immediately leaned her sword against the massive stone behind her, a playful smile adorning her face as she remarked, "You better put in your best effort. If you fail sealing 5 times, that level 1 blood skeleton will evolve into level 2. You know." I nodded. The blood skeleton was an exceptional blood defense pet, and capturing it would surely bring substantial wealth to our blood mercenary studio. With a swift motion, I tossed the first sealing card into the air, which transformed into a hexagram magic array settling beneath the blood skeleton's feet, spinning rapidly with vibrant magical light, enticing the creature into the sealing space. Hiss! The level 1 blood skeleton let out a soft hiss, clearly reluctant to yield so easily. Ding! System notification. Sealing failed. This target can still be sealed 4 more times. I clenched my teeth and pressed on. Ding! System notification. Sealing failed. This target can still be sealed 3 more times. Ding! System notification. Sealing failed. This target can still be sealed 2 more times. In an instant, my face turned pale. Could it be that this adorable blood skeleton was simply not meant for me? Lin Yisin raised her delicate brows and chuckled. Your luck certainly seems lacking. Do you want to let me have a chance? If I succeed, I'll gift it to you. No need, I'll do it myself, I resolutely replied. I hurled another sealing card, a fierce surge of magical light tearing at the blood skeleton as it sank deeper, vanishing from our sight. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully tamed a level 1 blood skeleton. I succeeded. I nearly erupted with joy as I held the enchanted stone in my hands. The blood skeleton looked around in confusion. I waved my hand, and its attributes immediately materialized before my eyes. Blood skeleton level 1 attack, 7 defense, 9 health, 10 agility, 8 growth, attack, defense, health, agility, goodness. Both defense and health had 5-star growth. Remarkable. Furthermore, its attack surpassed Lin Yisin's blue skeleton by half a star, and its agility was a full star higher. Truly formidable. Lin Yisin leaned closer to examine the blood skeleton and smiled. Congratulations. You've secured at least 50,000 RMB in rewards. This blood skeleton is certainly not worth less than 500 gold coins. I nodded in agreement. Your blue skeleton can't be valued below 400 gold coins either. Lin Yisin chuckled softly. Let us submit the quest, and then grab a late-night snack. It's getting late. All right. After dispatching a few more skeletons, we noticed the real-world clock had already struck 8 in the evening. Together, we made our way out of the valley and located the NPC soldier to submit our quest. The soldier regarded us with solemn respect, stating, "Young warriors, your courageous deeds will echo throughout the continent. Here, this is your well-deserved reward." Ding! System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, Blood Color Spreading, earning 12,000 experience points and 450 reputation points. With a flourish, golden light erupted as I painstakingly leveled up to 39, while Lin Yisin remained at level 40. Let us return to Ice City and announce the pet for sale, I exclaimed, pulling out a teleportation scroll. Lin Yisin nodded, and together we returned to the city. Where should we announce it? I inquired. Lin Yisin gestured towards the side. The auction house is over there. We can consign our pets there. Many beast tamers list their pets for sale there. Understood. We raced to the auction house, where I paid a consignment fee of 2 gold coins and listed the enchanted stone containing the blood skeleton. In the pet section, there were also 17 other pets awaiting sale, including 4 green mantises and 7 wasps, all with valuations below 20 points. Quite ordinary. After all, beast tamers often opt to train more exceptional pets themselves. The essence of gaming lies in self-improvement. I set the starting price for the blood skeleton at 400 gold coins, allowing other players to bid against each other. The auction would conclude in 10 hours, and the highest bidder would acquire the blood skeleton. The moment I listed the blood skeleton, a delightful chime resonated throughout Ice City. Ding. System announcement. Trading player Zhiji Chun has consigned the pet, blood skeleton, attack 3. 5 stars, defense 5 stars, health 5 stars, agility 2. 5 stars, BN value 34 points, starting price 400 gold coins. All are welcome to bid. Oh. Lin Yisun couldn't help but laugh, saying, "It seems the blood skeleton is indeed quite exceptional," triggering the system's trading announcement. You must understand, only items with a certain valuation will prompt such notifications. I nodded eagerly, reveling in the system's free advertisement. Such an opportunity was rare and fortuitous. Lin Yisun began consigning her blue skeleton, which quickly elicited another system chime. Ding. System announcement. Trading player Fengsa Huanxiang has consigned the pet, blue skeleton, attack 3 stars, defense 5 stars, health 4. 5 stars, agility 1. 5 stars, BN value 36 points, starting price 300 gold coins. All are welcome to bid. Indeed, the values of these two skeletons had garnered the system's attention. The auction house charges a 5 fee on the trading amount, yet it maximizes price competition, resulting in a net gain for players, especially when the system provides advertising. Lin Yisun glanced at the time and, without lifting her head, said, "I'll meet you at the east gate of the university in half an hour." "Oh, is there a problem?" "No. It's just been years since I waited for a girl at the school gate." Lin Yisun couldn't help but smile. "What? Are you feeling shy?" I shot her a glare. "You treat me to dinner. My stomach is absolutely not shy. I'll see you soon." All right. Entering a small inn within Ice City, I logged off. On a summer night, I was grateful that the newly rented house had air conditioning in every room. Upon entering the living room, I found several empty food containers piled together. Du Shursan and Giguzi had finished dinner, leaving me with a mess to clean up. After tidying up, I carried all the containers and trash downstairs to dispose of them, then headed out into the streets, making my way straight to the east gate of Suzhou University of Science and Technology. Dressed in a Samir shirt, I casually stood at the university's east gate, hands in my pockets, awaiting the appearance of the campus bell. The security guard in the booth eyed me suspiciously, as if I were some local delinquent. In the campus vicinity, clusters of students emerged. Some headed to internet cafes for leisure, others accompanied their girlfriends, while a few unambitious individuals clutched thick black-covered books, their caps pulled low. I caught a glimpse of one such book, emblazoned with the title Pirated Myth of Fantasy Classic Online Games. Humph, yet another pirated book. The poor author likely received no royalties at all. After waiting for quite some time, without sight of Lin Yisun, I thought it peculiar since someone of her beauty would surely attract attention, and I wouldn't miss her arrival. Just then, a familiar glow caught my eye as the beauty appeared, draped in a beige long dress. Lin Yisun approached, carrying a handbag along the stone-paved path shaded by trees. I stepped forward, concern etched on my face. "Are you tired?" Lin Yisun regarded me with surprise. "What with the sudden kindness? What do you want?" "Huh, where shall we eat? Should we take a cab?" "All right." Lin Yisun signaled a black car that pulled up at the roadside. The middle-aged driver nodded at her, exchanging a few words. Then, Lin Yisun waved at me. "Come over, let us get in." With a mind full of doubts, I glanced at the black car, recognizing the emblem at the front, a triangular arrow, a Mercedes-Benz. What could be the relationship between Lin Yisun and the man behind the wheel? Could it be that she? The more I pondered, the more chaotic my thoughts became. As I settled beside Lin Yisun, she glanced at me, her expression a tapestry of complexities, and said, "What nonsense are you thinking about now? Where are we headed?" I inquired. "To Gongquan Dreamland," Lin Yisun replied lazily, reclining in her seat, tilting her head to gaze at me. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief as she cheerfully added, "It's the finest restaurant in Suzhou. I'm taking you to experience it today." I hesitated. "Is it expensive?" "Not exactly cheap," she whispered with a soft laugh, then slowly closed her eyes, appearing quite weary. The gentle rise and fall of her chest was breathtaking. I suddenly looked up, noticing the driver watching me warily through the rearview mirror, seemingly very concerned about Lin Yisun. At that moment, the driver cleared his throat and said, "Sheener, you haven't introduced your friend to me yet." Lin Yisun responded with an "oh," glanced at me, and said, "He's a friend of mine, a top-notch gamer. You needn't concern yourself." The middle-aged man grunted, "No offense, but you shouldn't associate with dubious individuals." Lin Yisun nodded obediently, then raised an eyebrow and said, "Hey, get off the expressway." "What for?" "You can take the bus home. Hand me the car keys." "Is there a problem?" "No." The car descended from the expressway, stopping beside a bus station, after which the middle-aged man exited the vehicle. Lin Yisun then took the driver's seat and gave me a knowing glance, prompting me to move to the passenger seat. The car ascended the expressway once more, leaving just Lin Eason and me. After a prolonged silence, I finally asked, "Who was that just now?" Lin Eason turned to me, a playful smirk on her lips. "I won't tell you." Frustrated, I felt a tumult of emotions, continuously speculating about Lin Eason's connection to that man. After a while, I inquired again, "Is this car his?" "Hey." Lin Eason shot me a glare, chiding, "Stop making wild guesses. I'm not what you think. Knowing this much is sufficient. What model is this car? It looks quite impressive." "Oh, it's the new MB100 from the Mercedes series. MB100 MB. I chuckled, actually. "We don't need to travel that far for a meal." "Oh, really?" Lin Eason smiled enigmatically, and the car sped into the park area. Soon after, we stopped in front of an elegant restaurant, where we had reserved a table beside the hall, outdoors. Inside, a group of young people seemed to be celebrating a birthday. One particularly striking individual, dressed in designer brands, held a drink while cradling a heavily made-up woman in his arms, and the surrounding crowd referred to him as Young Master Lu. Lin Eason casually glanced at Young Master Lu, unable to suppress a disdainful smirk. Chapter 63. The Young Master's gathering. I sat face to face with Lin Eason, our gazes locking in an unspoken exchange. What should I say? Suddenly, I turned my head, only to be met by the enchanting gaze of her large, beautiful eyes, leaving me feeling utterly exposed. It was an uncomfortable sensation. Lin Eason remained silent as she retrieved a handbag from behind her and extracted a sleek, dark gift box that appeared to be crafted from sandalwood, its workmanship exquisite. "What is this?" I inquired. "A gift for you," she replied, her delicate brows arching playfully as she smiled. "What do you think? Am I generous? For me?" I placed my hand on the box, sliding it toward myself. "May I open it?" "Of course," she said, casually sipping her juice through a straw. I examined the packaging before carefully unwrapping it. Upon lifting the lid, I was greeted by the sight of a silver-white mobile phone resting elegantly among soft silk, exuding an air of luxury. "This." I hesitated, then asked, "Do you have feelings for me?" "Feelings for you?" Lin Eason chuckled softly. "Who do you think you are? Then why gift me such an extravagant phone?" "It must be quite expensive," I pressed. Lin Eason nodded. "Indeed. It's a Nokia Platinum Tablet TC72, a limited edition, crafted from pure platinum. If you look closely, you'll see it adorned with tiny diamonds." My eyes widened in disbelief. "How much does it cost?" "Well," she pondered, then smiled, "at least 200,000 RMB. I lifted the phone, feeling its weight. This brick could crush my pockets. Honestly, only a fool would use such a phone. Lin Eason couldn't help but laugh. Yes, indeed, only a fool would buy such a phone. At that moment, a voice came from afar, a handsome young man celebrating his birthday, Lu Xiao. He had spotted us and appeared quite excited, striding over with a glass in hand, smiling at Lin Eason. You actually came here. Didn't you say you wouldn't attend my—" Before he could finish, Lin Eason swiftly interrupted him, her tone cool. "Li Lu, do you really think you can call me that? Besides, I'm not here for your birthday party. I'm merely accompanying him for a late-night snack." Li Lu paused, his gaze shifting to me and the platinum phone in my hand. "All right, Lin Eason," he suddenly grinned, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. "Why would you give such a gift to someone like him?" He regarded me with contempt, as if I were worthless. Coughing slightly, I thought to myself, what a petty attitude. So what if I wore Samir and faux leather shoes? Lin Eason remained unfazed. "Li Lu, you promised me this phone, so I can do as I wish with it. I made it clear this morning that I have no interest in your gifts. Since you insisted on giving me the TC72, I'll just pass it on to someone else. But that phone is worth 240,000. Li Li's eyes bulged as he glared at me, his fury boiling over. "You, kid, if you know what's good for you, return the phone to her. Do you think you deserve to use something like that?" I couldn't help but smile, standing up tall, my stature surpassing his. I looked at Li Lu with a calm demeanor and said, "Indeed, such a flashy phone like the TC72 doesn't suit me. I prefer my knockoff. It has more features and is far superior." With that, I casually tossed the expensive phone into my pocket. Li Lu and Appo's face turned crimson with rage. "Then why are you still carrying it around?" "I plan to give it to someone else. Is there a problem with that?" I replied, grinning at him, my nonchalance evident. Clearly, I was not the naive fool he had anticipated. "You." Li Lu fell silent, his expression one of seething hatred as he retreated with his companions. Moments later, I grumbled, "The service here is painfully slow." Lin Eason nodded in agreement. Just then, from a distance, a commotion erupted at Li Li's table. A server shrieked as one of Li Lu and Appo's friends, with dyed red hair, brazenly touched her backside. The young server, barely 20, flushed with anger but dared not retaliate. As the intoxicated group grew bolder, one of them shoved the server, causing her to land in another's lap, where they began to molest her. "What are you doing?" the server exclaimed, quickly breaking free and fleeing. However, Li Li's group, emboldened by their drunkenness, pursued her, shouting lewd taunts. I furrowed my brow at their audacity. This establishment was filled with patrons, not just them. At this moment, Linison stood abruptly, kicking a chair that flew into the red-haired man's leg, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood streaming from his nose as he struggled to rise. I internally cursed. Linison's reckless bravery might lead us into trouble. "Linison, mind your own business," Lila barked, advancing toward her. Linison raised her brows defiantly. "Li Lu, you truly are a disgraceful lot." "Luchin, don't you agree?" I nodded. "Yes, that's about right." Fury ignited within Li Lu as he clenched his fists. Suddenly, he hurled his glass, the red wine splattering toward us at an alarming speed. Reacting swiftly, I raised my hand, striking the liquid with precision, redirecting it all back onto Li Li's face and shirt, staining his white attire a dark crimson. "Damn it, my Armani." Li Li's rage intensified as he stared at his ruined shirt, visibly distraught. At that moment, his friends rushed over, their faces flushed with drink. "Li Xiao, who did this? Who dared to provoke you? This kid is asking for trouble." Each of them looked fierce, their muscles bulging, reminiscent of ancient warriors. "Break him," Li Lu seethed. I glared back. "Not a chance. I came here to eat." Turning to Linison, I lowered my voice. "Did you invite me for a meal or to help you fight? I can't believe I've been dragged into this mess." Leaning closer, Linison whispered, "You're a bloodthirsty mercenary. Li Lu has been pestering me for nearly 6 months. I'm at my wit's end. Help me teach this scoundrel a lesson, and I'll pay you 100 gold coins. Oh no, 100 renminbi as a commission. Fine, let us escape first," I thought, as several ruffians approached. Fists raised and curses flying. I charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the first thug, sending him sprawling. With a swift punch, I subdued another, feeling a rush of strength coursing through me. Just as Du Shursan had said, the enhancement properties of the drug had fortified my physique. While I might not take on 100 foes, handling 3 or 4 drunken brutes would be manageable. Li Li's eyes burned with malice as he grabbed a beer mug, aiming to smash it over my head. With a swift sidestep, I dodged the blow, narrowly avoiding injury. Li Li's aggression was truly formidable. Li Lu missed his strike and immediately pointed at me, cursing angrily. "Damn it, you little brat. How dare you steal my woman? You and Oppos, re-asking for death." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly fell backward onto the ground, as Linison executed a beautiful kick that instantly knocked him out. "Wow, impressive," I marveled, but Linison, with a tone of disappointment, whispered, "Fool, why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to be beaten?" Saying this, she grabbed my hand, and we dashed out of the restaurant like the wind. Behind us, several thugs were swinging their fists wildly. I hurriedly rushed forward, wrapping my arms around Linison's curvaceous waist, pulling her into my embrace, while the sound of fists hitting flesh echoed behind us. We fled the restaurant in a panic, and Linison led me into the greenery in front of the hotel. After we had run a distance, we could still hear the distant curses of the thugs. Plop. I sat down abruptly on the grass, panting heavily. I'm exhausted. What kind of meal is this? Linison sat down beside me, silently observing me, before suddenly bursting into laughter, resting her face against my chest, her delicate shoulders shaking, a unique fragrance of youth wafting towards me. Was it really that funny? I wondered. Perplexed, Linison tilted her head back, nodding earnestly, her face beaming with joy. "You have no idea. Seeing Li Lu swimming in the spilled drinks was utterly delightful." "Do you hate him that much?" I asked. "Not hate, just dislike." Linison bit her silver teeth and continued. "Li Lu is the top prince in school, used to bullying others. 6 months ago, he even spread rumors claiming I was his girlfriend. It's infuriating. I've been looking for an opportunity to teach him a lesson. And today, I finally got my wish." I glanced at my shirt, stained with remnants of the drinks, and felt a dull ache in my back, realizing I had unknowingly taken quite a few punches for Linison. Humph. I let out a cold scoff. Linison sensed my attitude and cautiously tugged at my sleeve, softly saying, "I'm sorry, it was my fault." I was furious. Damn, I got beaten up today? The first time in 3 years. Linison was equally upset. "Humph, what is that? Didn't you hear? That fool Lila actually called me his woman." As she spoke, her face flushed red, stomping her foot in anger. I raised an eyebrow. "But what does that have to do with me? I did all this for nothing." Linison glared at me, her beautiful eyes shimmering with helplessness and struggle, before suddenly saying, "Humph, well, at most, I'll let you kiss me. Is there such good fortune?" My heart skipped a beat, racing at 180 beats per minute. Linison closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly in the dim light, her tender lips glistening, seemingly fearful. I felt a mix of amusement and frustration. This girl truly perplexed me. I stepped closer, almost hearing the rapid beating of my heart. Before me stood the campus belle, with her eyes shut, presenting herself like a ripe fruit ready for picking. She looked anxious, her chest rising and falling dramatically, the curves nearly bursting through her clothing, a breathtaking sight. As I leaned in, my nerves frayed. Knowing this could be my first kiss, I hesitated. Would it be Lin Yisin's first kiss too? Just as I was about to kiss her, Lin Yisin opened her eyes and, to my shock, withdrew. Lu Chun, can we skip the kiss? She blinked, asking with a hint of grievance. I nearly choked. Damn. Lin Yisin looked apologetic. Well, when I was younger, I promised myself that my first kiss would be reserved for someone I truly like. Her face turned crimson, the sincerity evident in her words. I secretly rejoiced. This enchanting girl still cherished her first kiss. All right, my life now had a new goal. I asked, do you not like me? Lin Yisin immediately shot me a blank stare, saying flatly, do you think there's anything about you that I could possibly like? After pondering for a few minutes, I truly couldn't think of anything that might attract her, so I let it go. Lu Chen, shall we go for a late-night snack? Lin Yisin suggested with a gentle smile. Where shall we eat? We can't go to Gangquan Dreamland. How about we go for rice noodles? Sure. Chapter 64. Professional training in a quaint eatery nestled in a corner of the park, a brand-new Mercedes was parked outside. Inside the restaurant, a young couple was dining, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Lin Yisin glanced at the price tag and inquired, Lu Chun, why is this crossing the bridge rice noodle 6 yuan more expensive than the others? Without lifting my head, I replied, I suppose it includes the toll fee. A burst of laughter erupted from the nearby patrons. As we continued our meal, a sudden realization struck me. Didn't you say you were treating me to dinner at Gangquan Dreamland? How did we end up with these noodles that cost over 10 yuan a bowl? Lin Yisin earnestly advised, we must practice frugality. My face turned pale. You, driving a Mercedes, lecture me on frugality? I dare say a mere press of the gas pedal would burn through at least 2 bowls of noodles. Lin Yisin chuckled. Do you think I am wealthy? This car may be mine, but I'm nearly destitute, especially after you tricked me out of dozens of gold coins. Alas, I'm even poorer now. Well, continue your lamentations of poverty. Lin Yisin pursed her lips, then shifted the conversation. Lu Chun, do you know? The fellow we just dealt with, Li Lo, is also in Iceberg City, and he has gathered a band of ne'er-do-wells with plans to establish a formidable guild. A rabble, I remarked indifferently. Lin Yisin smiled lightly. Indeed, though they may be a rabble, we must be cautious. Li Lo is not lacking in funds. I nodded, a confident smile gracing my lips. Fear not. While I may not compare to him in lineage or assets in reality, in the game, I can outsmart him in countless ways. Later, at 10 o'clock at night, a black Mercedes pulled up beneath my apartment. I stepped out and turned to say, thank you. Lin Yisin rolled down the window, her beautiful face peeking out, and asked with a smile, aren't you going to invite me upstairs for a visit? I grinned broadly. Then you'd have no chance of leaving tonight. She looked taken aback, then playfully stuck out her tongue. Never mind, I'll head back. Starting the engine, Lin Yisin sped away, seemingly genuinely worried about returning. Upon returning to my studio, I found Du Shisan and Giguzi already asleep. On the table, they had left me a note that read, Zhiji Lao Da, sleep early. We have activities at 6 in the morning. The calligraphy was vibrant. I was certain it was Giguzi's handwriting. I had known Du Shisan's handwriting for over a decade, and his calligraphy had barely improved since his college days, so it was impossible this could be his handiwork. Holding the note, I couldn't help but smile. The feeling of having brothers at home was truly delightful. In the past half-month, first Du Shisan, then Giguzi, and now Lin Yisin had entered my life, dispelling the loneliness I once felt. After a refreshing shower, I retired for the night. Awakening at dawn, I found that Du Shisan had brought back fried dough sticks and pancakes, and I washed them down with some water. What activities could possibly warrant such an early rise? I glanced at the clock. It was only 6:30. Giguzi explained, last night, a guild contacted us, requesting assistance with a high-level quest. They need to ensure one of their level 21 players levels up by 5 levels within 10 hours, with a reward of 100 gold coins. I was taken aback. A mere 10 hours for 100 gold coins? This guild must be quite affluent. Giguzi nodded. Hence, we need to log on early to complete this task. Given the firepower of me and Brother B, we might be a bit short, so Zhiji Lao Da, you need to join us. I smiled. All right, where shall we meet? At the east gate of Iceberg City. After finishing breakfast, I logged in. With a flash, I appeared in the inn of Iceberg City, first repairing my gear and then stocking up on ordinary potions. I still had plenty of the level 3 health potions Lin Yisin had given me, more than sufficient for our needs. At that moment, I received a friend request from someone named Paper Drunk Gold Crazy. The ID exuded a sense of flamboyance and extravagance, inciting an urge within me to confront him. Accepting the temporary friendship request, I allowed him to initiate a conversation. Gigi brother, I saw you put a blood skeleton up for auction. Can we negotiate? I want to purchase it at a higher price, he proposed. Is that so? I inquired as I navigated to the auction house. Upon checking, I found the price of the blood skeleton had skyrocketed to 743 gold coins. The current bidding price is 750 gold coins. What are you willing to offer? What? 750 gold coins. He seemed taken aback, hesitating before stating, I am willing to offer 1,000 gold coins for this blood skeleton. What do you think? Not a problem. Bid 1,000 gold coins, and I will confirm the transaction immediately. All right. It seemed paper-drunk gold crazy was concerned someone else would outbid him. Given the exceptional quality of the blood skeleton, whose defensive attributes were all 5 stars, far superior to insect-type pets like wasps or mantises. After about 10 minutes, the bidding price reached 1,000 gold coins, and I promptly confirmed the transaction. Ding. The system prompted, congratulations. Your item, the blood skeleton, has been sold for 1,000 gold coins to player paper-drunk gold crazy. After deducting a 5 transaction fee, 950 gold coins have been credited to your account. I checked my balance. Indeed, I now had 1,000 gold coins in my inventory. I had truly struck it rich. Logging onto the official trading platform, I divided the 900 gold coins into 9 portions for auction, pricing each coin at 90 renminbi. The exchange rate for gold coins had been declining, so I needed to sell swiftly. Otherwise, I would merely watch the value of the coins depreciate. The stability of gold coins could never match that of RMB. Having completed the transaction, I awaited the arrival of funds to my treasured bank card. At that moment, Du Shursan and Giguzi arrived in Iceberg City, adding me to their party. A ping sounded, and the system notified, player Le Xiao has joined your party. Le Xiao? That ID sounded vaguely familiar. Upon reaching the east bridge of Iceberg City, I was taken aback, then delighted to find that standing with Du Shursan and Giguzi was a level 21 warrior named Le Xiao, a barbarian with bulging muscles clad in black stone armor. His fair face strikingly handsome. This was none other than Li Lu, the individual I had doused with red wine the previous night, who had subsequently been knocked out by Linison. In this day and age, anyone calling themselves young master was either delusional or foolish. I felt a thrill of satisfaction. What a small world it was. The business the blood-red mercenaries had taken on today happened to be with Li Lu. How perfect. Striding toward them confidently, Giguzi immediately raised his hand in greeting. Haha, our Zhiji Lao Da has arrived. Li Lu turned, spotting me in my black armor and deep green cloak. Upon seeing my face and realizing my ID was Zhiji Qinsha, already renowned in Iceberg City and frequently appearing in the top 3 of the leaderboard, he nodded. Hello, Zhiji Qinsha. I returned the nod, casually saying, let us set off and mark the task location. Yes. Giguzi swiftly took care of everything. To my astonishment, Li Lu requested we level up in Ghost Valley, a place solely inhabited by blood skeletons and blue skeletons, populated by high-level monsters reaching up to level 47. If it weren't for me and Giguzi being there, Li Lu would likely have met a swift demise. You need only to slay 1,000 blood skeletons and 1,000 green skeletons. Additionally, any cards the monsters drop will belong to me, Li Lu declared coldly, his commanding demeanor particularly ostentatious. Giguzi and Du Shursan furrowed their brows in evident displeasure. I grasped the hilt of my sword and replied icily, according to industry norms, the cards belong to the highest damage dealer. Our blood mercenaries' task is merely to assist you in leveling up 5 times within 10 hours. I hope you will abide by the rules as well. Li Lu was momentarily taken aback, startled by my assertive words, before he nodded, well, whatever. The cards are yours. I only want the experience. I let out a cold laugh, recognizing his tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. In this game, he was acutely aware of his inferior strength compared to me, a renowned figure on the leaderboard, and did not dare to challenge me. Let us set off, Li Lu urged. However, Du Shursan interjected, wait, we need to wait for one more person. I felt a flicker of suspicion but refrained from asking. A few minutes later, a striking figure appeared, none other than the enchanting and charismatic priest, Morong Mingyue. Wait, when did Mingyue and Shursan become acquainted? I mused. Morong Mingyue approached, dispelling my doubts with her words. 10 hours of healing, 1 gold coin per hour. Don't try to back out of our agreement, humph. It turned out she was summoned by Du Shursan as the healer, albeit at a meager rate of 1 gold coin per hour. Far too low for a second transformation high-level priest like her. However, practicing alongside us would undoubtedly accelerate her leveling speed, which was likely one of her reasons for agreeing. Thus, our 5-member team was formed, for warriors and one priest, a classic high-output configuration. As we traversed the frost forest, I took the lead. Giguzi was tasked with safeguarding Li Lu, and Du Shisan brought up the rear. Giguzi, as a magic knight, was a sturdy protector, well suited for shielding others. Morong Mingwe, clutching her staff, hastened to my side and walked alongside me. I glanced at her and jested, "Dear priestess, you might want to stay behind for safety. Let the warriors take the front." With a smile, Morong Mingwe replied, "It's fine. I don't regard these minor monsters as threats." As she spoke, she tilted her head, casting a meaningful glance at me, and asked playfully, "Qinsha, how much did you earn from the blood skeleton you sold last night?" 1,000 gold coins. I answered without hesitation, then inquired, "Why do others call me Zheji, yet you prefer Qinsha?" "Ah, I simply like it that way," Morong Mingwe said with a gentle smile. Under the moonlight, her flowing hair added an indescribable allure to her beauty. Chapter 65. The Immortal Shield in the Eerie and Foreboding Ghost Valley. I strode ahead with my sword, while the clever dark bee buzzed silently around me. Morong Mingwe followed closely, and suddenly inquired, "Qinsha, was that blood skeleton you sold?" I nodded in affirmation. She chuckled softly, "It's just a bit too expensive. I had intended to purchase it as a pet for a friend who recently started playing." I recognized her friend to be He and replied, "There's no need for that. Early in the game, pets should primarily focus on attack. The blood skeleton has high health and defense, but its attack speed is sluggish. Training this blood skeleton is less effective than raising a mediocre wasp. Moreover, the blood skeleton costs 1,000 gold coins, while a wasp is less than 10 coins. Only a fool would flaunt their wealth by purchasing such a lackluster pet." Morong Mingwe laughed heartily in agreement. At that moment, Li Lu's expression turned grim. Seconds later, a level 34 mage burst forth from the thicket. Hot on our trail, it was Ji Zue Jinmi, the very person who had purchased my blood skeleton. He was exuberant, waving a magic containment stone, and called out to Li Lu, "Haha, Le Xiao, I've got it. This blood skeleton is now mine." He suddenly paused, noticing me. "Oh, Qinsha, you're here too?" I nodded, casting a glance at Li Lu, whose complexion had turned ashen. Morong Mingwe observed the scene, her amusement intensifying, struggling to suppress her laughter, trembling with suppressed mirth. After Ji Zue Jinmi departed, Li Lu stowed the magic containment stone in his backpack. His audacity was remarkable. He dared to carry a stone worth nearly 100,000 RMB at level 21. If he were to die and lose it, the repercussions would be severe. A thought crossed my mind. The blood mercenaries could eliminate Li Lu here and seize the magic stone, yielding at least 500 gold coins. However, I reconsidered. One must know when to act and when to refrain. The blood mercenaries are a team that proves their worth through valor. We shall not engage in dishonorable deeds. Navigating past the regions of rotting corpses and zombies, we advanced directly into the leveling area of blood and blue skeletons, where the monsters exceeded level 45. In the distance, several blood skeletons roamed the grassy terrain. Morong Mingwe looked astonished. "Are we really going to fight these level 46 and 47 monsters?" "Indeed," I affirmed, unsheathing my sword with confidence. Yet, Morong Mingwe hesitated, saying, "Qinsha, your level is only 39, and Giguzi is at 37. While the rest of us are over 10 levels below these monsters. How can we possibly win?" Turning to her, I replied earnestly, "It's simple. I will form an attack team with the Dark Bee, capable of holding off 12 blood skeletons. The rest of you will form another team, with Giguzi as the MT and damage dealer, while you, Morong Mingwe, focus solely on healing." Her eyes widened, and she finally nodded. "Well then, let us give it a try. If it proves too challenging, we can always draw the monsters one by one, albeit at a slower leveling pace." With that, I advanced. The Dark Bee swiftly luring a blood skeleton, which charged at us, brandishing its bronze sword with a fierce howl. Clang! The bronze sword grazed my armor, producing a resounding hum as a black luminescent shield materialized around me before vanishing. My level 3 demon armor, a formidable defensive skill that significantly mitigated damage, emboldening me to confront the level 47 blood skeleton. A damage figure of 187 appeared above my head, not particularly high. Morong Mingwe's eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodness, your defense is astounding. A level 47 monster only inflicts this much damage on you? Your total health must be over 800 points. For a warrior to possess such vitality is truly extraordinary." I smiled, but an even more astonishing scene unfolded before us. With a swift strike, I unleashed the exemption blade, inflicting 1987 points of damage on the blood skeleton. The Dark Bee surged forward, executing a flurry of attacks, delivering 3 consecutive hits. one of which was a critical strike. 689, 701, 1674. The blood skeleton let out a wretched cry, obliterated in an instant. Murong Mingyue appeared nearly petrified, clearly unaccustomed to witnessing such top-tier output after spending too long in the company of average players like Su Yang. Meanwhile, Giguzi engaged as well, thrusting his spear and executing a fiery strike that dealt over 400 points of damage to another blood skeleton. While his output paled in comparison to mine, it was evident that as a necromancer, he prioritized defense over offense. In the next moment, this characteristic became glaringly apparent. The blood skeleton swung its bronze sword, roaring as it delivered a fierce blow to Giguzi. He did not flinch. Instead, a black shield enveloped him, his signature skill, the immortal shield. With a thud, the bronze sword struck the immortal shield, producing 2 damage figures, 312, 47. While Giguzi lost 312 health points, he regained 47, demonstrating the shield's remarkable ability to absorb a portion of incoming damage and convert it into health. A level 3 immortal shield can absorb 15 of incoming damage and convert it into life force. This is merely the beginning. Should the shield reach level 10, it may absorb 50 of damage, making it nearly impossible to defeat a necromancer like Giguzi. Giguzi's prowess was exceptional. His offensive capabilities ranked among the top 100 in Iceberg City, while his survivability placed him firmly within the top 3. Murong Mingyue was further astounded. Her mouth agape as she murmured, "The members of the Blood Mercenaries are all so extraordinarily powerful." Du Shursen chuckled softly. "No worries, compared to them. I still consider myself relatively normal." With that, he bellowed and lunged at the monsters with his sword, executing a surprise attack. 74. The damage figure soared, and Murong Mingyue glanced at him, smirking. "You're not normal, you're far from it." Du Shursen was left despondent. Lilu stood at a distance, coldly observing. He had initially intended to strike up a conversation with Murong Mingyue, hoping to win over this exquisite beauty. However, she, seasoned by life's trials, saw through his pretentiousness. Despite his attempts to engage her in conversation, she offered not a single reply, not even a glance in his direction. Lilu, recognizing the futility, discreetly remained at a distance, gaining experience while we swiftly dispatched monsters, thanks to the combined firepower of Giguzi and me. Murong Mingyue even summoned a wasp to train with. The wasp, a pet with a 4.5-star attack growth, was undeniably the king of attack pets in the early game, and as a healer lacking offensive capabilities, it was the perfect choice for her. After taking a break for lunch, we resumed our endeavors, and by 3 in the afternoon, accompanied by a golden light, Lilu successfully leveled up to 27, gaining 6 levels in total, far exceeding our expectations for the quest. "Now where are our gold coins?" I turned around and coldly remarked to Lilu. He hesitated for a moment before trading 100 gold coins to me. Meanwhile, Murong Mingyue reached level 36. Giguzi ascended to level 38, and I, too, achieved the milestone of level 40, finally breaking through this significant barrier, opening the leaderboard of Frozen Ice City. I was taken aback. Despite the passage of half a day, my rank had not only failed to improve, but had actually declined. The other top players must have been diligently practicing alone. 1. Fengxi Wangxiang, level 42, class, Light Ranger 2. Batian Dao, level 41, class, Warrior 3. Dubafa Shun, level 41, class, Mage 4. Fanyu Fuyu, level 40, class, Magic Knight 5. Danshu Tiechi, level 40, class, Warrior 6. Debajiashing, level 40, class, Archer 7. Zhiji Chensha, level 40, class, Necromancer 8. Debazan Shun, level 39, class, Warrior 9. Qingqing Shuixiang, level 39, class, Archer 10. Giguzi, level 38, class, Necromancer Rider. I had fallen to the 7th position. It seemed I had an affinity for the number 7. Perhaps I had held this rank the longest since the server opened. Lin Yisin had approached level 41 yesterday, and after today's efforts, she had already advanced to level 42, continuing to lead by a considerable margin. Batian Dao closely followed. Overall, nearly half of the leaderboard for Frozen Ice City was dominated by the Dubafa family. Lin Yisin and Qingqing Shuixiang were a duo, while Giguzi and I belonged to the Blood Mercenaries. For a non-top-tier gaming studio, this ranking was still quite formidable. Murong Mingyue took out a return scroll and remarked with a smile, "If you need anything next time, remember to message me." I nodded slightly, surprised that she had forgotten to ask for the 10 gold coins before returning to town. I exchanged amused glances with Giguzi and Du Shursen, preparing to head back and enjoy a drink for dinner. Lila scoffed, "Humph." With that, our proud Li Shao strode into the nearby forest. Giguzi called out loudly, "Hey, Li, don't wander off recklessly. If you get killed, we won't be responsible. Li Lu dismissed him with disdain. I'm just gathering herbs. You can go ahead. I don't need your protection. Du Shursen chuckled. Just don't step in any dung. There are wild bears that leave their droppings in the forest. Li Lu scoffed even more. Pa, what a crude remark. At that moment, Li Lu suddenly froze in place, motionless, as a blood-red dagger slashed across his neck, revealing a gruesome damage figure of 371. An ambush. The assassin's level 20 unique skill stunned the opponent for 1 second. By the time the assailant shook his arm for the second time, Li Li's health bar had vanished. His eyes widened in shock, dimming as he collapsed into the grass. Dropping a pile of loot, several low-tier blackstone artifacts, and the sealed demon stone containing a blood skeleton. Chapter 66. The counterfeit device with a fierce determination. Both Giguzi and I drew our swords and charged forward, regardless of who had attacked Li Lu. Taking down our client during the time allocated for the blood mercenaries was a blatant disregard for our authority. Ahem. Let us assume the blood mercenaries possess some semblance of authority. Figures shifted, and the perpetrator of Li Li's demise emerged, Quan Long Ao Gu. The ace assassin of the Quan Long Guild appeared before us. TCH. Quan Long Ao Gu had spotted us and swiftly collected the demon binding stone alongside several pieces of equipment, flashing a grin as he taunted. Come and take it if you dare. My Xian Feng arrived promptly, its tail stinger gleaming ominously as it darted through the air. Quan Long Ao Gu remained unfazed, producing luminous powder from within his clothing and vanishing in a single motion, an ability exclusive to level 30 assassins. Such forced invisibility is notoriously difficult to counter, especially since none of us possess the skills to penetrate stealth at this early stage. Miss. Our blades swung through empty air, leaving only Li Li's lifeless body sprawled on the grass, with Quan Long Ao Gu nowhere in sight. Planting my feet firmly, I pivoted sharply, the Xianhua blade tracing a graceful arc in midair. Whoosh! Quan Long Ao Gu, still cloaked in invisibility, instinctively dodged. Although I could not see him, the swirling gusts of wind around me spoke volumes. My senses were heightened as never before. Clarity flooded my mind. I had located him. I shouted, Gizi, 25 degrees east-north. Now, though somewhat slow-witted, Giguzi's reflexes in the game were remarkably sharp. The moment my words left my lips, he lunged forward, his spear piercing the air like a dragon emerging from the sea. With a splatter, a spray of blood erupted as the hidden Quan Long Ao Gu was forced out of his stealth, confirming my judgment. How could this be? Quan Long Ao Gu roared, attempting to flee, only to find Du Shursan standing resolutely behind him, sword pointed, smirking. Yield, kid. In a flash, I soared past, effortlessly striking down Quan Long Ao Gu. Assassins possess fragile constitutions. A single blow from both Giguzi and me was sufficient to end him. With his fall, the demon binding stone scattered once more, a testament to its remarkably high drop rate. Looking at the demon binding stone lying in the grass, the three of us refrained from picking it up, forming a huddle instead. What should we do about this blood skeleton? Du Shursen inquired. Giguzi suggested. Let us return it to Lu Xiao. I shook my head. Unnecessary. This blood skeleton was his own undoing. To return it would be meddling. Then what shall we do? Du Shursan echoed my uncertainty. After a moment's contemplation, I declared, we cannot sell this blood skeleton ourselves. Here's what we'll do, Shursan. Take it and sell it through an anonymous game notarization. If it fetches over 600 gold, go ahead, but don't be greedy. Du Shursan nodded. All right. And what about the proceeds? Confiscate it as operational funds for the studio. Well, in essence, it will serve as our trio's meal expenses. I chuckled. Du Shursan had initially considered keeping the blood skeleton for himself, but my earlier remarks had swayed his decision. Training a tank pet in the early game was hardly wise. Perhaps a mage with high attack but low vitality might benefit, but for a warrior, it was impractical. Observing the two corpses lying side by side, Quan Long Ao Gu and Li Lu, akin to good brothers, I couldn't help but smirk. Li Lu, a pampered heir, and Quan Long Ao Gu's leader, Long Xing Tianzong, also hailed from wealth. Their factions would certainly clash in an unending rivalry. The unfolding scenario in Ice Crystal City promised to be increasingly intriguing. As the afternoon waned, around 5 o'clock, Du Shursan successfully sold the blood skeleton anonymously for 700 gold, which subsequently converted to 700 gold at a rate of 80 renminbi per gold piece. I too sold 900 gold, resulting in a total income of 76,950 renminbi. My personal account was nearing 100,000 RMB. After the modifications from the ice drug, my reflexes in the game had been reduced to approximately 0.3 seconds. Indeed, I had achieved considerable success in this realm. Gazing at my account balance, I sighed, reflecting on the capriciousness of fate. Had I possessed this reaction speed a year ago, I would not have faced repeated defeats at the hands of Zhu Yingwan, nor would he and Gu Jianhunming have met such a dismal fate. It could be said that misfortune bore fruit. Having survived peril, my physique had strengthened, and my cognitive waves surged intensely. Alas, I remained uncertain of my humanity, especially after awakening to faint red splotches on my skin and the excruciating burning sensation under sunlight. All of this compelled me to quell my yearning to return to Gu Jianhunming and instead dedicate myself to fortifying the blood mercenaries. Only through this could I safeguard Gu Jianhunming, for the ancient sword was my true home, the land of my dreams. In the afternoon, as dinner approached, I logged off. In the studio's lobby, I settled onto the sofa, grasping a ballpoint pen to record the day's financial transactions for the blood mercenaries. First sale of the blood skeleton, 1,000 gold, equating to 76,950 renminbi. Accepted mercenary task, leveling Li Lu to level 27, 100 gold, equating to 7,600 renminbi. Second sale of the blood skeleton, 700 gold, equating to 53,200 renminbi. Total income, 137,750 renminbi. Expenses, 12 oil sticks for breakfast, 5 baked cakes, totaling 17 renminbi. Lunch at the Sichuan restaurant, 287 renminbi. Total expenses, 304 renminbi. Today's pure profit, 137,346 renminbi. I read through the figures, and both Du Shisan and Giguzi nodded in agreement. I proposed, since there are no objections, let us make our way to the construction bank. Each of us will open an account. It's time for the blood mercenaries to receive our first salaries. Giguzi interjected. But, boss, you caught the blood skeleton yourself. It shouldn't count towards the total. I smiled and shook my head. It matters not. Money isn't about quantity. It suffices to be adequate. What need do we have for excess that cannot be taken to the grave? Giguzi laughed heartily and inquired, so, how will the salaries be distributed? With confidence, I outlined, 50% of the total income will be allocated for the studio's operational expenses, managed by Shisan. The remainder will be divided equally among the three of us. How does that sound? Du Shisan paused. Lu Chun, that seems rather unfair to you. You contribute the most to this studio. Logically, you should receive the most. I interrupted. No need to elaborate. This is our studio's initial phase, and I wish to avoid personal greed. Besides, selling a blood skeleton for 70 to 80,000 means, as a gaming recluse, I lack the time to spend it. It would be better for us to share it, sending a bit home to ease our families' minds while we enjoy our gaming here. Don't you agree? Both Giguzi and Du Shisan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Du Shisan noticed my white TC-72 phone nestled in a paper bag beside me. Instantly, his eyes lit up with curiosity. Lu Chun, when did you get a new phone? This one. It looks incredible. What material is it? It's so heavy. It must be pricey. I casually replied, an intricately crafted counterfeit made of aluminum alloy. What's wrong, Shisan? Do you like it? Absolutely, he exclaimed. Then take it as an early 25th birthday gift from me. Really? Du Shisan beamed with delight, snatching the TC-72 into his hands. I chuckled softly. Of course it's genuine. Feel free to use it. It isn't particularly expensive. However, when your phone is on the verge of being discarded, you might consider taking it to a jeweler for appraisal. Who knows, it might fetch you some money, huh? Du Shisan appeared somewhat skeptical, clutching the TC-72 as if it were the treasured heart of a beloved maiden, unwilling to relinquish his grasp. Before dinner, the three of us visited the bank, completing all necessary transactions. In my name, we established a shared account, depositing 70,000 RMB, which Du Shisan was entrusted to manage. Henceforth, he would oversee all expenses for the studio, assuming the role of its financial steward. Giguzi persistently referred to Du Shisan as Brother B, while Du Shisan suspected that this was a veiled insult regarding his managerial prowess. Once everything was settled, we made our way to a nearby Hunan restaurant, the Xianyao, located opposite the university. I recalled the pleasant experience I had dining there with Lin Yisan previously. After indulging in a hearty meal, we returned to the studio to continue our endeavors. Suddenly, I found myself in the Frosted Ice City, noting my character had reached level 40. It was imperative to venture out and level up quickly. Upon reaching level 40, my third-tier skills would gain proficiency, enabling me to elevate them to the fourth tier. I was eager to enhance my signature skills, such as Ghostly Armor, Absolution, and Execution Blade to level 4. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding. System alert. Player Fengsei Huanxiang wishes to communicate with you. Do you accept? After confirming, Lin Yisan's voice came through. Hi, Lu Chun, good evening. A sense of caution enveloped me. Such cordiality seldom heralded good tidings. Miss E, please speak plainly. On the other end, Lin Eason's melodic laughter echoed. And after a pause, she remarked, Lu Chun, I saw Li Lu this afternoon. He looked quite comical, all disheveled and dusty, haha. Ah, as long as you're amused. I replied, by the way, I heard you took Li Lu out to level up this morning? Lin Eason's inquiry seemed casual. I responded gravely. He didn't recognize me. Besides, the Scarlet Mercenaries prioritize customer satisfaction. It's only natural to assist him in leveling up. It's all for the people's service. You mean for the sake of profit, right? Lin Eason astutely observed. I laughed heartily. You seek me out for conversation instead of leveling up. What is this? Missing me after just a short while? Dream on. I can't possibly miss you. Lin Eason retorted indignantly. All right then, I'm off to level up. Goodbye. After ending the call, I felt a surge of satisfaction. In the expanse of Frosted Ice City, it seemed I alone dared to openly tease the goddess of Feng, Sei Huanxiang. With purpose, I stepped out of Frosted Ice City, setting my sights on my next destination, the Reflected Hills, a haven for high-level monsters and a sacred ground rich in level 5 ingredients, particularly garlic. Chapter 67. Cold moon rose. A flash of lightning tore through the sky as dark clouds gathered ominously, heralding the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. Clutching the flame blade, I swiftly navigated the woodland paths alongside my companion, Xian Feng. Players at levels around 30 were seen forming parties to hunt the beastly creatures of the forest. Undeterred by the approaching storm, their resolve to level up unwavering. Glancing at my experience, I noted I was at 24 of level 40. Reaching level 50 was imperative, for only then could I advance my skills to level 5, granting me the power to challenge the level 60 bosses. Without that, obtaining the hero's decree to establish a guild would be a futile endeavor. The Crimson Mercenaries could not remain a trio indefinitely. Once the guild was formed, I could recruit ranged archers, mages, and supportive priests, strategists, and minstrels. A formidable guild necessitated a balanced and strong representation of all classes. Ding! A message from Du Shursan arrived. Lu Chun, I believe our Crimson Mercenaries should recruit a priest. We are all warriors, severely lacking in healing capabilities. It's a significant flaw that we have no dedicated priest. I replied, do you have anyone in mind? Not yet, but I wanted your opinion. Should we choose a male or female priest? Is there a difference? Indeed, I plan to recruit 2 individuals, 1 female priest, and either a female mage or archer. This way, we can tackle both leveling and boss fights without issue. I pondered briefly before responding. If possible, let us recruit 2, 1 male priest and 1 male archer. I prefer not to have women in our studio. They tend to complicate matters. We are a legitimate gaming studio, and I genuinely wish to elevate the Crimson Mercenaries to one of the top studios in the country. Du Shursan did not respond immediately. After a few moments, he finally replied, You make a valid point. I'll search for candidates. If I can't find any men, I'll reluctantly consider women. Ha! I felt somewhat exasperated. In this day and age, finding a 3-legged frog is challenging, yet 2-legged men are ubiquitous. The root of the issue lay within me, as I harbored an inexplicable aversion to the idea of having female members join the Crimson Mercenaries. Why? I could not articulate. In the Shadow Reflection Hills, a profound mountainous region teeming with beasts and malevolent spirits, it served as a paradise for high-level players and a hell for novices. A long, desolate path led towards a distant canyon. As I ventured forth with Xian Feng, the number of players practicing their skills dwindled significantly. By the time I reached the outskirts of the Shadow Reflection Hills, few remained. Within the thicket, a shadow demon archer emerged from the underbrush, brandishing a longbow. This 34-level archer possessed innate advantages in precision, perception, and hit rate, enhanced by a 5 boost in scouting ability. The diminutive stature of the shadow demon race granted remarkable agility, making them ideal archers. Lin Eason, also a shadow demon, chose the path of melee combat and became a legendary warrior. Though this shadow demon archer was not as aesthetically pleasing as Lin Eason, she exuded a mature charm. Clad in leather armor that accentuated her curves, she wielded her bow with grace, each step imbued with poise. The fleeting glimpse of her allure was enough to leave an indelible impression on any man's mind. Cold Moon Rose, a level 34 bronze tier archer, was indeed formidable, possessing the capability to thrive in such high-level territories. Hey, don't go any further. Hey, handsome, the archer called out, with particular emphasis on the word handsome. I turned, my fearsome visage partially obscured by the shadows of my cloak, and smiled slightly. Why not, beautiful? Cold Moon Rose hesitated before responding. Beyond here lies the perilous area of Shadow Reflection Hills. The beasts at the periphery are level 45. If you proceed, it's a near certain death. Why not join us and hunt the forest leopards instead? I have a quest for them that I can share with you. I couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed she merely wished for my company while leveling. Shaking my head, I replied apologetically, I'm sorry, but I'm here not for quests, but for hunting and gathering. As you can see, I am a hunter. The archer nodded with a smile. Very well. Even knowing the dangers, you venture forth. I wish you the best of luck. As I turned to leave, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a malicious glint in the corner of her eye, an instinctive sense of unease washing over me. Yet, I could not pinpoint the source of my discomfort, so I resolved to press on with my hunt, undeterred by any scheme she might harbor. What could possibly stand in my way, with my companion and myself, against the backdrop of Icebound City? Not far ahead, the wind howled through the dense forest, accompanied by the distant howls of wolves. Just as the shadow demon archer had warned, two massive azure wolves appeared before me. Hillside wolf, level 45. Taking a deep breath, I realized that facing two level 45 creatures simultaneously should not pose a significant threat. I commanded Tianzong to attack the wolf on the left while I charged at the right side hillside wolf. My movements fluid as I delivered a swift double strike to its skull. Miss. 1792. The combination of judgment and blade of execution was devastating. Even a formidable level 45 creature found its health diminished by half in an instant. Roaring, the hillside wolf lashed out with its claws. I stepped back, but was still grazed, heat surging through my chest as my health dropped significantly. 184. The demon armor manifested once more, as if a divine power shielded me. Without this skill, a single claw from the mighty wolf could have cost me around 250 health points, a perilous predicament indeed. The hillside wolf's attack speed surpassed that of the blood skeleton, and its damage output was more than double. Without a priest accompanying me, I needed to exercise utmost caution to avoid a disastrous misstep. With a sweeping strike, I landed 2 blows on the hillside wolf's forehead before sidestepping its claws. Once my normal attack cooldown expired, I unleashed another 2 strikes while consuming a small health potion. With a pained howl, the hillside wolf succumbed. Vanquished by my rapid 6 strikes, though my own health had dwindled to nearly a third, the wolf's damage output was alarmingly potent. The small potion, combined with the regenerative abilities of the undead, rapidly restored my health. I raised my sword and, with Tianzong, dispatched the second hillside wolf, efficiently eliminating 2 level 45 beasts within a minute. Tianzong's recovery rate far surpassed my own, as long as we weren't engaged in consecutive battles. It rarely required healing, thanks to its high health and defense attributes. Extending my fingers towards the corpse of the hillside wolf, I called out, Death Grasp. The skill activated, and a blue wolf pelt appeared in my grasp. Hillside wolf pelt, level 4 hide. Excellent. I was on the brink of a lucrative venture. Level 4 hide was essential for crafting 30 to 40 level black stone gear and bronze leather armor. My tailoring skills had also improved, and soon, the market for such level 4 hides would flourish, presenting a prime opportunity for profit. I adored Death Grasp. It was undeniably my first step towards wealth. After collecting 2 hillside wolf pelts, I pressed onward, the surrounding forest shrouded in darkness, with chaotic animal tracks littering the ground, some even larger than my own. Upon raising my gaze, my eyes sparkled with delight as I beheld a rudimentary night elf encampment not far ahead. Within the camp, 5 NPCs stood, gazing around in bewilderment. I hastened towards them, my demeanor exuding confidence, for I had now stepped into the realm of the bone spirit lord among the undead. Although I was a neutral entity, to the common night elves, I was akin to their kin, and they regarded me with remarkable warmth. Oh, esteemed one, you have deigned to grace this wild expanse with your presence. A night elf assassin, clutching a dagger, approached and knelt before me on one knee, saying, Your arrival instills in us the belief that Queen Sophia has not forsaken us, her unfortunate undead. Surely, you bear tidings of victory, do you not? I nodded. Weaving a tale, the queen has sent word that the empire shall soon be revived. Laughter erupted among the skeletons, their excitement palpable. Yet one bearded undead prophet seated within the tent remained silent. A fleeting glance revealed that this elder was the highest authority in the temporary camp. For the title Hillside Commander floated above his brow. He trembled as he emerged, gripping his staff, and spoke in a quavering voice, Esteemed one, you see, we have been besieged by beasts for nearly half a year. Many of our brethren have been torn to shreds. We must eradicate the wolf tribes of the wild, or our night elf encampment shall surely fall. Ding. System notification. Would you accept the quest, Slay the Hillside Wolves? Quest level, D, Moderate. Quest objective, Patrol the vicinity. Slay at least 200 hillside wolves. and collect 40 hillside wolf fangs to present to the hillside commander for a bountiful reward. Accepting the quest, I set forth to hunt the hillside wolves. These level 45 creatures were not only ideal for my leveling, but also yielded level 4 pelts and fulfilled the quest requirements. Truly a trifecta of benefits. Armed with my mystical bee and wielding the flame blade, I navigated the forests at the hill's edge, dispatching the wild wolves. With a stroke of fortune, I could unearth a greater mana stone. Even on less fortunate days, I could procure a level 4 pelt, making the process of leveling exceedingly enjoyable. Time slipped by, and in the span of 2 hours, I had vanquished over 300 hillside wolves, for my satchel now held 312 pelts, along with 14 greater mana stones and 40 hillside wolf fangs. The quest was complete, and the surrounding wolves had been nearly eradicated, leaving me unburdened. Returning to the temporary camp, I presented the wolf fangs, and the old skeleton nearly fell apart with excitement, exclaiming, "These merciless beasts have finally faced their comeuppance. Splendid. Esteemed undead, you shall receive a generous reward." Ding. System notification. You have completed the quest, Slay the Hillside Wolves, earning 8,400 experience points and 240 reputation points. With a flourish, golden light cascaded around me, and I successfully ascended to level 41, climbing to 5th place on the Iceberg City leaderboard within a mere 4 hours. I was determined to continue, aspiring to reach 3rd place. Yet, after completing this task, a cloud of sorrow still lingered on the old skeleton's visage. He spoke solemnly. "A massacre is unfolding in the reflected hills. It is most brutal. Those savage undead have forgotten Queen Sophia's holy decree and are slaughtering the innocent within the hills. Young night elf, I implore you to enter the gorge and slay 100 bloodshadow skeletons, bringing back their fingers to me." Chapter 68, Guardian of the Hills. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest, Bloodshadow Rebellion. Quest level, C grade, inferior. Quest objective. Enter the Reflection Hills and slay 100 bloodshadow skeleton warriors. Exercise caution. For these rebels are exceedingly formidable, exhibiting cruelty and hostility towards both night spirits and humans. They will launch attacks on any perceived threats. With the quest secured, I set forth towards the Reflection Hills, my intentions not solely for leveling up, but primarily to gather level 5 culinary ingredient, garlic. Gazing skyward, I beheld a remarkable sight, a series of inverted triangular hills rising amidst the forest. Such a phenomenon should not exist by natural law. Yet within the realm of the game, endless possibilities abound, and here lay this extraordinary hilly terrain. I looked up, apprehensive that these suspended hills might suddenly collapse, transforming me, the Bone Spirit Lord, into mere pulp. The hills remained mountainous, and with a thunderous roar, a blood-red tiger sprang forth from the thicket, startling me momentarily. A quick glance reassured me. Hills tiger, level 47. Fortunately, it was merely a level 47 beast. I charged forward, sword raised, unleashing my merciful blade in unison with the 3 strikes of my pet, the Xianbi. Within moments, I dispatched the Hills tiger, claiming a level 4 tiger skin, which bore no distinction from wolf pelts in utility. As I ventured deeper, the environment transformed. Quaint wooden cabins appeared nestled among the hills, dwellings of hunters, while the map revealed the presence of undead creatures, bloodshadow skeletons. These were advanced skeletons, their forms radiating a crimson glow, at least of bone spirit caliber. I felt a surge of joy at the prospect of acquiring their abundant undead sparks, which would hasten my ascension to the rank of Bone Spirit Commander. The next step would be reaching the level of Azura, ensuring my handsome visage remained intact, allowing for both charming encounters and vanquishing foes effortlessly. Bloodshadow Skeleton Warrior, level 50. Not far off, a solitary bloodshadow skeleton gazed vacantly about, emitting a low, guttural growl. I stealthily approached with my pet, sending in the cannon fodder first. The Xianbi swiftly inflicted significant damage, reducing the skeleton's health by nearly half. I lunged forward, delivering a decisive blow, and after a flurry of attacks, the first blood shadow skeleton collapsed. Clatter! A gleaming large magic stone tumbled to the ground, accompanied by a skeletal finger. Fortune favored me, as the first foe yielded both a magic stone and a quest item. I picked up the large magic stone, quality 100. It appeared that the higher the monster's level, the superior the quality of the magic stones dropped. Furthermore, my experience surged by an impressive 1. It seemed leveling to 42 today was well within reach. I sought the next bloodshadow skeleton, this time leading the charge myself. However, the creature roared and swung its battle axe at me. Thud! The axe struck my shoulder armor, sending a jolt of pain coursing through me. The ghostly armor materialized, vibrating from the force of the hit. Its attack power was alarmingly high, 315. I recoiled in shock. Retreating was prudent. It was better to let the Xianbi take the lead. By now, the Xianbi had reached level 39. Boasting a defense of 307 and health of 1294, its survivability surpassed mine, reflecting my own equipment shortcomings. If only I could don a full set of silver gear. The Xianbi would pale in comparison. With a sigh, I lamented that in the current server, few possessed even a single piece of dark iron gear, let alone the superior silver equipment. It seemed likely that only bosses of at least level 50 would drop such high-tier items. I pondered who might first obtain a silver piece, a thought that nagged at me. Teaming up with the Xianbi, I vanquished the level 50 Bloodshadow skeleton, receiving a useless scrap of cloth as a reward, followed by absorption of its undead spark, continuing my search for the next target. Scattered throughout the Reflection Hills were Bloodshadow skeletons, and given their advanced nature, if they congregated, a solitary player like myself would stand no chance. Should 3 or more level 50 Bloodshadow skeletons appear simultaneously, I could guarantee neither I nor the Xianbi would survive. A single strike could deplete a third of my health and 15 of the Xianbi's. Thankfully, with both of us being high damage types, we could dispatch foes swiftly without exhausting resources. Otherwise, the cost of potions alone would be overwhelming. For players seeking to level here, the optimal strategy would be for 10 mages to form a line, unleashing fire dragon roars in unison to obliterate a Bloodshadow skeleton in mere rounds, with 0 losses. However, this method demanded high magical proficiency. Casting a level 4 fire dragon roar required 40 mana points. A level 40 mage would possess around 800 mana, meaning after a few casts, they would be drained. To maintain leveling speed, one would need to invest in costly magical cooking supplies. As a shrewd culinary expert, I reveled in this situation. Pressing on, I sought the location where garlic flourished, planning to return and produce a surplus of level 5 magical cooking to reap profits. Glancing at my skills, my cooking proficiency remained at level 4, though my mastery was at 96. Upon returning and utilizing the ingredients stored in my warehouse, I would surely reach level 5. Undoubtedly, I would emerge as the first culinary master to achieve level 5 cooking in the entire Icebound city. As I scoured the hills, slaying countless Bloodshadow skeletons, I finally stumbled upon the garlic's habitat nestled between 2 hills, thriving amidst the landscape. As a devoted gamer, I harbored a deep appreciation for this plant. In every place I resided, I would invariably keep a pot of garlic on my balcony, adding a sprig of its verdant leaves to my noodles as I cooked late at night. Accompanied by a perfectly cracked egg, such delightful flavors could only be truly appreciated by those who embraced the homebody lifestyle. I commenced gathering, my hunting skill at level 5, and a sense of pride surged within me. I reached for a clump of garlic, activating my gathering skill. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have harvested 3 garlic. Hunting skill proficiency 5. Continuing, I found another patch of garlic nearby. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have harvested 3 garlic. Hunting skill proficiency 5. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. You have harvested 3 garlic. Hunting skill proficiency 5. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have harvested 3 garlic. Hunting skill proficiency 5. After nearly half an hour, I had nearly cleared the garlic from this valley, my inventory brimming with high-quality ingredients, 40 bundles of garlic in total. I even discarded a few lower-quality magic stones. Weighing the benefits, a high-quality magic stone fetched only 20 silver coins, whereas a bundle of garlic could yield 5 portions of level 5 magical cooking, worth at least 50 silver coins each. The comparison was stark. With a sense of accomplishment, I gazed at my bounty of garlic. Time to return and complete my quest. Once that is done, I would return to the city and demonstrate how the culinary master navigates the trade routes. I glanced at the map, deciding to traverse through the central canyon for a more direct route, avoiding the longer detour of retracing my steps. Along the way, numerous Bloodshadow skeletons would surely spawn, and I had no intention of wasting time on them. My experience had climbed to 41, with 91 progress. I had even forgotten about a late-night snack. The real-world clock now read 3 a.m. A late night was inevitable. Peering at my friends' list, I noticed that both Du Shursan and Giguzi were active, these 2 comrades of mine sharing the same nocturnal commitment. How noble of them. Moreover, Lin Yisun's name shines brightly, explaining why her level remains exceptionally high. Observing the many players in Iceberg City who have reached level 40, the competition to ascend to level 50 is becoming increasingly fierce, with everyone eager to be the first to reach that milestone and subsequently challenge the level 60 boss, ultimately obtaining the hero's order to command the heroes of the realm and establish the first guild in Iceberg City. As I traversed the valley, I unexpectedly sensed something amiss as I approached the central area. How could a small hill be moving? Indeed, that object was not merely a hill, it was a creature. A colossal puppet monster. Good heavens, what level could it possibly be? A magnificent stone giant, its body entwined with green vines, moved with great slowness. The sound of its massive stone arms scraping against one another echoed ominously, and its head boasted a radius of at least 3 meters, rotating as 2 dark eyes glimmered with innocence. Guardian of the Hills, silver level boss, level 60 attack, defense, health, skills. I was astounded to discern the boss's attributes. While not exhaustive, the information was sufficient. This boss had transcended the FSSS tier classification, presenting itself as a splendid silver-level boss. The likelihood of obtaining exceptional equipment from such a creature was as certain as the sun rising. Could I challenge a level 60 boss? In that instant, my heart raced with excitement and trepidation. Akin to the night Lenny Sin tilted her face for me to kiss her, my heart was a battleground of joy and anxiety. To kiss or not to kiss was a dilemma that tormented me. Before me stood a magnificent boss, and if I were to confront it alone, my chances of victory would be less than 1. Yet, the thought of conceding filled me with dissatisfaction. This Guardian of the Hills was of such a high level that if I managed to defeat it while being 19 levels lower, the drop rate of items would be significantly enhanced, especially the possibility of acquiring the Hero's Order. Clenching the flame blade in my hand, I resolved to face it. So be it. If I perish, then so be it. I dashed forward, with Xianfeng leading the charge, delivering a fierce stab to the boss's thigh. Crack. 44. Astonished, I exclaimed, Xuanfeng's attack power is formidable, yet it barely scratched the surface of the boss's health? How absurd. I pondered how much damage I could inflict. Let us find out. I thrust my sword down with all my might, executing the most powerful double strike, the Pardon S execution blade. Miss. 1009. Excellent. The level 3 Pardon had reduced the boss's total defense by 60 and enhanced my attack power by 45. Inflicting 1,000 damage was a remarkable feat. Yet Xuanfeng's attack had met the full brunt of the boss's 100 defense, effectively failing to penetrate it. Roar. The Guardian of the Hills, enraged by the intrusion, turned with a mighty roar, its colossal fist descending upon Xuanfeng's head. Boom. 1448. Poor Xianfeng let out a cry, instantly eliminated despite its 300 defense. With my mere 165 defense, what chance did I stand? I retreated hastily, sprinting with all my might as the Guardian pursued me. Its speed was not exceptional, matching my own as we raced across the vast expanse. As I ran, I contemplated how to vanquish this level 60 boss. Suddenly, inspiration struck. The narrow gorge I had traversed earlier while gathering garlic would serve as my sanctuary. The stone giant would be unable to fit within, granting me a precious opportunity. Resolute, I retraced my steps, shrinking my body to slip into the gorge. Roar. The Guardian of the Hills bellowed in pursuit, yet found itself ensnared between 2 peaks, flailing its fists in a futile rage, sending debris flying. Seizing the moment, I approached and struck at the giantess' ankle with my sword before swiftly retreating. Ha ha. Unable to suppress my laughter, I realized I had a chance. I could very well slay this level 60 Guardian of the Hills right here. In that instant, visions of countless gold coins and high-level equipment danced before my eyes. However, just then, a swarm of blue dots appeared on the map. Were those players? My elevated level allowed me to see players below mine, and it was evident that many were approaching. I could no longer engage the boss, otherwise, I would surely perish. Anyone would be tempted by such a high-level boss, and I would miss out on the rewards. With that thought, I decisively activated my skill, Burrow. Swish. I transformed into a streak of red light and vanished into the earth, leaving no trace behind. The stone giant, bewildered, lost its target and began to wander outside the gorge. Moments later, a group appeared in my line of sight. A strikingly attractive shadow mage archer, holding a longbow, led the way. It was none other than Han Yumei, whom I had encountered before entering the gorge. Behind her, a throng followed, and among them, 3 figures strode at the forefront: Long Xing Tianxia, Dan Shu Tai Chi, and Fan Yun Fuyu. It was the members of the Dragon Club. Chapter 69. The Thunder God tramples indeed. The boss has emerged. Longxing Tianxia dashed into the valley, unable to contain his excitement, bursting into laughter. Let us not provoke the boss just yet. Wait for all the brothers to gather before we strike. Frontline warriors, magic knights, and rangers, get ready. Backline mages and priests, stay close. Archers, prepare your demon-breaking arrows. Han Yu Megawe swayed her curvaceous legs gracefully and approached Longxing Tianxia, a charming smile gracing her lips. See, I told you so. A level 60 boss truly spawned in this valley. Humph, You didn't believe in my scouting abilities, did you? I witnessed the boss's emergence with my own eyes. Longxing Tianxiao laughed heartily, playfully patting Han Yumegawe's rear beneath her leather armor, grinning lewdly. I know you're formidable. Rest assured, after we bring down the boss, I shall reward you handsomely. With a smile that captivated all, Han Yumegawe stepped to the front of the line, commanding, Archers, be vigilant. When we engage the boss, all second-tier archers will follow my lead. After one demon-breaking arrow, immediately lock onto the boss as the target and unleash a flurry of shots. I couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. Han Yumegawe's strategy was rather ruthless. If the archers unleashed indiscriminate shots, I would struggle to approach the boss. Once I got close, my stealth would be compromised, and I would be riddled with arrows. Longxing Tianxia stepped forward and inquired, Megawe, why resort to a flurry of shots? While the skill is powerful, its single target damage is woefully inadequate. Han Yumegawe's expression turned grave. Before you arrived, another player entered the Illusion Hills, a warrior. Oh, what is his name? Zhiji Qinsha, that fellow ranked 5th on the leaderboard. What? Him. Longxing Tianxia's brows furrowed, his voice cold. That little brat managed to arrive here before us. Damn it. If I catch him, I will make him wish he were dead. Beside him, Dan Shu Tai Chi lowered his voice. Boss. Remember last time in the Qingshi Valley? Zhiji Qinsha and Feng Se Huanxiang teamed up to breach our defenses and snatch that precious boss. I recall vividly. Zhiji Qinsha possesses a burrowing skill akin to an assassin's stealth. We must be on high alert. We cannot afford any mistakes this time, otherwise, we will face utter defeat. Longxing Tianxia nodded. I understand. We must maintain control over the rhythm of the boss fight. We shall execute flawlessly. As he spoke, Longxing Tianxia's expression grew increasingly sinister, rage boiling as he clenched his fists and declared, the humiliation inflicted upon me by Zhiji Qinsha and Feng Se Huanxiang shall be repaid tenfold. Those who dare provoke our Quanglong must be reduced to level 0. And as for Feng Se Huanxiang, Longxing Tianxia's thoughts turned to Lin Yisan, his expression shifting to one of lewd anticipation as he licked his lips. If Feng Se Huanxiang falls into my hands, I will ensure she experiences ecstasy and agony. Dan Shu Tai Chi frowned. Boss, focus on the task at hand. The priority is to minimize our losses while defeating this boss. If we suffer too many casualties, we may find ourselves vulnerable to a surprise attack, especially from a master like Zhiji Qinsha. We might not be able to withstand him with just a dozen or 20 of us. Longxing Tianxia nodded. Rest assured, I have a plan. He then called out loudly, level 30 and 35 priests and mages, come forward and collect 10 portions of level 3 magical cuisine. High-level mages and priests above level 35, come and receive 3 portions of level 4 magical cuisine. We need full output. Do not be stingy with the cuisine. Once consumed, you can purchase more. It appeared Longxing Tianxia was truly investing heavily. He was eager to be the first to obtain the hero's order and revel in his triumph in Frozen Ice City. However, I could not allow that to happen. If Quanglong rose to power in Frozen Ice City, it would impact not just the Blood Mercenaries and Lin Yisan's guild, but even Gu Jianhunming. After all, Longxing Tianxia's impression of us had already plummeted. The confrontation in Frozen Ice City would not end amicably. In a clash of narrow paths, the victor would be the stronger. It all depended on who would prevail. Within Quanglong's ranks, a magic knight stepped forward. One of the twin stars, Fan Yunfuyu. He pondered, Boss, this boss is level 60, yet most of our members are only level 30. Theoretically, our chances of missing an attack exceed 90. With such output, can we truly defeat this level 60 Guardian of the Hills? Longxing Tianxiao raised an eyebrow. Don't speak such discouraging words. What is there to fear? We have over 500 members participating. Looking across Frozen Ice City, or even the entire Chinese region, which guild can boast such a formidable lineup? Even if the boss evades 90 of our attacks, at least 50 of us will still land hits. Defeating this boss is merely a matter of time. But Fan Yunfuyu furrowed his brow. Boss, have you considered the boss's healing abilities? The Guardian of the Hills is a giant-type creature with top-tier defense, vitality, and healing speed. In my opinion, our chances of successfully defeating this level 60 boss do not exceed 30. It would be wiser to target a level 50 boss, where our success rate would be at least 80. Longxing Tianxia's expression darkened, furiously retorting, You only need to charge into battle. Leave the strategizing to me. Am I not aware of how difficult this boss is? But if we manage to defeat it and obtain the hero's order, what does that signify? It means Quanglong will secure its place in the Chinese region, and we may even rank among the top 3 in the guild rankings. I am more than aware of the implications. Yes, I understand. Fan Yunfuyu reluctantly took his spear and moved to the front lines. Also one of the main tanks for this boss fight. I hid deep within the valley, secretly amused. The disparity in power between players and a level 60 boss was staggering. Longxing Tianxia likely remained oblivious to this fact. Charging in with 500 members could very well lead to their total annihilation. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and the boss's health was already replenished. Next, it would be the Quanglong Guild's tactic of overwhelming numbers. Clang. Longxing Tianxia drew his sword, shouting, "Quanglong sets sail, unyielding. Brothers, for the honor and dignity of our Quanglong Guild, charge forth. Let our flesh and blood forge tomorrow's glory." I must admit, Longxing Tianxia was a relatively competent leader, at least adept at rallying morale. With the guild leader's thunderous command, the dense crowd of Quanglong Guild surged forward. Nearly 100 warrior-class players formed the front line, swarming like ants beneath the stone giant boss's feet. The subsequent ranks of archers fired their demon-breaking arrows, bypassing 50 of the heavy armor defense, which, coincidentally, was precisely the boss's defense type. In an instant, a flurry of damage numbers erupted. Miss. 1. Miss. Miss. 1. A multitude of miss notifications, accompanied by a sprinkling of 1-point damage, nearly made me laugh. Even with the boss's defense halved, Quanglong's archers could only manage a forced deduction of 1 point of health. This was rather amusing. I was eager to see how they planned to defeat this guardian of the hills. At that moment, a fiery dragon erupted from the ground, roaring and coiling around the stone giant. A high-tier, magical fire dragon's roar unleashed by the mages. 145, 112, 98, 157. A series of damage figures soared into the air, startling me once again. The magical attack power was formidable. I had underestimated it. Although the stone giant boasted high defense, heavy armor was inherently vulnerable to magic. While archers could not breach the defenses, the mages disregarded the boss's ironclad protection. It appeared that the Dragon's Fury Guild had a significant chance of defeating this boss. Clenching my fists, I steeled myself for a desperate struggle. Under no circumstances could the boss's rewards fall into the hands of the Dragon's Fury. Otherwise, the audacity of the Dragon's domain would escalate beyond measure. Their arrogance was a clear invitation for retribution. At that moment, the Hill Guardian, a silver-grade boss, finally unleashed its power. With a thunderous roar, it lifted a leg as massive as a hill and stomped down fiercely. Bang! Countless arcs of lightning erupted, coursing through a radius of 55 yards, and several warriors from the Dragon's Fury fell in unison, all instantaneously obliterated. Battle notification. The Hill Guardian used the skill, Thunder God's Stampede. Indeed, it was formidable. A glimmer of hope sparked within me. If the boss could annihilate the Dragon's Fury warriors, the loss of their main tank would leave the mages, archers, and priests vulnerable to annihilation. In fact, those priests might not even have a chance to act. Once the Hill Guardian initiated its assault, it would be a swift execution. It was no surprise that even my own Phantom Bee had been dispatched in an instant. How could players under level 40 hope to escape such fate? The gigantic arms swung, accompanied by the cries of 3 more Dark Knights being sent flying, their bodies already lifeless in the air. Suddenly, the boss leaped. Its stone fists clenched tightly, crashing down with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, yet another 7 or 8 warriors were reduced to mere pulp. I watched in stunned disbelief. Grateful that I had not engaged the boss in open terrain, a single Thunder God's Stampede would have sufficed to turn me into a corpse. In less than 5 minutes, the boss's health had diminished by a third, while the Dragon's Fury Guild was left with a mere handful of over 100 warriors. Only a few dared to advance, and the so-called twin stars of Dragon's Fury, Dan Shu and Tai Chi, had long since been crushed by the boss. Longxing Tianxia raised his sword high, declaring loudly, "Fallen brothers, come quickly to resurrect. We shall employ a wheel battle to conquer this boss. Archers and mages, unleash your full power. Strategists and bards, bolster the mages and archers with your encouragement and valor." Encouragement, a strategic skill that enhances nearby allies' attack power by 5. Valor, a bard's single-target skill, increases an individual player's attack power by 10. As fellow support classes, the bard's buffs were more potent but limited to 1 target, while strategists could empower the entire team. 10 minutes later, the boss's health had dwindled to around 25, but it had entered a berserk state. After wiping out the opposing warriors, the stone giant dashed about, unleashing Thunder God's Stampedes amidst the mages and archers, claiming victims one after another. The boss's rate of health depletion slowed significantly, while the output of the Dragon's Fury Guild continued to wane. 1, 2, 3. 75, 76, 77. I counted briefly. Dragon's Fury still had 77 members remaining, all mages and archers, while the boss's health was rapidly approaching 10. I knew I had to take action. Chapter 70. In the bitter cold, the autumn wind howled, causing leaves to fall and wither. Suddenly, a few leaves were swept up by a fierce gust, as the stone giant boss unleashed another thunderous stomp, sending 4 archers crashing to the ground in a pool of blood. Longxing Tianxia, wielding his sword, retreated repeatedly, too fearful to approach the boss, knowing that a single misstep could cost him his life. Standing amidst the wild grass, Hanyue Meguei spread her lithe legs, her body slightly sinking as she drew her longbow into a perfect arc. With a soft cry, her magical arrow pierced the stone giant's eye like a shooting star. Thud. 275. Such high damage. Longxing Tianxia couldn't help but cheer, while shot rose. A few more like that, and we can take him down. We'll be the first in Frozen Ice City to defeat a level 60 boss. Nothing can stop our family from claiming dominance. Hanyue Meguei smiled, her delicate brows dancing. Got it. Unless something goes awry, defeating this guardian of the hills is a certainty. Minutes passed, and the guardian's health dwindled to about 5. The imminent defeat was palpable. Longxing Tianxia's face radiated excitement, but it soon twisted into a snarl as he spat. Once we take down this boss, I'll hunt down every top player on the leaderboard. Feng Huanxiang, Zhiji Qinsha, all of them will die. Just then, a red light shot from the ground, transforming into a figure as I emerged on the outskirts of the canyon. Startled, a level 35 archer barely had time to react before my swift sword pierced his chest plate, shredding his high-grade leather armor and sending his health plummeting. 407. With a twist of my blade, I struck again, delivering a fatal blow. Simultaneously, a cyan figure darted toward 2 other archers, unleashing a flurry of strikes that sent them crashing to the ground. With a swift motion, I drew my sword again, locking eyes with a mage who glared at me in fury. In mere seconds since my appearance, the Guanglong Guild had already lost 3 archers and 1 mage to my and Xuanfeng's assault. Is it him? It's Zhiji Qinsha. A priest stumbled back, hastily warning Longxing Tianxia, but before he could escape far, I was upon him, striking with my sword to break his shield, then delivering a second strike to eliminate him instantly. However, my presence had not gone unnoticed. After all, the canyon was not particularly vast, and with several members of their guild slain, Longxing Tianxia had to have sensed something amiss. His eyes flared with fury as he brandished his sword and bellowed. Zhiji Qinsha, you dare show your face? Mages, attack. Fire dragon spell, take him down. I let out a cold laugh, advancing rather than retreating, swiftly closing in on an archer trying to kite me. Unbeknownst to him, he was backed against a thicket, and I struck, reducing his health significantly. Xianfeng swooped in, delivering a gentle stab, and he fell, roaring. The fire dragon unleashed its fury as 7 mages chanted their spells in unison, their level 20 fire dragon roar ready to strike. Longxing Tianxia watched in glee, laughing heartily, 7 mages casting together for a one-hit kill. Let us see how you die. I couldn't help but smirk, suddenly darting behind a small shrub, and in less than half a second, I re-emerged, sweeping my blade across, taking down 2 mages. The remaining 5 mages stared in confusion. Their carefully prepared fire dragon roar had vanished. Longxing Tianxia's shock mirrored theirs. What just happened? Hanyue Meguei gritted her teeth. He*s using a perspective trick. He understands that if the target disappears during the spell's casting time, the skill will automatically fail. This Zhiji Qinsha is no simple foe. Longxing Tianxia's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, yet he was powerless to act. In the valley, the towering shrubs provided natural barriers, and I thrived in this terrain, darting about with agility, my frost fire blade glinting like the scythe of death, leaving a trail of casualties in my wake. In the blink of an eye, all 7 mages lay defeated. Meanwhile, the stone giant boss continued to wreak havoc, reducing the Guanglong Guild to a mere handful of members, but its own health was perilously low, on the brink of collapse. I scanned the battlefield, locking my sights on Longxing Tianxia. Eliminating this dark knight was my priority. He seemed to sense my intentions, retreating immediately as 3 archers stepped in to shield him, their longbows taut with magical arrows aimed at me. Crack, crack, crack. 134, 127, 110. All their shots pierced through my defenses. These were the elite archers of the Guanglong Guild, not a single one lacking skill. Simultaneously, a sinister grin spread across Longxing Tianxia's face as he produced a pale blue card, tossing it into the air. It transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, blanketing the canyon in a thick layer of snow. Ding. System notification. Player Longxing Tianxia has used the card, Bitter Cold. Your movement speed is reduced by 50, and your attack speed is reduced by 50. This effect lasts for 5 minutes. This was not good. I was caught in its effects. Longxing Tianxia's laughter echoed maniacally as he shouted, "Zhiji Qinsha, this card was specially prepared for you. Worth every bit of the 50 gold I spent. Once I take you down, I'd gladly spend more." The fire dragon roar, penetrating arrows, meteor spells, various skills rained down upon me, and I struggled to retreat, helplessly watching my health plummet. Just as I hovered on the brink of death, I drew a level 3 health potion, restoring 600 health points in an instant, while simultaneously extending my fingers and shouting, "Xianfeng." A surge of magical light enveloped me, the 6-pointed star shimmering as Xianfeng answered my call, darting toward the archers and mages, effectively curtailing their output. I only needed a mere second, a fleeting moment of respite to utilize my burrowing skill. However, just as my health neared 100 points, several mages collectively unleashed their spells upon Xianfeng, eliminating him and leaving me with a precious second of opportunity. In a flash, I transformed into a blur of crimson shadows, plunging into the earth, hastening towards the boss. The ground was entirely covered in the effects of bitter cold, adversely affecting me but rendering the players in Longxing Tianxia's team powerless. Engaging them directly would be my undoing. As my health rapidly recovered, I glanced up. The Guardian of the Hills had but a sliver of health remaining, teetering on the edge of defeat. Yet, the Quanglong Guild was reduced to fewer than 10 members, fighting desperately, their demise imminent. With Xianfeng fallen and unable to be summoned again soon, the task of slaying this boss rested solely on my shoulders. Yes, my sole chance lay in the skill of absolution, a powerful move that significantly reduces the target's defenses, my trump card in this critical moment. Watching me escape, Longxing Tianxia's frustration boiled over as he realized the 50 gold he wasted on the card had been in vain. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared, "Damn it! Focus all efforts on the boss, and wait for the moment to strike Zhiji Qinsha. That bastard, that bastard." Hanyue Meiguei readied her longbow, as the remaining mages had all succumbed, leaving her as the primary damage dealer on the field. I moved slowly, feeling grateful for my level 3 life potion. Without it, I would have perished moments ago. A few life potions remained in my bag, all generously gifted by Lin Yisan. Truly, I owed her a great deal. After nearly a minute, I finally reached the feet of the boss, my health restored to full thanks to the potions and the resurrection from the undead. At that moment, the first female archer of the dragon clan, Cold Moon Rose, suddenly narrowed her eyes, her arm trembling as she unleashed a flurry of 5 arrows, a signature move of archers, a skill of at least level 3. Thwack. 57. One of the arrows struck me, and a burst of blood enveloped me as I was forced out from the ground. "Indeed, we must finish him off quickly," Dragon Rising shouted, but surrounding us were archers, making an instant kill improbable. Cold Moon Rose coldly commanded, "You go." "All right." Dragon Rising charged forward, displaying reckless bravery. I paid no heed to his assault and turned to sprint towards the boss. With a swift flourish of my sword, I unleashed the skill of exoneration, followed by a fierce strike of blade of execution. Miss. 1208. What? The boss still lives. My eyes nearly popped out as I quickly attempted another strike, but the boss had already lifted its leg to deliver a crushing kick to my head. Indeed, the Thunder God Stomp skill. I'm finished. I silently lamented, gritting my teeth to unleash a desperate strike. Slash. 147. An insignificant attack. Yet that slight reduction in the boss's health was all it took. After a deafening howl, the Guardian of the Hills finally fell. With that, I leveled up twice, now standing at level 43, sharing the top rank with Lin Yisan. At the same time, I leapt high, deftly gathering the spoils dropped by the boss. A quick glance revealed numerous illusion stones, 2 pieces of equipment, a pair of shimmering boots, and a longsword glimmering with an icy hue. Clearly extraordinary items. There was no time to linger. Behind me, 6 archers loosed arrows, and Dragon Rising, fierce and relentless, was also in pursuit. Die! Dragon Rising ferociously unleashed a fire impale, piercing through my chest with a sickening sound. His attack power was formidable. 287. Humph! Had Dragon Rising acted sooner, I might not have had the opportunity to slay this boss. Arrows flew wildly, and I could not evade. I had no choice but to endure the blows. The cooldown for my level 3 life potion had not yet expired, preventing me from drinking it, and the cooldown for exoneration had not finished either, leaving me unable to secure a kill. The valley was filled with icy terrain, severely hindering both my movement and attack speed. At this moment, I was indeed at my wit's end. Thud! Cold Moon Rose delivered a chilling magic-breaking arrow, draining 217 of my health. Finally, I fell. Darkness enveloped me as I collapsed to the ground, my spirit rising. I carefully examined what I had dropped. pleasantly surprised to find that neither of the boss's 2 pieces of equipment had been lost. Only some potions and cooking ingredients had dropped, along with 3 illusion stones and 4 bundles of garlic. Thankfully, the primary treasures remained intact. If there were heartache, I would wager that none felt it more than Dragon Rising, who invested so much to defeat the boss only to have the rewards snatched away by me. What a bitter fate. Chapter 71. Ghostly Ice Soul. I never anticipated that my first ascent to the pinnacle of the floating Ice City's leaderboard would last merely 3 seconds. How absurd. My spirit found itself in a nearby graveyard. Traversing the reflection hills typically requires around 20 minutes. Yet, I dared not resurrect there, given the merciless nature of Dragon's Dominion. It was unlikely they would guard my corpse. However, reviving in the city would cost me a total of 3 levels, a steep price I was unwilling to pay. With no alternatives, I resolved to resurrect at my corpse. At worst, I could burrow underground upon revival. I was confident that the members of Dragon's Dominion could not maintain a constant state of vigilance for 24 hours. With the slightest lapse, I could resurrect and make my escape. My soul drifted towards the reflection hills, and indeed, Dragon's Dominion stood beside my lifeless body. Cold Moon rose, bow in hand, was scanning the vicinity. Should I resurrect nearby, she would swiftly unleash a flurry of arrows to force me above ground. Her precision was commendable. I had previously suffered at her hands. I would bide my time. They remained on high alert. I had to await the opportune moment when their defenses would falter. Dragon's Dominion cursed vehemently, venting his frustration at my corpse, wishing fervently to desecrate it. Unfortunately, the game's system forbade such vile actions upon a player's demise. Their body remained sacred. Cold Moon Rose consoled him. Do not fret. Our allies are en route and will arrive within half an hour. We shall seal off the entire Reflection Hills, ensuring that the likes of Zhiji Chen Sha cannot escape. With a huff, Dragon's Dominion perched upon a nearby rock. Sword in hand, seething with anger, Cold Moon Rose sauntered over, settling gracefully upon his lap, her beguiling smile illuminating her features. Do not be angry. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Besides, no matter how formidable Zhiji Chen Sha may be, he ultimately fell by your hand, did he not? Dragon's Dominion exhaled, his eyes glinting with resentment. I wonder what 2 pieces of equipment the boss dropped. How infuriating that he secured them. It seems no hero's token was obtained. Oh, no hero's token? Do not be upset. Cold Moon Rose embraced him, her body subtly brushing against his arm, a true embodiment of allure and seduction. At that moment, fortune smiled upon me. Their intimate moment presented the perfect opportunity for my escape. The effect of the Ice Heaven Snow Land card had dissipated. If not now, when? With determination, I revived and consumed a health potion, restoring my vitality, then dashed towards the valley's exit. He has revived, a nearby archer shouted, pursuing me with a chaotic barrage of arrows that failed to strike, yet left me wary of burrowing underground. Dragon's Dominion was hot on my heels, while Cold Moon Rose, like a panther, navigated the terrain with astonishing speed. I sprinted with all my might, disregarding everything else. Just then, Dragon's Dominion unleashed his pet, a blood-red wildfire greedwolf. Level 27, still in its youth. I suppressed a chuckle and summoned my Dark Bee, which, despite a few lost levels, remained formidable. The Dark Bee surged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks that pierced the wolf's skull, resulting in its instantaneous demise. Chaos erupted among Dragon's Dominion, and Cold Moon Rose as they, alongside several archers, managed to down the Dark Bee. However, it had already claimed 2 archers in return, leaving only 5, including Cold Moon Rose and Dragon's Dominion himself in pursuit of me. 1 fleeing, and 6 in relentless pursuit. I couldn't help but curse their exceptional tracking abilities. Amidst the flight, I glanced at the spoils in my inventory. Among them lay a pair of armored boots, crafted with precision, their edges adorned with crimson runes, truly remarkable. Storm boots, silver equipment, defense, 55 strength, 18 stamina, 15 bonus, increases wearer's movement speed by 0. 5 required level, 45. What a delight. Silver equipment. The defense of 55 surpassed that of my current bronze chestplate, and the additional attributes of 18 strength and 15 stamina were enticing. Equivalent to a 6-level boost in attributes, a testament to their power. Moreover, the slight increase in movement speed could prove crucial should I don these boots now. My pursuers would surely falter. With great satisfaction, I stowed the storm boots away and turned my gaze to the other prize, a shimmering longsword, its blade inscribed with arcane runes, exuding an aura of lethality. With a swift motion, I revealed its attributes, causing my heart to race. Ghostly Ice Soul, golden equipment, attack, 115 to 150 strength, 25 stamina, 20 bonus. Increases user's ice attribute attack power by 7 required level. 50 golden equipment. My heart nearly leapt from my chest. This sword was undoubtedly a divine artifact in the early game, boasting a staggering attack cap of 150, nearly quadrupling that of my previous weapon. Furthermore, it granted an impressive total of 45 additional attributes and a 7 boost to ice damage. Merely wielding this sword could elevate a mid-tier player to elite status. I hastily secured the ghostly ice soul, gratitude washing over me that it had not been lost. The thought of such a loss was unbearable. The canyon entrance loomed ahead, and I pressed forward with urgency. Yet, just as I approached, a chilling flash assailed me. Cold Blade. A rogue skill. Crack. 187. What a powerful strike from the assassin. A fleeting glance revealed a twisted, vengeful face. It was none other than the notorious Dragoness Fury, the foremost assassin of the Dragoness Fury Guild, whom we had previously vanquished. Damn it, perish. Dragoness Fury darted past me with astonishing speed, inflicting a searing pain at my waist, significantly diminishing my mobility. Ding. Combat alert. Player Dragoness Fury has inflicted poisoning LV4 upon you. Your movement speed is reduced by 35 for 12 seconds. This wretch had learned to poison. My heart sank. The situation had turned dire. Dragoness Fury maintained a cautious distance, wary of my mercy skill that could easily dispatch him, a frail assassin. He drew a pitch-black card from his inventory, casting it into the air, summoning a tempest of thunder that struck thrice above me. Boom, boom, boom. 176, 198, 201. The Thunder Beast card, an offensive skill card, the price of which I could only speculate. The damage was devastating. My health plummeted. I quickly consumed a level 3 health potion, realizing that prolonging this encounter would lead to certain death. At that moment, Dragoness Dominion, Cold Moon rose, and their companions arrived, their murderous intent palpable. Intent on finishing me off. I sensed that I might meet my end once more. This time, it was clear that a perfect escape was out of reach. Under the effects of Dragoness Fury's level 4 poison, my speed had drastically decreased, allowing Cold Moon Rose to close in on me. Swish, swish. The penetrating arrows and the demon-breaking arrows were unleashed simultaneously, followed by a flurry of relentless shots. Han Yume Gue gritted her teeth in fury, exclaiming, "You insolent brat! Daring to steal our boss! You shall find no place to rest in death." Such venomous words from this woman. It was no wonder she associated with the likes of Long Xing Tianxia. Indeed, like attracts like a universal law. Stumbling out of the canyon, my back was riddled with arrows, and I watched helplessly as my health dwindled, with no recourse in sight. Only 100 health remained. Then 50, just under 50. It was the end. In that moment of despair, the leaves of the dense forest ahead rustled, as if someone were emerging. Suddenly, a figure clad in pure white burst forth from the thicket. A stunningly crafted breastplate gleamed, paired with dainty boots, long snow-white legs, a sword held in her right hand, and a dagger playfully twirled in her left. Her flowing hair and starry eyes, adorned with a sweet smile, revealed her to be none other than Lin Yisan, renowned as the top of the heavenly rankings in Icebound City. "Ho ho, how did you get yourself into such a predicament?" Lin Yisan chuckled softly, gazing at me. "Quick, tell me who has wronged you?" As I opened my mouth to respond, an arrow struck the back of my head with a sharp thud, causing me to lose another 44 health points. An ordinary attack from Han Yume Gue. My health was nearly depleted. In an instant, a glimmer of fury shone in Lin Yisan's beautiful eyes. With a swift draw of her sword, she declared, "Everyone, attack. Kill them." The forest trembled as a dozen high-ranking second-tier players surged forth alongside Lin Yisan. A chaotic melee ensued, and Han Yume Gue found herself ensnared by Lin Yisan's moon gaze. Startled, she stepped back, exclaiming, "Feng Se Huan Shi what? What do you mean by this? What is your relationship with Shiji Qinsha?" Han Yume Gue clung to a shred of hope, wishing Lin Yisan would refrain from intervening. For her and Long Xing Tianxia's sole aim was to obtain the storm boots and ghost ice essence from my belongings. Little did she know, Lin Yisan turned back with a playful pout and said, "No worries, I simply cannot abide you." With a swift motion, her sword, enveloped in holy power, sliced through the air in a graceful arc, showing no mercy as she struck down Han Yume Gue. Thud! Long Xing Tianxia also fell. An arrow lodged in his neck, still trembling slightly. The archer responsible was none other than Sun Qingqing, the top archer in the rankings, known as Qingqing Shuixiang. The battle concluded within 3 minutes, as the 7 or 8 members of Quang Long were swiftly dispatched. The individuals Lin Yisan brought were formidable. Among them were the likes of Qingqing Shuixiang, Zi Chuanyu, and Duo Ming Jian, all prominent figures in Icebound City. It appeared that Lin Yisun was the leader of this group. She stepped forward, extending her delicate fingers with a smile. Now, hand it over. What do you want? I asked, bewildered. Lin Yisun shot me a sidelong glance, chuckling. Don't think I'm unaware. You defeated the Guardian of the Hills. Am I correct? That level 60 boss has a chance to drop the Hero S token. If you have it, sell it to me first, will you? I didn't get it. I shrugged. Lin Yisun leaned in closer, her hand pressing against my chest, and with a playful grin, she said, even if you didn't receive the Hero S token, I did save your life. So how about a few coins as a token of gratitude? Chapter 72, The Bloodshadow Gauntlet. This time, I acted with great liberality, retrieving 50 gold coins from my pack and placing them on the trading interface. In recent days, the price of gold coins had plummeted dramatically, dropping from 100 to 80, and then further down to around 70 RMB. 50 gold coins, in truth, amounted to little, especially when compared to a silver item and a golden item nestled within my pack. Notably, the golden long sword, the Ghost Ice Soul, was a weapon that, if sold, would surely fetch no less than 5,000 gold coins, a price that was almost unfathomable. Lin Yisun gazed at the trading interface, momentarily entranced, her mouth agape. After a brief pause, she remarked, Lu Chun, I was merely jesting. Why so serious? I offered a smile, responding, no need for formality. I am genuinely thankful for your rescue. Oh, Lin Yisun blinked, a flicker of intrigue dancing in her beautiful eyes. Leaning closer, she whispered in my ear, come clean, what did the boss drop? I inhaled deeply, my gaze falling upon the exquisite contours of Lin Yisun, the scent of youthful fragrance enveloping me. My heart raced as I steadied my composure and replied, a level 45 silver armor boot, a level 50 golden two-handed sword, and a few illusory demon stones. That's all. Lin Yisun tilted her face to look at me, her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating. A silver item, and a golden one. Filled with envy, she urged, quickly, let me see their attributes. I swiftly shared the attributes of both items, and Lin Yisun's astonishment deepened, rendering her momentarily speechless as she murmured, that sword, so powerful. Indeed. I nodded in agreement. Lin Yisun stepped back, distancing herself from me, and with a playful grin, she held her dagger in reverse grip, teasingly asked, Lu Chun, are you not afraid I might slay you here? A golden weapon is a coveted artifact that commands a high price. Confident that she would not resort to violence, I chuckled, what do I have to fear? If you dare to seize my gear, I shall raid your dormitory instead. Ugh. Lin Yisun shot me a bemused glare, a mix of annoyance and amusement on her face. All right, if there is nothing else, I'll gather my team for a quest. What quest? I inquired. To slay a minor undead boss in the Reflection Hills. Hence, I brought along a dozen skilled players. Otherwise, I could manage it alone. I glanced at the group of players behind Lin Yisun, all of whom were adept, second transformation professionals above level 30, well-equipped and exuding an aura of competence. I could not help but look again at Lin Yisun, pondering how this enchanting young lady had managed to rally such talent. Beauty, are you planning to establish a guild? I asked. Lin Yisun nodded. Without forming a guild, how can we contend with the likes of the Mad Dragon and the Annihilation God? You have also founded the Blood Mercenaries. So I suppose I am a bit late to the party. My Blood Mercenaries are no match for the scale of your endeavor, I replied with a laugh. Lin Yisun smiled, casting a deep glance my way before turning to depart. Well then, we shall take our leave. Take care, and don't let the wild monsters take you down. Am I that inept? I scoffed. With that, Lin Yisun gracefully entered the Reflection Hills, her cream-colored cloak accentuating her petite frame, radiating an aura of elegance that compelled admiration. What a strikingly refined and ethereal ranger. Turning back, I needed to submit my quest. If I lingered too long, the Mad Dragon Guild might return, and I would be unable to withstand their onslaught. At this early stage in the game, no one possessed divine gear. While I could handle 7 or 8 opponents through skill and strategy, contending against dozens was simply implausible. Upon arriving at the Night Spirit temporary camp, I submitted the quest items. The old skeleton was visibly thrilled, exclaiming, Great and selfless Queen Sophia. Your eternal radiance illuminates every corner of the continent. Ding. System notification. You have completed the quest, Bloodshadow Rebels, earning 12,000 experience points, 450 reputation points. And the quest reward, Bloodshadow Gauntlet. To my astonishment, there was an equipment reward. I quickly opened my pack, and fortune smiled upon me. A blood-red armored gauntlet lay quietly in the corner. Upon inspection, I was delighted to discover its excellent attributes, as it was indeed a fine iron item. Bloodshadow Gauntlet, fine iron item, defense, 35 strength, 9 required level 40. This was quite impressive, providing an additional 35 defense and 9 strength, far superior to my current Blackstone Gauntlet, which offered only 8 defense and 2 strength, a rather paltry comparison. I swiftly donned the Bloodshadow Gauntlet, feeling the crimson armor envelop my forearms and hands, transforming me into a formidable warrior, while significantly enhancing my overall defensive attributes. ID, Shattered Spear Class, Necromancer Swordsman, Bronze Swordsman, Level, 42 Health, 850 Attack, 173-312 Defense, 195 Magic Defense, 0 Reputation, 1780 Luck, 0. While my defense did not rival that of the Mystic Bee, it was still considerably higher than that of the average warrior player at this stage. Even now, in the gathering woods outside Icebound City, many warriors were clamoring for a 30-level high-defense warrior to apply as a tank, boasting a defense of 120 points. Truly formidable. With a sigh of relief, my next objective was to reach level 45, so I could equip my silver boots. This silver item was likely the first of its kind dropped by a boss within the territory of Icebound City, enough to pique the interest of many. Of course, they had no inkling that I also possessed a level 50 golden sword. Otherwise, I could only imagine how many would pursue me relentlessly. I retrieved a return scroll, eager to indulge in some level 5 culinary delights first. Swish. Returning to the bustling main city, I first stored the storm boots and the ghost eye soul sword in the warehouse, then retrieved ample ingredients to prepare 50 portions of level 4 green pepper meatballs. With a chime, my cooking skill ascended to level 5. Beginning at level 5, I could now craft dishes. Braised chicken required, 30 chicken, 10 salt, 15 green peppers, 10 garlic, restoring 500 points of magic. Salt was readily available for purchase, green peppers were plentiful in stock, and I had just harvested a large batch of garlic. Only the chicken was scarce, so I would need to procure some. In the town square, I bellowed, buying chicken ingredients at 50 copper coins each. 25 silver coins for a set. Come trade quickly, I need only 20 sets. Instantly, a throng of hunters eager to sell their chicken surged forward, shouting, "Damn! You must buy my chicken, or I'll roast your entire family." I selected several promising hunters, acquiring a total of 50 sets of chicken. After all, this was inexpensive, 4 sets for just 1 gold coin. Once I cooked it, its value would increase exponentially. Level 5 cooking was indeed quite valuable. With materials gathered, I commenced the preparation. Ding. System notification. You have crafted 1 braised chicken. Cooking proficiency level 5. Ding. System notification. You have crafted 3 braised chickens. Cooking proficiency level 5. Ding. System notification. You have crafted 1 braised chicken. Cooking proficiency level 5. Ding. System notification. You have crafted 2 braised chickens. Cooking proficiency level 5. I stared in astonishment. After reaching level 5 in cooking, I could now produce multiple portions from a single set of ingredients? Ha ha ha. This was a windfall. The cost of cooking was merely the ingredients, and with this newfound capability, my expenses would plummet. I could finally engage in mass culinary production. Upon careful observation, I discerned that the probability of simultaneously producing 3 servings of braised chicken is approximately 20, while there is a 30 chance of generating 2 servings, and a 50% likelihood of producing a single, standard serving. Overall, the endeavor proves to be remarkably profitable. The 5th level culinary skill consumes 50 mana points, and after crafting a few, my magical reserves were depleted. However, I was not frugal. I readily consumed a 4th level dish to replenish my mana, as the ingredients were cultivated from my own land and did not warrant concern. 10 minutes later, the chicken was completely utilized, prompting me to procure another batch and continue crafting until my supply of green peppers was exhausted. Subsequently, I fervently purchased more green peppers to keep the process ongoing. After half an hour, I had finally depleted the garlic I had just gathered, having utilized all 37 stacks. The expenses incurred from purchasing green peppers, chicken, and salt were substantial, amounting to a staggering 45 gold coins. Nevertheless, the results were exceedingly gratifying. My inventory now boasted a total of 389 servings of 5th level braised chicken, each exuding an irresistible aroma, an unprecedented delicacy in the market. This dish restores 500 mana points, sufficient for most magic wielders below level 60. Naturally, the primary consumers are priests, as mages at level 50 possess a mana recovery skill that allows for gradual replenishment. In contrast, priests rely solely on consuming culinary creations to restore their mana. Particularly high-level priests become quite ineffective without such sustenance, rendering them undesirable in any team. At present, the majority of mainstream priests in Iceberg City utilize 2nd-level culinary sticky rice balls, which restore 200 mana points over 60 seconds. With careful consumption, they can manage adequately. However, with the elevation of most hunters and chefs, sticky rice balls have lost their rarity from just a week ago, and their price has plummeted to 50 copper coins each, making them accessible to nearly everyone. The braised chicken I possess is 5th level culinary fare, catering not to priests in their 20s, but rather to high-level priests and mages above level 35. For instance, the formidable mage Duju, a level 42 elite, would not settle for anything less than 4th level cuisine, as his mana would surely fall short. Of course, the Duju family is affluent and need not worry about sustenance. I activated my communicator and sent a message to Du Shursan. "What are you up to?" He replied, watching a little demon level up and admiring the girl from the nearby team. "Want to come see? She's quite cute." I retorted, "Get over here to Iceberg City immediately. I have a task for you." "Okay, I'm on my way." Not long after, a flicker of light appeared as Du Shursan returned via a teleportation scroll, his face aglow with excitement. "Luchin, what new task do you have for me?" I opened the trade interface and placed a serving of braised chicken on the table, inquiring, "Shursan, how much do you think this can fetch?" "What?" Du Shursan exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the dish. "Wow, it's 5th level cuisine. Luchin, you're unbelievable. While most in Iceberg City struggle to produce 3rd level dishes, you've managed to create a 5th level one. I estimate it won't sell for less than 80 silver coins each." I nodded in agreement, commending his insight. Indeed, 5th level cuisine is currently a luxury for the elite, reserved for top-tier priests and mages. Let's capitalize on this trend and sell them at 1 gold coin each. I have plenty, and you need only focus on selling them all today. With that, I traded 350 servings of braised chicken to Du Shursan, retaining a few stacks for emergencies. Additionally, I entrusted him with several hundred 4th level pelts, allowing him to determine their price while advising him to sell the gold coins at 20 below market value to expedite their disposal. Holding onto gold coins is increasingly burdensome as their value continues to depreciate. Du Shursan, adept at charming women and negotiating with merchants, was eager to undertake this task and hurried off to the plaza. I smiled subtly, ready to continue leveling up with the goal of reaching level 45 within 24 hours. Prioritizing the acquisition of the silver tier storm boots,